Yuhan, Jimeng, Ingyu, Shenyang. I miss you all so much. Qingxian Immortal World, my number 99 of Shinfeng Immortal Kingdom. After a busy day, Xia Qian returned to the mine assigned to him, lying on the stone bed, feeling regretful again and almost crying. After he traveled through time, he was born in a small world called Lanyu World. Although his background is average, he is extremely talented. He is a lucky person with Tianling roots. He is not a useless person with 5 elements spiritual roots like other time travelers. He has worshipped in the Holy Land since he was a child and studied under the master of the Tribulation Realm. The practice has been smooth sailing without any setbacks. In the end, he successfully survived the tribulation and obtained the title of Celestial Immortal. He became the 9th Celestial Immortal since the establishment of the Immortal Path in Lanyu World, and was named the Evergreen Great Emperor. He thought he was the son of destiny, but in the end he did not stay because of the efforts of his junior sister, senior sister, junior wife, and several beauties, and resolutely chose to ascend to the immortal world. I thought I could conquer the Qingxian Immortal Realm and become the immortal emperor of the immortal realm from the great emperor of the small thousand worlds. Unexpectedly, as soon as he ascended, he was directly captured by the people of Shinfeng Fairy Kingdom and used as a miner, forcing him to mine day and night. 10,000 years have passed now. In these 10,000 years, Xia Qian's temperament like a genius was completely wiped out. He really regretted it. Why did he abandon his gentle hometown in Lanyu's world and go to the Qingxian Immortal World to endure hardships? The original Xia Qian was also a handsome man in Lanyu's world. Otherwise, he would not have attracted the attention of many beauties. But now, 10,000 years of mining life in darkness have left him without his former glory. In these 10,000 years, if Xia Qian hadn't been born with an extremely terrifying talent for sensing mineral resources, he wouldn't be alive now. This can be regarded as Xia Qian's golden finger. Not only was he born with a unique sense of various innate treasures, his inner intuition was almost 100% accurate. This is also the reason why Xia Qian was able to cultivate to become a heavenly being while practicing smoothly. There are too many people who practice without setbacks, but reaching the realm of immortality is not that simple. I don't know how long this mining life will last. Xia Qian is now very worried that his relatives will suddenly ascend to look for him, which will be a big problem. Xia Qian, Elder Su is looking for you. Go quickly. Just when Xia Qian was about to start practicing and restore the immortal power in his body, a supervisory guard from the number 99 mine found Xia Qian and conveyed instructions to Xia Qian. Elder Su, named Su Shao, is a powerful person of the 7th level of the Celestial Immortal. In the fairy world, immortals also have hierarchies. From bottom to top, there are 4 realms: Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Emperor. Among them, the 3 major realms of Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, and Immortal King all include 9 minor realms, ranging from the 1st to the 9th level. Xia Qian is now only a 3rd level immortal. Over the past 10,000 years, Xia Qian had very little time to practice, so he only took time to practice while busy. The reason why he can reach the 3rd level of Tianxian is because he himself has good talent. Xia Qian was surprised that Su Shao came to see him today. During the time he was mining, he was also very good at hiding his clumsiness, and he probably didn't reveal any flaws. With a trace of doubt, Xia Qian came to the place where Su Shao lived outside the mine and whispered, "I have met Elder Su." When Su Shao saw Xia Qian arriving, he nodded slightly. "Xia Qian, I called you here today, which can be regarded as bringing you good news." Hearing that it was a good thing made Xia Qian happy and said quickly, "I wonder what it is?" Su Shao smiled and said, "The origin stone you handed in before produced a supreme immortal treasure. The 9th princess liked it very much and specially rewarded you with a realm-breaking pill. By the way, I have arranged 2 positions for you to choose from." To be honest, Xia Qian was indeed surprised. "Are you getting ahead of yourself?" The place where Xiagan mines is the Fairy Stone Mine, which only contains fairy stones, the common currency of the Qingxian Immortal World. No matter how many fairy stones Xia Qian digs out, it will have no effect. He can only gain freedom after mining for 100,000 years according to the rules. Not long ago, Xiagan dug up a source stone. The source stone is something used for gambling. You don't know what's in it. You just rely on luck. Xia Qian finally handed it over, because Xia Qian couldn't be taken away without handing him over. Unexpectedly, this piece of origin stone would bring Xia Qian such a big harvest. The realm-breaking pill is a pill that can help immortals below the 7th level of the heavenly immortal to improve to a higher realm. You can only take one pill in your lifetime, so it is extremely valuable. But now what Xia Qian wants to know more is what kind of 2 choices does the 9th princess provide him. After giving the Breaking Realm pill to Xia Qian, Su Xiao continued, "The 9th princess has arranged 2 ways out for you. You can either go to the Diamond City outside the number 99 mine lode to be a city guard, or you can stay here. My number 99 will take over from me as the guardian here." This made Xia Qian suddenly feel like he was dreaming. He never imagined that such a piece of origin stone could bring such a big change to his destiny. I finally made a fortune. Among these 2 arrangements, Xia Qian made a choice after hesitating for a moment and said tentatively, "Elder Su, if I become the guardian of this place, what will you do?" "I would rather have a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Going to the underworld city to be a city guard. With his current strength of the 3rd level of Celestial Immortal, he is the lowest level existence, and he doesn't know how long it will take him to survive. But if he stays in mine number 99, Xia Qian will be the leader here, and he will be free and at ease after completing the mission indicators of the fairyland. Moreover, Xia Qian's talent for sensing mineral veins makes it the best choice for Xia Qian to stay here. The most important thing is that the place where Xia Qian ascended from Lanyu World is near the number 99 mine lode. Xia Qian had to stay here. If his confidant flew up in the future, Xia Qian would be able to come to him as soon as possible. Su Xiao replied, "Of course I was transferred to the newly discovered mineral vein to guard it. It can be regarded as a better place. The fairy stones here have been mined to a great extent. The fairy country has almost given up here. You have taken it. The realm-breaking pill has reached the 4th level of Heavenly Immortal, which is just enough to serve as the guardian here. When he came here as a guard, he was only at the 5th level of Heavenly Immortal." Such an answer made Xia Qian make a decision directly. "I decided to stay here and contribute to the Immortal Kingdom." Su Xiao didn't say anything more and took out a contract to Xia Qian. There is a word called guarding oneself and stealing. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, the Immortal Kingdom made every warden sign this Oath of Heaven before taking office. Xia Qian paid attention to it, and it said that all the ore mined by his miners must be turned over, and violators will be punished by heaven. And the ore that the supervisor himself mined does not count. As a guardian, the Immortal Association distributes 500 immortal stones every year as a reward. Xia Qian did not hesitate and signed the contract directly. Su Xiao watched Xia Qian finish these things, put away the Oath of Heaven, took out a low-grade fairy weapon scorpion tail whip from the cave in his body, and whispered, "This low-grade fairy weapon is yours. Apart from you, there are still 5 3rd-level Celestial Immortal Guards left in Mining Area 99 for you to control. During this period, you can capture those ascendants nearby to work as coolies. Do your best, and don't let the 9th princess down." Xia Qian felt that the sky in the fairyland today was particularly blue. Hard work will make you happy. Pojing Deng Xiaogan was not taken immediately. It has been quite some time since he reached the 3rd level of Heavenly Immortal. You only need to come down and settle down for a while before you can reach the 4th level of the Immortal. When you reach the 4th level, taking the Breaking Realm pill is the best choice to break through to the 5th level of the Immortal. It would be a big loss if you use it at this time. Mine number 99 is very safe. Because this is a super large mine, it is divided into hundreds of zones for the convenience of management. The borders of the fairy stone veins are isolated by the formations of the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom and are guarded by powerful warriors. It would be difficult for guards like him to go out, let alone these mine slaves. When Xia Qian was still a miner, he called himself a miner. Now that he has become a manager, he calls these mine slaves. Double standards. Nothing more than this. In the case of environmental safety, Xia Qian must maximize his own interests. After expressing his attitude to the other 5 guards, Xia Qian entered formal retreat practice. There will be no daily problems in number 99 mine. After 3 years of hard training, Xia Qian could be regarded as reaching the 4th level of immortality. Just when he was planning to take the Breaking Realm pill in one go and reach the 5th level of Heavenly Immortal, there were changes in the number 99 mining area he was responsible for. 2 more monks from the lower realm ascended from the mining area, and they are a couple. Under normal circumstances, those who ascended only have the strength of the 1st level of immortals. After it ascends, the guards can easily take it down and convert it into a mine slave. This pair of Taoists were both at the 1st level of Celestial Immortal, but their strength was not ordinary, which made Lu Geng, the guard of the 3rd level Celestial Immortal, suffer. As the person in charge of mining area number 99, Xia Qian must definitely resolve the matter. People who ascend from the lower world to the fairy world are random, and there is no fixed place for ascension. When Xia Qian arrived, he was immediately surprised. This pair of men and women look like gods and goddesses. The man is free and confident, with jade trees facing the wind, no different from when Xia Qian flew up. The girl is beautiful and obedient, and the little bird clings to her. This woman reminds Xia Qian of his childhood sweetheart Shui Yuhan in Lanyu World. Their temperaments are so similar. Men's aesthetics are much the same. As the emperor of Lanyu's world, Xia Qian must collect all kinds of beauties to form the 100 beauties. The man in front of him is also the master of the lower world, so it is not surprising that he behaves the same way as Xia Qian. It's normal for his Taoist couple and Xia Qian's beautiful pictures to have similar aesthetics. Xia Qian also ascended from the lower world. He didn't want to embarrass himself too much when he met such a person. He said politely, "My friend, don't struggle in vain. This place is the territory of Shunfeng Fairy Kingdom. You can safely mine 100,000 yuan here. Years, you can be free." It's not that Xia Qian is cruel to attack these innocent people who don't know each other, but that this man and woman can't live without this mine. If such an ascended person wanders around in the mining area, he will only end up being killed. After Yi Chen saw Xia Qian and the 3 newly arrived 3rd-level Celestial Immortal guards, he also gave up his struggle, but in his heart he was scornful and disdainful. A few 3rd-level Celestial Immortals. I thought they were so powerful. Practice on my behalf, I'll definitely make you look good for a while. As the genius of the lower world, it goes without saying that Yi Chen is arrogant in his heart. He looked down upon several low-level immortals, including Xia Qian et al. It won't take long for him to surpass these ants. Let him mine for 100,000 years? Dream. Seeing Yi Chen's appearance, Xia Qian sneered in his heart. When he came up, he had exactly the same idea as the guy in front of him, thinking that with a little practice, his unique talent would take off. However, the most important thing in the fairy world is genius. Not to mention the talents of the local creatures in the fairy world. Let's just talk about those who ascended from the lower realm. How many of them have bad talents? What's the difference between them? It's chance luck. I dig mines every day, and it's hard to squeeze out an hour or 2 for practice. Moreover, these 2 hours are still the time when I am physically and mentally exhausted. What kind of achievements can be achieved through cultivation? After a while, you will know what will happen. Take out the space ring. Xia Qian reached out to Yi Chen and Mu Wanling. Although there is nothing valuable on the ascended person, but no one can say for sure. Every miner has to go through this step. Xia Qian asked for his space ring, which naturally made Yi Chen extremely unwilling. You can see a few bastards behind Xia Qian watching him eagerly. In the end, Yi Chen chose to surrender and gave all his and his wife's space rings to Xia Qian. Xia Qian used his spiritual power to scan Yi Chen, and after making sure there was nothing else, he stopped making things difficult. Under normal circumstances, the ascended woman would be searched at this time, and it was during the body search. It's okay if you don't have a Taoist companion. If you have a Taoist companion, the Taoist companions can only be allowed to listen to the sounds outside the mine. Xia Qian didn't do that. After taking the space ring, he directly ordered guard Shifeng to arrange tasks for the 2 newcomers. After Yi Chen and his Taoist companion Mu Wanling left, guard Wang Tong stood beside Xia Qian and said obscenely, "Elder Xia, do you want me to go beat that boy and ask him to send that beauty to Elder for examination? Check your body?" The mining area is also a complex small society. The women who ascended are basically the ones in the lower realm who have stunning beauty and superior qualifications. If you are lucky among them, You might be able to form a good relationship with a supervisor or the like. But most of them are still played by these people, like prostitutes. Resist? Do you have that strength? Xia Qian was also lucky that he ascended to the upper world without taking his wife Taoist companion with him. Otherwise, Su Xiao, this old guy, has really done a lot. Now, can I also enjoy such a privilege? Xia Qian had to admit that Mu Wanling was indeed very much to his liking. Mu Wanling's temperament is so similar to Shui Yuhan, Shui Qian's first love. First love is beautiful and unforgettable, and he has worked hard for 10,000 years, so he can indeed enjoy it properly. But can you do that yourself? If you do that, what's the difference between you and the despicable people? His name is Xia Qian, but not mean. In Lan Yu's world, Xia Qian has a lot of fun, but it's all consensual. There are certain bottom lines that Xia Qian will not touch. Fellow Wang Dao, go down and practice well. Xia Qian didn't know how to answer Wang Tong. Let Wang Tong change his mind and stop thinking about this? Xia Qian is not that tall. Moreover, he has just become the elder of this mining area, so it is not appropriate to have conflicts with people like Wang Tong, lest he fail to fulfill the mission targets set by the Immortal Kingdom for his mining area. The 5 guards left by Su Xiao were also the ones who drank the soup with Su Xiao before. They were of the same mind, and he was just a miner, so he didn't convince these guys. Xia Qian still doesn't have enough strength now, so he needs to seek stability first. Xia Qian's refusal made Wang Tong a little unhappy. Mu Wanling is so tender, and is much more attractive than the dozens of other women in the mining area who have ascended for hundreds of thousands of years. They were tired of those women, so they were naturally eager for the new ones. Their idea was that the elder Xia Qian would take Mu Wanling's lead, and when Xia Qian got tired of playing, it would be their turn. But now Xia Qian is not on the road. Hmph, you are a despicable minor slave from the lower world. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Looking at Xia Qian leaving, Wang Tong sneered in his heart. It's not that he wants to do anything to Xia Gan. In Wang Tong's opinion, Xia Qian was just a lucky mining slave. He gave Xia Qian enough face by letting Xia Qian take the lead over Mu Wanling. Unexpectedly, Xia Qian was still pretending. What if you become a guardian elder? Xia Qian does it or not, he does it. The disturbance caused by Yi Chun can only be regarded as a small disturbance. Xia Qian had just taken the Breaking Realm pill and was in seclusion for 3 months when something big happened in his number 99 mining area. Wang Tong, the guard of the 3rd level of the Immortal, is dead. After learning the news, Xia Qian's first suspicion was naturally Yi Chun. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, so Wang Tong will not let go of Yi Chun's Taoist companion Mu Wanling easily. Coming down to find trouble for them was something Xia Qian expected. I just didn't expect that Wang Tong actually died, and he died without a complete body. This made Xia Qian very suspicious. After reaching the level of Immortal, the body can already change reality. It is impossible to kill the opponent silently without being several levels stronger than the opponent. In particular, Wang Tong has the strength of the 3rd level of Immortals, while Mu Wanling and Yi Chun are only the 1st level of Immortals. If Wang Tong was killed by these 2 people together, how could there be no movement at all? Xia Qian's initial idea was to report the matter. But if I really want to report it, what will be the result? In exchange, the people above mocked me, saying that I, a quasi-5th level immortal, were afraid of Yi Chun, an ascended person of the 1st level immortality. They would ignore him if he didn't say anything, and maybe the people above him would look down on Yi Chun and promote Yi Chun. Then Xia Qian might be in danger. Yi Chun has a big secret. He just accepted his space ring. Regardless of whether he saw the contents or not, this was something that Yi Chun couldn't bear, right? Xia Qian fell into deep thought, thinking that he might have really made a mistake. Yi Chun was not an ordinary ascendant, but everyone else was numb, and what he did must be regarded as making this guy an enemy. In any case, Xia Qian planned to understand this matter first. He found Shifeng and asked about the specific situation. Shifeng hesitated and said that Wang Tong seemed to have gone down to the mine to find that person and then never returned. There is no whereabouts of Wang Tong's space ring and other things. Xia Qian went down to the mine with 4 3rd-level immortal guards, including Shifeng. He also did this to avoid being foolproof. Wang Tong was damaged here, and the other 4 with the same cultivation level as Wang Tong did not dare to move. With Xia Qian, a 5th-level quasi-immortal, leading the team, these people have the confidence. Yi Chen is not here, but under the mine. On the way, Xia Qian asked about Yi Chen's situation during this period. Shi Feng answered truthfully. That guy has been able to hand in the immortal stones faithfully in the past few months. The quantity is not too much and not too little, just in line with the standards, and he looks very relaxed. His cultivation has also become much more stable, and he seems to be reaching the level of immortality. 2nd level. This shocked Xia Qian even more. Yi Chen is about to reach the 2nd level of heavenly immortal so soon. There must be something wrong here. Xia Qian was too familiar with this mining area, and he was born with a unique telepathy. The intuition is very accurate. Without spending much energy, Xia Qian found Yi Chen in a remote mine underground. After arriving here, Xia Qian was shocked. Why? Because Xia Qian had sensed here before that there should be a high-quality mineral nearby. Maybe it was also a source stone. Xia Qian also knew that such things existed in several places, but he kept them hidden. But now, not to mention that this piece of immortal treasure has disappeared, Yi Chen still appears here. Coincidence? It absolutely cannot be a coincidence. Yi Chen discovered this piece of immortal treasure, and how he used it to hide it. After learning about it, Xia Qian admitted that he was greedy. If he can also master such a method, then this mining area is simply his own treasury for Xia Qian. Elder Xia. After Xia Qian arrived, Mu Wanling, who was guarding the door outside, panicked a little, but still blocked Xia Qian outside. It was obvious that Yi Chen was doing something special here. Xia Qian had a kind smile on his face and said in a low voice, "Wood Fairy, don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. There is just something that needs to be discussed and verified by Wood Fairy and fellow Taoist Yi." I have to say that Xia Qian's smile was quite deceiving. At least he deceived Mu Wanling, thinking that Xia Qian had not made things difficult for them before. Mu Wanling also found out from other miners that Xia Qian was also an ascendant, a miner who had just been promoted to a supervisory elder a few years ago. 10,000 years before Xia Qian, he was a very kind person and not a very evil person. This is also an important sentence for Mu Wanling to believe in Xia Qian. Mu Wanling answered truthfully, "Brother Yi is currently making breakthroughs in cultivation. Please ask Elder Xia to wait for a day or 2. After saying that, Mu Wanling looked at Xia Qian nervously. If Xia Qian takes action, she will also have corresponding plans. After hearing this, Xia Qian acted very humanely. "I see, then I will wait outside." After saying that, Xia Qian sat cross-legged in the void and signaled Shi Feng, Lu Geng, and others to quiet down. This made Shi Feng and others very confused. Yi Chen was just a mining slave, and he was also a mining slave who committed crimes. Need to be treated like this? Wouldn't it be enough to just rush in and kill them, then take down Yi Chen's Taoist companions and use them as their equipment? Even if Yi Chen had some strength, he wouldn't be able to face so many of them at the same time. But Xia Qian is the nominal guardian elder. He had already spoken, but Shi Feng and Lu Geng had nothing to say. All he could do was sit cross-legged outside and wait for Yi Chen to come out. Yi Chen in the mine sensed the situation outside and relaxed some of his vigilance. He sneered, "This guy knows the current affairs, but it's a pity that he took my things, so don't think about it well." For those people sitting cross-legged outside themselves, Yi Chen is not all murderous. But for Xia Qian, Yi Chen must kill him, because in his space ring, there are photos of him having intimate discussions with his confidant. This kind of image is naturally exclusive to Yi Chen. Regardless of whether Xia Qian looks at it or not, Yi Chen can't let Xia Qian go. Yi Chen also didn't expect to find a piece of dragon blood fairy gold in this mining area. This thing is really helpful to him, who has refined a dragon ball. It is enough to help him improve 2 or 3 small realms. By then, will this mining area be left to his own devices? After Yi Chen knew how Xia Qian became the guardian elder, he also had his own thoughts about making a fortune. When he reaches higher levels of cultivation, he can just hand over a source stone and become a guardian elder. Thinking of this, Yi Chen quickly refined the power of the dragon blood fairy gold that he had just extracted from the source stone to improve his cultivation. Mu Wanling relaxed her vigilance, which was also very satisfying to Xia Qian. this was the result he wanted. Waited for half a day. Go with your gut and tell yourself that the time has come. Xia Qian gave the order, go up. There is not much to say about Tianqian's reaction. As soon as Xia Qian spoke, 4 people, including Shi Feng and Lu Geng, turned into a stream of light together with Xia Qian and directly entered the mine where Yi Qian was retreating. It is to truly become a streamer. After reaching the level of celestial immortal, the body has been completely transformed and can change at will. The restrictions that Yi Qian set at the entrance of the cave only prevented Xia Qian from taking a breath. Xia Qian didn't have any courtesy, and the refined low-grade fairy weapon Scorpion Tail Whip was directly hit on Yi Qian's body. At this time, Yi Qian was at the critical moment of breaking through to the second level of immortal. I really didn't expect that this beast Xia Qian was so treacherous and didn't play by the rules. Before Yi Qian could react, his head was blown off by Xia Qian, and his spirit body completely collapsed. Xia Qian was particularly surprised by this, because a normal heavenly monk would not suffer much trauma even if his head was exploded by himself. If you want to kill an immortal, you must not only defeat the physical body, but also defeat his fairy spirit. As long as the immortal spirits are not dispersed, the immortals will not die. But Yi Qian's reaction was really abnormal. Die directly? Did you overestimate this guy? Brother Yi. After Mu Wanling saw her Taoist companion's spirit body dissipate directly, she was dumbfounded. Her face was dull, and she couldn't believe it. Brother Yi, who had just killed a 3rd-level immortal in the Kunlun world, was just killed? Elder Xia, you are amazing. Shi Feng and Lu Geng were shocked, and immediately began to praise and flatter Xia Qian. Xia Qian still didn't believe it. Is he dead now? Did you think too much about Yi Qian? Shi Feng said seriously, I'm sure. Everyone in Yi Qian is gone. Only this piece of fairy gold is left. Yi Qian's body turned into nothingness, leaving only the piece of fairy gold that made a soft sound on the ground. All the results seemed to mean that Yi Qian was really cold. Xia Qian didn't say much. While putting away the dragon blood immortal gold, he quickly shot at Mu Wanling beside him. Mu Wanling began to react immediately, but with only the 1st level of Tianxian strength, she was directly entangled by Xia Qian with the Scorpion Tail Whip in just 3 rounds. I will take this woman down for interrogation, and you can go and resolve this matter first. This thing is full of too much weirdness. But it's not a big problem. I think Mu Wanling knows more. He has many instruments of torture, and he will definitely be able to pry open Mu Wanling's mouth. Xia Qian has experience in this regard. No matter how hard he gritted his teeth to exclude foreigners, Xia Qian could still let them go and let him search. Seeing Xia Gan carrying Mu Wanling away, Shi Feng and Lu Geng had expressions full of envy. Such a graceful widow is definitely not something ordinary women can bring. They want it too. It was just the strength shown by Xia Qian that he easily killed Yi Qian, who was almost a 2nd-level immortal. This method is enough to make them honest. They can also hope that Xia Qian will not play too hard and Mu Wanling will be scrapped. This way they can still enjoy themselves. Shi Feng was smarter and asked quickly, Elder Xia, what should I do with this piece of immortal gold? In their eyes, dragon blood immortal gold is a rare treasure worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of immortal stones. This is a huge credit to those in charge of mining area number 99. Naturally, Shi Feng and Lu Geng didn't want Xia Qian to take all the credit for their achievements. Xia Qian glanced at Shi Feng and said calmly, I will hand over this thing in our name, and it will be your benefit. This answer just reassured these people. Xia Qian took Mu Wanling back to his cave and said in a deep voice, Mu Fairy, tell me frankly, what is the situation with Yi Qian? He is definitely not dead, right? Mu Wanling stared at Xia Qian and sneered, Bah, you hypocrite. She trusted Xia Qian, but she didn't expect that Xia Qian actually taught him a profound lesson. Xia Qian seemed very indifferent to this. Hard-spoken? Then let her get hard. Xia Qian wants to see how long she can stay hard. Xia Qian took out Yi Qian's space ring and used his huge spiritual power to directly clean up the traces of Yi Qian's spiritual power. The contents inside surprised Xia Qian. There are 3 low-grade immortal weapons. A low-grade immortal weapon requires 1,000 immortal stones to purchase. It would take Xia Qian 2 years to mine 1,000 fairy stones. Xia Qian became rich because of this. In addition to the 3 immortal weapons, the most numerous ones were jade slips, more than 500 of them. Xia Qian understands that this thing is a jade slip used to take photos. Seeing Xia Qian open her husband's space ring, Mu Wanling's expression became unsteady and she became more panicked. Hey, it has your name on it, Wood Fairy. Let me see what's recorded in it. There are names on these jade slips. What Gu Yu, Yurong, Yurue, Hylon. Accumulate dozens of names. There is also Wanling among them. Xia Qian did the math and found that there were 9 jade slips with Wanling on them. He can basically know what kind of content is left in this jade slip. Yichen is so cool. He has such a good time. It's not like Xia Qian has never played like this before. But when he was in Lan Yu's world, he recorded the influence and destroyed it after letting his beauties witness his infatuation seriously. Yichen actually kept this pussy. Now that it's better, it can be regarded as leaving a loophole for myself. No, don't look, you can't look. Seeing Xia Qian take out the jade slip with his photo taken, Mu Wanling, who was tied up by Xia Qian with a scorpion tail whip and hung in the air, suddenly started struggling, and her voice became resentful and like crying. She had previously objected to her husband Yichen doing such a thing. But under Yichen's insistence, and in fact, she felt that this was quite exciting. And Yichen was almost semi-invincible in the Kunlun realm, where they lived. Mu Wanling did as her husband wished. After all, some of her sisters have done this, so it would look bad if she didn't agree. But now it's okay. Something really went wrong. When an outsider saw her infatuation, Mu Wanling felt like she could die. Mu Wanling's immortal power has been blocked by Xia Qian's cultivation. Now she can't make any noise. Xia Qian took this jade slip and came to Mu Wanling. Squatting down, he put his hand on Mu Wanling's chin and twisted it up. Mu Fairy, you can't blame me. If you want to blame, you can only blame your husband for being too murderous. Tell me what happened to Yichen. It's a matter of fact, if you don't want your infatuation to be seen by other people, or you may become a prostitute and let those guys play with you. Xia Qian finally managed to integrate into the rules of the Shunfeng Immortal Kingdom. Yichen is coming to challenge the rules. The first one to be affected was naturally Xia Qian. There was nothing Xia Qian could do about this. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Xia Qian never thought that Yichen would die so easily. With Xia Qian's cultivation, he could just control Mu Wanling's fairy spirit, so that Mu Wanling couldn't even commit suicide. God, you won't hit the wall and die. Mu Wanling shit for mineral deposits that gave Xia Qian great telepathy. 2 of them were source stones. Xia Qian didn't know exactly what was in them. He didn't mine them immediately. The other 2 are similar to Dragon Blood Immortal Gold, but they are not Dragon Blood Immortal Gold. They are also a special kind of immortal treasure, and their value should be hundreds of thousands of immortal stones. Xia Qian came to the Qingxian Immortal Realm just to mine. He didn't know anything about the things in the Qingxian Immortal Realm, so he couldn't tell them apart. Xia Qian put these things into his space ring and buried them in the Kunlun Realm. Xia Qian still has a lot of space rings now. Feng Ruoxue gave one to Xia Qian. Xia Qian himself also confiscated one of Yichen's. It is definitely impossible for Xia Qian, Yichen's space ring, to place it in the Kunlun world to avoid being sensed by Yichen. From now on, Xia Qian will use Yichen's space ring. Not only that, people also belong to Yichen. After all these things were ready, Xia Qian slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He had suffered for 10,000 years, but he finally came to an end. Xia Qian felt that even if he didn't mine, he would not be able to earn 1,000,000 fairy stones in 10,000 years. His cultivation is too low, and there is no way to make money quickly. There really isn't any good stuff left in mining district number 99, and I don't know when I can move. Xia Qian didn't know why these things could be dug out of number 99 Immortal Stone Mine. As long as he can benefit. After solving these matters, Xia Qian walked out of the mine. The first stop must be to return to his cave. It's been almost a month since Xia Qian left. During this month, Mu Wanling has been restless. But I'm not worried about Xia Qian. Mu Wanling was just worried that something would happen to her life without Xia Qian. Mu Wanling is not worried about Xia Qian's safety. But after Xia Qian comes back, Mu Wanling will feel at ease. By doing this, Xia Qian was actually keeping Mu Wanling out of her mind, making her uneasy and making it easier for Xia Qian to take action. Xia Qian walked to Mu Wanling's side, and once again, regardless of Mu Wanling's reaction, he pinched her chin and said with a ferocious smile, "What? Looking at you like this, are you worried about me?" This smile reminded Mu Wanling of her smile when she performed with Yi Chun and when Yi Chun pretended to be a bandit and robbed her. Mu Wanling also had a bad feeling. Today, maybe I am doomed? That's right. This guy has been waiting for me for several months, and his patience must have been worn out. You think too much. I won't worry about you even if you die outside. Mu Wanling was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered at this moment. The whole body was hard except for his mouth, and the bones were softening at this moment. But this mouth won't last long. Xia Qian had already put his index finger into her mouth and clasped it. Are you really not worried about me when I give you a chance to reorganize your language? My prisoner of war. Seeing Xia Qian's threatening eyes, Mu Wanling looked very humiliated. In the end, she was aware of the current situation and changed her tone in order to avoid suffering. I'm worried about you. This answer made Xia Qian very satisfied. When Xia Qian let go of Mu Wanling, he flicked her face away and asked, Are you still thinking about your brother Yi Chun coming to save you? He may not have the ability. Xia Qian also made some inquiries in the Kunlun world. Yi Chun has always been in seclusion. Thinking about it, even if he is the master of the Kunlun realm, it is not that easy to condense a fairy-level spirit body again. The Kunlun world does not have many resources to allow Yi Chun to give birth to a fairy-level spirit body. The resources in the lower realm are still too scarce, and the same kind are used in small amounts. During the time when Yi Chun was in seclusion, Xia Qian could be as carefree as he wanted. Mu Wanling looked at Xia Qian with a sad expression. If your woman is abducted and humiliated by another man, will you still treat her well? This actually stopped Xia Qian from asking. If this kind of thing really happened to Xia Qian definitely couldn't accept it. All he can do is not allow that to happen. Xia Qian's expression became gentle as soon as he went away. He squatted next to Mu Wanling and began to tell lies. We are all miserable people. I am even worse than you. I have been mining for 10,000 years. To this day, if I want to blame you, I can only blame your bad luck for ascending here. If I hadn't done that, I would have died. That's me. Mu Wanling did not refute Xia Qian's words. With different positions, there really is no other way. She knew Xia Qian was telling the truth. With a little bit of the virgin's heart, she really began to give up her identity as a victim and gradually began to understand Xia Qian. Seeing that Mu Wanling was silent, Xia Qian held Mu Wanling's slender hand and said seriously, During this period, you should also know something about my character, and you should also know that in this number 99 mining area inside, only I can protect you. Since you and Yi Chun have been separated from each other, it is difficult to reconcile the broken mirror, and it is difficult for me to reunite with the Taoist companions in the lower world. How about we help each other from now on? He is not a kind person. If Mu Wanling didn't give anything, Xia Qian wouldn't be able to protect her all the time. It was Xia Qian's mercy that he could spare her life. She wanted Xia Qian to protect her, and to have Xia Qian give her training resources and a place to live. No matter what Mu Wanling said, she had to provide a place for Xia Qian to live and repay Xia Qian, right? One code equals one code, right? Mu Wanling did not answer Xia Qian's words. Because now she has no choice at all, only the fate chosen by Xia Qian. Due to her last shred of dignity, Mu Wanling chose to silently let Xia Qian take charge of everything. Xia Qian couldn't care so much anymore. Mu Wanling didn't reject her, so Xia Qian took it as her promise. Mu Wanling agreed, and that was voluntary. It was Mu Wanling who was coerced by the environment in the number 99 mining area, not Xia Qian himself, who put pressure on Mu Wanling. Now Xia Qian simply cannot go down to Lan Yu's world. When he was in Lan Yu's world, he had never heard of the Kunlun world, a small world. Thinking about the distance, it would be very troublesome for Xia Qian to go from the Kunlun world to the Lan Yu world, let alone start from the Qingxian immortal world. For the Taoist monks in the lower realm, Xia Qian has been guarding his body like jade for 10,000 years. Of course, Xia Qian has double standards. It would be enough for him to keep his body like jade for 10,000 years. But for those Taoist companions, Xia Qian must have demanded that they guard their bodies like jade until death. After being hugged by Xia Qian, Mu Wanling's hands wrapped around Xia Qian's arms, as if she had made her own choice. For this kind of woman, Xia Qianka doesn't have a bad impression because of this. After all, Xia Qian had the intention of taking advantage of him. In a word, if Mu Wanling doesn't betray him, Xia Qian will try his best to satisfy her request. He has no one he can trust in mind number 99. Now, Xia Qian has access to the depths of a person's heart, and he must have had one reluctantly. Xia Qian also verified his previous evaluation of Mu Wanling. It is indeed the best. At this moment, in the Kunlun world, Yichun, who was practicing at the heart of the world and preparing to forge a new spiritual body and continue to ascend, suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. After drying off, he gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words, bitch. Before Mu Wanling ascended to the Qingxian immortal realm, she left behind the life soul lamp. Mu Wanling's life soul lamp has not been extinguished, which means that Mu Wanling has always been alive. This is information that Yichun can know. Yichun didn't dare to imagine what his Taoist companion Mu Wanling would encounter without his protection in mind number 99. He had always longed in his heart for Mu Wanling to be able to disperse the fairy spirit, so that his reputation could be preserved. But now Yichun's heart told him that what was supposed to come would come. This made Yichun's fists clenched tightly. When had he, Yichun, ever received such humiliation? He was actually slapped with a hat. Xia Qian, just wait, I will kill you. Although Yichun said he was angry, he was not stupid enough to ascend to the fairy world himself. He could only rely on his spirit body, and then thought of a way to kill Xia Qian. Go and wipe out Mu Wanling's 9 tribes. As he continued to condense his spirit body in seclusion, Yichun sent out a command. The Mahayana realm slaves guarding the outside of the heart of the world immediately took action. After 3 months of hard training with Mu Wanling actually had the capital to sprint to the 2nd level of the immortal. It is not difficult for those who have ascended from the lower realm to reach the 2nd level of heavenly immortality after reaching the Qingxian immortal realm. As long as you practice seriously after ascending and adapt to the environment of the immortal world, you can reach the 2nd level of immortality within a few years. This can be regarded as a generous gift from the heaven of Qingxian immortal realm to such ascendants who came to the lower realm. But if you want to reach the 3rd level of Tianxian, it will take hundreds of years of accumulation. If Mu Wanling reaches the 2nd level of celestial immortal, plus a pair of immortal weapons, enough to help Xia Qian supervise the entire mining area. Xia Qian did not give Mu Wanling a breakthrough in protecting the law, because recently it is time for Xia Qian to consolidate the total number of mining resources in the mining area every year. We must integrate all the immortal stones and hand them over to the Divine Wind Immortal Kingdom. As the supervisory elder, Xia Qian must be present to perform his duties. After not appearing for several months, he once again appeared in the eyes of Shi Feng and Lu Gong. Seeing Xia Qian's happy face now, how could these guys not understand how much Xia Qian enjoyed these days? Envious? No. These 4 people are jealous and hateful. Hand over all the fairy stones. After Xia Qian saw that almost all the mining slaves in the number 99 mining area had arrived, he began to count the harvest. Most of these people have been enslaved for thousands of years and are basically numb. He honestly handed the space ring to Xia Qian and allowed Xia Qian to take away all the fairy stones in it. The mission went smoothly at first, but eventually ran into trouble. One of the 2nd level immortal monks named Chao Yong begged Xia Qian, "Elder Xia, it's not that I don't work hard, it's that I have bad luck. I can only mine so much in a year." The tasks in the mining area also change according to the cultivation level of the mining slaves. A mine slave of the 1st level of Celestial Immortal is worth 100 fairy stones a year. A mine slave of the 2nd level of Celestial Immortal is worth 200 fairy stones. And a mine slave of the 3rd level of Celestial Immortal is worth 300 fairy stones. The requirements were higher before, but 5,000 years ago the requirements began to decrease. Naturally, mining area number 99 has been mined to a great extent, and it is indeed much more difficult to mine immortal stones again. This Chao Yong only handed over 80 fairy stones for this year's mission, and he was the person who handed in the fewest fairy stones. Xia Qian glanced at this guy lightly. His immortal power is solid and stable, and he is about to reach the 3rd level of immortality. It seems that it is not that the number of immortal stones he mined has decreased, but that he has used them for cultivation. The speed of practicing with the assistance of immortal stones is completely different from that of practicing without the assistance of immortal stones. The Xia Qian immortal world is indeed full of immortal energy, but it is not pure. To absorb the natural immortal energy and practice, it requires the immortal himself to purify it. If immortal stone is available, it can be absorbed directly. Xia Qian's scrutiny made Xiao Yong feel uneasy. He, Xia Qian, would be merciful and let him go. After all, Xia Qian had a good reputation before. If the supervisor of mine number 99 was still the old guy Su Xiao, Xiao Yong would never dare to do this. That is to say, he knew Xia Qian carefully and took the risk to try. Xia Qian also knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. If I punish this Xiao Yong and beat him to death directly, then in the eyes of these mine slaves, I would become a villain who swelled after gaining profits. Although Xia Qian said he didn't care what these mining slaves thought, he had to pay attention to his reputation. But if he doesn't punish this guy, many people may learn from Xiao Yong's behavior. This might have an impact on Xia Qian's annual mission targets. He looked at Xiao Yong and soon made a decision and said tentatively, only once. Xia Qian's answer was within Xiao Yong's expectation. Xiao Yong quickly said, Elder Xia. He thanked her profusely, but in his heart he thought Xia Qian was a fool. This made Xia Qian also sentence him to death. Xia Qian's intuition told him that Xiao Yong did not thank him for his kindness, but instead laughed at him for being stupid. Why would Xia Qian let go of such behavior? On the surface, it can't be dealt with, but down the road, Xia Qian has many ways to deal with it. This year, more than 30,000 immortal stones were mined in the number 99 mining area. It can be regarded as meeting the index requirements of the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom. Looking at so many fairy stones, Xia Qian said he was greedy. But because of the signing of the Heavenly Pledge, Xia Qian wanted to send up all the fairy stones mined by his miners. After the inventory was completed, Xia Qian was ready to hand over the task. Leaving the area in charge, preparing to go to the core of this mineral vein. On the way to hand over the immortal stone to the person in charge, Lu Feng, Xia Qian met Chen Ming, the person in charge of the number 95 mining area next door, with a 6th level cultivation level. It's 1 level higher than Xia Qian, but the strength is much higher than Xia Qian. In the 10,000 years since he ascended to the Xia Qian immortal realm, Xia Qian has never learned the immortal skills of the Xia Qian immortal realm, and his combat power is very weak. No matter how you say it, Chen Ming has lived for tens of thousands of years, and his experience and foundation are better than Xia Qian's. Xia Qian didn't even think about saying hello. He controlled the cyan flowing light that transformed his body and prepared to go back quickly. Instead, Chen Ming took the initiative and said, Fellow Daoist Xia, I heard that Daoist Xia recently got a beautiful maid? This made Xia Qian slow down and replied, I wonder what Elder Chen means? Chen Ming smiled and said, My mining area is too boring today. I would like to exchange 3 beauties with you, Daoist Xia, so that we can all have fun together. Xia Qian said before that this mining area is very dirty. Ascended ones have no human rights here. They are slaves. But I didn't expect that there are so many tricks here. His expression was cold. I'm sorry, Elder Chen. I don't like this behavior. Xia Qian knew that his description might be a little too much, but it was almost the same. After tens of thousands of years, I don't know what it is like anymore. This kind of Xiagan is still taboo. Chen Ming also had this idea after hearing from Xia Qian's 4 guards that the new ascended one was extremely good. In fact, Xia Qian is just a guy who was born as a mining slave, and his cultivation level is not as good as his own. Chen Ming thought that as soon as he opened his mouth, Xia Qian should give him both hands of the maidservant. But he actually refused? Tianxian was very fast, and before Chen Ming could say anything else, Xia Qian had already arrived at the core of the mining area. Once here, Chen Ming didn't dare to be presumptuous. Not bad, do it well. Maybe it's because Xia Qian has such an uncertain relationship with the 9th Princess Feng Ruoxue. When Lu Feng paid Xia Qian the immortal stone, He also deliberately praised Xia Qian. This made Chunming feel a chill instantly. Lu Feng showed no lust for other mining areas, but he only praised and encouraged Xia Qian. Does this mean that Xia Qian and Lu Feng have a good relationship? How dared Ming have any thoughts about Xia Qian? Xia Qian also felt like a fox pretending to be a tiger. He is still very weak now, so if a fox pretends to be a tiger, it's not bad. Feng Ruoxue is not here. It is impossible for such a big shot to stay in a mining area all the time. There is no suspense about this. Xia Qian wanted to take this opportunity to ask Lu Feng that he wanted to go out, but in the end, Xia Qian gave up such an idea. His relationship with Lu Feng was nothing more than a casual acquaintance. What little friendship there is, I'll save it for later. Brother Xia, I'm very sorry. I was just joking just now. Please don't take it seriously. After leaving the core of the mining area, Chunming immediately came to apologize to Xia Qian. Xia Qian just nodded slightly and didn't take Chunming seriously. Returning to his mining area, Xia Qian paid Shifeng and the 4 people their wages and then returned home. Upon entering the cave, Xia Qian noticed something was wrong. Wanling, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Mu Wanling has not broken through to the 2nd level of Heavenly Immortal. Instead, he collapsed on the bed, his breath weak, and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. This made Xia Qian quickly step forward to check. After staying with each other for several months, Xia Qian must have put in a little bit of emotion. What if a partner you had worked so hard to get was gone? Xia Qian will not enjoy this much in the future. Ascendants are not found every year in my number 99, let alone the best ones like Mu Wanling. Mu Wanling just couldn't think about it now. As a heavenly being, she must have bloodline induction. Just before, she sensed that all the people related to her in the lower realm were cut off. This means that all her relatives in the Kunlun world are dead. It's not hard to imagine why this happened. The reason why Yi Chen moved his hands was because of her. Because she had caused her relatives to suffer, it was really impossible for Mu Wanling to just look away. Even a lone star like Yi Chen still has relatives alive, let alone ordinary people, who have more or less close relatives. It's my fault. Xia Qianho, who knew the reason, never imagined that Yi Chen was so cruel and ruthless. Immediately wipe out the 9 Mu Wanling clans. Fortunately, Xia Qian didn't show mercy to Yi Chen before and directly killed Yi Chen's spirit body. Otherwise, it's really hard to say what the situation will be like now. Even if Yi Chen is so hot, it can be regarded as cutting off Mu Wanling's escape route, leaving Mu Wanling to be dominated by him alone. Xia Qian immediately took the responsibility on him, which really alleviated the guilt in Mu Wanling's heart. Don't worry, Yi Chen will definitely come to the fairy world again. When the time comes, his first stop will be my number 99 mining area. I will help you get a good revenge. Seeing that Mu Wanling was still sad, Xia Qian further began to comfort her. That means Xia Qian can't tell Mu Wanling that he controls the passage to Kunlun realm. Otherwise, once this happens, Mu Wanling might take the initiative to help Xia Qian to attack Yi Chen's other confidant. It's such a shame that this can't happen. So much fun would be lost. Well, I must make Yi Chen pay the price. Xia Qian's words made Mu Wanling become serious. In response, Xia Qian just patted Mu Wanling on the shoulder, hugged her into his arms, and told Mu Wanling not to be too excited and to heal her injuries first. Mu Wanling's eyes gradually became blurred, with some sincere emotion. Yi Chen, the person she loved most before, now hurts her the most. Xia Qian, the person who hurt her the most before, seems to have become her favorite now. This sudden reversal of relationship caused Mu Wanling to lose her ability to distinguish for a moment and began to wrap around Xia Qian tightly. This may be the last straw in her despair. When I just went to hand over the immortal stone, there was an elder who was stronger than me who was very interested in you and planned to trade you with 3 beauties. Xia Qian is also a wolf killer. After that, Mu Wanling's panicked heart was almost calmed down, and Mu Wanling's willingness to accept Xia Qian was further enhanced. When she was ready to sacrifice herself voluntarily, she added salt to Mu Wanling's wounds. Mu Wanling's face turned even paler, and she looked at Xia Qian in disbelief. Is it possible that Xia Qian really wants to give himself to other men to play with? Does she feel like her recent destiny has been too adrift? Don't worry, You are mine alone, and no one can take it away. This is what Xia Qian wants. Mu Wanling lost her absolute external awareness in the ups and downs. I don't know how many women will lose themselves in the ups and downs. Mu Wanling is no exception. Being led so wantonly by Xia Qian, Mu Wanling had a better understanding of her situation. If you don't follow Xia Qian, you can only become a toy for others to give away and trade with each other. At this moment, Mu Wanling really forgot a little about the sadness of the death of her own people and focused on her own safety. She wanted to live with dignity, and pass on the Mu family's bloodline. Mu Wanling, who was considered unparalleled in the Kunlun world, had been educated by Xia Qian in just a few months. Not to mention complete control, but almost 70% to 80% control. 3 months later, another big event happened in Xiagan's mining area. Chao Yong, a mine slave, died under the mine for unknown reasons. This can be regarded as a blow to some people with ulterior motives and makes them become honest. This period of time was very stable. Xia Qian practiced in his own cave and used his immortal power to incarnate and plan in the Kunlun world. He wants to establish a territory that belongs to him in the Kunlun world. Then send high-end items from the Qingxian immortal realm to help Xia Qian achieve the results he wants. Everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Xia Qian has slowly begun to contact people close to Yi Chen. Among the 49 people, Xia Qian first chose Yi Chen's mother, Su Youwu. Yi Chen was of average origin, and his mother Su Youwu's talent was also mediocre. Under normal circumstances, it would be incredible for Su Youwu to reach the Golden Core realm. But because Su Youwu is Yi Chen's mother, after Yi Chen gained power, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the void refining realm. The lifespan of a cultivator in the Lianshu realm can exceed 10,000 years. With the subsequent accumulation of resources, it will not be difficult for Su Youwu to reach the Mahayana realm in his lifetime. But becoming an immortal is not easy. Su Youwu is not the one who benefits the most. As the protagonist of Kunlun realm, Yi Chen has been loved by his parents since he was a child. Especially the father. He supports his son 100%. Therefore, Yi Chen's father is the biggest beneficiary after Yi Chen became the master of Kunlun realm. Yi Chen even used the power of the heart of the world to help his father change his fate and rebuild his foundation. Now his father Yiwuk is already a top master in the Mahayana realm. The daily life of the Kunlun world is managed by Yiwuk. The reason why Xia Qian came to Su Youwu was also very simple. Su Youwu's cultivation level is the lowest among Yi Chen's friends and relatives, and it is easy to deal with it, making it the most suitable for practicing. And her status in Yi Chen's heart is not ordinary. It was easy to deal with, but the blow it brought to Yi Chen was also huge. Furthermore, Yi Chen's women are all looked after very closely. Especially after the incident involving Mu Wanling, Yi Chen became even more nervous about supervising his confidant. There is no gap in these Kuan eggs for Xia Qian, a fly, to stare at. But Su Youwu is not among them. Not only does Yi Chen care less about his mother than before, but Su Youwu's husband Yiwuk does too. There are 3 major differences between the Mahayana realm and the early stage of Lianshu realm, and they are no longer people of the same world. Yiwuk was already having a heated relationship with a female cultivator in the Mahayana realm who was selected by Yi Chen, so he didn't pay so much attention to his family. Su Youwu lived alone in Yunyu Villa outside Yi Chen's Kyoto, practicing peacefully. The main reason why Xia Qian went to Su Youwu was because Su Youwu could contact Yi Chen's other confidant. This is Yi Chen's mother. Yi Chen's confidants would also come to Su Youwu every day to express their filial piety. This is Xia Qian's opportunity. He needs to use Yi Chen's confidant, who has reached the late stage of the Mahayana realm and will become an immortal. To achieve this goal, only Su Youwu can help. Xia Qian would not use coercion to deal with Su Youwu. Su Youwu was just a monk in the early stage of the void refining realm, so he was not too much for Xia Qian to play with. Of course, Xia Qian's methods couldn't be fair. They would be despicable. Xia Qian is just the incarnation of immortal power projected into the Kunlun world. It is definitely impossible for the incarnation of immortal power to do anything. The only thing you can enjoy is if the deity comes in person and takes the incarnation. He pretended to be a low-level monk with only the cultivation of the god transformation realm. the realm of transformation into gods. For Yiqin's family, they are indeed considered low-level monks. The reason for meeting Su Youwu is also very simple. He picked up a heaven-defying technique and prepared to dedicate it to Su Youwu. The heaven-defying technique that Xia Qian mentioned was an ordinary immortal-level technique. Dozens of such exercises can be found in My Number 99. In the Qingxian immortal realm, it is considered a bad thing. But in the Kunlun world, it is the absolute top skill. Su Youwu met Xia Qian in person and immediately checked the Hungling Ju given by Xia Qian. With her vision in the void refining realm, she could see how extraordinary this technique was. There were probably not even 2 copies of it in the entire Kunlun world. This is also of great help to the current Yi family. What do you want? Xia Ganyong's identity is also true. The identity of the ancestor derived from a small sect that Xia Qian occupied in a remote place can be checked. Besides, let alone Su Youwu, even Yichun couldn't have imagined that Xia Qian would come to the fairy world. What was Xia Qian worried about? After Su Youwu asked, Xia Qian said truthfully, I also want to pursue the great path, but my cultivation resources are limited. I also hope that Fairy Su can be kind and let me join the Yi family, even if it means becoming a guard of the Yi family. These words made Su Youwu think deeply, and finally said, My Yunyu villa also has good cultivation resources. If you don't mind, you can be a guest of my Yunyu villa. Xia Qian quickly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Fairy Su, for taking me in. Stay at Yunyu villa? This is not bad. There are only 2 dead waiters in the Tribulation realm in Yunyu villa, and they should be used to protect Su Youwu's safety. The Tribulation realm is dispensable to Xia Qian. Xia Qian's 5th level divine will is simply a dimensionality-reducing blow in a small world like Kunlun realm. He could even bully Su Youwu in front of the 2 dead waiters in the Tribulation realm, and the dead waiters wouldn't notice the slightest problem. Under the leadership of the people arranged by Su Youwu, Xia Qian finally found a place to stay in Yunyu villa. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Xia Qian casually glanced at the spiritual stone reward Su Youwu gave him. Xia Qian looked disdainfully and sneered, Yichun, Yichun, although the fight between us has just begun, do you already know that I sneaked into your mother's side, and the next step will be to become your mother's confidant, and even? After Xia Qian left, holding this book of Hunling Ju, Su Youwu was entangled in her heart. She didn't know whether to share the Hunling Ju with her relatives, but she thinks that her husband is having sex with other women and neglecting her. Su Youwu also made a decision. Chun'er is already a heavenly immortal now and doesn't need this method, but other people, humph. Now, Su Youwu placed her hopes on her own martial arts. She wants to use this technique to help herself practice Mahayana. In this way, she can also make a man regret it. Xia Qian also fell silent after arriving at Yunyu villa. Su Youwu's reaction also surprised Xia Qian. Unexpectedly, this family is not as harmonious as it seems. This further reduced the difficulty of Xia Qian's game. In Xia Qian's expectation, Su Youwu should give this skill to Yichun, so that Yichun can be happy and at the same time, he and Yichun can meet again to determine the approximate strength of Yichun's body in the Kunlun world. How? Unexpectedly, such an accident occurred. That's okay. Ambitious women are easier to control. Xia Qian didn't reveal anything after joining Yunyu villa, and he was cultivating peacefully. Su Youwu didn't take Xia Qian seriously either. Her strength is not good, but she has no problem mastering the realm of transformation. Su Youwu was confident that Xia Qian could not escape from her grasp. During this period of time, 8 of Yichun's confidants came here, and they were all acquaintances of Xia Qian. Xia Qian knew them very well, and was very familiar with their appearance and body. It's a pity that these are only beauties at the tribulation level, so Xia Qian didn't choose to let them be his pawns, because they are not qualified. In the future, it can only be used as a vase. Occasionally, I can go in and stay there for a night or 2, so I can't ask for too much. The only person who came to Su Youwu to fulfill her filial piety was Su Youwu's daughter-in-law who was in the tribulation realm. It's not hard to imagine why. Women who have reached the Mahayana realm have top-notch conditions in all aspects, and there is no need to please Yichun's mother to please Yichun. Their own charm is enough to make Yichun unable to let go. Only those whose own foundation is insufficient will think of borrowing external forces. Yi Qian is almost an emperor in the Kunlun world, and his confidants are all concubines. Concubines with maternal clan power are naturally much more confident and arrogant. In addition to appearance and talent, mortal women without family power must be cautious. Xia Qian waited for a full 11 months, until the end of the year, and he finally came to a goal, Duguyu. From Mu Wanling's words and the images left by Yi Qian, Xia Qian had a thorough understanding of Duguyu's identity. This is a talented beauty killer in the Kunlun world. She met Yi Qian because someone hired her to assassinate Yi Qian. In the end, it is natural to steal the chicken but lose the rice. Duguyu assassinated Yi Qian 7 times in total, but failed every time. Yi Qian didn't kill her and just let Duguyu go. Because Duguyu is a peerless beauty. After 7 times, Yi Qian's wife Duguyu was stolen, but Duguyu also had to pay for it. She was too embarrassed to fight Yi Qian again and chose to submit to Yi Qian. Xia Qian is not surprised that Yi Qian has a cold and charming female killer as his confidant. Basically, all the children of destiny will have such a confidant. Xia Qian is no exception. It's just that Xia Qian's female killer and confidant is much worse than Duguyu. Duguyu is a born killer, but Xia Qian was nurtured by himself, so the feeling is completely different. After Duguyu arrived, Xia Qian threw the prepared things towards Duguyu from a distance. Due to the killer's instinct, Duguyu directly grasped what Xia Qian threw. She is confident because she is in the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. Duguyu's whole body was wrapped tightly, and her face was covered with a black mask covering her mouth and nose. The hands are no exception, wearing a unique pair of silver gloves. Mother-child mirror? After holding a lens that Xia Qian left for Duguyu, Duguyu knew what the visitor meant. Is there anything you can't say to her? Duguyu is already a female cultivator in the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. Her one-handed assassination skills have made her not inferior to those in the late stages of the Mahayana realm, and her overall strength ranks among the top 10 in the entire Kunlun realm. While holding the mirror, she released her mind to track who that person was. Unfortunately, nothing was discovered in the end. It was this kind of suspense that made Duguyu choose to keep this mirror. She wanted to see who was pretending to be mysterious in the dark. Yuer, what's wrong? Duguyu could only stay outside for a moment when Su Yuwu's voice came. This made Duguyu put away the mirror nonchalantly and walked in. Duguyu stayed at Su Yuwu's house for 2 days before leaving and returned to her dojo. After setting up the restrictions and making sure that no one would be watching, Duguyu sent a trace of spiritual power to the mirror. As a killer, Duguyu must know that someone is secretly watching her every move. After being unable to get rid of her, Duguyu also knew that everything was done by that man. Although she felt unhappy, she could only accept it calmly. The mother-child mirror is a special heaven and earth spiritual object that can conduct video conversations based on the special connection between the mother-child mirror and the mother-child mirror within a certain distance. This kind of thing basically exists in Xiaoqian world. Xia Qian still comes from Yi Qian. Yi Qian had a mother mirror in his hand, but Mu Wanling had a daughter mirror. Yi Qian was also worried that something might happen to him when he arrived at the Qingxian immortal realm and he would be separated from his Taoist companions, so he made such preparations. Yi Qian probably never expected that his things would be used against him by other men. After sensing that Duguyu took the initiative to contact him, Xia Qian also sent a stream of spiritual power away. The two also started video connection. After seeing that the person who appeared in her eyes was just a cultivator in the God transformation realm, Duguyu's eyebrows condensed. How did you avoid my detection? Will she not even be able to target a cultivator in the realm of gods? This is impossible. Faced with Duguyu's question, Xia Qian smiled and said, "This is just a projection of me. I came to the upper realm. Even if this incarnation is not at the realm of transformation, it is not something you can figure out." One sentence made Duguyu's beauty pale. Upper bound? She was silent for a while, and then she said, "Why are you looking for me?" Xia Qian showed the posture of a giant in the immortal world, with the intention of giving alms. "I am here to help you become an immortal." It's impossible not to be moved, but Duguyu also knows that pie in the sky will never fall. She calmed down her excited heart and asked, "What do you need me to do?" As a killer, she knows what dealing is. Xia Qian also enjoyed talking to smart people. Knowing that Dugu would not agree directly, Xia Qian immediately stated his request, kill Yi-chun. Dugu replied instantly, impossible. Xia Qian didn't change his expression and continued to ask, why? Are you and him deeply in love and can't bear to kill him? Or do you think you can't kill him? Dugu did not answer Xia Qian's words. This is good news for Xia Qian. If I could give you the ability to kill Yi-chun, would you accept this condition? Looking at Dugu, who was silent, Xia Qian continued to seduce her deeply. This time, Dugu was no longer silent and answered decisively, I can't possibly attack him. Xia Qian clapped her hands to express encouragement, seeming to be praising the love between her and Yi-chun. But then, Xia Qian also started to tell other things. Do you know why Mu Wanling's 9 tribes were annihilated by him? Facing Xia Qian's question, Dugu remained silent. She had a guess that it was related to Yi-chun's unlucky start in the Qingxian immortal realm. This kind of thing is taboo in the Kunlun world and cannot be mentioned. No one wants to provoke Yi-chun and suffer disaster. Regardless of Dugu's attitude, Xia Qian continued to speak. Yi-chun came to Qingxian immortal realm, provoked me, and went against me without knowing what he could do, so I casually killed his spirit body. Yi-chun thought it was impossible to Wanling became my servant and devoted herself to serving me, so she became angry and destroyed the 9 Mu Wanling clan. This can be regarded as increasing Dugu's knowledge. I didn't expect that the fairy world would be so cruel. When the lord of the lower realm reaches the upper realm, he can only be killed at will. If you make me angry, even if Yi-chun is the lord of Kunlun, he will die. No one can change this result. In front of Dugu, Xia Qian completely pretended. He was at the bottom of the fairy world, but he pretended to be superior in front of the proud women in the lower world. Have a question? No problem. Who told Dugu and others to never know how Xia Qian was doing in the Qingxian immortal realm? Xia Qian is also the master in the lower realm, even if he has been mining in the Qingxian immortal realm for 10,000 years. The essence has not changed, so it is impossible to lose in terms of momentum. The aura of dominance that he had accumulated from being the master of a world for thousands of years directly made Dugu think that Xia Qian was really a giant in the immortal world. What do you think Yi-chun would do to you if he knew that his little wife was contacting me in private? Will he also wipe out your 9 tribes? Oh, you have no relatives, you are alone? Having said all that, Xia Qian's methods became despicable. He made a promise to God. Xia Qian would never use despicable and coercive means to obtain a woman's body without her consent. But threatening people to do other things for him is definitely something Xia Qian can do. The properties of the two are completely different. Dugu could be regarded as seeing the fangs beneath Xia Qian's hypocritical face. She really didn't dare to gamble. At this time, Dugu, the assassin queen of Kunlun realm, was also at a loss. But Xia Qian didn't stop controlling her. He took out one of the jade slips and said with a smile, I think you are not familiar with this. TSK, 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 TSK. I didn't expect the assassin queen of Kunlun world to have such a side. As soon as the jade slip came out, Dugu almost fainted. She never imagined that Yi-chun still kept such a thing. That was a humiliating time for her. Moreover, this thing actually fell into the hands of an outsider like Xia Qian. Dugu gritted her teeth and said, Did you never expect that a giant in the immortal world would have such a unique hobby? As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qian smashed the jade slip. Not to mention that he had already seen it and kept it in mind. Just say that there are still a few of Dugu's jade slips in stock. which is enough. He said truthfully, "Don't worry, I didn't look at this stuff. I just mentioned it briefly between Mu Wanling and me. Dugiyu is no longer a child, so it is impossible to believe this nonsense." But at least the face was decent, which made Duguyu's face look slightly better. She learned that her ugly appearance might be seen by Xia Qian, a person she had never met before. In addition to wanting to silence Xia Qian, Dugiyu also had some weird ideas after all. "I can only tell you that I will kill Yichun. I just don't want to see your talent being wasted. Following Yichun in collusion will only lead to your death. With your talent, you can become one of the best in the world. The Lord is more than enough." Dugiyu couldn't answer Xia Qian's words. He is here to kill his husband. Can Dugiyu agree? But Xia Qian was too powerful, so powerful that Dugiyu didn't even think about resisting. Powerless. 7 days later, "I will give you a few things at the Sangxiafeng market in the imperial capital, allowing you to easily reach the late stage of the Mahayana realm and lay the foundation for becoming an immortal." After saying that, Xia Qian unilaterally cut off contact with Dugiyu regardless of her reaction. After breaking the contact, Xia Qian's tongue licked the corners of his lips slightly. The prey has already begun to fall into his trap. After Xia Qian's face disappeared, Dugiyu felt that she suddenly lost all her strength and collapsed on the bed, not knowing what to do. After a long time, Dugiyu murmured softly from the corner of her mouth, "Become an immortal?" Duguyu's talent is very strong, but it will take 100 or 200 years to reach the late stage of the Mahayana realm. Becoming an immortal. Dugiyu didn't dare to imagine. Now, such an opportunity lies in front of Dugiyu. Even though he knew that he was just a chess piece, he still had the thought of flying into the flames. She went to the market to buy things. Even if Yichun knew about it, she wouldn't doubt it. And she just wanted to take a look, not to do anything to betray Yichun. Thinking of this, Dugiyu felt a little more at ease. Xia Qian had already gone to the Shindu, Fang City in Kunlun realm in advance, according to the conditions he proposed. As soon as he left Yunyu Villa, Xia Qian sensed that there was someone watching behind him. The two women's cultivation levels are not high. They are only in the realm of refining the void. Such a monitor is like a child to Xia Qian. He pretended not to know anything, came to the market, and set up his stall. Duguyu finally came. To the outside world, Duguyu never reveals her true face. Outsiders can at most see her deep eyes. Her clothes are also very unique. They are absolutely tight and bring out the curves of her figure to the extreme. Xia Qian also likes and admires this kind of woman with personality. Xia Qian did not change his face. Dugiyu also quickly locked Xia Qian's position. After being in a daze for a while, Dugiyu came to Xia Qian's stall with a little panic. Under the temptation of Xia Qian's eyes, Dugiyu pointed at the immortal stone that Xia Qian had prepared for her and asked in a trembling voice, "What's the price of this?" Xia Qian sighed, "Fairy, here are 3 top-quality spiritual stones." Dugiyu didn't say much, took out 3 top-quality spiritual stones and threw them. Originally, he planned to throw it directly to Xia Qian. But considering Xia Qian's true identity, Dugiyu still delivered it to Xia Qian honestly. Dugiyu was wearing gloves, and Xia Qian didn't take this opportunity to eat any of her tofu. After getting the thing, thinking about how to use the instructions to contact the mother-child mirror, Dugiyu turned around and left. But she found that someone seemed to be watching Xia Qian. And those 2 people were from his mother-in-law, Su Youwu Villa, realm. When that time comes, Su Youwu will come to beg Xia Qian, "Fellow Taoist Xia, where did you come from these strange stones?" After Su Youwu first cared about Xia Qian's practice, he finally brought up the business. The speed of cultivation brought by the immortal stone to Su Youwu made Su Youwu so obsessed with it. Now Su Youwu wants to get more immortal stones. Xia Qian had been prepared for this and gave his own explanation. "I got this by accidentally entering a secret realm. I still feel dreamy when I think about it now. After I come out, I want to enter that secret realm again. But I have no clue and am extremely sorry. There must be some flaws in this explanation, but it won't be easily exposed." If it had been seen before, Su Youwu, who had little experience, would definitely not believe it. But now, Su Youwu's level of contact has increased, and she has 70% trust in Xia Qian's nonsense. She also has some regrets and dissatisfaction. If she could enter that secret realm again and get some resources, she should be able to reach the Mahayana realm, right? So that's it. Fellow Taoist Xia also has great fortune. After struggling for a while, Su Youwu returned to reality. I also felt envious of Xia Qian's good fortune. Her previous life was unremarkable. The greatest blessing was giving birth to an outstanding son like Yi-chan. Su Youwu had never encountered a situation like Xia Qian's, getting an opportunity outside. Xia Qian smiled and said, "Almost all of my fortune has been given to you, Fairy Su." After saying this, Xia Qian also set his eyes on Su Youwu and looked at her carefully, especially those smooth long legs. Xia Qian has already said it. They are all people who can practice to an advanced level. Their looks are pretty much the same, but the main difference is their temperament and identity. Su Youwu's identity as the mother of enemies made Xia Qian full of interest. He really wanted to give birth to a genius like Yi-chan as his son. But people like Yi-chan are not born by just any woman. If you have experience, it's definitely more likely. At first, Su Youwu didn't feel there was anything wrong with Xia Qian's words. Xia Qian gave her almost all the immortal skills and things that were 10 times more powerful than the best spiritual stones. As Xia Qian said, she has actually picked the most delicious part of the good fortune that Xia Qian has received. You can feel a sudden burning sensation on your thighs. After seeing Xia Qian admiring her gaze, Su Youwu also felt a panic for the first time in a long time. Xia Qian, what is this? Planning to pursue yourself? He is so brave. Her husband is a Mahayana monk, and her son is a powerful celestial being, the lord of a realm. Fellow Taoist Xia, what are you doing? In addition to her nervous and panic reaction, Su Youwu also had some anger. Do you think Xia Qian is too? A toad wants to eat swan meat? Is she also a woman she can covet? If not for the great favor Xia Qian had given her, Su Youwu must have fallen out with Xia Qian. For Xia Qian's credit, Su Youwu didn't have any other reaction besides looking a bit ugly. Xia Qian answered truthfully, "Shinzi Su, what are you doing?" He only glanced at it twice. Is there any problem? Seeing Xia Qian's shameless refusal to admit it, Su Youwu also felt annoyed. But after calming down a little, the fire in Su Youwu's heart was extinguished a lot. That's right. If you dress like this, what's wrong with others looking at you? I think a little too much. But Su Youwu also knew that Xia Qian looked like. If he misses women so much, he should arrange for him to be a Taoist companion from a branch of the Yi family. Thinking of this, Su Youwu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, it seems that you have reached the age to settle down and start a family. After a while, I will act as a matchmaker for you and find a good girl from the Yi family to introduce to you." Regarding Su Youwu's kindness, Xia Qian directly declined, "Fairy Su, thank you for your kindness, but I already have someone I like. But it's a pity. Let's not mention it. I have some things to go out for, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Xia Qian flew away with his sword. Do as the Romans do? And now Xia Qian can only fly with a sword in a small world like Kunlun realm. Xia Qian was so persistent that Su Youwu sighed helplessly. If her husband Yuwuk knew that Xia Qian had a crush on him, Xia Qian was afraid that the 9 tribes would be exterminated. In Su Youwu's opinion, Xia Qian's favorite person should be her. But for some reason, Su Youwu suddenly had a bold idea in her mind. That is, Yuwuk can go find that old woman from the Danding sect and have sex with her. Why do you? Xia Qian was the first man in hundreds of years to show that he had thoughts about her. This made Su Youwu feel a little inexplicable. Su Youwu felt like she was crazy. How could she think so? If word got out, that would be fine. Huh? He left so quickly? Su Youwu only thought about it for a while, and Xia Qian completely left the coverage of Su Youwu's spiritual thoughts, which surprised Su Youwu. Xia Qian became more and more mysterious and elusive to Su Youwu. After leaving Yunyu Villa, Xia Qian found a random place, set up a seal and restricted the 5 senses of his external incarnation, and returned to his true form in the Qingxian immortal world. The first time he returned to his cave, Xia Qian pulled Mu Wanling outside. In response, Mu Wanling asked in surprise, "Brother Gone, where are you going?" Xia Qian said bluntly, "Take me to the place where you and Yi-chan ascended. As expected, Yi-chan will come up again in 7 days. I'll be prepared first." This sentence made Mu Wanling stop immediately. Xia Qian didn't force her to go, and looked at Mu Wanling quietly. To be honest, Mu Wanling never imagined that such a thing would happen. Yi Chun. Thinking of the 9 tribes that were exterminated, Mu Wanling's heart naturally burned with anger. Follow me. 3 words and a firm tone showed Mu Wanling's determination. Mu Wanling knew the destination of her ascension very well. This is the edge area of the number 99 mining area, but it is still the place where Xia Qian is responsible. After knowing the location, Xia Qian made preparations in advance. Until the day Dugayu said, Yi Qian only told 10 trustworthy Mahayana monks, plus Su Youwu, a person from the Void Refining Realm, about his departure. After discussing it, Yi Chun resolutely chose to enter the Ascension Channel. Although his face was full of determination, he was still a little hesitant in his heart. Dugayu looked at Yi Chun leaving, and finally inadvertently, a ray of spiritual power was transmitted to the mother-child mirror, and she reported the situation to Xia Qian. After making good contact, Xia Qian stayed at his old place. Everyone near this place has been driven away by Xia Qian, leaving only Xia Qian and Mu Wanling. Xia Qian was absolutely confident that he could control Yi Qian alone. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, Xia Qian plans to capture Yi Qian alive. After staying here for 7 hours, Yi Qian finally came to Xia Qian. Just after landing, Yi Qian was still hoping that Xia Qian wouldn't notice him. But as soon as he entered the Qingxian immortal realm, Yi Qian saw Xia Qian's face, which was so handsome that he hated it so much. And Mu Wanling, a former confidant with a big belly. Seeing Xia Qian, Yi Qian felt desperate, thinking that this time he ascended, the spirit body he had finally condensed would be scrapped again. You can see what Mu Wanling looks like at this moment, especially since she actually had a mocking smile on her face. Yi Qian wanted to shout, "Bitch!" Mu Wanling actually gave birth to Xia Qian's child so quickly. She is simply a shameless woman. Yi Qian is a very smart man. He knows that his time is limited at this time and should not be wasted. He opened his voice and started shouting, "I am the Lord of the Lower Realm. Who is coming?" Before Yi Qian could shout out, "Who can help me?" Xia Qian had already arrived in front of him in an instant. He used his tyrannical immortal power to directly and completely seal off Yi Qian's body, leaving him without any capital to resist. After doing all this, Xia Qian slapped Yi Qian on the right side of his face with his big ear, sending Yi Qian flying dozens of meters away, making his face instantly bloody. Xia Qian smiled ferociously at Yi Qian and said, "You little beast, are you still playing tricks like this with me? Everyone nearby is staying underground. Don't think about it." In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Xia Qian directly grabbed Yi Qian and returned to his cave. The restrictions in his cave can block outside perception. Mu Wanling's heartbreaking screams could not be heard outside. Yi Qian is the same. Mu Wanling was behind Xia Qian, following Xia Qian's footsteps and recording everything. After entering his cave, Xia Qian threw Yi Qian directly to the ground. Then he gave his scorpion tail whip to Mu Wanling. Xia Qian has several low-grade immortal weapons in his hands. The scorpion tail whip must bear the brunt of the torment caused by the chakra. The scorpion tail whip is interspersed with small barbed thorns, and the feeling of being thrown on the human body makes people tremble 3 times just thinking about it. Leave it to you, vent your anger properly, but don't scatter his spirit body. Xia Qian was also considerate of Mu Wanling's current mood. But Yi Qian's spiritual body cannot be destroyed now. Mu Wanling wants to torture Yi Qian with a scorpion tail whip. Xia Qian also had to use his whip. But it's not about hitting Yi Qian, but just letting Yi Qian take a look. Doesn't Yi Qian just like this kind of drama? Xia Qian just wanted to fulfill his wish. Those jade slips left by Yi Qian contained scenes like this, which opened Xia Qian's eyes and planned to imitate them. Xia Qian also felt like he was becoming more and more like a demon. Yi Qian was tortured to a terrible extent. After it was almost done, Xia Qian killed him directly. There is no need to keep this kind of garbage. Xia Qian looked at Mu Wanling lying in his arms and asked thoughtfully, "How are you now? Have you vented your anger?" Mu Wanling showed a happy smile and looked up at Xia Qian. "Thank you, God brother. I can take revenge with my own hands. Although I can't completely kill Yi Qian, it still makes me worthy of my relatives." She knew that it was very difficult to go from the fairy world to the lower world. Even the immortal emperor can't do it. At present, the only way to reach the lower realm is for the immortal emperor himself to take action personally and send people to the lower realm with great magical powers and a huge price. And the cultivation level of those who go down must not exceed that of a true immortal. After reaching the 9th level of the celestial immortal, his cultivation level will be suppressed again. This is the benefit of being a realm lord, almost invincible. Mu Wanling didn't expect to kill Yi Qian himself either. It was enough to torture Yi Qian's spirit body. Xia Qian can go down to the realm anytime, anywhere, and with anything. Therefore, Xia Qian's difficulty in killing Yi Qian was greatly reduced. Xia Qian did not promise to kill Yi Qian at this time to further comfort Mu Wanling's heart, because this would put Xia Qian himself in danger. Yi Qian will not die. Xia Qian will use Yi Qian's identity to keep Yi Qian alive. In this way, in the lower realm of Kunlun, Xia Qian is called Yi Qian. In Qingxian Immortal World, Xia Qian is called Xia Qian. No matter what happens in the future, no one else will be able to connect the two. Xia Qian would never tell Mu Wanling that he had mastered the secret to the lower realm. Once Yi Qian's matter was resolved, Mu Wanling also entered the stage of raising her baby with peace of mind. But in the Kunlun world, there was a bloody storm. Yi Qian had only been away for less than a day, and he suffered some trauma again. Those who are Mahayana monks can feel that the world they live in seems to be weakening to a certain extent. The coming of natural disasters seems to be God's way of venting its dissatisfaction. Yi Qian's confidence came to the heart of the world one after another. Seeing Yi Qian's already dark face, Du Guiyu understood immediately. Yi Qian did not escape from Xia Qian's clutches and was killed by Xia Qian in the fairy world. In this way, the road to Kunlun Realm's ascension has been completely blocked by Xia Qian in the upper realm. It's so difficult. Yao Yerui, Yi Qian's most beloved confidant and now the #1 alchemist in the Kunlun world, came to Yi Qian and comforted him in a low voice. Brother Qin, if the Qingxian Immortal World is too dangerous, we can stay here safely. It's good to be in Kunlun Realm. Yi Qian had 2 accidents in the fairy world one after another, and Yao Yerui could understand that the current fairy world should be very dangerous. Instead of risking life and death to go to the fairy world, it is better to stay in the lower world and live happily for tens of thousands of years. Now Yi Qian has been humiliated to the extreme. Mu Wanling was actually tamed by Xia Qian in front of him and was imprinted with Xia Qian's mark. Moreover, the expression voluntarily did not say anything, and, thinking about Mu Wanling saying that Xia Qian was 10 times more powerful than him, Yi Qian wanted to tear her apart. This kind of thing had only happened to him before, to others. Yao Yerui, who knew nothing, actually asked him to give up this unforgettable hatred. Isn't it just adding fuel to Yi Qian's fire? Yi Qian slapped him angrily and yelled, "Get out of here!" Yao Yerui's head was buzzing. The bright red palm prints were particularly glaring on her face. Yao Yerui felt unbelievable. Yi Qian actually treated her like this? When had she ever been humiliated like this? It's not to the point that I completely hate Yi Qian because of this action, but there will definitely be a moment of feeling upset and unable to think straight. Yao Yerui glared at Yi Qian with resentment and a hint of hatred, and was ready to leave the heart of the world silently as Yi Qian said. Du Guiyu was also surprised by Yi Qian's reaction, and began to wonder what kind of humiliation Yi Qian had suffered in the Qingxian Immortal Realm. Could it be that? She probably had an idea. As the saying goes, you have to pay for what you have done. Considering how Yi Qian treated his enemies before, it was normal for him to be treated like that today. Du Guiyu didn't think too much, and prepared to leave the heart of the world with her other sisters. But Yi Qian stopped her. "You err, you stay." This made Du Guiyu a little flustered. Could it be that I have been exposed? Yao Yerui and the others didn't know why Yi Qian let Du Guiyu stay alone. But now Yi Qian was angry, and they didn't dare to have any opinions just to win his favor, so they could only leave obediently. After everyone except Du Guiyu had left, Yi Qian looked at his confidant and whispered, "What are you afraid of?" This one sentence made Du Guiyu even more confused, but she reacted quickly and replied calmly, "I'm afraid you will slap me too." This immediately dispelled Yi Qian's doubts, and he began to explain the purpose of letting Du Guiyu stay. "You err. You have also reached the late stage of the Mahayana realm. Next, I will do my best to help you break through to the celestial immortal realm. Yi Qin's sudden kindness caught Duguyu off guard. Yi Qin's confidants have to queue up if they want to break through to the level of celestial being. Before Duguyu, there are Yao Yerui and Yu Hailan waiting. Is Yi Qin letting himself jump in line? Out of doubt, Duguyu asked, "What about the two of them?" Yi Qin waved his hand directly. "Of course I'm behind you. When you get to the Fairy Queen, I need you to help me with something." Duguyu suddenly had a bad idea and whispered, "What's the matter?" Yi Qin was silent for a while before speaking. "I want you to spare no effort to help me lure that person away." Xia Qian squatted at the entrance to his ascension, and Yi Qin couldn't run away at all. Now, he could only make this last resort. In fact, his original idea was to let Duguyu commit herself to Xia Qian and then assassinate Xia Qian. But thinking about the difference in strength between Duguyu and Xia Qian, he could only give up that idea and settle for the next best thing. Yi Qin's words made Duguyu suddenly change her expression. "What do you think I am? Lure Xia Qian away? What should Xia Qian do if he has thoughts about her?" Yi Qin knew that Duguyu would be furious because of this, and said quickly, "It's not necessary to do such a thing to lure Xia Qian away. I believe in Yuer's ability." After all, Duguyu is a frigid person, and the only two experiences he had made him very dissatisfied. He didn't believe that Duguyu would do anything to feel sorry for him. Duguyu stared at Yi Qin. For the first time, he said, "What if that person forces me to do it?" Yi Qin suddenly became unhappy. It is indeed very possible for such an accident to occur, but if he said it directly like this, how could he lose face? Wouldn't it be bad if you knew the truth but didn't confess it? Considering that his Yuer was such a frank woman, Yi Qin did not care and said generously, "Even if something like that happened, I will treat you the same as before." There is nothing worse than saying one thing and thinking another. There are many fairies in the fairy world, so Yi Qin will naturally not take in a woman who has been played with by his enemy. However, in order to achieve his goal, Yi Qin must say the good words that should be said. With Mu Wanling's previous experience as a lesson, how could Duguyu possibly believe Yi Qin's lies? But his own strength was weak, and Duguyu could not push himself into a desperate situation. She could only reply sadly, "Okay, everything as you wish." Duguyu was wearing a mask, and Yi Qin could not see much sadness on her face. Now, this is what Duguyu is thinking. She will do what Yi Qin arranges. But if she was conquered by that man during the mission, don't blame her, Duguyu. If she fails to complete the task, she will bring the price of failure to Yi Qin. Even Duguyu herself wasn't sure what kind of ending she would get if she failed in her mission to seduce Xia Qian. Seeing Duguyu leaving, Yi Qin was not worried. After Duguyu reaches the level of immortal, Yi Qin will control her life and death. This way he won't worry about Duguyu not completing the task honestly. Back home, Duguyu opened the band to protect her manor, and then contacted Xia Qian directly. Duguyu has never been so eager for a man to take care of her quickly, never before. Xia Qian didn't keep a beauty like Duguyu waiting. Soon he had a video conversation with Duguyu. "You Marin, what's going on? I beat your Taoist companion. Are you sad for him?" Xia Qian is now rushing to Yunyu Villa, preparing to return to Yunyu Villa to wait and see what happens. Duguyu contacted him so quickly, which made Xia Qian very satisfied. Seeing that Duguyu looked unhappy, Xia Qian couldn't help but make fun of her. Teasing a beautiful woman is always a beautiful thing. Duguyu ignored Xia Qian's teasing and asked seriously, Can your true self descend to the realm in person?" This made Xia Qian wary, wondering what Duguyu was planning to do. Spying on information for Yi Qin? After a moment of silence, Xia Qian replied calmly, "You Marin, what are you planning to do?" Duguyu said seriously, "I want to meet your true self." In Duguyu's view, this projection of Xia Qian may not be the true appearance of Xia Qian. Otherwise, Yi Qin might find out. Indeed, as Duguyu thought, the appearance of Xia Qian's clone had changed. Otherwise, wouldn't Yi Qin's secret be revealed as soon as he saw Xia Qian? This is not the result Xia Qian wants to see. Duguyu wants to see her true self? Online dating is happening? Xia Qian felt a little outrageous. Under Duguyu's expectant eyes, Xia Qian said something that made Duguyu feel extremely humiliated to her self-esteem. You are not qualified to meet me now. This sentence can be said to belittle Duguyu's dignity to the extreme. But Duguyu had to admit that Xia Qian's words made sense. Now she is just a Mahayana monk, and she is really not qualified to meet Xia Qian himself. After giving Duguyu a slap in the face, Xia Qian gave Duguyu a sweet date. When you reach the level of heavenly immortal, you will be barely qualified. Come back to your old place. I have also prepared good things for you. After saying that, Xia Qian took the initiative to cut off contact. This sweet date really made Duguyu feel a unique sweetness. According to Xia Qian's request, Duguyu came to Fengshe where she met Xia Qian last time. From Xia Qian's hands, she also got the third-level immortal skill, Phantom Art, prepared by Xia Qian for her, plus 300 immortal stones. Such gifts made Duguyu feel frightened. It was so noble. This was the most expensive gift she had ever received in her life. In addition, Xia Qian also gave Duguyu a jade slip and said with a smile, "This is what happened to Yi-chun in the upper world, but it only has the upper half. If you need the lower half, I will give it to you." The content in the second half is inaccessible to ordinary people. But Duguyu, although she doesn't have much friendship with Xia Qian, you can still watch it. Duguyu chose to do it. She wanted to see what kind of mess Yi-chun had become. With the help of so many cultivation resources from Xia Qian, Duguyu also felt that her face was shameless, thinking that she was too shameless and secretly contacted people who tried to murder her husband. But Duguyu believed that there was nothing she could do about it. No one can resist such temptation. Even if she refuses, she may face death. Yi-chun had a conflict with Yao Yerui. Do you need me to contact her? After getting the things, Duguyu did not leave directly for the first time. Instead, she gave Xia Qian advice. This is to recruit people to join the gang. In response, Xia Qian just smiled slightly. Yao Yerui? That alchemist? She is still far behind you, so just ignore her. Among all people, you are the only one who can impress me. Xia Qian's words were very beautiful, and he completely held Duguyu in the palm of his hand. This made Duguyu feel like her consciousness was drifting, and she didn't know how she got back to her cave. Are you really the best? Seeing Duguyu leaving, Xia Qian turned around and returned to Yunyu Villa. The reason why Xia Qian didn't contact Yao Yerui was simple. Xia Qian learned something about this woman Yao Yerui from Mu Wanling. This is the person who has the closest relationship with Yi-chun. It will not be easy to dig out the corner just because of a small contradiction. Furthermore, we are now in a critical period of the Xia Qian plan. 1 duga month was enough, and Xia Qian didn't want to expose his flaws in a hurry. In Yunyu Villa, Su Yowu is practicing peacefully. This makes Xia Qian's return seem very dull. When Xia Qian arrived in his room, after taking precautions, his consciousness returned to his own body. When Duguyu returned to her room, the first thing she did was definitely check the jade slip Xia Qian gave her. I won't say much about the content of the first jade slip, as the content recorded in it is very short. It was Xia Qian who easily controlled Yi-chun in the mining area, and after being brought to the cave, Mu Wanling whipped him severely with a scorpion tail whip, and there was even a bloody scene where Yi-chun was cut into pieces with thousands of knives. Bloody? It's bloody indeed. But it was nothing to her who was born as an assassin. What Duguyu paid most attention to was Mu Wanling's current appearance. Actually, pregnant, of flesh and blood? Duguyu simply didn't dare to imagine it. This definitely can't be Yi-chun's seed. The contents of the first jade slip ended as Mu Wanling vented all her anger and returned to Xia Qian with a trace of blood on her face. Duguyu hesitated for a moment and then opened the second jade slip. She was also looking for answers. After understanding it, Duguyu finally understood why Yi-chun lost such a temper when he came back and didn't even give Yao Yerui any face. It is indeed worth the wait. Yi-chun not only suffered physical torture in the Qingxian immortal realm, but also suffered psychological torture. Duguyu felt envious of Mu Wanling. Mu Wanling's luck was really good. She ascended to the immortal world and fawned over such a powerful person as Xia Qian. Based on Mu Wanling's current situation, Duguyu can make a guess. When Mu Wanling became pregnant, it should have been shortly after Yi-chun killed her 9 tribes. I can only say that everything is fate. Duguyu didn't take this matter too seriously. After thinking about it for a while, Duguyu destroyed both jade slips without leaving any clues. Looking at the technique in his hand that could help him become an immortal, Duguyu finally opened it. This can be regarded as a choice for Duguyu. Duguyu did not report to Xia Qian the task Qian asked her to do. She did this as a challenge to herself. Let's see if Xia Qian can instigate her to rebel. Everything is left to fate. Xia Qian, who is in the fairy world, has been very stable recently, because his confidant is going to have a baby. As the confidant Mu Wanling's only support in the fairy world, Xia Qian must be concerned about this matter. But Xia Qian never expected that Feng Ruoxue, the 9th princess of the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom, would commit herself to his cave. Your Highness the 9th princess, please sit down. Xia Qianqing fearfully asked Feng Ruoxue to take her seat. Seeing Feng Ruoxue's little but sitting on the stone chair, Xia Qian had a strange thought. He didn't even have time to clean it. It was not clean. There was dirty water caked in it. Fortunately, Feng Ruoxue didn't seem to pay attention to these minor problems. Otherwise, such a pampered princess might be able to use this kind of thing as an excuse to chop Xiaogan into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Feng Ruoxue also took a brief look after coming in. Especially when I saw Mu Wanling's appearance, I don't know what kind of thoughts I had in my heart. Xia Qian was just promoted from a mine slave to an elder. He has a child so soon? He is also a talent. Feng Ruoxue also inquired about the situation before coming, and Xia Qian was quite clean. When I was a mining slave, I was clean and tidy in the whole mining area. I mined steadily. When you become an elder, you only have one partner, and love for each other comes naturally. I came to his house today and saw that it was really like this. Elder Xia, I heard that there was some conflict in the mining area you are responsible for. It seems that someone heard something like, I am the master of the world. What? Are the mining slaves under your command recently born as world masters? After a few brief glances, Feng Ruoxue returned to the topic. This made Xia Qian slightly panicked. It seems that Yi Chun is still going to cause him some trouble. Xia Qian answered truthfully, Your Highness the 9th princess, I don't have any realm master under me. Now Xia Qian, the mining slaves under his hands really have no master. Feng Ruoxue stared at Xia Qian and remained silent for a long time. In the end, she did not pursue this issue and began to talk about the business of coming here. In a while, it will be my mother's birthday, but now I am short of money. Please help me, Elder Xia, in the number 99 mining area. I'll look for something good and let me use it as a birthday gift for my mother. This made Xiaogan puzzled. Feng Ruoxue, this guy, got 2 pieces of immortal gold in the past 2 years, which should add up to hundreds of thousands of immortal stones. Couldn't she just spend some money to prepare it herself? Do you have to do it yourself? Xia Qian really didn't want to expose his ability, so he smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, 9th princess, are you looking up to me too much? I really don't have that kind of ability. Feng Ruoxue did not directly answer Xia Qian's self-effacing statement, but whispered, Elder Xia, your child is about to be born, right? Don't you want to provide a good living environment for your wife and children? One word made Xia Qian silent. This Feng Ruoxue is a bit interesting. Do you think you can use your wife and children to catch him? Xia Qian is not a ruthless person, but he can be regarded as half of that kind of person. Feng Ruoxue continued. As long as you do this favor for me, I will promote you again and give you the right to freely enter and exit the mining area. How about that? Now, Xia Qian couldn't remain silent. His current worry is that he cannot freely enter and leave the mining area. If you can't buy many things, you can't launch the most deadly attack on Yi Chun. But if he had the right to come and go freely, Yi Chun wouldn't live long. After he becomes the new master of the Kunlun realm, he will basically be able to truly be as stable as an old dog. No matter how big the waves are in the Qingxian immortal realm, they cannot affect him. Give it a try? Xia Qian was confused, and Mu Wanling was also worried. Could it be that for her and her unborn son, Xia Qian really wanted to change his mind? If Xia Qian really did that, wouldn't it mean that he really regarded himself as a Taoist monk? Mu Wanling felt nervous now. After a moment of silence, Xia Qian took the lead to break the situation. Your Highness the 9th princess, let me look for it in mining area number 99. Xia Qian would not spit out the 4 things he had already obtained. As for the rest, Xia Qian can't guarantee whether there are still mines in number 99 mine. It seems that gold can shine everywhere. He can no longer keep a low profile. With Xia Qian's words, Feng Ruoxue felt relieved and stood up directly. Looking at Xia Qian, who was a head and a half taller than herself, Feng Ruoxue still stood on tiptoes and patted Xia Qian on the shoulder, encouraging, "Do it well and satisfy me. I will not treat you badly. I will give you 3 months." After saying that, Feng Ruoxue walked out of Xia Qian's cave. There is nothing she can do about it. Although through Xia Qian's hands, Feng Ruoxue got 2 pieces of fairy gold, which made her suddenly rich. However, Feng Ruoxue couldn't control herself now that she was rich, and she was almost completely ruined. The savings in her hands were no longer enough for Feng Ruoxue to prepare precious gifts for her mother, who loved her dearly. Feng Ruoxue, who really had no choice but to pay attention to Xia Qian. In fact, she can go to someone to borrow it, or she can go to those suitors to get it. But if you borrow it, you have to pay it back, and Feng Ruoxue, those suitors, don't want to see her at all. In comparison, Xia Gan's wool is much easier to tangle. Not only do you not need to pay it back, but you still get it for nothing. If Feng Ruoxue had no problem with her mind, she would definitely come to Luxia first. Looking at Feng Ruoxue's leaving figure, Xia Qian sneered in his heart. "Little girl, you don't learn well at a young age, so you play tricks on your subordinates? If there is a chance, Xia Qian will teach her well what is the art of lower body." After Feng Ruoxue left, Mu Wanling said in a low voice, "Brother Gon, you don't need to embarrass yourself like this." At this time, Xia Qian still sees the opportunity. She is right. I can't let my son stay in the cage mine for the rest of his life. Originally, Xia Qian planned to throw his son into the Kunlun realm. But now, maybe not. After Xia Qian helps Feng Ruoxue dig out something good, Feng Ruoxue can be sure that she has certain attainments in this field. When the time comes, it will be impossible to escape from this woman's clutches. Fortunately, promotion and salary increase are not available. With a certain status, Xia Qian's life will become better. Xia Qian's ability is profitable for Feng Ruoxue, and the risk factor is not high if exposed. So Xia Qian took this opportunity to say something with profound meaning, which moved Mu Wanling even more. A simple comparison allowed Mu Wanling to confirm that Xia Qian was not only physically stronger than Yichen. Yichen cannot compare to him as a person and responsible person. Mu Wanling also felt some regret in her heart. Why? The man I met first was not Xia Qian. Although Xia Qian also has a group of wives and concubines in the lower realm. But Mu Wanling still felt that her ruined body was not worthy of the current Xia Qian. Immortal cultivators also have limitations in their thinking. Xia Qian didn't know that Mu Wanling was currently conducting a strategy on her own. He also had a mission to go deep into his mining area to see if there were any good things he had missed. If he really couldn't find it, Xia Qian could only spit out some of the 2 origin stones he had eaten and give them to Feng Ruoxue. Xia Qian's first son after arriving in the immortal world was born. He knew he was a son a few months ago, so he wasn't too surprised by his arrival now. But when the child was born, Xia Qian was a little envious. Is this an innate advantage? It's really not something that ordinary people can compare to. His son was born with a foundation-building level of cultivation. In the future, you may be able to reach the golden elixir realm at the age of 6 or 7. After all, Xia Qian was a 5th-level celestial immortal, while Mu Wanling was a 2nd-level celestial immortal. The creatures born from the bodies of immortals are definitely different from those who cultivate immortals. In Lan Yu's world, even children born to Mahayana monks are just mortals at first, with at most a little aura. Looking at her first child, Mu Wanling was also extremely happy. He was born with a foundation-building level cultivation, and Xia Qian's bloodline was too powerful. This son of hers may become an immortal before he is even 100 years old. In the Kunlun world, he is definitely the most eye-catching genius. Compared with the cultivation environment of Qingxian Immortal World and Small Thousand Worlds such as Lanyu World and Kunlun World, there is no problem in describing it one by one. Let's call this little guy Xiaoluan. Xia Qian didn't pay much attention to the name. Because of Mu Wanling, Xia Qian got an opportunity in the lower world, which was enough for Xia Qian to change his life against the will of heaven. This son is also related to the Kunlun world, so there is no big problem in naming him Xiaoluan. Xia Qian accompanied Mu Wanling for a few days before choosing to go to the mine. There was no way. Xia Qian had to prepare what this girl Feng Rashu needed. Under the mine, Xia Qian ran around for more than a month and finally unearthed another source stone. He no longer knew how deep he had come to the fairy stone vein. This place is so oppressive that it is difficult for immortals to stay for long. Xia Qian also set foot in this place for the first time. The intuition in his heart told him that while there was some danger here, there were more good things. Xia Qian, who was cautious, gave up when he saw the opportunity and returned to a safe place in the mineral vein as soon as possible. Although good things are said to be cherished, life is even more priceless. After confirming that there were no uncontrollable factors around him, Xia Qian stretched out his hand and placed his hand on the origin stone, which weighed less than 100 pounds and was about the size of a baby. Use your own telepathy to determine what is inside this object. The telepathy that this piece of origin stone gives Xia Qian is not as good as the 2 pieces that Xia Qian has already obtained, and the value inside is definitely not as good. Vaguely, Xia Qian could probably feel what was wrapped inside. It should be a magical elixir. One word to describe Xia Qian now is double happiness. He just put this piece of origin stone into the space ring. The pseudo-immortal weapon, Qinli Lingxi, left behind before Xia Qian ascended from Lan Yu's world reacted and shimmered. Xia Qian's face was filled with joy. After thousands of miles of harmony, Xia Qian left 3 behind. To his 3 confidants respectively. Senior sister Yuan Jimeng, junior sister Chai Yuhan, and the most business-minded woman in Lan Yu's world, Tang Yingyu. We are all one family. The purpose of Qinli Lingxi and the Mother Z Mirror are almost exactly the same, which is to communicate with each other. Now that Qinli Lingxi has reacted, it means that a close relative of Xia Qian has come to the fairy world. After 10,000 years, Xia Qian felt that today was really a good day. I don't know which one of them came up. Not caring so much, Xia Qian went to the surface of the mining area with all his strength based on Qinli Lingxi's reaction. At this moment, mining area number 100 is next door to mining area number 99. Yin Yi, who had just ascended, looked at the people surrounding her who showed greedy faces to her, feeling worried to the extreme. As soon as she landed, but she had just taken a few steps, these people surrounded her. The leader even made a request to occupy her. Otherwise, she would be allowed to mine for 100,000 years and would be tortured. This naturally makes Yin Yi, who is still high in Lan Yu's world, unable to understand. She has become an immortal. So why? Seeing those people staring at her breasts, Yin Yi felt ashamed. She is naturally different from ordinary people in this aspect and has never met a rival. She is considered the best nanny in the world for Lan Yu. In a world of immortal cultivation like Lan Yu world, Yin Yi can still understand being watched by the opposite sex. After all, it is just a step forward for ordinary people, and their bad nature has not been purified. But in the fairy world, it still looks like this, and Yin Yi feels unreal. In Yin Yi's view, he has already become an immortal. Shouldn't he be pure in heart and practice wholeheartedly? Why are you still thinking about those things? Faced with the coveting gaze of the jackals, tigers, and leopards, Yin Yi desperately longed for that man to appear in time to protect her. The man she had missed for 10,000 years. Stop, if you take another step, you will die. Xia Qian was surprised. He didn't expect that the first person to fly to his side was not any of his confidants, but his wife. Yin Yi was Xia Qian's most respected mentor Chai Yao's Taoist companion in his life, and she was also the mother of his junior sister Chai Yuhan. When she was in Lan Yu's world, Yin Yi also treated Xia Qian as her own son. No matter what the reason was, Xia Qian would not allow anyone to hurt her. After seeing Xia Qian, Yin Yi's panicked and trembling heart only trembled. Xia Qian is finally here. She didn't know how Xia Qian was doing in the fairy world, but just seeing Xia Qian made her feel safe. Wanlingma, the person in charge of mine number 100, looked unhappy when he saw Xia Qian coming to ruin his good deeds. But because of some rumors he had heard recently, Wanlingma suppressed his displeasure and asked, "Elder Xia, what do you mean? This woman appears in my mining area, and she is my slave." Xia Qian did not answer Wanlingma's words first, but came to stand in front of Yin Yi. Yin Yi whispered, "Qianer." She is also very excited now. Xia Qian pulled Yin Yi behind him, and then directly showed his cards. Elder Wan, you also saw it. This is my relative, so I took him away. Do you have any questions? Wan Lingma is a master of the 7th level of Tianxian, and his strength is dozens of times stronger than Xia Qian. But Xia Qian didn't panic at all and asked for people directly. Wan Lingma never imagined that the beauty he met had such a kinship with Xia Qian. But Wan Lingma really couldn't do it if he was asked to give him up like this. This is not okay. People from the lower world, no matter who they are mine slaves. But for your sake, Elder Xia, I will take good care of your master wife. Speaking of the latter part, Wan Lingma's smile became weird. This made Xia Qian murderous. Although he himself said that he did not have the ability to kill Wan Lingma, he could easily kill someone with a borrowed knife. Thinking about his relatives so much is also a hidden danger for Xia Qian. No man can tolerate such a thing happening. Master wife, where was the place you just ascended from? Xia Qian and Yin Yi both came from the Lanyu world, and the places they ascended to are almost fixed and will not change much. Xia Qian was both in mining area number 99, so Yin Yi's location was probably also mining area number 99. Yin Yi quickly pointed in the direction, which happened to be the boundary of Xia Qian number 99 mining area, and said in passing, I also saw someone coming here to ask about the situation. This made Xia Qian completely emboldened. He looked at Wan Lingma and said, Elder Wan, do you have anything else to say now? If so, we can go to Mr. Liu to talk about it together. At this point, Wan Lingma was completely speechless and could only watch Xia Qian drag Yin Yi away. Arriving at the boundary of mining area number 99, Xia Qian asked Yin Yi, Master wife, why did you ascend up? Didn't I ask you to wait for my news in the lower realm? It's thanks to Xia Qian that he's getting ahead now. Otherwise, with the appearance of my master wife, I am afraid that the people in the mining area will really eat her up to nothing. Cows are really hard to find. If you encounter one, it's best to keep it at home to avoid being taken away. Yin Yi really thought that she had made some mistake and looked a little flustered. As if she was afraid of being taught a lesson by Xia Qian, her disciple, she replied in a low voice, In Lan Yu's world, I really have nothing to do. I want to see how you are doing in the upper world. In this sentence, Xia Qian felt deep concern. Xia Qian took Yin Yi to his cave. After seeing that there was such a stunning woman as Mu Wanling in Xia Qian's home, Yin Yi was surprised at first, but she soon felt relieved. My disciple is a womanizer in Lan Yu's world, and he has many confidants left in the lower world. You know, Xia Qian was her Chai family's son-in-law at the beginning. As a son-in-law, he has a group of confidant, which is enough to show how capable and courageous Xia Qian is. There is nothing wrong with finding a new lover in the fairy world. In Yin Yi's opinion, only one of them can be regarded as Xia Qian restraining himself. Mu Wanling felt very uncomfortable when she saw Yin Yi, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she asked Xia Qian with a smile, Who is this sister? Mu Wanqing felt too much pressure on Yin Yi. The gap was so big that she became like a little girl. Xia Qian simply said, This is my master wife. She just ascended. After he explained this, Mu Wanling breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out to be the master's wife. Mu Wanling hurriedly said, Wanling has met the master's wife. When Yin Yi saw that her disciple, a Taoist monk, was quite sensible, she greeted him with a smile. In Lan Yu's world, she just supports Xia Qian to have a confidant outside, as long as he has that ability and takes care of his family. Without Yin Yi's words and support, Xia Qian wouldn't have so many confidants. Master wife, this is Wan Ling, the Taoist companion I met after ascending to the immortal world. Xia Qian wanted to say that he was just a confidant, but in the end, Mu Wanling was given enough status. After all, he just extended Xia Qian's bloodline. This made Mu Wanling ecstatic, feeling that her life was coming to perfection. After being divorced, can we still find such an outstanding man as Xia Qian? How can we not be happy? It's dozens of times more perfect than a broken mirror, right? Mu Wanling also gave Xia Qian a lot of face and spread rumors about how she and Xia Qian got together. This made Xia Qian stunned, because what Mu Wanling said was that after she ascended to the fairy world, she encountered unfair treatment from those people. Xia Qian became the hero who upheld justice and finally won her heart. If Xia Qian hadn't experienced everything personally, he would have almost believed it. This woman is really an eel. Of course, Mu Wanling was good at lying. If his mistress knew that Mu Wanling took possession of her after she killed her man, it would harm her image. Yin Yi also learned that her disciple had endured 10,000 years of suffering after ascending to heaven. I also know that this place is actually a devil's cave. While Yin Yi was thankful for her good luck, she also felt proud and guilty for Xia Qian's day. I am proud of Xia Qian's ability. No matter where he is always so good. What makes her feel guilty is that she once complained about Xia Qian in the lower world, why she had not heard from him for 10,000 years, and whether she had forgotten them after meeting better women in the fairy world. Now I know how hard Xia Qian's life was before, and I feel guilty for her wild thoughts. Xia Qian simply overshadowed his previous experiences and began to ask about the situation of his relatives in the lower world. Master's wife, junior sisters, how are they doing now? As soon as this topic came up, Yin Yi's expression became serious and she answered truthfully. They are all still in the late stage of the Mahayana realm. Becoming an immortal. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Your grandson is now in charge of the Lanyu world, so that's okay. Peace. In the lower realm, becoming an immortal is not that simple. Not to mention that 1 out of 100 people in the late Mahayana realm will become an immortal. But at least 30 to 50 late-stage Mahayana realms, it's hard to find an immortal. This heavenly tribulation can only be overcome by immediate death, without exception. There are no exceptions in Lan Yu's world. Xia Qian was the confidant who had seriously warned him before he ascended to the throne. Unless Lan Yu's world is invaded by powerful immortals from other worlds and the situation is critical, don't rush through the tribulation and wait until he comes back. Now Xia Qian was beaten severely by the immortal world. Going back. Xia Qian doesn't know how long it will take him to go back. For a moment, Xia Qian felt a kind of sadness. Xia Qian's expression was heavy. Yin Yi thought Xia Qian was worried about something, so she held Xia Qian's hand and said seriously, "Don't worry, they are all fine. I'm watching over them." This made Xia Qian couldn't help but smile bitterly. What is my wife, the master, thinking? But it would be nice to help him keep a close eye on his Taoist companions. Mu Wanling also knew that Xia Qian had many confidants when he was in the lower world. Fortunately, few people can make it to the fairy world, so she doesn't need to worry too much. She poured tea for Yin Yi and Xia Qian honestly and listened silently. Master's wife, where is the master? If you fly up, does the master allow it? Xia Qian didn't dwell on this issue and started to care about other things. Yin Yi couldn't laugh anymore, and her face was full of sadness. Your master has finally reached the late stage of the Mahayana realm in his life. In the end, he couldn't hold on, and he failed to overcome the tribulation. He has fallen. I have already looked down upon this. Everything, but I didn't expect that I would take this step. This made Xia Qian feel like he was hit by a bolt from the blue. He was able to thrive in the lower world, and eventually became an immortal. With 10 successes externally, Master Xia Qian and Chai Yao accounted for at least 30%. But now that he learned that his master died in a natural disaster, Xia Qian felt extremely sad and wished he could take his own life. Yin Yi gently patted Xia Qian's shoulder and comforted. 3,000 years have passed, Qianer, don't be sad anymore. Without you, your master would not even have the qualifications to enter the immortal sect and reach the Mahayana realm. In the later period, he had no regrets about spying on the path to immortality. Chai Yao was originally just a monk in the tribulation realm. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to reach the Mahayana realm in this life. But because Xia Qian gained enlightenment, Chai Yao's fate also changed dramatically. In the end, it was because he didn't listen to Xia Qian's dissuasion that he fell one step before ascending. Master wife, as long as I am here, you don't need to go mining, just practice steadily. In a few days, I will prepare some training resources for you so that you can adapt to the environment of the fairy world as soon as possible. The original Xia Qian could just muddle along. But now that his master wife has also ascended, Xia Qian must improve his living standard. Take action when it's time to take action. Yin Yi said considerately, Qianer, you don't need to embarrass yourself. I don't need any cultivation resources. She had just learned about part of the situation here, and knew that the immortal world was not easy to deal with, so she did not want to trouble her disciple too much. Cultivation. She had already looked away. Xia Qian's face was full of relief, and he told Yin Yi not to worry, it was just a trivial matter to him. Mu Wanling was asked to explain the situation to her mistress in the future, while Xia Qian himself chose to go out. Xia Qian had already found what Feng Ruoxue needed. Now that his mistress Yin Yi has also entered the realm, Xia Qian plans to meet Feng Ruoxue in advance to complete the deal and change his situation as soon as possible. Xia Qian also has some relationship with Feng Ruoxue and knows what the situation of this mineral vein is like. This place is in charge of Feng Xiaotian, the fourth prince of Shinfeng Fairy Kingdom, Feng Ruoxue's half-brother, and it can be regarded as Feng Xiaotian's fiefdom. As Feng Xiaotian's biological sister, she often came to her brother's small treasury to pick up leaks. When she ran out of money, she would come here to do some corruption. Feng Xiaotian also turned a blind eye to Feng Ruoxue's behavior and almost didn't care. Perhaps because of the recent lack of money, Feng Ruoxue has been staying in the mine. Xia Qian found Feng Ruoxue as soon as he went to the core of the mining area. Without any nonsense, Xia Qian took out the origin stone he had prepared for Feng Ruoxue and presented it to Feng Ruoxue. Feng Ruoxue's face was suddenly filled with a smile, and she looked at this origin stone curiously. She suddenly said, "Xia Qian, do you know what is in this?" Things have come to this point, and Xia Qian didn't bother to hide it. I guess there should be a spiritual medicine in it, an ancient spiritual medicine. The formation of the source stone takes countless years. As soon as Xia Qian said these words, Feng Ruoxue almost wanted to dissect the origin stone on the spot. Ancient elixir? She had never seen it before, but in the end she endured it. Everything is based on her mother's birthday. Feng Ruoxue placed her eyes on Xia Qian and asked curiously, "Xia Qian, how did you discover this thing? Is there any secret technique?" This can be considered a small test. In this regard, Xia Qian said speechlessly, "This is my innate sense since I was a child. There is no secret skill. I can even rely on my intuition to know that you want to cut it open. If nothing else, you should be able to cut it open. Do you like gambling on stones? You've lost all your savings?" When these words came out, Feng Ruoxue was completely shocked. As Xia Qian, it is impossible to know that she likes to gamble on stones. But Xia Qian said it today, which made Feng Ruoxue sigh that she was really lucky and found a treasure. The world is full of wonders. Xia Qian was born with such methods, and a nobleman like Feng Ruoxue must understand it very well. There are such people, but they are very few. Xia Qian is the lucky one. She came to stand next to Xia Qian and asked, "You have such great ability, why didn't you show it before?" If Xia Qian shows his strength in this area, he won't be able to mine for so long. In this regard, Xia Qian's answer was also very simple. "I don't like to be restrained by others. If I showed that I was talented in this area but was still so weak, what would be the outcome? I just see that Your Highness the Ninth Princess is a good person. I just showed my ability in front of you. Please take care of me from the Ninth Princess. I just want to do it with you alone." Being capable is a good thing, but bad things can also happen. Without exposing his abilities in this area, Xia Qian could at most just mine and gain freedom to a certain extent. But what about exposure? Xia Qian didn't dare to imagine what the ending would be. The possibility of being caught and being commanded like a dog to hunt for treasure is very high. Because Xia Qian has no backing, he can do whatever he wants. Being able to directly command Xia Qian, I'm afraid not many people would entertain him with good food and drinks. Maybe Xia Qian was too evil in his interpretation of people's hearts. But Xia Qian didn't want the slightest chance to affect his life. If it weren't for Xia Qian, he felt that he could become the lord of Kunlun realm soon. Even if it was Feng Ruoxue, Xia Qian would continue to hide it. After becoming the realm lord, Xia Qian had independent rights to a certain extent. "Follow me alone?" Xia Qian's words made Feng Ruoxue couldn't help but repeat them loudly. She didn't know why, but she always felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, but she couldn't tell what the problem was. Xia Qian explained emphatically, "What if the royal family of the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom knew that I have a natural ability in this area? What do you think?" With such a reminder, Feng Ruoxue probably understood. If people like his father knew about Xia Qian's abilities, they would definitely take Xia Qian for their own use and let Xia Qian generate endless wealth gains for them. After seeing Feng Ruoshua's expression become serious, Xia Qian continued, "The royal family is in deep water. I am just an ordinary person who wants to live a stable life, so I hope that Her Highness the Ninth Princess can help me hide it. This will also be good for you, Ninth Princess, because I can do this for you alone. The Divine Wind Fairyland is still a fairyland, no matter how you say it. The water inside is very deep and Xia Qian cannot control it. But if Feng Ruoshue was alone, Xia Qian felt that he could handle it. This little girl hasn't grown up yet and is very shallow. Delay for a while first." Feng Ruoshue suddenly realized that this was what she was doing. To be honest, she was also very excited. If Xia Qian only works for her, she will basically have a steady stream of wealth. And if Xia Qian is reported and her father knows about it, then basically nothing will happen to her. People are very selfish, and Feng Ruoshue is no exception. After weighing the gains and losses, Feng Ruoshue also pretended to be serious and replied, "Okay, as long as Elder Xia you are serious about looking for treasures for me in the future, I will definitely not treat you badly." No matter how happy Feng Ruoshue was now, she would never show it in front of Xia Qian. She was born into a royal family, even if she didn't specialize in learning certain royal ways. If you are influenced by hearing, reading, and seeing, you will also use these tricks. This kind of performance is not too young for Xia Qian, who is the master of Lan Yu's world. Compared with the fairy world, the system of cultivating immortals in Lan Yu's world is indeed like a speck of dust. But those powerful systems will not be inferior to the fairy world, just because the world level is too low. Xia Qian, as the master among them, can also be regarded as the master among them. Knowing Feng Ruoshue's current thoughts, he took out 2 pieces of immortal treasure. This was something he dug out before, not the source stone. Xia Qian's purpose in doing this was to give Feng Ruoshue a little sweetness, so that Feng Ruoshue would be tempted to lose her mind by him in a short period of time, while keeping Xia Qian's secret honestly. By the way, I also got some immortal stones from Feng Ruoshue, so that Xia Qian had enough funds to buy supplies, and then when it reduced the dimensionality to a Taki Chen, a bumpkin. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, according to the regulations of the Fairy Kingdom, these 2 things actually belong to me. However, in order to show my respect to you, Your Highness, Princess, I will dedicate them to you. I only hope that Your Highness, the Princess, will also let me drink some soup. Take good care of your loved ones and family members." After taking out these 2 immortal treasures, Xia Qian explained at the same time. Feng Ruoshue's eyes have been attracted by these 2 pieces of immortal treasure. The Taichu Life Stone and the Earth Spirit of the 7 Tribulations. Can you still find these things in my brother's fairy stone mine? These immortal treasures are all for refining weapons, or they are the core of the formation. They are very rare and extremely valuable. Feng Ruoshue never thought that she could actually get such an immortal treasure. Get rich. She quickly recovered from her excitement. After all, she was the princess of Shanfeng Fairy Kingdom. How could she lose her sense of proportion in front of a guardian elder named Xia Qian? I saw Feng Ruoshue pretending to be mature and said, "Yes, you are very aware. I know that a relative of yours has ascended, so I need immortal stones. So I will allocate you 40,000 immortal stones first, and then I will exchange these 2 immortal stones for you. I'll give it to you later." Feng Ruoshue really can't get the fairy stone now. Feng Ruoshue borrowed this 40,000 yuan from her brother's warehouse, and it will be replenished over time. 40,000 immortal stones. Considering that a low-grade immortal weapon only costs about 1,000 immortal stones. 40,000, plus Xia Qian's previous stock of 10,000 fairy stones, should be enough to deal with Yichun. And Feng Ruoshue promised so. When the 2 cooperated for the first time, Feng Ruoshue must have really expressed that she could get tens of thousands more fairy stones in the future. It shouldn't be a big problem for Xia Qian to live a luxurious life. Elder Xia, you have other good things in your hand. Please take them out as well. The greedy Feng Ruoshue stared at Xia Qian with burning eyes. Obviously, Xia Qian hasn't fed Feng Ruoshue yet. Human desires are endless. This made Xia Qian have to complain, "Your Highness, how can there be so many? I really have nothing now. There is nothing else except fairy stones in the number 99 mining area. This piece of source stone is already mine. Found it at the bottom." Seeing Xia Qian's look, Feng Ruoshue chose to believe it. After all, this is just a fairy stone mine, not a different stone mine in the true sense. It would be terrifying if a small mining area could produce 5 immortal treasures. Her expression also became sad, and after a while she said, "Then how about I promote you to the general manager of the mining area? This way you can visit other mining areas anytime and anywhere." Feng Ruoxuan was greedy and planned to take away all the precious materials from his brother's fairy stone mine except the fairy stones. Xia Qian had to give her a thumbs up after hearing this. This is just what he wanted. Xia Qian also planned to drain this mineral vein as revenge for enslaving him to mine for 10,000 years. Normally it would be difficult for him to do it, but with Feng Ruoxua's help it wouldn't be difficult. But Xia Qian quickly rejected Feng Ruoxua's suggestion. No, if I were to advance so rashly, wouldn't it be too eye-catching? If he wants to take advantage, he takes it secretly. Be the general manager of the mining area? It's too above board, not good. Feng Ruoxua thought the same thing. She shouldn't be too ostentatious. But the number 99 mining area no longer had much additional value, which made her not sure what to do. At this time, the bad water in Xia Gan's stomach began to boil. "Your Highness the Ninth Princess, why not? Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess transfer Wan Lingma, the person in charge of the number 100 mining area, and let my Taoist companion be the leader of the number 100 mining area? The person in charge, how about I start from the number 100 mining area?" Xia Qian also started to implement the plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife. First, let Mu Wanling become an employee here and get a salary. There are hundreds of fairy stones in a year. After draining the number 100 mining area, let your master wife come. Well, nibble away step by step. Feng Ruoxua also reacted, with a weird smile on her face. "I heard that you had a conflict with that guy?" Xia Qian answered truthfully, "Yes, that guy covets my wife, so of course I don't want him to have an easy time." Being so honest made Feng Ruoxua unable to deal with it. After looking at Xia Qian twice, Feng Ruoxua agreed, "Okay, I will handle this matter. I will make sure that you will never see him again." This will allow Xia Qian to go to the number 100 mining area to explore rare treasures and maximize the benefits for Feng Ruoxua. At the same time, he can also let Xia Qian be beaten about Wan Lingma's affairs, so that Xia Qian understands that he can make Wan Lingma disappear quietly, and he can also make him disappear in the same way, and come to work for him honestly in the future. How could Feng Ruoxua not do something that could achieve multiple things with one stone? Feng Ruoxua felt that she was becoming more and more proficient in the royal control technique. As for whether Wan Lingma is innocent, Feng Ruoxua knew that there were few innocent people in the entire mining area. That is to say, her fourth brother Feng Xiaotian ignored this and only wanted to finish mining the spiritual stones as soon as possible, which made the mining area full of chaos. Feng Ruoxua couldn't stand it for a long time, but she didn't have the right to make drastic changes. However, there is no problem in dealing with 1 or 2 mining area leaders. Wan Lingma should have died. Letting his death bring him dozens or millions of immortal stones, Feng Ruoxua felt that he had deserved his death. "Thank you, Your Highness, Ninth Princess." How could Xia Qian not understand what Feng Ruoxua was thinking? This is already a routine that Xia Qian failed in Lan Yu's world. He just smiled in his heart. "My number 100. I don't know how much goods can be produced." Xia Qian is also a conscientious person. When he planned to deliver 3 items, he would give the lowest item to Feng Ruoxua. If the shipment rate is really too high, then only 7 or 8 pieces of goods will be shipped, and then a small piece will be given to Feng Ruoxua, while Xia Qian will keep the larger pieces for himself. Not only did Xia Qian want to steal the most precious goods, he also wanted to take part of the profits from the most inferior item from Feng Ruoxua. Xia Qian simply cannot be too fair. Feng Ruoxua thought that Xia Qian just took a sip of soup. Little did she know that what Xia Qian gave her to drink was just Xia Qian's foot-washing water. Everything is under Xia Qian's plan. Xia Gan's advantage is not so easy to take advantage of. Xia Qian's obedient performance made Feng Ruoxua think that she had figured out Xia Qian, a capable person. She felt embarrassed in her heart and responded with a smile. "No need to say thank you to me. Your Highness, I wonder if there are any other arrangements? If not, I will go to Diamond City to buy some cultivation resources for my master wife and Taoist companions." The conversation was almost done. When Xia Qian was sure that he and Feng Ruoxue had nothing serious to talk about, he planned to make other preparations early. He had never thought about winning the heart of this princess. Xia Qian is a person who pursues a peaceful life. Being a princess means turmoil. Feng Ruoxue is not afraid that Xia Qian will escape her control now. After all, Xia Qian's relatives are all here. She took out her princess token and threw it to Xia Qian and said calmly, "This is my palace token. With it, you can freely enter and exit the mining area and the underworld city." After Xia Qian thanked him, he turned into a stream of light and left quickly. Xia Qian had Feng Ruoxue's token and left the mining area without any hindrance. As soon as he left the mountain gate of the mining area, Xia Qian saw a cold and charming woman riding a crane and flew straight into the mining area unscrupulously. Her cultivation level was so terrifying that Xia Qian couldn't figure it out at all. She might be a strong woman in the realm of true immortals. Is she Feng Ruoxue's sister? Xia Qian was outside the mining area, and he vaguely saw that the manager Lu Feng came out to greet her in person, which was enough to prove the identity of this woman. He did not go to the theater and quickly headed to the underworld city. Diamond City is the town closest to the mining area. It is large enough to meet Xia Qian's current needs. Although Xia Qian said he had never left the mining area, he could quickly reach the town according to the road guidance. Midway, for some reason, Xia Qian's intuition told him that someone seemed to be watching him secretly. Was this an unintentional move by others? Or was it someone doing it deliberately? Is he a servant of Feng Ruoxue? Xia Qian had such a guess in his mind. As the princess of the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom, Feng Ruoxue's cultivation level was still low, so she couldn't run around alone. She must have a guard, and he is at least a true immortal level guard. Did she do this to monitor herself? In this case, it would be a little troublesome. When I'm mining, I shouldn't be monitoring me. After all, if I let that person watch me mine, the secret between me and her will be exposed. At most, she is monitoring whether I will sell valuable things privately. Use this to judge whether I am hiding something secret? Xia Qian quickly figured out his thoughts. He was somewhat capable and could voluntarily serve, and Feng Ruoxue also gave him some face. But if Xia Qian was caught playing dirty tricks in private, Feng Ruoxue probably wouldn't give Xia Qian this face. Regardless, this is a big warning to Xia Qian. He must become the realm master quickly, so that he can protect himself. With Feng Ruoxue's token, Xia Qian was welcomed in politely. Xia Qian didn't know anything about the situation in the Immortal City, so he spent 2 immortal stones and asked the children living in the Underworld City. After knowing what he wanted, Xia Qian came to a place called Tianji Pavilion. Xia Qian came here not to spy on the secrets, but to check information. Xia Qian wanted to know how to get rid of the Realm Lord and how to become the Realm Lord, so he could only go to Tianji Pavilion. In the fairy world, there is no book collection room, only the omniscient book. The omniscient book is regarded as artificial intelligence in the world of science fiction. This is a special kind of real weapon, with the existence of a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit records almost all the book knowledge of Qingxian Immortal World. If you want to know anything, just ask the omniscient book of heaven tool spirit directly. Xia Qian entered Tianji Pavilion and came to the omniscient heavenly book. The omniscient heavenly book weapon spirit in Diamond City is a white bird, which greatly disappoints Xia Qian. He heard that the weapon spirit of the omniscient book can look like anything, depending on the creator's will. There are even powerful people who will go to Tianji Pavilion to customize a book of omniscience. They only need the spirit of the weapon to look like. In the future, when Xia Qian has the conditions, he will also have to customize an omniscient book for his own use. I want to know how to kill the world master who is below the 3rd level of celestial immortal. Qiling was a bird, so Xia Qian got down to business. In the Qingxian immortal realm, not everyone has the same hobbies as Xia Qian, and they like women. Others like birds, so there is no problem in setting the weapon spirit of the omniscient book to be a bird. The omniscient book opened its beak and answered, 5-star intelligence requires 5,000 fairy stones. Xia Qian had no choice but to take out 5,000 immortal stones. This is a question that ordinary people cannot afford to ask. 5,000 immortal stones. It took Xia Qian 10 years of working as a supervisor in the number 99 mining area to earn it. Fortunately, this omniscient book is quite reliable and lists dozens of methods for Xia Qian. The previous ones are all nonsense, because they all involve the cultivation of a mortal king or above. Until the last few plans, it says, imagine ordinary immortals can go down to the next world. This is simply tailor-made for Xia Qian. It is not difficult to execute, and the number of fairy stones required to complete the purpose of killing Yi Chun will not exceed 10,000. It seems that this abyss demon world still needs to be used. After knowing how to deal with Yi Chun, Xia Qian felt happy. The next moment, he asked again, how to become a realm lord? Or is there a way to assist an immortal to become a realm lord? The omniscient bird answered again, 6-star intelligence requires 6,000 fairy stones. Xia Qian paid the money truthfully and got the help he wanted. Under normal circumstances, those who can reach the 7th level of celestial immortal level can forcibly refine the heart of the world in the lower realm. It's just that the barrier between the Shaoqian world and the immortal realm is too severe, and the 7th level immortal cannot go down to the realm at all. Those who were sent down by the immortal emperor with his great supernatural power could not stay for that long, and the sacrifice was huge. However, if the immortal cultivators in the lower realm do not reach the immortal realm, they will only be able to stay at the 1st level of immortality for the rest of their lives. So this makes it too difficult to become a realm lord. Except for the heaven-defying geniuses, there is no hope at all. But for Xia Qian, such problems seem to be nothing. He already has the 5th level of cultivation as a celestial immortal and can still descend to the lower realm at any time. At this moment, Xia Qian felt extremely comfortable and walked out with a smile. In Xia Qian's opinion, the loss of immortal stones was nothing at all. He could easily earn back 10,000 immortal stones. Now, let's go buy some elixirs and immortal weapons. Immortal weapons are divided into low grade, medium grade, and high grade. On top of the immortal weapons, there are real weapons, royal weapons, and imperial weapons, which correspond to the immortals in their respective realms. Xia Qian first came to a pill shop that seemed to be of average size. I bought 2 realm-breaking pills for the price of 7,000 immortal stones, each to prepare for Mu Wanling and Yen Yi. This is considered a huge expense. For the remaining fairy stones, Xia Qian bought 5 calamity pills. The pill of calamity is a pill that helps monks in the Mahayana realm to break through the immortal world. It costs 3,000 immortal stones. To sprint to the heavenly realm is almost a life-and-death experience in the lower realm, but in the fairy realm it is not difficult at all. The civilization of the fairy world is countless levels higher than that of the lower world. These 5 calamity pills are also the core key for Xia Qian to become the world master. In addition to the elixirs, Xia Qian also spent 4,000 immortal stones to purchase 4 low-grade immortal artifacts. This is what Xia Gan prepared for the thugs from the lower realm. In the end, Xia Qian bought 3 mysterious Nirvana thunders and spent 3,000 immortal stones. This is a one-time prop, created by a weapon refiner above the level of a true immortal who collects the thunder of heavenly tribulation. Any single piece of Nirvana mysterious thunder has the power to kill monks below the 5th level of the celestial immortal. Celestial beings are very difficult to kill in the nether, but in the fairy world, it's nothing. The mysterious Nirvana thunder is the most inferior one-time enemy-defeating item. After all, the power of one heavenly tribulation thunder can be used to create hundreds or even thousands of mysterious Nirvana thunders, and the power is too spread out. After some fiddling, Xia Qian had less than 3,000 immortal stones left in his hand. Immortal stones are really useless. Tens of thousands of dollars are just gone. Fortunately, he had purchased everything he needed. Without staying in Daiming City, Xia Qian went directly back to the mining area, preparing to attack Yi Chun. Xia Qian was fine when he went out, but things changed when he returned to the mining area. The woman he saw when he left was actually waiting at mine number 99. Feng Ruoxue is here too. It seems that these 2 people are waiting for him. Xia Qian lamented, when did he become so important? Xia Qian was really confused about this, but he spoke immediately with incomparable politeness and respect. I have met Her Highness the 9th Princess, and this one, Lord Fairy. Feng Ruoxue also took this opportunity to speak. Sister Yinran, Is there any problem if I ask him to replace mining district number 99? His efficiency is pretty good. After saying that, Feng Ruoxue also sent a spiritual message to Xia Qian to explain the identity of the person in front of her. This woman's name is Wang Yinran. She is now a 9th-level celestial being and is Feng Xiaoyan's fiancée. Not only is she born into the Wang family, a large family in the Shinfeng Immortal Kingdom, but she has also studied at the Black and White Academy, an immortal emperor-level force. The purpose of coming to the mining area is also very simple. Feng Ruoxue has been staying here for several months, and Wang Yinran must be unhappy. In Wang Yinran's view, all the ore mined from this mining area will belong to her in the future. Feng Xiaotian is her man, so she also owns half of Feng Xiaoyan's property. This guy Feng Ruoxue is too blood-sucking. It's okay once or twice, but she runs here whenever she runs out of money. Wang Yinran couldn't stand it anymore. Just come here to clean up. There is always struggle among women. Wang Yinran looked at Xia Qian appointed by Feng Ruoxue. He is honest, has a clean background, and his cultivation level is barely passable. There is nothing wrong with being a supervisory elder in a mining area. Wang Yinran felt angry when she thought that the piece of origin stone dug out by Xia Qian was ruined by Feng Ruoxue, a prodigal woman. If she got that piece of dragon blood immortal gold and presented it to the teachers in the academy, the result would be completely different. Well, Xia Qian, right? If you find any rare treasures in the future, hand them over to me as soon as possible. I am the mistress of this mining area. Do you understand? Wang Yinran is already here, so she must say a few words. He warned Xia Qian very seriously. Although Wang Yinran didn't think Xia Qian would come up with anything good again, Xia Qian glanced at Feng Ruoxue inadvertently and said quickly, "Yes, Miss Yinran, I understand." It seems that there is an internal disagreement between the two women. It doesn't matter if they don't agree. It will give Xia Qian greater confidence to live happily in this fairy stone mine. Sister Schwer, come back with me. My aunt misses you very much. Wang Yinran came here to take away all the fairy stones in the mining area to prevent Feng Ruoxue from misappropriating them. Likewise, she also wanted to take away Feng Ruoxue, the worm. Feng Ruoxue had no choice but to leave reluctantly, wondering if she could come again after her mother's birthday. Before leaving, Feng Ruoxue warned Xia Qian, "If you dig something good, keep it for me and don't give it to this stinky woman. Do you hear me?" In this sentence, Xia Qian heard Feng Ruoxue's deep dissatisfaction. This made Xia Qian underestimate him. Could Feng Ruoxue be controlled by his brother? Otherwise, why are you so hostile to Wang Yinran? Probably not. The reason why you are angry is that you think Wang Yinran is taking too much control? Xia Qian didn't want to pay too much attention to these things, and the slight reaction on his expression could be regarded as an answer to Feng Ruoxue. Another good thing for Xia Qian is that Wang Yinran agreed to Feng Ruoxue's previous arrangement. Wan Lingma had been eliminated immediately by Feng Ruoxue. Xia Qian's Taoist companion Mu Wanling can become the supervising elder of the number 100 mining area, and he will be rewarded with some fairy stones every year, which is better than nothing. Of course, the most important thing is to provide Xia Qian with the opportunity to work in the number 100 mining area openly. Xia Qian was also very curious about the number 100 mining area that he had never set foot in. He didn't know what good goods were waiting for him inside. After there was no one oppressing him in the mining area, Xia Qian felt relaxed. Returning to his mind, Xia Qian took out the Breaking Realm pill. Master Yin Yi is not suitable to take the Breaking Realm pill at this time. No matter what, you have to wait until she reaches the second level of Celestial Immortal before using it to maximize the effect. Mu Wanling's words. Xia Qian left the decision to herself. Mu Wanling can refine it to reach the third level of Immortal now, or she can save it for later use. After all, the speed of improvement becomes slower and slower the further the realm goes. This realm-breaking elixir has the opportunity to directly improve a small realm. It is theoretically best to leave it to the 6th level of Heavenly Immortal before using it. After making arrangements, Xia Qian announced that he had entered a state of seclusion and opened the 5 senses that were the incarnation of immortal power in the Kunlun world. Feng Ruoxue and Wang Yinran separated after leaving the mining area. The two of them were not on the same road, and they were at odds with each other, so naturally they would not go together. Feng Ruoxue didn't go far before she stopped and said to the woman who appeared behind her, "What do you mean? What did that guy do in Diamond City?" She was not absolutely assured of Xia Qian, so she asked one of her 2 bodyguards to follow Xia Qian. Feng Ling, a female guard with the 8th level of true immortal cultivation, truthfully reported to Feng Ruoxue what Xia Qian had done in Diamond City. "I went to Tianji Pavilion and bought something specific." Xia Qian asked Tianji Pavilion what the specific content of the omniscient book was, but Feng Ling didn't know. The omniscient book will not reveal this aspect. Feng Ruoxue fell into deep thought after hearing this. Could it be that Xia Qian really didn't hide anything and gave everything to her? In the underworld city, there was nothing wrong with what Xia Qian did. From now on, you will stay outside the mining area. You don't need to worry about what Xia Qian does inside the mining area. Everything he does after leaving the mining area will be reported to me. After thinking for a while, Feng Ruoxue stopped thinking about it. Xia Qian behaved quite honestly now and continued to observe for a while. Although this guard was said to be sent by her mother, Feng Ruoxue couldn't possibly let her monitor Xia Gan's mining. This shows his distrust of Xia Qian. Secondly, she didn't know if the guard would leak this matter after learning about Xia Qian's specific abilities. This is also Feng Ruoxue's helplessness. She doesn't have any subordinates who absolutely obey her. Although the guard Feng Chime said he didn't know why his master arranged it like this, he agreed. After making the arrangements, Feng Ruoxue went directly back to the capital of Shunfeng Fairy Kingdom to prepare for her mother's birthday. Xia Qian's consciousness returned to the Kunlun world. This time, there will be a bloody storm in the Kunlun world. He immediately sent a spiritual power into the mother-child mirror and contacted Duguyu. At this moment, Duguyu is practicing in seclusion in her manor. As soon as Xia Qian's contact number rang, Duguyu instinctively planned to pick him up immediately. But after her thoughts came to her senses, Duguyu stopped for a while. By being so well-behaved, doesn't it mean that you have shown yourself very well? Therefore, Duguyu delayed for a while before connecting with Xia Qian. Xia Qian didn't pay attention to this detail. He stared at Duguyu and asked, "Fairy you, how are you? How sure are you of sprinting to the heavenly immortal?" Regarding Xia Qian's words, Duguyu's reply seemed feeble. "Even with the help of your skills, it would be difficult for me to take that step without decades of practice. It is not so easy to become an immortal in the lower realm." After the Kunlun world was established as an immortal civilization, there were only 13 people who reached the realm of immortals. These 13 people all reached the age of 1,000 years when they became immortals. Except for Yi Chen and Mu Wanling, the youngest ones only became immortals at the age of 3,800. Duguyu is only 1,700 years old now. She herself didn't have the confidence to survive the catastrophe at this time. It's really Kachiki. Xia Qian took the lead and gave Duguyu a hard blow at this time. This made Duguyu purse her red lips, seeming a little unconvinced. Xia Qian previously said that she was the only moldable talent around Yi Chen. Why are you calling her Kachiki now? She felt a little unconvinced, but Duguyu really didn't know how to refute. What Xia Qian said later was true. Compared to people in the fairy world, her talent was indeed a piece of rotten wood. See you in the same place. It's time to show off some tricks to open your eyes. In Xia Qian's plan to massacre Yi Chen, Duguyu is a very important part. It can be said that Duguyu is the key to bringing Yi Chen to the end. Xia Qian will treat Duguyu well, so he will take action this time. In the still familiar market, Xia Qian met Duguyu again. A pill made Duguyu's expression extremely shocked. This is definitely not a pill that can be found in Kunlun realm, but the legendary elixir. Duguyu never expected that she would be able to see the elixir in her lifetime. You can even taste it. This elixir is the elixir used by the Mahayana monks in our immortal world to overcome the heavenly tribulation. It can help them break through the heavenly immortal realm stably. In the immortal world, the most useless person can become an immortal at only 300 to 500 years old. After giving Duguyu one of the pills of calamity and longevity, Xia Qian conducted a spiritual message transmission to inform him of the effect of the pill. While explaining, Xia Qian slapped Duguyu hard again, letting Duguyu know how weak he was. Duguyu now understood why she was called a deadwood by Xia Qian. It's true. Don't take it too seriously. The reason why you are not as good as them is because of the limitations of your environment. If you were born in the immortal world, it is not impossible to become an immortal before you are 100 years old. Xia Qian also knows how to make a woman be dominated by him through ups and downs. Dugiyu is not the first woman Xia Qian has dealt with in this way. It won't be the last. At this moment, Xia Qian chose to encourage Dugiyu again. This cheered up Dugiyu's depressed mood. Dugiyu herself also believed that if she was born in the fairy world, not to say he is a genius, but he can be considered to have above-average qualifications, right? Go back. Take this pill in 2 months and start to break through to the heavenly realm. After giving the elixir, Xia Qian signaled to Dugiyu that he could leave. Dugiyu did not leave, however, and asked, "Aren't you afraid that after I become an immortal, I will deal with you with Yi Chen?" Xia Qian didn't answer, but kept scanning Dugiyu's delicate body with his eyes. At this time, not answering is the best result. It can make Dugiyu find reasons for Xia Qian in her heart, and it was the most acceptable reason for Dugiyu. Dugiyu is a cold person, and she has long been able to ignore the various looks that men give her. Not even the evil desire for her could make her heart waver. Even Yi Chen couldn't make her body react. But for some reason, Xia Qian's gaze made her extra nervous, and her steps were panicked when she left. Sexy legs, there is always a desire to squeeze inwards. Abyss Demon Realm, I want to see what you look like. After Dugiyu was arranged, Xia Qian turned into a stream of light and left the Kunlun world directly. Arriving in the void of the universe outside the Kunlun realm, Xia Qian's true form came in person. If you want to refine the heart of the world and become a world master, it cannot be achieved by an incarnation of immortal power. I can only take action myself. Xia Qian must come to Kunlun realm in person. Fine. The reason why Xia Qian's true self dared to come down was that he had enough confidence. If the primordial gate he obtained arrived at the Kunlun realm after Xia Qian himself entered that door, it would not be a big problem if the primordial gate was left in Xia Qian's cave. The same goes for Xia Qian's ability to use the Kunlun realm's ascension passage to return to the mining area. Fortunately, after Xia Qian himself came in, the primordial gate came down with Xia Qian and stayed safely in Xia Qian's palm. In this way, it would be easier for Xia Qian to return to the mining area. He could just borrow the original gate. Xia Qian learned more about the function of this primitive gate. It will choose to follow Xia Qian's deity wherever he goes. In the universe outside the small thousand world, Xia Qian did not feel much oppression. The Milky Way in Xiaoqian world is still tolerant of powerful people at the level of gods. Xia Qian learned from the omniscient book that the easiest way to gain recognition from the heart of the world was to help the heart of the world expel the enemies from outside the world. In short, one world is invaded by forces from another world. At this time, if someone steps forward to help it expel foreign enemies, even if that person is not from this world and is an outsider, he can still be recognized by the will of the world. That's why Xia Qian wanted to use the Abyss Demon Realm to invade the Kunlun Realm, and finally Xia Qian came to be the savior. Kunlun Realm and Abyss Demonic Realm are two connected worlds. Before this, these two worlds had gone through many wars, with each winning and losing. There are immortals born in the Abyss Demon Realm. If there are no immortals in the Kunlun Realm, they will choose to close the passage between the two realms. Vice versa. With Yi Chen becoming an immortal, the Abyss Demon Realm has cut off contact with the Kunlun Realm, and ordinary people cannot enter the Demon Realm. But with Xia Qian's 5th level cultivation as a celestial immortal, it is not easy to enter the Abyss Demon Realm. There are quite a few demon emperors in the Abyss Demon Realm. The Mahayana realm here can be called the Demon King. Xia Qian's huge spiritual thoughts swept through and determined that there were 28 Mahayana monks in this world. 2 male demon emperors and 1 female demon emperor were randomly selected and given to them the tribulation pill. Although they are said to be demons, the tribulation pill has the same effect on them. The 3 demons who got the elixir were extremely surprised and began to rush to the realm of the demon fairy. The 3 demons have stayed in the late Mahayana realm for thousands of years, and they are fully prepared. After waiting for 6 months for these 3 demon emperors to reach the level of celestial immortal queen, Xia Qian threw 3 low-grade immortal weapons to them and at the same time arranged the instructions. This is the immortal weapon I gave you. Refine it first. When Yi Chen comes to the Abyss Demon Realm, I want you to kill Yi Chen. Demon? There are not many good birds. After reaching the heavenly immortal realm, the three demon emperors who were originally dissatisfied with Xia Qian now became more rebellious. They are also demon immortals. There are still three of them. Why should we listen to Xia Qian? In response, Xia Qian stretched out his hand. His huge arms looked like they could reach for stars. A demon king who has reached the level of immortality is like a little chicken, being held in Xia Qian's hands without any room for resistance. Xia Qian only needs to use a little force to completely kill this little demon fairy, just like squeezing an ant to death. Demon Lord, spare your life, spare your life. This move directly shocked these three demons and made them see how huge the gap between themselves and Xia Qian was. The bone demon Mahakshuan, who was held in Xia Qian's hand, began to beg for mercy. He finally became a demon fairy, and he didn't want to die. I can turn you into immortals, and I can also turn you into ashes. Xia Qian was disdainful. These three guys are just Xia Qian's pawns. Later, Xia Qian will personally kill these three demons in the Kunlun realm. After informing the three demons of their plan, Xia Qian disappeared without a trace. After doing all this, Xia Qian left the Abyss Demon realm. Why is the Abyss Demon world's suppression of me so easy? After leaving the Abyss Demon realm, Xia Qian felt a little puzzled. According to the explanation of the Omniscient Book, people in the immortal realm of the 9th level of the Celestial Immortal will have to be suppressed to about the strength of the 3rd level of the Celestial Immortal when they arrive in the Xiaoqian world. It was also because of this that Xia Qian prepared the Nirvana Xianlei as a backup. But he didn't expect that after he arrived in the Abyss Demon realm, the world will of the Abyss Demon realm would have very little power to suppress Xia Qian. This probably limited Xia Qian's strength by 30%. Xia Qian, who still had 70% of his strength, could still easily kill the first-level demon immortal. Is the reason for this result because of the weak will of the world in the Abyss Demon realm, or because of the primitive gate in my hand? No matter what, while Feng Ruoxue is away, we can complete the plan as soon as possible. Xia Qian stood in the void of the outside world, once again condensed a fairy power and incarnated into the Kunlun world, and returned to Yunyu Villa, ready to chat with Su Youwu. Xia Qian's initial idea was to capture Su Youwu as a bargaining chip to lure Yichen to the Abyss Demon realm. But after thinking about it, I forgot about it. Yiwuk, the man who robbed Su Youwu. Bullying women like this is not Xia Qian's style. And compared to Su Youwu, Yiwuk, the father, should hold more weight in Yichen's heart. He captured Yiwuk and threw him to the three demons. In the end, it's no wonder Xia Qian is the one who decides whether he lives or dies. Su Youwu is now in high spirits. After several years of practice, she has broken through 2 minor realms and reached the middle stage of the combined realm. This speed of progress made Su Youwu very satisfied. In the Kunlun world, if you want to improve to a small realm, it will take at least decades of hard work. After learning that Xia Qian came to see her, Su Youwu also chose to receive him. From what Su Youwu knew, Xia Qian was a low-key person and basically would not take the initiative to deal with other people. Since he took the initiative to come to her, there must be something important. Su Youwu was shocked when she saw Xia Qian. Did she feel that she had seen it wrong? Xia Qian now has Mahayana realm cultivation? Su Youwu came to Xia Qian and observed carefully. After confirming that the aura on Xia Qian's body was almost the same as that of her husband Yiwuk, she slumped down on the main seat and said in disbelief, "You? Are you really Xia Chang'e? Why did you suddenly become a Mahayana monk?" Su Youwu really doubted whether the person in front of her was the Xia Chang'e she knew before. How come your cultivation has advanced so rapidly? How many years did it take to go from the state of transformation to the state of Mahayana? It can't be so fast. There has never been such a freak in the Kunlun world since the birth of civilization. Xia Qianduo put a lot of thought into this incarnation of immortal power, and his cultivation is naturally extraordinary. The realm is only the Mahayana realm, but the strength that can be unleashed is no match for ordinary first-level immortals. Because if he didn't do this, how could Xia Qian capture that guy Yiwuk? Faced with Su Yuwu's shock, Xia Qian explained truthfully, "Of course I am Xia Chang'e. As for why my cultivation has improved so rapidly, it's just because I got the immortal fate again. The immortals' enlightenment gave me cultivation now. One sentence made Su Youwu completely envious and jealous. She thinks that she has worked very hard in her practice. I was originally very satisfied with the rewards of my hard work, but being so stimulated by Xia Qian, Su Youwu immediately felt that her little gain was nothing. Shinzi Su, do you still want to share this fairy fate with me? If you are willing, I can still share it with you. Just when Su Youwu was feeling envious, Xia Qian's words shocked her completely. She didn't expect Xia Qian to be so generous. Is this an opportunity to become an immortal? Are you willing to share it with yourself? Of course, Su Youwu also knew that Xia Qian was not generous without reason. Xia Qian's generosity is conditional, and his condition made it impossible for Su Youwu to make a decision directly and openly. It is true that even if he has reached this point, he can still attract Xia Qian to go crazy for him. Su Youwu must be feeling proud in her heart. But she's not that kind of person. Facing Xia Qian's uncontrollable temptation, Su Youwu still shook her head and refused. Fellow Taoist Xia, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your conditions, and I can't bear your immortal fate. Xia Qian did not give up because of this, but continued, Shinzi Su, my sincerity towards you is a testament to heaven and earth. I will give anything for you. I also understand that your current relationship is in name only. He has already shouldered the responsibility. Why do you continue to be attached to him? This little setback is nothing. Su Youwu's refusal was expected by Xia Qian. If she agreed directly, then Xia Qian might have to shoot her personally. This is no joke. Su Youwu was only in the combined body realm, and her body's recovery speed couldn't compare to the intensity of Xia Qian's trauma. If Xia Qian exerts just a little force, Su Youwu, a fusion realm monk, will fall apart. To be honest, Xia Qian wasn't very interested in Su Youwu. One is a 5th level immortal, and the other is a fusion state. The two are not on the same channel at all. The reason why Xia Qian played games with Su Youwu like this was because he had only one purpose from beginning to end. That's no harm to the family. The conflict between Xia Qian and Yi Chun cannot be eased. But Xia Qian would only cause trouble for Yi Chun alone. If Yi Chun dies, Su Youwu will be very sad, right? Xia Qian also deliberately made Su Youwu's heart fall to him, so that Su Youwu could feel less painful. When bad news comes, I can give Su Youwu a reliable shoulder to lean on. Xia Qian felt that he was really too kind and kind. There is no other man as principled and kind as him in the whole world. Facing Xia Qian's tempting words, Su Youwu still shook her head. Although he said he betrayed me, if I agree to you, wouldn't I become the same person as him? Fellow Taoist Xia, please don't talk about this again. From now on, we can still be friends. If you continue to pursue this, please leave Yunyu Villa. How should I put it? This Su Youwu is still an infatuated woman. Does Xia Qian envy Yiwuk for having such a Taoist companion? I'm not envious, because it's not like Xia Qian doesn't have it. Yiwuk's Taoist companion is great, but it soon belongs to Xia Qian. Why does Xia Qian envy him? He immediately started to implement his backup plan. Okay, Fairy Su, I'll go talk to fellow Taoist Yiwuk about this matter and let him formally separate from you. Then there should be no problem if I pursue you again, right? In order to achieve the principle of not bringing harm to his family, Xia Qian paid too much. At this moment, Su Youwu really didn't know how to answer Xia Qian's question. Seeing Xia Qian's sincere eyes, I thought of how much Xia Qian had sacrificed to pursue him. In addition, this guy Yiwuk is indeed ruthless and unjust. If Yiwuk agreed to this, she could really start over. But Su Youwu didn't know if Yiwuk would agree to this proposal. In her opinion, Yiwuk was more likely to be furious after hearing that Xia Qian asked for her. In the end, Su Youwu answered rationally, Fellow Taoist Xia, forget it. Your idea is impossible to succeed. Yiwuk will not agree not to tell, and Chenner will not support it. I don't want to embarrass my son. If you know this, it might be detrimental to you. Even at this point, Su Youwu still has so many considerations, and she indeed has her own persistence. Xia Qian also felt guilty now, but the villain still has to let him do it. With a calm smile still on his face, Xia Qian continued, whether it's possible or not, I have to ask. Fairy Su, can you help me contact fellow Taoist Yiwuk? Look at the confident smile on Xia Qian's face. Su Youwu really felt a little bit influenced by Xia Qian. Inexplicably, such a bold guess came to my mind. Why not let Xia Qian give it a try? What if it succeeds? Su Youwu finally relented and took the initiative to contact Yuwak. In this matter, it was definitely impossible for Su Youwu to go with Xia Qian. It's so embarrassing. Su Youwu is not that shameless. After she told Xia Qian where to meet Yuwak, she stayed at Yunyu Villa waiting for news about Xia Qian. Xia Qian's cultivation is here. He first came to the Immortal Lake outside the Immortal capital and waited for Yuwak's arrival. Huh? Does this fellow Taoist have something important to do here? If not, please leave quickly. After Yuwak arrived, he did not find his first wife Su Youwu, but instead saw Xia Qian. Su Youwu hasn't contacted Yuwak for a long time. This made Yuwak think that Su Youwu had something important to discuss with him, so he rushed over as soon as possible. Regarding Su Youwu, Yuwak also flashed a hint of guilt, as he seemed to have neglected her. In the next few months, Yuwak planned to spend time with his wife as compensation. As for Xia Qian, an outsider, Yuwak planned to drive him away so as not to disturb the next meeting between him and his wife Su Youwu. No matter how you say it, Xia Qian is a Mahayana monk, and Yuwak also gave him some face. If it were a person from other realms, Yuwak would have just slapped him away. In the Kunlun world, the Yi family can do whatever they want, but Yuwak always felt why Xia Qian was so strange. When did Kunlun realm have such a Mahayana monk? He had no idea. This is somewhat unreasonable. The Yi family knows all the powerful people in the Kunlun world. After all, Yichun is also the lord of Kunlun realm. Yichun knows everything in this small world. Yuwak was certain that this was the first time he saw Xia Qian, but for some reason, Xia Qian gave him a feeling of fright. This made Yuwak feel funny. His son is the ruler of Kunlun realm. He himself is also among the top 10 strong men in the Kunlun world. What is there for him to be afraid of? Fellow Taoist Yi, there is no need to wait. Fairy Su will not come. The reason why she contacted you is actually because I want to see you. This Yuwak still looks pretty good. Coupled with the fact that Yi Qian became an immortal, the Yi family became the #1 force in the Kunlun world. Under various conditions, it is normal for Yuwak to attract the favor of many fairies outside. After listening to Xia Qian's words, Yuwak's Yinjun's face became suspicious. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? At this moment, Yuwak was even more panicked, feeling as if he was about to lose something important. Xia Qian didn't waste any time. Yi Daoyu is living and drinking outside, neglecting his wife at home. Fairy Su asked me to come and discuss the divorce with you, so that we can be well in the future. If you have any conditions, Yi Daoyu, just tell me. This sentence completely made Yuwak furious. What did you say? Certain images suddenly appeared in Yuwak's mind, which he simply couldn't accept. The spiritual energy in his body began to riot, reaching the edge of explosion. Facing Yuwak's anger, Xia Qian just waved his hand and replied casually, "Don't worry, Fairy Su is not a person like you. Just because you are such a heartless person, she ignored my pursuit at all. Yuwak, if you let go, I will give you a chance to become an immortal." Facing the temptation, Su Youwu stuck to her heart. Xia Qian was curious about how Yuwak would react. After knowing that Su Youwu had not done anything to apologize to him, Yuwak's mood relaxed a little. As long as you are not humiliated by other men, it is acceptable. But he no longer had the patience to talk nonsense with Xia Qian, and directly reached out to grab Xia Qian. "I want your chance to become an immortal, and I want your life too." Yuwak didn't want to make ink marks with Xia Qian anymore. Just arrest Xia Qian and torture him. In Yuwak's opinion, just because Xia Qian coveted Su Youwu, Xia Qian would die 10,000 times. Not to mention that Xia Qian still controls the immortal fate. The immortal fate in the Kunlun world belongs to his Yi family. Yuwak's reaction was within Xia Qian's expectation. People who are used to being domineering almost all think like this. Ants. Xia Qian felt that it was ridiculous that someone in the Mahayana realm dared to attack him. If he were here and moved his fingers gently, Yuwak would die 100 times. However, because this was just an incarnation and to avoid accidents, Xia Qian used all his strength. He stretched out his palm and tore off the back of one of Yuwak's arms. 5 fingers grabbed Yuwak's neck and flew him away from Kunlun realm. As Yi Chen's father, Yiwuk must have received Yi Chen's attention. Once a conflict breaks out with him, Yi Chen's attention will quickly be attracted. Xia Qian must be fast. With his cultivation level, it only takes 2 breaths to fly out of the Kunlun realm from land. This made Yi Chen unable to react at all. Once outside the realm of Kunlun, it was Xia Qian himself who took action. He grabbed Yiwuk and threw him directly into the abyss of the demon world. Yiwuk fell into the abyss demon world, sunk deeply into the ground, and was directly hit hard. Facing the 3 demons of the demon world, Xia Qian made an arrangement. Yi Chen will come here to save his father. You 3, kill Yi Chen, and you can repay the karma you owe me. After the arrangements were made, Xia Qianbin returned to the void of the universe to hibernate. He will always keep an eye on this place. If these 3 demons were not Yi Chen's opponent, Xia Qian would take action. In the Kunlun world, there are 2 immortal-level combatants. Yi Chen himself and Yi Chen's spirit body respectively have the strength of around the 2nd level of immortal. The spirit body is similar to the 2nd incarnation of the 2nd spirit. As long as there is enough strength to support it, it can be regrouped after being scattered. The last time Yi Chen secretly ascended, because Duguyu's intelligence was leaked, he asked Xia Qian to directly intercept Yi Chen and destroy Yi Chen's 2nd spirit body. Yi Chen did not give up. He had once again used up his resources to condense the 3rd spirit body. He was always ready to ascend and plan to keep fighting Xia Qian. Unfortunately, in Xia Qian's eyes, this fight is about to end. If Yi Chen and the spirit body were to go out together, the 3 demons would definitely be no match. What Xia Qian has to do is kill Yi Chen's true form. This can be regarded as Xia Qian's first step to completely kill Yi Chen. The incarnation of Xia Qian's immortal power returned directly to Yunyu Villa. He still has one unfinished task. At the same time, the heart of the Kunlun world, Yi Chen could no longer maintain a state of seclusion. Because his father is missing, Yi Chen didn't even know why Yiwuk disappeared. Suddenly, Yi Chen sensed that the Kunlun world seemed to be in crisis. The Kunlun realm has been stable for hundreds of years, and it is definitely impossible for Yi Chen to focus on monitoring the Kunlun realm. Such a thing happened, which surprised Yi Chen. Yi Chen naturally did not connect Yiwuk's disappearance with Xia Qian. In Yi Chen's view, Xia Qian is just a humble miner. He would never think that Xia Qian was capable of this. Abyss Demon Realm? With no clue about the matter, Yi Chen can only go to the Abyss Demon Realm to take a look. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Chen decided to go there in person, while the spirit body stayed behind. He already has the strength of the 2nd level immortal, and he doesn't think anything in the lower world can trap him. The strength of the spirit body is now only at the level of a heavenly being. His father was a monk in the Mahayana realm. He disappeared silently. It must have been the action of the gods. It may not be useful even if the spirit body is gone, and an accident may occur, causing him to lose strength again. So I stayed in Kunlun realm just in case. When Yi Chen left Kunlun realm and went to the Abyss Demonic realm, Xia Qian's incarnation of immortal power had already met Su Youwu. After Xia Qian came back, Su Youwu felt extremely uneasy and said in a trembling voice, "What did he say?" In fact, Su Youwu already had a rough guess in his mind. Xia Qian worked so quickly and came back unscathed. This shows that he did not have a conflict with Yiwuk. Yi Chen will also give Duguyu the low-grade fairy weapon he got from Xia Qian to increase Duguyu's combat power. Duguyu followed Yi Chen into the heart of the world. Yi Chen took out the Crimson Sword from the Hongyun dual swords and handed it to Duguyu, and said affectionately, "Yuer, this is the fairy weapon I prepared for you. You can refine it and see if it works." Duguyu did not refuse. When she held this immortal weapon, Duguyu knew that it was the male sword that Xia Qian gave her as a male and female sword. The female sword Baiyun sword is already placed in her space ring. Duguyu didn't expect that the Xiongjian was actually obtained from Yi Chen. She could also understand Xia Qian's intention for such an arrangement. Does she want to kill Yi Chen with the sword Yi Chen gave her? Duguyu held the sword with a complicated expression and asked Yi Chen the last question. Is there really no room for relaxation between you and Xia Qian in the Qingxian immortal realm? Or do you regret what you did before? These inexplicable words made Yi Chen a little unhappy. But Yi Chen quickly realized that this was because Yu started to worry about not being able to complete the task he asked her to lure Xia Qian away after arriving at Tianxian. The purpose is to comfort Yu and let Yu not be nervous. Yi Chen walked up to Yu and prepared to give Yu a hug. Yu thought for a moment and stood there. Following Yi Chen's answer, "I will kill Xia Qian and I will never regret it." The moment Yi Chen hugged him, Yu's hand holding the sword also moved. It was the red sword that Yi Chen gave her. Yi Chen never planned to let Xia Qian go and ease the relationship with Xia Qian. After all, Xia Qian humiliated him too much. He wished he could eat Xia Gan's meat raw. Regret is also regret that I couldn't kill Xia Qian. But Yi Chen never expected that Yu would pierce his heart with a sword. And it's consecutive stabs. The most ironic thing is that the sword that stabbed him was the one he had just given to Yu. He was unprepared and was succeeded by Yu's blow. This made Yi Chen look at Yu in disbelief, covering his wound. His body couldn't help but retreat, and said in a trembling voice, "Why?" Yu didn't look at Yi Chen. Maybe she felt a debt of gratitude in her heart. She replied calmly, "I'm sorry. The mission you asked me to seduce Xia Qian failed. I have surrendered to him. This is his order to me, and I can only obey it." The explanation for this sentence is baffling. In Yi Chen's opinion, Yu has not met Xia Qian yet. Is it possible that Yu was conquered by Xia Qian just after hearing a little about Xia Qian's deeds? Is this possible? Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, you are fine. Yu directly killed Yi Chen without finishing the blow. Because she knew Xia Qian would definitely come here, mocking Yi Chen who was still breathing heavily. She understands what a man is thinking. Things didn't surprise her. Xia Qian came, coming with an arrogant laugh. After seeing Xia Qian, Yi Chen felt as if he had seen a ghost, shaking his head in horror. "Impossible, impossible. How could you come to Kunlun realm? Xia Qian chased him all the way here? Could it be that Xia Qian is some kind of immortal emperor?" This made Yi Chen completely collapse. Nothing is impossible. It's also thanks to your woman Mu Wanling. Without her, I wouldn't be here. Fellow Taoist, you didn't make good use of Mu Wanling. It seems that only I can fully enjoy her beauty. Xia Qian knows that you can't talk too much. But if he doesn't show off at this point, Xia Qian really can't help it. Say a few words, just say a few words, to satisfy his perverted thoughts. After that, kill Yi Chen. Puff. One sentence made Yi Chen spit out old blood. Yu's dark eyes flickered, with a hint of jealousy towards Mu Wanling. "Go with peace of mind, your mother. I have established a Taoist relationship with her. She will live a happy life in the future. And I will not hurt your Taoist partner. I will continue to live in Kunlun as you. The world exists, and if you continue to maintain such a relationship with him, you are dead, but not completely dead." After saying that, Xia Qian motioned to Yu beside him to take action. Yu couldn't care less, leaving an illusory figure on the spot. However, I had already arrived in front of Yi Chen and directly beheaded him. When he was dying, Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that the man beside his mother is actually... He just thought of this and lost all consciousness. Xia Qian himself snapped his fingers and set Yi Chen's body on fire as a finishing touch. Then he came to Yu to comfort him. You did a great job." Yu lowered her head and said nothing. It seemed that he was ashamed to face Xia Qian and ashamed of what he had done. Xia Qian would not tolerate her being so shy, and took the initiative to lift Yu's chin. But Yu turned her attention elsewhere. The fluttering eyelashes showed her panic and nervousness at this time. Xia Qian continued, "Don't you want to see my true self? Today, I have arrived in person. Why do you start to avoid me, like a little girl?" This sentence made Yu gradually look directly at Xia Qian. Xia Qian's true appearance made her feel surprised, but also satisfied. At this opportunity, Xia Qian kissed Yu's forehead. "There's nothing I can do about it. It's hard to talk mouth to mouth while wearing a mask." Xia Qian asked her to take off Yu's mask herself. This moment made Yu's body stiff, but it soon softened. Just wait a little longer. Yi Chen can still live. Now is not the time for Xia Qian to enjoy his victory. This guy Yi Chen is not completely dead yet. This sentence made Yu look a little dull. Yi Chen is not dead yet? Wouldn't that be? Daguyu, who had already become an immortal, felt at a loss. Don't worry, he still has one last chance to be resurrected. Today next year will be his memorial day. After killing Xia Qian again, Kunlun realm will enter a very weak state. When the time comes, it will be easier for Xia Qian to replace Xia Qian as the world leader. Kunlun realm, named after Kunlun, Xia Qian believes that this world is not as simple as it seems. Although it is said that the Kunlun world will be in a weak state because of Xia Qian's death, but the Xiagan people in the immortal world can absorb the power of the immortal world to feed back the Kunlun world. Xia Qian believed that the Kunlun world would soon develop in his hands, and there is an abyss demon realm next to the Kunlun realm. Xia Qian really wants to know if these two worlds can merge into one. Daguyu doesn't know how her heart feels now. The humiliation after betraying Xia Qian, and the shyness after being kissed by Xia Qian. All these things made her unable to think, so she let Xia Qian lead her by the nose, like a cow being led by its owner. Xia Qian quickly came to life again. This time, to make sure there are no surprises. Xia Qian didn't say anything, and just fired two black thunders, completely bombarding Xia Qian. Xia Qian, the master of the Kunlun realm, died 3 times in a row in a few days, causing the entire Kunlun realm to be severely damaged. Stop struggling and change to another world leader. Only by getting rid of the cancer that is Xia Qian will you be able to achieve better development. Seeing that the heart of the world seemed to be still making its final struggle, it planned to revive Xia Qian again. Xia Qian spoke. As soon as he spoke, the movement of the heart of the world stopped. It seemed that he was worried about making the person in front of him unhappy and ending up being beaten up by Xia Qian. Xia Qian now has enough strength to destroy the Kunlun world. He only needs to use the 3 demons of the Abyss Demon Realm, and there will be no way to survive in the Kunlun realm. Without strong people to stop it, the Kunlun realm will be homogenized by the Abyss Demonic Realm. Yuer, do you want to try to refine the heart of this world and become the master of Kunlun realm? Xia Qian spoke to Daguyu beside him. This can be regarded as giving Daguyu some comfort. Converge people's hearts. Daguyu looked into Xia Qian's eyes and finally shook her head. It's better. You go ahead. I don't have the strength. The woman's intuition told her that maybe this was the purpose of Xia Qian coming here. How dare she fight with Xia Qian? To be honest, Daguyu didn't even know how she would get along with Xia Qian in the future. Do you accept Xia Qian as your master? At this time, Daguyu remembered what her master Shueyu had taught her since she was a child. If she meets a man who absolutely dominates her, just let him write his name on his face. Now, she was completely dominated by Xia Qian. After all, she had even completed the task that Xia Qian asked her to assassinate Xia Qian. So what room for independence was there left for her? After Daguyu refused, Xia Qian said nothing more. He came here with the goal of becoming the lord of the Kunlun realm. Just one false shirk is enough. There's no point in pretending anymore. He asked Daguyu to guard the door for him outside the heart of the world. At this point, Daguyu must have followed the instructions truthfully. After Daguyu left, Xia Qian began to express his attitude to the heart of the world. Only I can lead you to prosperity. I can do my best to absorb the power of the fairy world and feed you back. After saying that, Xia Qian also took out the more than 2,000 fairy stones left on his body and let the heart of the world absorb the power from them. Immortal stones will definitely be helpful to the improvement of Xiaoqian world. But the demand for fairy stones is also very high. I'm afraid it will have some effect only after the power of 1.8 million immortal stones is absorbed by the heart of the world. Xia Qian only has so many fairy stones in his hand now, so he can only show his feelings. After Xia Qian held the primordial gate, the changes in the heart of the world seemed to be even greater. This change made Xia Qian realize that the door in his hands was no small matter. Because of it, Xia Qian's suppression in the Kunlun realm was not high, which was completely different from what the omniscient heavenly book said in the Qingxian immortal realm. The omniscient book says that in the lower realm of the 5th level of immortals, at least 80% of the strength will be suppressed. But Xia Qian was limited to at most 20% of his strength. The intuition of the soul allows Xia Qian to understand the will of this world. Xia Qian has not yet been recognized as one of his own by this world, so he cannot become the master of Kunlun realm. Do you admit it? It's not difficult to get there. The 3 demons outside will also come in handy. In addition, there are other ways to fully integrate into this world. Kill the strongest people, drive away the intruders, and marry the most beautiful woman. Xia Qian has either already done these, or can easily do them. In order to show that he has completely severed ties with his ex, Yi Qin's resurrected soul also fell into Xia Qian's hands. This remnant soul was integrated into the heart of the world when Yi Qian became the world master. Every world lord will do this, because it is related to the fundamental reason for their own resurrection after they die outside. Now Yi Qin's remaining soul has been completely driven out. This soul is already insignificant, not even as good as the soul of a nascent soul realm monk. After thinking about it, Xia Qian burned the soul directly. His initial idea was to swallow it directly, or to make this weak soul into a soul lamp and keep it, responsible for lighting up his surroundings when he faced the dark night. But in the end, Xia Qian gave up these 2 ideas. There are certain risks in doing so. Devour Yi Qin's soul? What if he was counterattacked? Leave Yi Qin's soul behind? What if he was rescued? Even if it was only 1/10,000th, Xia Qian would not gamble. Death is like a lamp going out, and Yi Qin's life soul lamp was completely extinguished at this moment, indicating that this person had completely disappeared from the world. After Yi Qin died, the aura of the entire Kunlun world instantly dropped by more than 30%. This makes the situation in a place with thin spiritual energy even more difficult. For monks in this world, if they want to reach the realm of transcending tribulation in the future, the difficulty of the Mahayana realm will be 10 or 20 times higher than before today. This huge change cannot be hidden from the 3 demons of the Abyss Demon realm. They knew this was Xia Qian's handiwork. Yi Qin was beheaded by Xia Qian. Without the threat of Yi Qin, the 3 demons once again swept in with the demons from the Abyss Demon realm, devouring the human beings near the passage between the Demon realm and the Kunlun realm. At this moment, it was also time for Xia Qian to take action. Facing the 3 demons, before they could say a word to Xia Qian directly crushed Mahaxuan and another demon fairy to death. One punch blasted Mei Jiuyo directly into the passage between the 2 realms. The rest of the demon disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, were beaten to death by Xia Qian. The reason why Xia Qian did not kill Mei Jiuyo was because Xia Qian wanted to use Mei Jiuyo to study the abyssal demon world. If this demon fairy wants to give birth to a child, he needs the tribulation pill. Xia Qian is short of money now, so he can save whatever he can. Kunlun realm is already in Xia Qian's possession. Xia Qian's next plan is naturally the Abyss Demon realm, next to the Kunlun realm. He ascended from the Abyss Demon realm and arrived at the Tianji Demon realm, which was on the same level as the Qingxian Immortal realm. Originally, Xia Qian was still worried that the precious resources he had obtained from mining area number 99 were difficult to get rid of under Feng Ruoshua's surveillance. Now it seems it's nothing at all. If you can't take action in the Qingxian Immortal realm, then you can conduct transactions in the Tianji Demon realm. Killing the demon lightly, Xia Qian felt that this world was getting closer to him. Is this recognition? Xia Qian felt funny. Return to the heart of the world. Because of Xia Qian's majestic performance just now, the heart of the world was like a peerless beauty, taking off her clothes in front of Xia Qian, the hero who returned in triumph. Xia Qian naturally accepted it unceremoniously and began to integrate with the heart of the world. Unexpectedly, a third party intervened. The original gate obtained by Xia Qian actually began to swallow the original power of the heart of the world. This made Xia Qian worried. If too much is absorbed, wouldn't it cause the Kunlun realm to collapse? But Xia Qian couldn't attack the original gate. After all, this primitive gate is of great use to Xia Qian. That's it. The situation is special. Xia Qian complements the heart of the world and the original gate at the same time. But the original gate seems to be a unilateral claim to the original power of the heart of the world. It lasted for 7 days, and the situation changed greatly. The Kunlun realm is getting weaker, and future immortal cultivators may only be able to cultivate to the void refining realm, the fusion realm. It's like entering the age of ending Dharma. But Xia Qian felt that his control over the Kunlun world had become stronger, almost 100% control. According to the explanation of the Omniscient book, The Realm Lord's control over Xia Qian world is only about 30% to 40%. The world still belongs to heaven and earth, and the world owner only has certain management rights and is regarded as a spokesperson. Moreover, this level of control will be reduced as the small thousand world becomes more prosperous. But the benefits gained by the realm owners are also increasing. But Xia Qian now has almost 100% control over the Kunlun world. He can truly be like the way of heaven in the Kunlun realm, and the mountains and seas will overturn, and the world will be turned upside down. He is the will of Kunlun realm, the real master. Is it because of you? Xia Qian speculated that this primitive gate directly swallowed the will of Kunlun realm, so Xia Qian was able to enter this realm seamlessly without any difficulty. If that's really the case, what kind of existence is this primitive gate? The feeling that the heart of the world gave Xia Qian might really be maternal will. When Xia Qian was just accepted as the realm lord, he was swallowed by the primordial gate. This ending left Xia Qian confused. Holding the primordial gate in hand, Xia Qian discovered a change. The original primitive gate was only 1 foot wide and high, but now Xia Qian feels that it seems to be a little longer than before, about an inch. No matter how you say it, Xia Qian is an immortal, and he can feel the changes in the things in his hands, no matter how small they are. Half of the original power of a small thousand world makes it grow 1 inch. Weird. He didn't know what was going on at the primordial gate. After he couldn't think clearly, he didn't bother to think too much. After becoming the Realm Lord, Xia Qian had a thought in his mind. A spiritual body appeared in front of him. A normal world master can use this spiritual body to travel to the fairy world, while the main body stays in the small world to enjoy. You can't experience the fairies in the immortal world, but the most beautiful women in the immortal world are definitely allowed to be chosen by the world master. This is the most advanced way of practice, and there is nothing to be afraid of. It is safer than the second-generation cultivation of those powerful forces in Qingxian immortal world. But Xia Qian is different. He is the will of the world. Even if his true self dies in the immortal world, Xia Qian can also consume the power of Kunlun realm to resurrect himself, and he doesn't need to look at the face of world will. He can resurrect himself as many times as he wants. Xia Qian equals immortal. Disperse this spirit body casually and let him return to his origins. Xia Qian came outside. Dugiyu is very anxious now. As an immortal in the Kunlun world, how could she not know what the current situation in the Kunlun world is like? It suddenly became so bad that Dugiyu almost wanted to go in and see what was going on. But after thinking that Xia Qian was a giant in the fairy world and there should be no problems, Dugiyu chose to stay outside honestly. Fortunately, Xia Qian came out without waiting for a few days. The first time she saw Xia Qian, Dugiyu felt like giving in. After not seeing each other for a few days, Dugiyu felt that Xia Qian's temperament had changed. While it became more terrifying, Dugiyu also felt like Xia Qian was God. Yuer, can you take off your mask for me and let me see your beauty? Arriving in front of Dugiyu, Xia Qian once again put his hand on her chin, lifted it up, and stared at her pretty face. Even in Yichen's photos, Dugiyu concealed her face and did not see her true face. Xia Qian wanted to know why. Interesting? Or, is there something unspeakable and unspeakable? Dugiyu whispered, my master said that only when I meet a man who can completely control my body and mind can I let him take off my mask and write his name on my face. Xia Qian could not imagine that there were such perverted rules in this small mask, but Xia Qian likes it very much. It's not difficult to understand. Some women who take off their veils are forced to marry him or not, and men who don't want to marry are killed directly. What's wrong with Dugiyu having a more perverted request? Can't a little fairy have some privileges? Dugiyu had already talked about this. How could Xia Qian not understand the style? Gently taking off Dugiyu's mask, Xia Qian peeked into Lushan's true face. For the first time, Xia Qian felt amazed. Dugiyu's appearance was not the most beautiful that Xia Qian had ever seen, but for some reason, Xia Qian's desire doubled, and he immediately lowered his head to kiss her. Dugiyu's thoughts became clearer at this moment. He hugged Xia Qian with both hands and stood on tiptoes to cooperate, so that Xia Qian could feel more comfortable. It took a while before Xia Qian separated from her. It would be a waste of money to write words on such a beautiful face. Xia Qian couldn't help but sigh as his fingers gently slid on Duguyu's cheek. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like to write his name on it. The sense of accomplishment must be overwhelming, but it affects its beauty too much. But Xia Qian really wanted to do that. The sense of achievement takes precedence over beauty. Duguyu was embarrassed and replied, "Anyway, only you can see this from now on." Having worn a mask all her life, Duguyu didn't want to change much in the future. You have to wear it when you have to wear it. Maybe it's only when facing Xia Qian alone that there are no such things to cover up. Duguyu originally thought that Xia Qian didn't intend to abide by the rules left by her master. But Xia Qian's next words quickly made her give up her naive idea. What a waste. I want to leave my mark on other places on your body. Will you refuse? After saying that, Xia Qian had already picked up Duguyu like a princess. Duguyu felt uneasy, perhaps already anticipating what would happen next. He could only whisper, "You are already the lord of Kunlun realm. How can I refute your will?" As soon as she finished speaking, Duguyu found that she had returned to her manor boudoir. Before she could express her appreciation for Xia Qian's terrifying strength, Duguyu was already placed on Xia Qian's bed. Before that, Duguyu could understand the life of men pursuing 3 wives and 4 concubines, and living in groups of wives and concubines. Because the more beautiful a woman can bring a sense of accomplishment, enjoyment, satisfaction, and vanity to a man. But some women are also obsessed with men. And it's not just about being obsessed with men's money, power, and looks. There's also another kind of pursuit that can't be expressed in words. This is what Duguyu cannot understand the most. But after today, Duguyu seemed to understand. The way men and women have their own reasons. The reason why she couldn't understand it was just because no one could lead her into this way before. Xia Qian didn't take more than a few moments before Duguyu stepped into another world and answered her confusion. "Do you need me to call Su Youwu, Yao Yerui, or all of them?" Duguyu, who was sitting next to Xia Qian and carefully combing her 3,000 black hair, asked Xia Qian what he meant. Xia Qian smiled, "No, I have no interest in them." The reason why he was like this with Duguyu was actually to enjoy the fruits of his victory. No, it's to complete the mission. After becoming a fairy, Duguyu is now the most beautiful woman in the Kunlun world. And as the master of Kunlun realm, there is nothing wrong with enjoying the most beautiful woman, right? Facing Xia Qian's words, Duguyu smiled lightly. "I've already been like this. You don't have to lie in front of me for my attitude. I will absolutely obey you." She already had Xia Qian's indelible mark on her body. From Duguyu's point of view, Xia Qian's incarnation was staying by Su Youwu's side, so he was still interested in that person, right? Xia Qian emphasized again, "I'm not lying. In my eyes, other women are at best trivial trophies, but you are a treasure." Being selected by Xia Qian like this, Duguyu doesn't know if she feels proud? Maybe he should. After being silent for a while, Duguyu plucked up the courage to speak. "Can I follow you to the fairy world?" Duguyu has become an immortal, and entering the immortal world is her current obsession. But now that the matter is over, Duguyu has to ask Xia Qian for his opinion. It won't work now. Xia Qian's answer made Duguyu feel sad. She originally thought that she seemed to have gained Xia Qian's favor. After all, Xia Qian had just shown that he couldn't let go of her. But now it seems that it is not what she thought. Duguyu also quickly comforted herself. That's right, she was just a woman from the lower world, and she only became an immortal with the help of Xia Qian. And Xia Qian may be a high-ranking person in the Qingxian immortal world. How can I be worthy of it? When a weakling like her arrives in the fairy world, it might affect Xia Qian's noble status. When Duguyu was feeling sad, Xia Qian put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "The world master has many benefits in Qingxian immortal world. I will help you become the master of other small 1,000 worlds, and then let you arriving at Qingxian immortal realm." It is indeed a little troublesome to let Duguyu go up now. After all, Xia Qian didn't have much power in the upper world, so having more people who cared about him would be a drag. Let's wait until he develops a little bit. Not very talented, but surrounded by many beauties. This will cause some unnecessary trouble. And what Xia Qian said was sincere. Most of the small world is ownerless. Now he has that ability. You can make your loved ones become the masters of a realm. Dugiyu still needs to investigate again. Xia Qian's answer made Dugiyu feel at ease. It seems that he is a man, very different from Yichen. At least except when he was doing ridiculous things. Xia Qian was not ridiculous at all the rest of the time. Things in Kunlun realm have come to an end. It took Xia Qian more than a year to solve it. After the situation was almost stable, Xia Qian left a spirit body to continue guarding the Kunlun world. The order of Kunlun realm is maintained by Dugiyu. There is only one demon immortal left in the Abyss Demon realm, which poses no threat to the Kunlun realm. As for whether Mei Juyo will ascend directly and escape from the Abyss Demon realm to the Heavenly Demon realm, Xia Qian didn't worry about it. Mei Juyo should understand Yichen's tragedy. When a first-level demon immortal arrives in the demon realm of Tianji, he may only be reduced to food rations. If you want to fly or not, Mei Juyo will weigh it yourself. Xia Qian didn't do everything right before and spared Mei Juyo's life. She should have known what she was implying. Dugiyu didn't have much to do. It is nothing more than building an otherworldly fairy palace for Xia Qian at the highest peak of the Kunlun world, so that Xia Qian can come down and enjoy it when he feels tired from working hard in the fairy world. In that fairy palace, the maids must be saints from all the first-class sects. In the future, Xia Qian himself will attack other small worlds in the lower realm, and all the plundered trophies must be put here, so that if Xia Qian himself is interested, he can take a look, touch it, and use it. It has similar properties to the Bronze Bird Terrace, but it is more suitable to be described as the Fairy Bird Terrace. When Dugiyu learned about Xia Qian's order and arrangement, she was stunned. However, since she is already a loyal follower of Xia Qian, Dugiyu said that she will definitely complete this task. After Xia Qian made the arrangements, he chose to return to his mind through the primitive gate. The familiar environment made Xia Qian feel at ease, but also a little dissatisfied. Just now he was making waves in the Kunlun world. Now let him do the mining. The contrast is too great. But I have to come. Xia Qian was about to get up and have a heart-to-heart talk with his wife and Mu Wanling. He discovered that the original gate that sent him back seemed to be absorbing the fairy energy from the mining area. Absorb the immortal energy into the original gate. If you teleport somewhere, Xia Qian closed his eyes and concentrated, and his thoughts returned to the Kunlun world. In the heart of the world, another primitive door still stands. From the original gate, the immortal energy from the fairy world is transmitted. This change made Xia Qian look overjoyed. Not only can the primordial gate exist in both directions now, but it can also actively help Xia Qian steal the air from the immortal realm to the Kunlun realm. You know, the air in the fairy world is indeed much higher than that in the Kunlun world. Ordinary people in Kunlun realm might be able to live a few more days by taking a few breaths of the immortal energy from the immortal realm. Moreover, the Kunlun world is now in the end of Dharma era. If there are not enough spiritual stones, a monk can practice up to the void refining realm. Xia Qian was still worried about how to get tens or millions of fairy stones to alleviate the urgent needs of Kunlun realm. But now the original gate actively absorbs the energy of the Qingxian immortal realm and transfers it to the Kunlun realm. If the power of the immortal realm is borrowed to flood the Kunlun realm, the situation of the Kunlun realm in the end of law can also be broken. It's a pity that the absorption is too slow. This is the most regrettable place. The original door is no more than 1 foot long and wide. No matter how fast we absorb the energy of the immortal realm, it would probably take tens of thousands of years to fill up the Kunlun realm through such a small opening. And Xia Qian couldn't let the primordial gate steal the spirit of the immortal world without any scruples. It's not that there isn't enough spirit in the fairy world. It is just a divine wind fairy kingdom, and its area is the size of thousands or even more Kunlun realms combined. No matter how much energy is absorbed from the immortal realm to fill the Kunlun realm, it will not have much impact on the Qingxian immortal realm. It's just that the place where Xia Qian is now is someone else's territory, so the commotion cannot be too big. After thinking for a while, Xia Qian took back the original door. Let's wait until he finds a suitable and safe place before embarking on such a immortal energy reduction project. With a thought, the primordial gate was not absorbed into the space ring by Xia Qian, but directly integrated into Xia Qian's sea of consciousness. This thing is becoming more and more perverted. It all started because Xia Qian found the right way to open it. Xia Qian couldn't care less about this guy. He opened the cave restrictions he had set up and walked out of the retreat. Yin Yi and Mu Wanling are both in the cave. Xia Qian's son Xiaoluan is now over 1 year old. It will take several years before you can start practicing. After seeing Xia Qian come out, Yin Yi said gently, "Qianer, how is your practice?" His master's wife's tone seemed gentle, but Xia Qian felt that he heard some sadness. Facing master's wife's concern, Xia Qian said truthfully, "I have practiced a secret technique this year, and my strength has improved." Master's wife, "I have been in seclusion for a year, but has anything important happened?" Xia Qian just didn't know if Feng Ruoxue, a woman, had come to see him within this year. Or maybe there is something that cannot be dealt with in the 2 mining areas under his control. These are all things Xia Qian needs to be concerned about. Yin Yi answered truthfully, "No. Wanling is now at the 3rd level of Celestial Immortal and is strong enough. Besides, everyone in the mining area knows how many big backers you have behind you. So how can you cause trouble in private?" When she said this, Xia Qian was completely relieved. Set your sights on Mu Wanling. Mu Wanling is already a 3rd-level Celestial Immortal. She still took the Breaking Realm pill first to improve her cultivation. Xia Qian didn't care about this. Yin Yi is still a 1st-level Immortal. Her talent is not even first-rate in the lower realm. In addition, after arriving in the Qingxian Immortal Realm, his thoughts should be on raising a baby for Xia Qian. Although it is said that her daughter did not give birth to the cub, as long as it was done by Xia Qian. If she wants to reach the 2nd level of Celestial Immortal, it will take some time for her to practice. My son's words. Xia Qian now has enough capital, and he plans to hire someone to help him. After spending 2 days simply getting along with his 3 relatives, Xia Qian chose to visit the number 100 mining area. Whether it was for himself or to fulfill his agreement with Feng Ruoxue, Xia Qian had to go and see. Down here, Xia Qian ran around for a long time, but got nothing. Xia Qian couldn't help but frown. It was not easy to get the management rights of the number 100 mining area. Turns out there's nothing down here? It can only be said to be strange. Is it because of accidents that many good things can be found in mine number 99? Xia Qian didn't give up. After all, if he found something, it would be a profit for him. After almost 3 months, Xia Qian returned disappointed. There is something in mine number 100, but there is only one item. It wasn't the origin stone. Xia Qian dug it out directly. The remains of a weapon. Based on its shape, Xia Qian judged that it was a spear, euphorbia, or the like. There is no head, so it cannot be specifically locked. The quality should be good, but Xia Qian couldn't tell what grade the weapon fragments were. At least low-grade immortal weapons, mid-grade immortal weapons are like mud compared to them. But after all, it is just an incomplete thing, and its value is greatly reduced. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones should still be worth it. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Qian finally decided to give this thing to Feng Ruoxue after Feng Ruoxue arrived. If he told Feng Ruoxue that he returned empty-handed from the number 100 mining area, it would probably arouse some suspicion in Feng Ruoxue. Xia Qian still needs to slowly discover the secret of this mineral vein. If you want to drain the blood here, you have to rely on Feng Ruoxue, a prodigal woman. This thing is the best choice to use to win over Feng Ruoxue. After putting away the incomplete fairy weapon, Xia Qian returned to his mining area. After finding a relatively remote place, Xia Qian began to engage in the work of secretly absorbing the spirit of the immortal world. Xia Qian couldn't be more careful when doing this. He would stop immediately if there was any movement. The original gate connects to the heart of the world in the Kunlun realm, but Xia Qian plans to move the interface to the immortal palace he will build in the future. Only by letting the air of the fairy world blow by can you call yourself the real fairyland in the Fairybird Terrace in the lower world. Let countless peerless beauties actively join the immortal palace instead of being recruited by Xia Qian. If you have the aura of the immortal world and practice in the Fairybird Terrace, you may become an immortal even if you are 100 years old. I don't think there are many beauties from the lower world who can resist this temptation. The highest mountain range in the Kunlun world is naturally the Kunlun Mountains. In the Kunlun Mountains, there are several immortal sects. As soon as Xia Qian opened his mouth, the highest and best place could only be given to Xia Qian. There are countless monks in the Kunlun realm who have been transferred to the Immortal Palace by Dugiyu to build the Immortal Palace with great care. In the Kunlun world, Xia Qian felt like he had become a tyrant. I don't know if a person who goes against the will of heaven will appear in Kunlun realm in the future to attack him. If there is, Xia Qian hopes it is a woman. Xia Qian in the Abyss Demon realm has no intention of dealing with it yet. After all, it's just one Kunlun realm that hasn't been completely sorted out yet, so getting another one won't do much good. The Abyss Demon realm is connected to the Kunlun realm after all. If you can't escape, it doesn't matter if Xia Qian solves it any time. With the Primordial Gate, it is very convenient to teleport between the two realms without any trouble. Get her. Without a second-generation ancestor like Feng Ruoxue, life in the mining area would be very stable. But after a different woman ascended from mine number 99, the mining area fell into a slight turmoil. Only those who ascend from the lower world can ascend to the Qingxian immortal realm. The demon race and the monster race are from other worlds. But today, a monster suddenly ascended from the number 99 mining area. A snake girl to be precise. There is demon blood, but there is also human blood. Such a freak can indeed choose between two worlds when ascending. But in comparison, neither the fairy world nor the demon world is very friendly to this kind of freak. The snake girl who ascended to mine area 99. She has a charming face that was carefully carved by God. Her every frown, smile, and even cry can move a man's heart. Her temperament shows that she is like a queen or empress in the lower world. Unfortunately, he arrived at the Qingxian immortal realm. Her kingly aura began to dissipate after Shi Feng and his guards personally went out to capture her. Xia Qian never thought that after ascending rashly, he would encounter such an evil-minded person who was also extremely powerful. The reason why Shi Feng and his men planned to capture Xia Qian as soon as they saw him was for a very clear purpose. If a top-grade snake girl like Xia Qian were sold to the royal nobles of the Qingxian immortal realm, I wonder how high the price would be. All at once, they can possess huge wealth and rewards, and get rid of the miserable days of being jailers here. Shi Feng and the others are actually all ascenders. It was only by luck that he was chosen to become the guardian who enslaved the rest of the ascenders. In order to change their destiny, they will not give up any opportunity. Xia Qian also has a bloodline magical power and is good at hiding and dodging, making it impossible for Shi Feng and Lu Geng to take him down in a short time. This incident attracted Xia Qian's attention, and he came out of the customs in person. Although the snake girl's supernatural powers were said to be wonderful, under Xia Qian's absolute cultivation level, she was still held down by Xia Qian's hand on her head, caught alive. Xia Qian knew that if he resisted, he would probably have his head smashed into pieces by the man next to him. Then she glanced at Xia Qian. Xia Qian, who has a sunny and handsome face, makes Xia Qian calm down honestly. She could only hope that Xia Qian could uphold justice. Xia Qian's trustworthy appearance shouldn't be a bad person, right? Elder Xia, congratulations to Elder Xia for catching such a beauty. If he sells it to those powerful nobles, I don't know how much wealth he will make. Yes, Elder Xia is truly a man blessed with great fortune. However, within just a few years of being an elder, his fortune has been rolling in. Everyone who sees you has a share. Elder Xia cannot eat alone. Shi Feng and others expected that Xia Qian would take action. After the snake girl Xia Qian was controlled by Xia Qian, she was almost as good as being caught by them. The four of them congratulated Xia Qian one after another. After Xia Qian saw that Xia Qian had calmed down, he also stopped his hand and stood proudly. Do you have a share in meeting me? This is as it should be. You also know that I have a close relationship with the 9th princess. When the 9th princess comes next time, I will let the 9th princess bridge the gap, and your benefits will be indispensable when the time comes. Xia Qian's current strength is not enough to directly kill these four people instantly. Based on the tone of these four people, Xia Qian could determine that the value of this snake girl in the fairy world was really extraordinary. At least, tens of thousands of fairy stones should be worth it. If it gets too big, it won't be good to attract people from other mining areas. So, let's stabilize these four guys first. His words made Shi Feng and Lu Geng not answer for a while, and they looked at each other and started thinking. Xia Qian struck while the iron was hot. Is it possible that you are planning to ask Mr. Liu to come? I'm afraid we won't be able to even take a sip of soup by then. As for the ninth princess, it will be different. Maybe we will directly contact the real royal family by then. This sentence made these four people trust him a little more. They knew more or less what kind of person Lu Feng was. Compared to the kind-hearted ninth princess, she is indeed much worse. It is much better to profit through the nine princesses than Lu Feng. Does Elder Xia really mean what he said? Shi Feng still didn't believe it. In response to this, Xia Qian said calmly, "After all, we have cooperated once. Could it be said that we don't even have this little trust?" In the end, the four people nodded and agreed. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. The moment they discover a special beauty like Xia Qian, it means that they will either send the person away obediently and then eat some scraps, or they will suddenly become rich. Obviously, these people chose the latter. They thought that Xia Qian was also the latter, so they said they were in cahoots with Xia Qian. As everyone knows, Xia Qian is a green lotus that emerges from the mud and remains unstained in the troubled world. Among the four, Shi Feng is obviously more stable. In order to ensure that no problems would arise, he pressed Xia Qian. "Then please, Elder Xia, please make a vow to the inner demon." This made Xia Qian frown slightly. In the Qingxian immortal realm, the oath of inner demons cannot be made easily. Because if you fail to do so after making a commitment and break the contract, the consequences will be very disastrous. To cultivate immortality, you have to avoid these things. However, Xia Qian is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He was silent for a moment and then swore an oath according to Shi Feng's request. "I, Xia Qian, will sell this person to others for profit later, and I will sincerely transfer the benefits to Shi Feng and Lu Geng. Brothers should be divided equally, and if they violate it, they will perish under heavenly calamity." After saying that, Xia Qian looked at Shi Feng with some impatient anger. "Fellow Taoist Shi, are you satisfied now?" At this time, Shi Feng naturally had no objections and smiled at Xia Qian to express his humility. Xia Qian had already made it this far, and it was indeed impossible for Shi Feng to have any objections. After sighing with emotion, Xia Qian smiled and said, "The four of you can go back and wait for my good news. In order to avoid leaks, I hope that no seventh person will know about this matter. They, who are at the third level of immortality, are just cannon fodder after all. If you want to trade with Xia Qian on an equal footing, you are not qualified." Xia Qian made an oath, but there was also a word game. From beginning to end, he never thought about selling the woman in front of him for profit. The reason why I agreed to go along with these people was just to stabilize these four people, and how Xia Qian will face these four people later. He also has enough plans. The four of them nodded in response to Xia Qian's words. They also don't want one more person to split the money with. "I will be keeping watch over this woman during this period. Do you have any objections?" After stabilizing the morale of the army, Xia Qian was ready to leave with his men. He is the strongest and the highest status among the five, and only Xia Qian is qualified to talk to the ninth princess. So it makes sense for Xia Qian to supervise this woman. Lu Geng, who was known as a lustful person in the crowd, had eyes full of jealousy and greed, and seemed to be dissatisfied with Xia Qian's proposal. Xia Qian smiled at him and said, "What? You want it?" Being asked so straightforwardly, Lu Geng didn't feel embarrassed at all and nodded seriously. To die under the peonies is to be a ghost. If nothing else, at least the immortals in the Qingxian immortal realm are not those who have no desires or desires. Lu Geng really wanted to experience the mystery of the snake girl. If you are not afraid that your employer will investigate the past and have murderous intentions, I can give him to you. When it comes to acting, you have to do the whole thing. Xia Qian looked like he was letting Lu Geng do whatever he wanted. But Lu Geng was already frightened by Xia Qian's words. Some people can't pretend casually. Even when facing an ascended person, people from the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom must first interrogate them to see if they have any background. If you have a good background, try to contact the Ascender's backer and ask him to spin some immortal stones to take the person away. Those without any background will naturally become slaves. This kind of slave does not need to be paid at all. Therefore, for most forces in the Qingxian immortal realm, the first choice for mining is Ascenders with no background. The reason is simple. The ascenders are too cheap, even priceless. Allow ascendants to mine or without restriction, thus saving the expense of hiring miners. No matter what kind of world it is, there will always be such black-hearted people in power. The price to pay for enslaving the ascendants is too small, because most of these people have no support. And even among the ascended ones there are people with extremely talented people. But after suffering from their 100,000 years of slavery and oppression, no matter how good the talent is, it will be wasted. The ending is either to disappear into oblivion, or to emerge and be co-opted by major forces. The basic talents of ascended people are not bad, but the most indispensable thing in the fairy world is genius. What happened in Hudong and Husky in 30 years has never happened in the history of Xia Qian immortal world. Ordinary ascended ones, they can do whatever they want, but in some special cases, it is set with diamonds. Can't afford it. Death under the peony flowers is just a joke. Life is still more important. Let's go. After Lu Gung calmed down, Xia Qian glanced at Xia Qian indifferently. This made Xia Qian feel ashamed. She is the queen of Zhenwu continent. Unexpectedly, one day it would be treated as a commodity. In her heart, the beautiful fantasy of the fairy world was completely shattered at this moment. Although she felt unwilling to do so, Xia Qian still followed Xia Qian and left honestly. What? Hate me? On the way, looking at Xia Qian who had no smile on his face, Suchinduo asked. Xia Qian shook his head, but said nothing. Xia Qian continued to ask, why? I treat you as goods and prepare to sell it to those noble people. Xia Qian originally wanted to say livestock, but after thinking about it, it's still goods. Animals are a bit too hurtful. Xia Qian finally spoke for the first time, with arrogance in his voice. I believe you are not that kind of person. This is my intuition. There was no contempt in his arrogant tone. The reason why Xia Qian sounded like this was because she was born into a royal family in the lower realm, and she had a kind of arrogance in her bones. Because he couldn't be humble, his tone must have been so noble. This was the first thing Xia Qian said when he arrived in the fairy world. Xia Qian glanced at her and said calmly, I will take it as your praise for me. Xia Qian, who was not acquainted with Xia Qian, could not find any topic to continue talking about. Xia Qian couldn't sit still and planned to find out more information. In your world, there should be more or less rumors about the fairy world. You are a girl and a woman with the blood of the demon clan. How dare you? People come to the fairy world? It was also thanks to Xia Qian that he met a kind person like Xia Qian. Otherwise, I won't say much about the outcome. Xia Qian answered truthfully, I'm here to find my husband. This time, there was more tenderness in Xia Qian's tone, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Xia Qian was also very envious. To lay down your body for the one you love. The love between them must be full of stories and beauty, right? Can this kind of beautiful and pure love not be enviable? At this moment, Xia Qian plans to be a good person through and through. Come with me. Your husband is in the same world as you. If he ascends, he should be on my territory. I will summon these miners to come up. I hope to reunite you and your husband. Xia Qian is indeed so beautiful that it is hard to control, but Xia Qian planned to make this true young couple come true. Thank you. Xia Qian's words made Xia Qian feel grateful. It seems that not all the evil people in this fairy world are just like that. There are also people like Xia Qian who have morality. Xia Qian didn't pay attention and whispered, What's your husband's name? Maybe I still have an impression. Xia Qian answered truthfully, Xiao Ju. This made Xia Qian's expression become serious, and he asked again, About when did he ascend? Xia Qian answered directly without thinking, 3,422 years ago. She remembered this number too clearly. She thinks about it 1,000 times almost every year. After understanding it almost, Xia Qian gave Xia Qian a shot first. I don't have anyone named Xiao Ju here. As soon as these words came out, Xia Qian was smiling just now, thinking that her hardships had finally come to an end, and she could find her husband to relieve the pain of lovesickness. Now it changes directly into seriousness. Xia Qian consoled him. Maybe he used a pseudonym. I'll wait until I gather everyone here to discuss everything. This really made Xia Qian feel a little more at ease. but she didn't know why. But after a moment of peace of mind, she felt that things might not be that simple. Xia Qian summoned everyone in his mining area and asked Xia Qian to check slowly in secret, but could not find her husband Xiao Ju. Xia Qian even sketched Xia Qian's appearance and asked if the people present knew him, but there was no response. After Xia Gan dispersed all the miners, he said to Xia Qian, "Maybe. It's in a few nearby mining areas. I'll go and see if I can find it for you." But Xia Qian shook his head. "He shouldn't be here. We also left communication tools with each other before we parted. I didn't contact him, so he shouldn't be here." Xia Qian was still worried that Xia Qian thought she had murdered her husband, so he explained, "I also ascended 10,000 years ago, and just became the guardian elder a few years ago. Among those who ascended in the past 3,000 years, I should be there. Really is no such person as Xiao Ju. Maybe there was something wrong with the ascension channel, and he was lucky enough to go somewhere else." Zhixin's face showed bitterness. In order to find Xiao Ju, she left her daughter in the lower world. "Now, I can't go back, and my husband has not been found." This made Xia Qian also feel that his behavior was reckless. Xiao Ju is a good man who only has a few confidants. The emotion between them is really deep. Xia Qian was relieved by Xia Qian's attitude. After all, he was also worried about taking the blame for some reason. After a moment of silence, Xia Qian asked Xia Qian tentatively, "What are your plans next?" This kind of woman is not suitable for working in the mines. Xia Qian still shook his head. She is also extremely confident in the lower realm, but she really had no way to face this fairy world. None of the people she just met were inferior to her in strength, but he can only be a slave. Thinking about it again, Shifeng and the others wanted to catch her and sell her like a livestock. Xia Qian knew that the world was full of malice toward her. She really had no idea what to do next. For this kind of woman in distress, Xia Qian couldn't hold it back and extended a helping hand. "Well, my child just needs a teacher now. Why don't you give it a try? You are only a first-level immortal. Walking it's too dangerous to be out there. So improve yourself first, and if I have the chance, I'll help you find out about Xiao Ju." Xia Qian did this out of good intentions on the one hand, and on the other hand he felt that this Xiao Ju might not be an ordinary man. Maybe can become a Thai? As for what happened to Xiao Ju, then there would be no loss to Xia Qian. Xia Qian's current performance makes Xia Qian quite trustworthy. In fact, even if she didn't believe it, there was nothing she could do. Facing Xia Qian, Xia Qian said sincerely, "Thank you." Xia Qian was also the first touch of human warmth she felt in the fairy world. Xia Qian took Xia Qian back to his cave. The sudden arrival of such a goblin doubled Mu Wanling's pressure. Even Yin Yi felt a little heavy in her heart. "I wonder why my disciple is so good with women?" In order to avoid misunderstanding among his relatives, Xia Qian quickly introduced him. After knowing that Xia Qian came to look for her husband and would be responsible for teaching and taking care of Xiaoluan in the future, Yin Yi Mu Wanling also had a smile on her face. Among them, Yin Yi took the initiative to hold Xia Qian's hand and said, "Fairy Xian, when you come, stay with peace of mind. It's too dangerous outside. If I hadn't done anything, the situation would be no better than yours. Go." Yin Yi then explained how difficult the Ascendant's initial situation was in the fairy world. Xia Qian also learned more about Xia Qian's situation and the relationship between the two women and Xia Qian. "My heart really felt as if I had taken half a reassurance pill." Seeing that the woman was chatting well with her, Xia Qian didn't intend to pursue this issue any further. Making the final arrangements, "Since Xia Qian you have no objections, I will give you 200 immortal stones a year. Master, you can also spend more time on your cultivation. 200 fairy stones a year." Xia Qian felt that the price he gave was already very good. After calculation, the salary is almost half of that of his supervisory elder. Compared with those miners who are still mining, Zhixin's start has been particularly dreamy. But fortunately, Xia Qian doesn't rely on this little salary, so it doesn't hurt to offer 200 yuan of fairy stones. Neither Yin Yi nor Xia Qian had any objections to Xia Qian's arrangements. Now Xia Qian just wants a stable environment and slowly improves himself. She is also experienced in taking care of children. She has a daughter who she has brought up since she was a child. After all, Xiaoluan is already over a year old. The most difficult period of taking care of her has passed, and it won't be too troublesome to take care of her later. Yin Yi also knows that strength is very important in the Qingxian immortal world, in order not to hold back his son-in-law, but also to help Xia Qian earlier. Yin Yi also plans to upgrade her cultivation level to the second level of immortal as soon as possible. Then, like Mu Wanling, she chose to take the mirror-breaking pill directly to improve her cultivation. Mu Wanling's words, "I have a little opinion in my heart." She finally managed to get through the relationship with Xiagan and get a job as a guardian elder with 500 immortal stones a year. Why is this Xixin so comfortable? Is it because she is big? Not as big as a master's wife. Mu Wanling knew who was in charge in the family, so she didn't know how or dared to quarrel with Xia Qian on such a small issue. She thought to herself, I have to find time to ask Xia Qian what he thinks of this woman. If she doesn't have any ideas, it's okay to give her 200 fairy stones a year. If you have any ideas? Mu Wanling felt that it was very possible that she had an idea. After making arrangements, Xia Qian walked out of his cave. He continued to the place where he had retreated and began to transport the energy of the immortal world to his own Kunlun world. This quiet life lasted for 9 months. 9 months later, Feng Ruoxue came to the mining area again and summoned Xia Qian. Xia Qian, why don't you just follow me? There's no future in being a guardian elder here. Feng Ruoxue wanted to take Xia Qian away as soon as she came, which caught Xia Qian off guard. Xia Qian guessed that Feng Ruoxue had a conflict with Wang Yinran, the sister-in-law-to-be. He pretended to be confused and said, Your Highness the 9th Princess, why is this? What happened? Feng Ruoxue didn't hide anything and said plaintively, Humph, my spineless brother actually agreed to that vicious woman's words and told me not to come to the mining area in the future. Huh. Xia Qian was a little surprised when he heard this. That Feng Xiaotian is still a prince no matter what, right? Also a dog licker? This is Feng Xiaotian's fiefdom. He can't decide what's going on above? Is it because Wang Yinran's family is not weak in power, or... At this moment Xia Qian just wanted to shout 2 words, trash? Men are indeed such waste for doing this. There are no good consequences for licking a dog. This garbage mining area won't be able to mine anything in 30 to 50 years. Look how precious it is. Xia Qian heard the sourness in this sentence. Probably because Feng Ruoxue is just a princess and doesn't even have a fiefdom. If there is no fiefdom, the financial resources would be gifts from parents and fixed arrangements. That's why this little girl worked together with Xia Qian to make money and finally got an advantage over Xia Qian. At this moment, Xia Qian didn't know what to say, so he just took out the incomplete weapon. No matter how much nonsense you talk, it can't be as effective as a valuable thing. This is an imperial weapon? Feng Ruoxue's attitude soon changed. Taking this thing from Xia Qian's hand, his face was full of disbelief. Imperial weapons are things that can only be forged and owned by beings at the immortal emperor level. The entire Shinfeng immortal kingdom cannot produce a single imperial weapon. Could it be that there is still an ancient battlefield down here? Feng Ruoxue took the broken gun and studied it carefully. However, even though she couldn't figure out anything with the 3rd level cultivation of Tianxian, she made a bold guess. Is it possible that there is an ancient battlefield beneath the mining area owned by my 4th brother? Seeing Feng Ruoxue being obsessed with it, Xia Qian whispered, It's possible. I suspect that there are such good things in other mining areas. Wouldn't it be a waste if we just leave like this? Xia Qian really didn't want to move. The development of Kunlun realm is inseparable from this special mining area. He also didn't expect that this remnant weapon was an imperial weapon. Feng Ruoxue did not directly answer Xia Qian's words. This incomplete imperial weapon is worth millions of immortal stones. Although it is incomplete and has been eroded by endless years. But as long as it has something to do with the word emperor, it's not bad. Many blacksmiths will spend a lot of money to buy and study them. After thinking about it for a while, Feng Ruoxue said in a deep voice, Is this the only thing? Xia Qian thought to himself that this little girl is really greedy. Not satisfied with the remaining pieces of the imperial weapon? Complaints are complaints, Xia Qian still explained truthfully. The number 100 mining area should be the same. Even if it is an ancient battlefield down there, the only remaining things are imperial weapons at most, right? Those who cannot reach the level of imperial weapons have long since become its ashes, and imperial artifacts are very rare wherever they are, so you're lucky to find one. When he explained this, Feng Ruoxue also felt that it made sense. Soon she was in trouble. I can no longer transfer positions in the mining area. Mining area number 100 is gone, so what else is there to mine? Xia Qian had already thought of a plan. Since we can't go openly, we can only go secretly, so I need Her Highness the Ninth Princess to provide me with some techniques to hide my aura. When he said this, Feng Ruoxue fell silent. There is indeed some truth. Xia Qian is a shrewd person, so it is not difficult to do this. If I find something in the future, I will keep it for now, and I will hand it over to you in the underworld city at a fixed time? Xia Qian asked tentatively from the side. What she got was Feng Ruoxue's rejection. That woman is not an economical person either. She already has doubts in her mind. You might be searched when you go out. I don't want her to take away all our hard work. This made Xia Qian feel helpless for a while. Feng Ruoxue continued, so, you might as well follow me and be my bodyguard, and we can go to the stone betting field to try our luck together. Xia Qian directly rejected Feng Ruoxue's suggestion. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, I just want to be safe, and I don't have the ability to understand what is in the origin stone, let alone the capital to play with it. The water inside the gambling stone is very deep. If he reveals a very powerful talent, or develops a treasure that defies heaven, Feng Ruoxue might not even be able to save it. The Kamikaze Kingdom is just an ordinary country. In the Qingxian immortal world, there are many immortal dynasties and immortal emperor-level forces. These are the really big characters. Of course, the most important thing is the wages Xia Qian needs, which Feng Ruoxue cannot afford. Okay, we'll talk about it when the time comes. If you dig up anything good again, keep it first. I'll keep this half of the imperial weapon first. What if you dig out the other half? The value will be doubled by then. Seeing Xia Qian's serious expression, Feng Ruoxue stopped forcing him. She took out a space ring, then took out two things from her own space ring and put them in. Then she gave the ring to Xia Qian and explained, there are 60,000 immortal stones here. They are the 2 immortal stones you gave me. In addition to the share after Jane sells it, there will be an immortal method and an immortal weapon to hide your own aura. You can use it yourself. Feng Ruoxue didn't say the exact percentage of the immortal stone, and Xia Qian didn't ask either. Maybe 10%? Fortunately, there are several other things to compensate, and Xia Qian is not at a loss. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Qian said with some worries, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, the 4 guys in my mining area discovered that I dug up this fragment of an imperial weapon, and they plan to extort me for a share. I'm worried. Yes, Xia Qian plans to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He won't use Yixin's incident as an entry point. After all, Xia Qian didn't know if Feng Ruoxue would have differences with him because of Xia Qian's issue. Therefore, it is best to focus on the interests and risks of him and Feng Ruoxue. After Xia Qian finished speaking, Feng Ruoxue kept her eyes on him. She wasn't stupid either. She felt that Xia Qian had other motives for telling this matter. In order to ensure the authenticity of his words, Xia Qian continued, What I said is true. Those guys knew that I dug out several pieces of immortal treasures before, but they are not honest now and are still paying attention to my every move. He knew it was bold of him to do this, but that was all he could do. Feng Ruoxue was silent. Before speaking, Elder Xia, I hope our cooperation is sincere. Those 4 people, I will help you solve it. It was because Xia Qian brought enough benefits to Feng Ruoxue that Feng Ruoxue was tolerant to Xia Qian. As long as Feng Ruoxue agreed, Xia Qian said quickly, Thank you, Your Highness, Ninth Princess. I will never let you down, Your Highness, Ninth Princess. After the discussion, when Xia Qian was about to leave, he suddenly thought of a question and spoke boldly again. Your Highness, if I want to find someone, what can I do? Just look for the omniscient heavenly book. For ordinary ascended people who have reached the 7th level of celestial immortal or above and hold a position in a slightly higher level of power, the omniscient heavenly book can find information. For example, Lu Feng, the manager of the mining area, can be found by the omniscient heavenly book. People have found superficial information, such as cultivation level and position. As for you, It's still a little short of that. The omniscient book didn't include your situation. Feng Ruoxue didn't hide anything about such a trivial matter. I explained it casually, but felt it was a little loose, so I continued to add, it's impossible for everything recorded in the omniscient book to be true. It's about a 50-50 split between true and false. You need to judge for yourself. She knew that Xia Qian was probably planning to find an ascendant from the lower realm. After all, this was the only one who could be related to Xia Qian. Feng Ruoxue is not very optimistic about this. There are many ascendants in the lower realm, and tens of thousands of them come to the small thousand world every day. There are not many people who can get ahead and have a certain level of cultivation. I understand. Thank you, Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess, for your guidance. Xia Qian said he understood and walked out. The little girl Feng Ruoxue is indeed a bit greedy, but she is still good in other aspects. The question he asked was indeed related to Xiaoju, but Xiaoju could only ascend for 3,000 years and reach the 7th level of the immortal. It felt a bit difficult. Returning to his cave, Xia Qian opened the two things Feng Ruoxue had prepared for him. A jade pendant named Hidden Jade. This is natural jade and can be used as soon as it is mined. But Feng Ruoxue's one must have been carefully crafted. Wearing it on the body can conceal one's own breath to a certain extent. Without cultivation level above the 5th level of true immortal realm, it is impossible to see through it. With this thing, Xia Qian can almost do whatever he wants in this mining area. In the entire mining area, there are not many people above the 5th level of the true immortal realm. Another point is that if Xia Qian needs to take Xia Qian, the snake girl, out later, letting Xia Qian take this hidden jade with him can also hide the fact that Xia Qian has the blood of monsters. And the other thing is a magical skill, the mustard seed hiding method. This is one of the top immortal arts in the Qingxian immortal world. It's not just a body technique, it can also be regarded as a method of creating a world. If you practice to the peak, you can create a mustard world. It's a pity that Feng Ruoxue only fucked Xia's upper half. But it is enough to rank first among the immortals. Even if a normal fairy transforms into a flowing light, his figure is still visible, and it is more conspicuous. The more you practice this mustard seed hiding technique to the extreme, the more you can compress yourself into an extremely small state, even close to nothing. But even if it is extremely small, it does not mean insignificant. For this reason, immortals in the ionic state can also have a medium world in their bodies, where hundreds of millions of creatures live. The way of creation is mysterious and extraordinary. When he got this book of magic, Xia Qian's hands were shaking. So precious. This little girl Feng Ruoxue seems to be serious. If you love her, you can take care of her more in the future when you gain power. Practice first. Xia Qian didn't care about other things and began to practice this immortal method in his cave. There is basically no chance that he will be beaten to death by people in the fairy world. In terms of safety factor, it is considered to be the best in Qingxian immortal world. So Xia Qian can do things based on his own interests and hobbies. After finally coming into contact with such a bizarre magical technique as the mustard seed hiding technique, Xia Qian is naturally the most interested in it. It took Xia Qian 2.5 years to get started with the mustard seed hiding technique. Now he can turn his body into a stone less than an inch in size. It seems to be very strong, but it is just an introduction to this method. Now Xia Qian should be able to break into other mining areas at any time. The ordinary guardian elders in the mining area are only at the 8th level of immortality. The guardian elders who reached the 9th level of Tianxian were all transferred away, and the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom began to take them a little seriously. Of course, high-level immortals can also target Xia Qian if they check carefully. But among the hundreds of supervisory elders working in the mining area, none of them work seriously all the time. They are all just dawdling. After practicing, Xia Qian was not in a hurry to go to other mining areas to see if there was anything good. Instead, open the original door and enter your own little world. He wants to know how his little world is developing. The Xianke terrace that Xia Qian needs has been built, and many beauties have already stayed in it. All are constructed by immortal cultivators, and there is no need to speak of efficiency. It is not as exquisite as the exquisite buildings in the Qingxian immortal world, but placed in the small thousand world, It is absolutely rare and first class. Fairybird Terrace can be regarded as an absolute daughter's country. Just a male king of Xia Qian. Yi Qin's original confidant also lived here. In addition, Xia Qian recruited beautiful saints from other immortal cultivation forces in the Kunlun world to serve as servants. Next, Xia Qian plans to move the interface of the original gate from the heart of the world to here. Build your own Fairybird Terrace into a holy place for cultivation in thousands of small worlds. Let all the empresses from other small worlds come to worship you. This is Xia Qian's confidence. With a constant supply of fairy air, the Fairybird Terrace is the first fairyland for thousands of small world creatures to practice. Similarly, it is also Xia Qian's silver nest. Master, the power of the heart of the world has recovered very quickly, and the cultivation difficulties in Kunlun realm have been alleviated to a certain extent. After practicing there, I feel that I can reach the second level of immortal. What is the reason for this? Dugiu followed Xia Qian and accompanied Xia Qian to visit the Fairybird Terrace. On the way, Dugiu couldn't help but ask this question. Near the heart of the world, it has become a holy land for cultivation in recent years. It is 100 times more powerful than when the Kunlun realm was at its peak. This change must have been brought about by Xia Qian, there is no doubt about it. With just one move, Xia Qian was able to hang Yi Qin up and beat him. Yi Qin doesn't have such a powerful ability at all. To Xia Qian, Dugiu felt like she was sinking more and more into it. The man who was so powerful that she couldn't even imagine it left her unable to extricate herself. In this regard, Xia Qian just whispered, "There is nothing to be proud of. I just invested a small amount of millions of fairy stones to transform the Kunlun world. But in the future, I will focus on the Fairybird stage. In this world, it is difficult for immortals to practice, but I want to make Kunlun realm a place where immortals can also practice and then conquer other realms and become the master of thousands of small worlds." Xia Qian's words were particularly majestic. Thousands of fairy stones were invested, and it was said to be millions. In fact, it's not a problem to say it's millions. After all, there is so much immortal qi, so it can be considered a considerable number of immortal stones. In Qingxian Immortal World, if Xia Qian wanted to dominate a town, it would probably take tens of thousands of years of development. No matter how hard it is, a town is guarded by a true immortal level. If Xia Qian wanted to become a true immortal, it would be impossible without 10,000 years of practice. Since I can't be the boss in Qingxian Immortal World, I have no choice but to become the overlord in Xiaoqian World. Controlling thousands of small worlds is something even the immortal emperor of the Qingxian Immortal Realm cannot do. Xia Qianing. To a certain extent, Xia Qian's ability is still higher than that of many emperor-level powerhouses in Qingxian Immortal World. He cannot establish eternal power in the Qingxian Immortal World. But if the lower realm rules so many small worlds at once, there is absolutely no possibility of being overthrown. Unless the universe is destroyed, or a plane is provoked to a higher level than the Qingxian Immortal Realm, that possibility is almost non-existent. Xiagan's words made Duguyu's legs feel a little weak. Duguyu can probably guess what the millions of fairy stones represent, but the description of the million immortal stone as tiny made Duguyu feel dizzy. The man in front of him became more and more unattainable. What kind of imperial demeanor is this to rule thousands of worlds? Duguyu was also slightly worried. If Xia Qian really manages to rule thousands of small worlds by himself in the future, then he had no idea how much loot to collect. Among those trophies, the quality must be better than hers. What will she do then? Duguyu is worried, and she doesn't do any other daydreaming now. I don't expect to be held in the palm of Xia Qian's hand and pampered, but as long as I don't give up on her, I'll be fine. Master, most of the women sent by the major sects are not the best among them. They are almost all excellent. Do you need me to teach them a lesson? Dugiyu reported the situation to Xia Qian at this time. Although Xia Qian is said to be the lord of Kunlun, fortunately for the small sect, in order to curry favor with Xia Qian, they honestly gave away the best. I wish I could become rich after getting involved with Xia Qian, but it is necessary for all the major sects, especially those sects that have been passed down for a long time, have Mahayana monks in charge, and have a history of immortal ancestors. It is obviously impossible for them to send their best female disciples to serve as slaves. In the eyes of those people, they can't become immortals anyway, and it's the same as staying in the sect. However, because Xia Qian's identity is here, these people dare not disobey Xia Qian's arrangements. Therefore, a woman who was ranked second or third in the sect and had no big background was sent here by falsely claiming to be a saint. Xia Qian didn't care about this. After all, his recruitment was nominally immoral. The reason why he did that couldn't be to imitate Huangdi's example of a concubine who ascended in 3,000 days. After all, he doesn't have that kind of skill. Furthermore, even if he were to learn from such an operation, Xia Qian would not say it out loud. Xia Qian just didn't want his fairy bird terrace to be too deserted, so he let people come to liven it up. Qian Terrace will soon become a real paradise for immortals. Those people will always regret it. I really look forward to the next scene where father and daughter turn against each other, and the master is kind and the disciple is filial. When the second daughter of the sect arrives at Xia Qian, she can easily surpass the first daughter without having to practice for several years. When the time comes, someone will always regret it. Immortal fate is enough to turn father and daughter against each other, making master and disciple hate each other. Those so-called big sects have lost a big opportunity. Dugiyu was actually ready to snatch Xia Qian's people in person, but I didn't expect that Xia Qian directly ignored the positive and negative consequences of some sects. Xia Qian walked up behind Dugiyu, put his hand on Dugiyu's shoulder, and whispered, "You error. Don't think of me as some kind of lustful ghost. I told you, there is only one woman in the entire Kunlun world that interests me. There are only 2 or 3 people, and you are the best among them. The others are just embellishments of your delicate flower." In front of different women, Xia Qian's words were the same, hypocritical lies. The routine is old, but it works. Duguyu's thoughts were in turmoil. Just one word from Xia Qian could make her body excited for Xia Qian for a long time. "Come to the Wanla Palace in Qian Terrace with Xia Qian." Duguyu pressed a switch. There is an extra turntable in the center of Wanla Palace, spinning slowly. Duguyu also took out a silver flying knife and presented it to Xia Qian. In order to please Xia Qian, Duguyu did a lot of homework. Does the well-informed Xia Qian know what this is? It's similar to the Emperor's Flop, but this one is more interesting. The names written on it, and the people painted on them are all Duguyu's good sisters in the past. "Master, although I say you have no interest in them, your current identity is Yi Chen, so you have to take care of me from time to time, right? Otherwise, you will be suspected. What do you think?" Before this, Yi Chen would take time to accompany his confidant every once in a while. Since Xia Qian came, he has left everyone except Duguyu in the cold. Yi Chen's widow is troublesome to deal with. Kill? Obviously, Xia Qian couldn't do it. Those people had no grievances against Xia Qian, and Xia Qian was not such a cruel person. Not to kill, but to give to other men? Xia Qian said that he is a person who respects the strong. Although Yi Chen is Xia Qian's opponent, he deserves Xia Qian's respect. How could he let Yi Chen head over the green prairie? That would be so disrespectful to those who have passed away. That being said, forced by the helplessness of choice, it seemed that we could only make the arrangement as Duguyu said. Anyway, after practicing for several years, it's really time to have some fun. Xia Qian took the flying knife sent by Duguyu in his hand, threw it at the turntable, and hit the turntable steadily. Duguyu hurriedly went over and turned over Xia Qian's cards. Yerui, the woman Yi Chen trusted the most. He is also one of the strongest alchemists in the Kunlun world today. "Master, Yao Yerui has now reached the late stage of Mahayana realm and is not far away from becoming an immortal. However, without your order, she would not dare to take that step," Duguyu explained carefully from the side. The current situation in Kunlun realm means that as long as Yao Yerui goes to practice outside the heart of the world, it will not be difficult to step into the threshold of immortality. It is impossible to withstand the catastrophe without Xia Qian's elixir assistance. Xia Qian was thinking, if people from the lower realm want to survive the tribulation, the risk factor is too high. As for the Jiesheng Dan, Xia Qian himself couldn't buy too many in the Qingxian immortal realm, lest he be suspected. Yao Yerui is an alchemist. Maybe he can let Yao Yerui help him refine the tribulation pill? This is very necessary. It's just that there are dozens of people in Kunlun realm who are qualified to become immortals, and here are just dozens of tribulation pills. To buy it in person would cost hundreds of thousands of fairy stones. If Xia Qian finds his way back to Lan Yu's world later. It's just that there are probably hundreds of people in Lan Yu's world who need to use the tribulation pill. What a loss. If you train an alchemist yourself and can refine the calamity elixir, the investment required will be much less and it will be more secretive. It just so happened. Xia Qian still had the last calamity elixir left in his hand. Now it seems that it is most appropriate to prepare Yarui. Before that, Xia Qian planned to leave this calamity elixir to Su Youwu. Su Youwu's cultivation level is too low now. She can really take a breather. Go get her. Yes, the woman Yao Yarui has now successfully attracted Xia Qian's attention. It works for him. As soon as Xia Qian opened his mouth, Dugiyu started to take action and replied, "Okay." At this moment, Yao Yarui is practicing in a pavilion in the Immortal Bird Terrace. Dugiyu's active call forced Yao Yarui to come to Wanlu Palace. It turns out that she is the woman Yi Chen trusts and loves the most. But as Dugiyu reached Tianxian, everything naturally changed. Seeing Xia Qian sitting at the main seat, Dugiyu was pouring wine at the side. As Yi Chen's a confidant, Yao Yarui is not shy at this moment. She was quite good at serving others, and took the initiative to come to Xia Qian's arms, and served Xia Qian with Dugiyu, squeezing his shoulders and patting his back. Later, he even lay directly in Xia Qian's arms and began to enjoy himself. According to the normal development of the situation, the next step will be a 3-person group, and there must be a movement of 1 division. But the smile on Yarui's face suddenly solidified. She sensed something was wrong. In an instant, Yao Yarui took Dugiyu's hand and escaped from Xia Qian's arms. Faced with such changes, Xia Qian remained unmoved and continued to drink his own wine. "Who are you?" "You are not my husband." Yao Yarui questioned Xia Qian. "Yes, in Xia Qian's arms." Yao Yarui felt the gap between Xia Qian and Yi Chen. Too big. This made Yao Yarui react immediately. The person in front of me is definitely not his Taoist companion Yi Chen. Yao Yarui is an alchemist. He is a person who is very perceptive and observant. Otherwise, how could he improve his alchemy skills to this level? Women are sensitive creatures. The reaction Xia Qian had on her body when he touched her was completely different from Yi Chen's. A woman's mouth can tell lies. But the body's reaction is absolutely honest. Faced with Yao Yarui's doubts, Xia Qian was as steady as a rock. As the master of Kunlun realm, does he need to explain to other people what he does? 3 people become tigers. He is not Yi Chen, but it is enough to make outsiders believe that he is Yi Chen. The reason why Xia Qian wanted to replace Yi Chen was also to avoid trouble. In the future, when he conquers other realms and controls hundreds of thousands of small worlds under his control, he will definitely be targeted by the big forces in the Qingxian immortal realm. If the name of the lower realm is the same as the name of the upper realm, Xia Qian's actions in the Qingxian immortal realm will be hindered. And the word Yi Chen seems to be born with a kind of luck. There are benefits to borrowing it and using it. In this regard, Xia Qian didn't have much grudge. Yi Chen's people, Xia Qian all borrowed it. There's nothing wrong with using his name, right? However, Dugiyu directly let go of Yao Yarui's hand, walked to sit next to Xia Qian, and whispered to Yao Yarui, "Are you crazy? He is our Taoist companion. He has only been here for a few years. I haven't favored you. Have you forgotten the feeling?" When she said this, Dugiyu also felt an unexplainable excitement in her heart. Yao Yarui still called her up at the critical moment, and Dugiyu was somewhat touched. Because of Yao Yarui's move, Dugiyu said that she could give Yarui a chance to serve her master. Dugiyu's words confused Yao Yarui. She didn't believe that Dugiyu didn't know how much Yi Chen had changed now. They are completely different from before. Why does Dugiyu think it's okay? Between her and Dugiyu, whose feeling was wrong. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come over quickly? Seeing Yao Yarui standing still, Dugiyu spoke to urge her. This made Yao Yarui extremely entangled, wondering whether she should go there or not. The intuition in her heart told her not to go there. But Dugiyu's affirmation made Yao Yarui start to question herself. Was she overthinking it? After a fierce spiritual battle, Yao Yarui returned to Xia Qian's side. Only this time, she looked a little forced to smile. Yao Yarui believes that Duguyu will not betray Yi Chen. So what Duguyu said should be true. As for why I forced myself to smile, Yao Yarui also felt a little embarrassed because of such a big own error. Ni, you are not him. Really? Not him, Duguyu. You lied to me. You lied to me. After Xia Qian left, Yao Yarui looked at Duguyu with a hint of hatred. If Yarui was just suspicious before, but now, she was 100% sure. This man is not Yi Chen. It feels completely different. Moreover, the tattoos on Duguyu's body also indicate Xia Qian's identity. Yao Yarui didn't know why Duguyu did this. Now she feels like she is dying. Xia Qian is a heavenly being. With just a little bit of force, he is already at the limit that a Mahayana monk would never reach in his lifetime. It's thanks to Xia Qian's mercy, otherwise Yao Yarui would really die. Yao Yarui, woman, you have to be a little confused. You should know what to say and what not to say, right? Xia Qian is a person who dislikes trouble. He has left and is going to deal with the affairs of the Abyss Demon Realm. He can just leave the aftermath to Duguyu. Duguyu is very capable now and will not let Xia Qian down. When Xia Qian was away, Yao Yarui was heartbroken. Now she was basically sure that Yi Chen was dead. Otherwise, Duguyu and Xia Qian would not be so arrogant. Yi Chen's death dealt a fatal blow to Yarui. She loves Yi Chen so much. The second thing is that after Yi Chen died, Xia Qian came to give her a hard blow again. Yao Yarui really has the intention of taking death. Now Duguyu is here to make her a little more confused. Let Yao Yarui grit her teeth and stare at Duguyu. If her own strength were not inferior to hers, Yao Yarui would definitely fight to the death with Duguyu. Duguyu. On the surface, she thinks she is noble, but she turns out to be just like a prostitute. With Xia Qian away, Yao Yarui has gained a little more confidence. He mocked Duguyu without reservation. Before, Yi Chen told her how cold and aloof Duguyu was. Now it seems it's all fake. Whatever you say, I believe you will only be more exaggerated than me in the future. To this, Duguyu made no rebuttal at all. She believed in Xia Qian's charm. The more Yao Yarui persists now, the more she will sink in the future. Why are you doing this? Yi Chen didn't treat you badly, did he? Yao Yarui looked at Duguyu, hoping that Duguyu could give her an answer. Duguyu did not hide anything and told the truth. Yi Chen asked me to seduce this man after I became an immortal. In the end, I was conquered by his charm and strength. It's that simple. Yao Yarui shook her head. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She didn't believe Yi Chen would be such a person. Duguyu smiled and said, I'm not the first woman he abandoned. I know Mu Wanling's experience much better than you do. After saying this, Yao Yarui was speechless. When Mu Wanling was killed by Yi Chen, the 9 tribes were killed. Yao Yarui always felt that Yi Chen might be more at fault. No matter what, it would be really inhumane to kill the 9 clans. Now that Duguyu said this, Yao Yarui could only remain silent. Duguyu did not delve into this topic. According to the arrangement left by Xia Qian, she took out a box and opened it under Yao Yarui's gaze. As an alchemist, Yao Yarui was immediately attracted by this pill. Isn't this the finished product that she has been pursuing all her life? After seeing Yao Yarui's eyes, Duguyu was filled with tears in her heart and started her own performance. This pill is a calamity pill, a thing from the immortal world. It can help you become an immortal. The reason why I can cultivate to become an immortal is because of this. Want it? Want to? Who doesn't want it? But Yarui is an absolute fairy in the Kunlun world. Could she say she wanted it to a woman who had just humiliated her? Facing Yao Yarui's reservation, Duguyu looked very contemptuous. Perhaps it was because Xia Qian had treated her very well before and never made things difficult for her in the slightest by giving her items. So, Duguyu doesn't want such good things to happen to other women. Other women cannot receive Xia Qian's warm care like her. After chuckling, Duguyu's expression became particularly cold. She stared at Yarui and said coldly, If you want it, just crawl over and get it, just like before. If just now Yao Yarui was hesitating just because of the reserve in her heart. Now, Duguyu's words directly made Yao Yarui completely angry. She said angrily, "Dugiyu, don't go too far. No matter what, they are sisters who have fought side by side and supported each other. Is it necessary to make things so difficult for her? Is that too much? It seems you don't want it anymore. Well, I'll show it to your mother and your sisters. I wonder if they are as noble as you." After saying that, Duguyu closed the medicine box and looked like she was ready to leave. Don't let them all become celestial beings by then, while you are still just a Mahayana. Every word Duguyu said hurt Yao Yerui's spirit. This made Yao Yerui miserable, and she really couldn't make up her mind to resist the temptation. That man is not a good guy. He is tempting himself to fall. She must not let down Yichin's kindness to her. In the end, Yao Yerui gave in to Duguyu. After all, facing an acquaintance like Duguyu, the acceptable level of humiliation is higher. If Xia Qian did this, Yao Yerui would never agree. It should be impossible to agree. That's right. Lord Realm likes obedient women. Only by being obedient can you get more benefits. Xia Qian wanted to give Yerui the Jiexing Dam by name, and Duguyu would definitely not violate this. It's just that the process of obtaining Yao Yerui was planned by Duguyu. After leaving such words, Duguyu also left to practice in the heart of the world. She was very happy today. Only Yarui was left crying secretly. At this moment, she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Holding this calamity pill, Yao Yerui knew that only by reaching the heavenly immortal realm could she have the slightest strength to resist. She didn't dare to make Xia Qian, an unknown and powerful man, regret it. But at least Duguyu. She has the means to counter it. Xia Qian directly entered the Abyss Demon world. The Abyss Demon realm is something in another dimension of space. Ordinary people cannot enter it without an entrance. This is where Xia Qian is in trouble. There is another small dimensional space, so how can I integrate the two worlds? This time, the Abyss Demon realm was much more repulsive towards Xia Qian. It seems that it is because Xia Qian's identity has changed. Xia Qian is now the master of a realm. The world will of the Abyss Demon realm will definitely reject Xia Qian. Mei Jiuyo has not ascended and left the Abyss Demonic realm, but is still here. After Xia Qian arrived, his tone was low. "Mei Jiuyo, why don't you come over to see me?" He didn't use much force when speaking, but his voice spread throughout the Abyss Demon world. All the creatures in the demon world are staring at the existence that makes the demon world feel unattainable. The weak ones were already trembling. At this moment, Xia Qian is using the identity of Yichin. That's why Mei Jiuyo didn't show up directly to meet Xia Qian. She was also worried that Yichin had come to settle accounts after the fall. But after Xia Qian spoke, Mei Jiuyo also knew that she couldn't hide, so she took the initiative to show herself. Mei Jiuyo could only use Xia Qian's reputation to gain some confidence, and said coldly and proudly, "Yichin, if you come to my demon world and run rampant, you won't be afraid of any supreme being angry and killing you again." In response, Xiagan smiled. "That immortal emperor has promised not to embarrass me and has returned to the immortal realm long ago, so don't have your last fantasy of hope." Mei Jiuyo said firmly, "So what? I can go to the demon realm, but you can still chase me to the demon realm?" Xia Qian continued, "The water in the demon world is very deep. I am a warning to you. I was killed by strong men when I arrived in the fairy world. At least I still have a chance to be resurrected, but you don't." This immediately left Mei Jiuyo speechless. It was this kind of worry that made Mei Jiuyo dare not go to Tianji Demon Realm at all. Xia Qian told Mei Jiuyo about one of his plans. What she got was a sneer from Mei Jiuyo. "Why should I tell you the location of the heart of the world? I refined the heart of the world myself and became the realm lord. Isn't it more comfortable than relying on you?" She really felt that she would be reduced to food for those terrible creatures when she reached the upper world. Mei Jiuyo knows the nature of the demon creatures best. Xia Qian suggested that he let him refine the Abyss Demon Realm and lead the way for her to venture into the Tianji Demon Realm, so that she could have a foothold in the Demon Realm. While Mei Jiuyo's heart was beating, she felt a kind of expansion. Recently, she has also been trying to refine the heart of the world. But I have no clue. 1. You don't have the ability to refine the heart of the world, and 2. You don't have the opportunity in time. Xia Qian's words were very straightforward and also contained a certain threat. It is not that simple for Mei Jiuyo to steal the fruits of his victory. I don't have a chance, and you don't even have that chance. The heart of the world in the demon world cannot be refined by a human like you. Xia Qian was full of confidence. I am more experienced than you. Take me to the heart of the world in the demon world. Putting it into perspective, Xia Qian was indeed planning to conquer the Abyss Demon Realm in name only. It's like treating the Abyss Demon Realm as your own colony and becoming a vassal. Because the human race is indeed a world where there is no possibility of refining the life of the demon race. But with the primordial gate, Xia Qian feels that he has great hope of achieving it. Mei Jiuyu, under pressure from Xia Qian, finally chose to be a leader. Take Xia Qian to the core of the Abyss Demon Realm. Xia Qian had just arrived, and in the core area where the heart of the world was, thousands of black magic thunders flashed with frightening light. It makes even first-level beings like Mei Jiuyu fearful. It seems that Xia Qian is not welcome in this world. Xia Qian also felt that the will of the entire world was beginning to reject him crazily, making him feel unprecedented pressure. No wonder the Book of Omniscient Science says that even those who are at the 9th level of the Celestial Immortal will have their cultivation suppressed when they get here. When the willpower of Shaoqian world truly explodes, it will not be weaker than the true immortal. Are you so afraid of me? The more arrogant the devil's will is, the more excited Xia Qian becomes. He signaled Mei Jiuyu to leave. If Xia Qian wants to use the primordial gate, Mei Jiuyu will definitely not be able to stay here. Mei Jiuyu, who had lured the Japanese here, was also rejected by the will of the demon world, and naturally left quickly. She was really worried that she would also be struck by this magic thunder and die. Why struggle? Why not just enjoy it? The confident Xia Qian sent out his original gate, preparing to challenge the way of heaven in the demon world. I thought that half of the world's origin in the demon world would be absorbed by the original gate, but the result was the original door remained motionless. This made Xia Qian a little confused. Fortunately, he had already kicked them away. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very embarrassing. Is it possible that this primitive gate also requires the will of the world to act on it? Xia Qian felt that he thought too simply. The laws of heaven move, and everything follows its own rules. When Xia Qian grasped the will of the world in Kunlun realm, he also took the initiative to open his arms to Xia Qian. As a result, he was stolen by the original door. Now it seems that the world will of this Abyss Demon world is even more so. If those in the Abyss Demon realm don't take off their clothes by themselves, Xia Qian will have no chance. After all, it inherently rejects Xia Qian. Down. I will arrange the prescriptions and herbs for the tribulation pill for you in a while, so you can try it. Now Xia Qian is a sage and a very upright man. Hey, Xia Qian was not tired physically but felt a little tired after working so hard to take care of 3 beauties for Yichun. Dugiyu and Yao Yerui both left very wisely. Xia Qian came to Mengsan's side and was about to get down to business. There is danger in entering the dreamland of the dream silkworm. If you are not fully prepared, you may be trapped in the dream weaved by dream silkworms forever. Xia Qian didn't believe the other women, including Dugiyu. Xia Qian only believed in himself. That is to say, my master wife cannot come to Kunlun realm now. Otherwise, Xia Qian would definitely have to ask his wife to protect him. After being fully prepared, Xia Qian began to enter Mengsan's illusion. If 3 months have passed in Kunlun realm, Xia Qian has not woken up from his dream. Xia Qian's spirit body will take action to bring Xia Qian back. Xia Qian was fascinated by Mengsan's ability. Can Xia Qian not use the method of making people fall asleep easily? In a daze, Xia Qian came to a mulberry forest. There are colorful mulberry forests in all colors. Every mulberry leaf inside contains rich power of life. It is a rare treasure that Xia Qian has never seen before. It's good to be able to dream. Even if Xia Qian was dreaming, it would not be such a beautiful scene. But, with vigilance, Xia Qian walked along the path. He didn't know how long he walked before he met a living person in a hammock in Sanglin. A woman in palace attire, elegant and luxurious. Xia Qian's appearance cannot be described in words. After much thought, I can only come up with one word: dream. The dream is too good to be true. As for the other one, it was a silkworm. sleeping soundly in the silk circle of the hammock. This should be the fabricator of the dream here. Xia Qian was instinctively repulsed by this wriggling creature. But when I saw this guy, I just thought she was cute. There's nothing I can do about it. It's hard not to think it's cute if it's related to me. I've met Senior. This picture made Xia Qian a little unsure for a while. According to his information, Mingcan should be the little one. Yes, the omniscient book told him that the palm-sized dream silkworm was an underage larvae. As a child, Xia Qian came in because he thought he could manipulate and deceive people easily. But now there is an old one. It seemed that he had turned into a butterfly. The terrifying existence comparable to that of the immortal emperor caught Xia Qian off guard. The young woman in palace attire had the characteristics of a colorful butterfly, which made her look even more attractive. As soon as Xia Qian finished speaking, the butterfly dream master replied with a smile. I have been waiting for so many years, but I never expected that a little pervert like you would come here. One sentence made Xia Qian's face turn red immediately. He wanted some explanation. For example, I am not young, but Xia Qian's age may indeed be considered young in front of this old monster. Huh? There is actually a treasure that connects the upper and lower worlds? Can it also swallow the origin of the world? Just when Xia Qian didn't know what to say, these words from the butterfly girl in palace attire made Xia Qian look completely panicked. You know, the primordial gate is Xia Qian's biggest secret in his life. How did this goblin know? Could it be that he saw through his own memory? Xia Qian was completely panicked. He plans to keep this secret, but this is this person's dream, and Xia Qian doesn't have the strength to do anything to her. Little guy, don't worry, I'm already a dead person, and all that remains is a little fairy soul. I'm no threat to you. The dream owner seemed to see Xia Qian's panic and couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Qian's face was full of embarrassment. He couldn't use any of his countless skills to pick up girls in Lan Yu's world at this moment. He could only say, Senior, you really understand the thoughts of this junior. To this, the Dream Master was indifferent and continued. Originally, I planned to destroy the immortal soul of you, an intruder, but you are so special, I can give you some blessings. This left Xia Qian speechless. Just now he said that there was no threat to him, but the next moment he would let himself stay here forever. Is this? The Dream Master's words came to this point, and Xia Qian felt at ease for a moment. This feeling of surviving a disaster made Xia Qian cherish his life even more, and he said cautiously, Senior, just say it. I will do whatever I can. The dreamer peered into Xia Qian's heart, and after confirming that Xia Qian was not deceitful, he also started to make his own arrangements. This is my daughter. Although she has been born in this world for many years, compared with you humans, she is just one. A 20-year-old child cannot gain a foothold in the Qingxian immortal world. I never thought that I would meet such a weirdo like you. My requirements are not high. I want you to conquer a small world where monsters live, and then induce the spiritual energy of all the monsters to gather in it. After a long talk, Xia Qian understood the dream owner's request. Because she suffered a great disaster and died unexpectedly, her daughter was young and unable to protect herself. That's why it's sealed. He would rather his daughter live in self-awareness forever than be abducted and enslaved by people from the Qingxian immortal realm. Now that he met an alien like Xia Qian, the dream owner had a plan. She asked Xia Qian to transform the small world into a small fairy world of hundreds of demons. The 100-demon realm is the fairy world of the demon clan, the place where the small 1,000 worlds where the demon clan lives ascend. In addition to letting Xia Qian build a small world where demons live as her daughter's garden, she also needs Xia Qian to go to the fairyland of 100 demons to buy some unique fairy plants and plant them there so that her daughter can live there without any worries. Senior, leave this matter to me, Junior. I must complete your mission as soon as possible, Senior. Whether it is for your own life, or to give yourself some benefits after serving this Dream Master. Xia Qian would do that. And this requirement is indeed not high. As long as Xia Qian is given some time, he can do it. The dream owner smiled and said, although you are a bit greedy, you do have some principles. I can also understand your current situation through your memory. Don't worry, it can be completed within 100 years. It's hard to find such a considerate and generous young woman. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. As soon as Xia Qian finished speaking, he felt a white-yellow light spot invade his fairy soul. He checked it carefully, but found nothing. It was as if it was just his illusion that he had just sensed something coming in. The next moment he heard the Dream Master's explanation. This is the no dream clothes that I compiled. It can perfectly and seamlessly blend into your fairy soul and form a shelter. Wearing it will only be a person who is much higher than you. If you don't tell the immortal spirit who can't hurt you, even the immortal emperor will have a hard time spying on your past. This made Xia Qian ecstatic. People with higher cultivation levels can indeed see through a weak person's past with just one look. It's better now. The hidden dangers in this area have been reduced a lot for Xia Qian. Xia Qian said sincerely, "Thank you, senior." At this time, Xia Qian saw that the Dream Master's soul was even more illusory. Wouldn't giving Wominji to me consume a lot of the Dream Master's power? It's possible. After all, she said that Wu Mingyi can protect the immortal soul. The reason why this woman has survived until now may have a lot to do with Wu Mingyi. The dreamer knew that he didn't have much time, so he wasted no time in making funeral arrangements. With this Wominji, you can enter and exit my daughter's dream more easily in the future. If you have free time, you can come stay with her for a while. It will take about 20 years before she wakes up for the first time and faces the world, and she needs your guidance. Xia Qian felt her mother's care for her daughter and felt like she was crying. She nodded and agreed. I will definitely take care of your child and grow up so that she has enough strength to face the future. The current dreamer can't see what Xia Qian's true thoughts are in his heart, but she felt the sincerity in Xia Qian's words. After finally smiling with relief, he completely dissipated in this dreamland. But the last starlight point still merged into the sleeping dream silkworm baby's body. This may be her last refuge for her daughter. This dream was originally woven out of her daughter's ignorance, or she was born with it. She is just parasitic here. Now that the power is exhausted, people have completely disappeared. Xia Qian sighed and came to this silkworm baby, slept peacefully. It can be described as the sleep of a baby. Is it still 20 years before I wake up? Then just wait. After gently touching the little guy's body, he still showed no sign of waking up. Xia Qian had a thought in his mind, and everything returned to his original self. Xia Qian placed this little guy on the table in his bedroom and placed a restraint as a protection. In fact, Xia Qian in the Kunlun realm didn't need to take these precautions at all. But the form still has to go. Approximately how long have I been asleep? After doing this, Xia Qian asked his spirit body. The answer was almost 3 months. This made Xia Qian sigh. It's a dream for 3 months. In the dream, Xia Qian felt that it would only take him 2 or 3 days at most. However, in the real world, Xia Qian almost spent 3 months. This dream method is indeed too mysterious. It would be great if I could get involved in the future. Thinking of this, Xia Qian looked at the silkworm baby with a smile on his face. In the future, whether Xia Qian can master bizarre methods and become a unique and special genius depends on this silkworm baby. Although Xia Qian said he was not his father, he could still be considered an adoptive father, right? After sighing with emotion, Xia Qian let his spiritual body return to the heart of the world to station, and at the same time let Dugiyu and Yao Yerui come in. You are in the Kunlun realm. Do you know that there are other small thousand worlds near the Kunlun realm? Xia Qian can now be described as having strong soldiers and strong horses. Even without his own spirit body, he still has 3 immortal-level combat powers available: Duguyu, Yao Yerui, and Meijuyo. If he wanted, he could wholesale produce several more powerful men at the immortal level at any time. In Shaoqian world, it is already absolutely top-notch. Most of them are small worlds, and they don't even have a single immortal. Yao Yerui didn't know what Xia Qian meant by saying that. But after hearing Xia Qian talk about his ambition, Duguyu suddenly understood. It seems like Xia Qian is planning to take action against other small thousand worlds. This made Duguyu feel her blood boiling in her heart. Thousands of small worlds came to pay homage to Xia Qian's most holy scene, which made Duguyu feel weak all over. The small worlds are very far apart from each other, because even a powerful person at the level of an immortal can move through the universe far faster than the speed of light. This leads them to want to go back and forth between the two worlds, at least for a few years. unless you encounter two realms that are connected to a certain extent, such as the Abyss Demon Realm and the Kunlun Realm. Duguyu answered first. 7,000 years ago, a Mahayana monk from other worlds passed by. He said that he had been floating in the universe for nearly 100 years before he drifted from a place called Zhenwu Continent to the Kunlun world. Although he said that he meant we know the location of Zhenwu Continent, but we can't determine its direction in the starry sky. This is the core reason. In the starry sky, the probability of getting lost is 99.9%. Ordinary people, even if they become immortals, can't tell the direction. This answer shocked Xia Qian. Zhenwu Continent? He is somewhat familiar with this place. It seems like the world where Xia Qian lives? To be precise, the world where Xia Qian is located is also called Zhenwu Continent. Are these two worlds the same? The name Zhenwu Continent is a bad one, and there must be quite a few worlds with this name in the endless void. To be honest, Xia Qian hopes that these two worlds are the same. Since Xia Qian lives in the Zhenwu Continent, there should be good demon clan forces in the Zhenwu Continent, which can be regarded as half of the demon world, allowing Xia Qian to complete the tasks entrusted by the Dream Master. And if Zhenwu Continent is here, does it mean to a certain extent? I understand. When the time comes, I'll take a look. You can go down first. It is indeed too troublesome to communicate between the two worlds. And the cost of establishing a portal between the two worlds using normal means is also very high. What Xia Qian can use now is his original gate. I don't know if my original gate can establish branch gates in other small worlds for teleportation. If you can, that would be great. Xia Qian still had to find out about this from Xia Qian. After everything was fine in the Kunlun world, Xia Qian returned to the mining area. Xia Qian is still practicing. After Xia Qian thought for a moment, he finally didn't bother. Xia Qian is now the wife of the genius Xiao Ju. She is no longer the nanny who brought up his son. Xia Qian must pay attention to her. For Xia Qian, the boring mining life started again. It is impossible to cultivate. You can only mine and make money. Xia Qian is still unable to get out of this prison. But according to Feng Ruoshue's meaning, this mining area can probably be mined for another 30 to 50 years. When those people think that this mining area is out of stock, they will naturally evacuate. And this mining area is not abandoned. It should be bought out and sold to a nearby family or small sect, right? Xia Qian didn't know if he had the ability to take over part of the nearby venue. He didn't dare to ask for a full package. After all, the mining area was too large. Xia Qian, who was at the 5th level of immortal cultivation, can't eat it. It would be nice to have some of it. Build your own family here, farm and mine to make a living? 5 boring years passed by in a flash. Xia Qian has now accumulated 11 pieces of precious mineral resources. He planned to give Feng Ruoshue 5 yuan and keep 6 yuan for himself. This also gave Feng Ruoshue face. After all, 5 precious ores are worth a lot. Xia Qian raised a family and had many wives to support, and his children were also in a state of waiting for food. Can't you hide some for yourself? After Xia Qian came back from the mine, Mu Wanling served Xia Qian considerately again. This made Xia Qian feel that a man cannot do without a woman by his side. You can live without a wife, but you cannot live without a woman. Mu Wanling had an intuition in her heart. That is, Xia Qiandu is already a guarding elder, but he is still working so hard in the mines. It must be very rewarding. Simple spiritual stones cannot satisfy Xia Qian's appetite. Although she said she didn't know the specific situation of Xia Qian, she would definitely be one of the beneficiaries in the future. This makes Mu Wanling why not work hard? Mu Wanling used the treatment on Xia Qian one by one, which Yi Chun had never enjoyed before, making Xia Qian sigh that this is the immortal. In the blink of an eye, Xia Qian's sons have grown up. In other words, it has been more than 20 years since Xia Qian helped Yi Chun fertilize. Time flies for immortals. Xia Qian felt that almost 30 years had passed before he had even done a few jobs. Xia Qian's son Xiaoluan is one of Xia Qian's dozens of first-generation descendants. Not to mention talent is the best. But the cultivation speed is definitely the fastest. But in his early 20s, he has already reached the early stage of the void refining realm. This is the cultivation environment of the fairy world, a cultivation environment that is 100 times more powerful than the lower world. Likewise, this is the core reason why the immortal realm looks down upon those ascended persons from the upper and lower realms who have taken thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to reach the first level of immortal. While Xia Qian was resting, Xia Qian also came out. Looking at Mu Wanling, who was squeezing Xia Qian's shoulders, Xia Qian also envied the young couple who could stay together all the time. She has been alone for more than 3,000 years and has to solve everything by herself. Exhausted physically and mentally, she wanted to relax on her husband's shoulders. Xia Qian, please sit down. I have something to ask you. Xia Qian planned to go out and let this place become the world of Xia Qian and Mu Wanling. Xia Qian took the initiative to persuade him to stay. After finally seizing this opportunity, Xia Qian must understand everything he wanted to ask. Xia Qian didn't know what Xia Qian planned to do, but he still sat next to Xia Qian and waited quietly for Xia Qian's next words and deeds. Xia Qian cut in very naturally. Don't be nervous, Xia Qian. You have nothing to do, just chat about it. What kind of world is your Jinwu continent like? Xia Qian didn't expect Xia Qian to ask herself such a question. She really has nothing to do now, so let's just chat together. Jinwu continent. It's quite exciting. Xia Qian came to a very important conclusion based on Xia Qian's dictation. Jinwu continent is a world that looks light yellow from the outside. It's the kind of world where the sky is round and the earth is round, not a planet. This is something Xia Qian and Xiaoju discovered only after they went far outside the Jinwu continent. This piece of information is so important to Xia Qian. Jinwu continent is most likely near the Kunlun realm. As long as Xia Qian finds the color and shape of the star near Kunlun realm that matches Xia Qian's Jinwu continent, he might be able to land on Jinwu continent. The color of each star is different. As an immortal, if he were to move forward at full speed, it will definitely take less than 2 years to reach Jinwu continent. By then, I accidentally heard you mention that brother Xiaoju seems to have several confidants in Jinwu continent. Can you tell me about brother Xiaoju's great achievements in Jinwu continent? After understanding the knowledge he wanted, Xia Qian continued to speak and explore some gossip. He was already paving the way for him to contact Xiaoju's relatives and gain their trust after finding the location of Jinwu continent. Xia Qian originally didn't want to talk about Xiaoju's personal matters, but now she was in a good mood, so she talked about some non-private and important things and whispered, "There are a few of them, including his master who has broken off the engagement and his fiancée, and a childhood sweetheart, plus me. It's just 3, although there may be a few more outside, but it doesn't matter, as long as he treats us well." Xia Qian expressed his admiration. I didn't expect that brother Xiaoju and I were so destined. I only have 3 wives in the lower world, and I only have 1 linger in the fairy world. Hey, the difference is that my talent seems to be worse than that of brother Xiaoju. Xia Qian didn't lie about this. In Lan Yu's world, he really only has 3 wives who are being married by clear matchmakers. Xia Qian is a very infatuated person and is loyal to love. The other outstanding Tianji women are just friends with Xia Qian. At most, they can be regarded as female best friends and confidant. Oh, really? Then we are really destined. When the time comes, I will see if I can make my husband and you become brothers of the opposite sex. The Jixin woman's intuition told her that what Xia Qian said might not be true. But after this period of time, Xia Qian also discovered that Xia Qian was not a lecherous person. How can a person who has only 1 partner and 1 child be debauched and immoral? Xia Qian, who only saw the superficial appearance of things, was confused. There is a saying that is really good. Don't be fooled by the superficial appearance of things. Xia Qian's appearance is the most confusing. His confidant initially lost a lot of defense because of Xia Qian's appearance, and therefore fell into Xia Qian's trap. Faced with Xia Qian's suggestion, Xia Qian laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I should be older than brother Xiaoju for a while. I'm afraid he is not willing to create an older brother like me out of thin air. Let's forget about it. Xia Qian hurriedly said, No way, my husband is very open-minded and doesn't have any bad airs. He has a similar personality to Elder Xia. They both draw their swords to help when encountering injustice. If you don't dislike Elder Xia, my little sister I would like to recognize you as my elder brother, Elder Xia. Xia Qian had to say that Xia Qian, a woman, still had some tricks up her sleeve. Knowing that the closer she was to meeting Xiaoju, she would get closer to Xia Qian to ensure that there wouldn't be any surprises. Brother Xiaoju is so infatuated. I think he is also a first-rate man. He will definitely cherish you, little sister. It's a pity that I am a soft-spoken person and do not have the qualifications to contact the 9th princess. I don't know when the 9th princess will arrive and I am delayed. The day when my younger sister and brother Xiaoju get together. Become brothers with Xiaoju? Xia Qian was very happy. The first time he saw Xia Qian, Xia Qian actually wanted to be brothers with Xiaoju. Unfortunately, it's basically impossible. Xiaoju's status is now higher than Xia Qian's. If it were Xia Qian, he wouldn't want to have such an eldest brother with little status or power and who is not on the same level as him. Of course, Xia Qian would not say these words directly to ruin the atmosphere. He would just cover them up. Xia Qian originally thought that Xia Qian was just chatting with her. Little did they know that Xia Qian had already extended his claws to her relatives under Zhenwu continent. Xia Qian's words also made Xia Qian happy. After her husband sees her, he will definitely hold her in the palm of his hand, just like he did in the lower world. Xia Qian even calls herself little sister. Xia Qian also knew what Xia Qian meant. No matter what, Xia Qian helped her a lot, and Xia Qian didn't mind calling Xia Qian big brother at all. She followed Xia Qian's words and replied, "Brother, don't be sad about this. Little sister can still afford to wait at this time. You can't ruin the relationship between you and the 9th princess because of my affairs. In this way, little sister, I won't be able to bear it." Xia Qian had such an awareness, and Xia Qian felt relieved. It's not that Xia Qian wasn't prepared to be bitten back when he did something good. Zhenwu continent is Xia Qian's trump card. Moreover, the will of heaven on how to invade other continents and devour other continents. Xia Qian also has a way to deal with it. A simple chat can be considered as drawing in the relationship between Xia Qian and Xia Qian. Xia Qian didn't bother Xia Qian too much. After learning the information he needed, Xia Qian took Mu Wanling back to the room. Mu Wanling pressed Xia Qian hard. "Brother, even if Xia Qian's husband is doing well now, we don't need to rely on him for anything. Why are you so polite to that woman Xia Qian? She was originally the mistress of this cave. Now Xia Qian directly changed his appearance and seemed to be standing on her head. This made Mu Wanling a little unhappy. The comparisons and struggles between women are very secretly strong. From Mu Wanling's point of view, Xia Qiandu had been chatting with Xia Qian, so she naturally had the feeling of being prepared to please Xia Qian and her husband. He even feels jealous of a woman who has nothing to do with him. Is this Mu Wanling floating? Is it because his master's wife is here and Xia Qian can't deal with it? So she starts to get carried away and doesn't know who she is? If we don't care about this, will we get it again in the future? Xia Qian didn't take it easy and attacked forcefully, making Mu Wanling howl involuntarily. A slap mark that no one else could see was carved on Mu Wanling's body. Mu Wanling felt aggrieved. Even though I have worked so hard and been so obedient, why can't I satisfy Xia Qian? Woman, are you in charge of this? Just practice honestly, count immortal stones, and serve me. Do you understand? Little vase, what else do you want? Xia Qian taught Mu Wanling a lesson and finally made Mu Wanling calm down. She also knew what Xia Qian's purpose was, which made the excitement in her heart really suppressed. In the fairy world and the Kunlun world, there is a magical weapon, clairvoyance. Can peek into the general situation of the galaxy who knows how far away. After all, making a telescope is not that difficult. It would be strange if the fairy world couldn't even come up with such a thing. When nothing happens, Xia Qian is at the height of Kunlun realm, observing the nearby star field. In the end, Xia Qian really settled on a target. The sky is round, the earth is round, and the world is glowing with yellow light. The two core points mentioned by Xia Qian are all in line. Xia Qian felt that this world should be the Zhenwu world. He couldn't help but licked his lips and started his plan. The spirit body in the Kunlun world will lock the position of that star, and then start to rush towards it, non-stop. Although he said he could tear apart space, his speed was much faster than that of streamer flying. But when playing this trick in the starry sky, it is easy to forget the target, and the gain outweighs the loss. When there is a clear destination, it is impossible for a monk in the heavenly immortal realm to get lost. As long as the spirit body reaches that small world, then Xia Qian's true self can enter and leave that place at any time. While Xia Qian was looking at the stars, Duguyu came to Xia Qian with a glass of wine. There is only one male creature in the fairy bird terrace. There is a formation isolation outside, so no one can explore the situation inside. So here, the fairy's clothes are very cool. What's more, it's as absurd as the former Han Ling Emperor's request for a concubine in the backyard, just to win Xia Qian's reed. But Xia Qian was a wise king who was not blinded by wine and sex. He took the wine brought by Duguyu, put Duguyu into his arms, and started to do business. How is the situation over there in the Abyss Demon Realm? Xia Qian had previously stated that those demons from the Abyss Demon Realm could come to the Kunlun Realm to trade. Transactions and formal business. This is also Xia Qian's big plan to annex the Abyss Demon Realm. He also secretly ordered Duguyu to carry out a private mission. Duguyu answered truthfully. Because of Mei Jiuyo's guarantee, those demon emperors did come to the Kunlun realm in person to conduct transactions and seek ways to break through. Those who are not of my race must have different minds. Xia Qian is very firm on this point. Xia Qian had always planned to completely enslave the demon cubs in the Abyss Demon world. Unfortunately, the world will of the Abyss Demon realm has been unable to be solved, which gave Xia Qian a headache. But after a while, Xia Qian and Mingzhu. Xia Qian also has a plan on how to solve the world's will in the Abyss Demon world. There is a method in the world of immortality called seizing the body. Xia Qian did not want to seize the body. It was impossible for him to give up his best body to use the body of a demon. What Xia Gan wants to do is parasitize. He planned to find a Mahayana realm demon king from the Abyss Demon world to live as a parasite. Let the demon king voluntarily give his body to Xia Qian for boarding. But Xia Qian did not devour the demon emperor's fairy spirit, but coexisted together for a period of time. The world will of Xiaoqian world is indeed powerful, but it is far from being comparable to the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor can easily destroy a small world with just one strike. Not even the immortal emperor can spy on Xia Qian's immortal soul, now being protected by Wu Mengyi. What's more, the will of the small thousand worlds. Xia Qian lives in the body of the demon king of the Mahayana realm. If you are careful, you won't reveal any flaws. When the time comes, use the body of the demon king to overcome the catastrophe and become an immortal. Under the external threat of Xia Qian, the Abyss Demon realm is very likely to find a realm master to rely on. And Xia Qian is a past person. There is no pressure at all to borrow someone else's body to survive the immortal tribulation. A slight display of talent is enough to make the world's will of the Abyss Demon realm embrace Xia Qian. At that time, we will no longer be able to control the will of this world. The primordial gate should be able to be swallowed, right? Xia Qian's plan was perfect. At least he thought it was perfect. Duguyu answered truthfully. In the demon world, there is already a demon emperor Yu Ruming who is willing to dedicate his body to you. Yu Ruming is a rare female demon emperor in the demon world. Xia Qian had seen her before and almost gave her the last calamity elixir in his hand. She also follows the path of charm and is much more innocent than Mei Jiuyo. Xia Qian's initial idea was to kill all 3 demon immortals. It was a pity to let Yu Ruming come, so she was left behind. It seems that Yu Ruming is quite sensible, so I will give her this opportunity. Looking for the female demon emperor was specifically requested by Xia Qian. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. Now that they have reached the realm of immortals, Xia Qian has long seen through such a false reputation. Acting with the body of a female demon emperor like Yu Ruming can paralyze the exploration of the world's will. And Xia Qian feels that it is a little more acceptable to get along with female souls than men. To deal with the will of the world in the Abyss Demon world, Xia Qian must succeed with one blow. Then I ask Yu Ruming to come see you? Duguyu didn't know what Xia Qian planned to do, but she also respects him unconditionally. Xia Qianji shook his head. I can't meet Yu Ruming. When the time comes, my immortal soul will leave my body and someone can send me to Yu Ruming. For the plan to be foolproof, Yu Ruming must not have any contact with Xia Qian himself. Duguyu said that she already knew and would go down and make arrangements. By the way, Su Yowu has been very sad recently. After Yuwuk was paralyzed, Yao Yerui's mother took care of Yuwuk for a while, but because Yao Yerui wanted to refine the elixir, she also planned to join in. So the focus was on he neglected to take care of Yuwuk while supplementing his knowledge on elixirs. After Su Yowu found out, he still missed his old relationship with Yuwuk and often went there to visit and take care of Yuwuk. Xia Qian was indifferent to him, indicating that he wanted to do business now. Duguyu was about to leave. Before leaving, she suddenly thought of something, so she reported such news to Xia Qian. Oh! This surprised Xia Qian. It seems that the relationship between Su Yowu and Yuwuk has indeed never been severed. This is human nature. After all, it is a relationship that has lasted for hundreds of years. How can we just break it off? What's more, Yuwuk didn't do anything too cruel to Su Yowu. Yao Yerui's mother is the culprit behind Yuwuk's neglect of his first wife Su Yowu. He Ziyuan, who was in the middle stage of Maya realm, was born in the Holy Land, Medicine God Valley, and was the saint of Medicine God Valley. Her husband was the previous master of Medicine God Valley, who had died in a natural calamity many years ago. The current master of Yaoshan Valley is Yao Yerui. After Yuwuk's son Yichen became the master of the realm and raised his cultivation to the Mahayana realm, he began to pursue He Ziyuan. He Ziyuan did not refuse for Yichen's sake, but she did not agree either, so she was keeping Yuwuk hanging. After Yuwuk got into trouble, He Ziyuan immediately treated him seriously and tried to cure him. But after a few years, it had no effect, and I stopped thinking about it later. No matter what, her daughter is a fairy. She is favored by Yichen, and He Ziyuan will not face any punishment if she cannot cure Yuwuk. Moreover, she has not officially become a Taoist couple with Yuwuk, so naturally she does not need to be responsible for Yuwuk for her whole life. Xia Qian previously revealed that he would let Yao Yerui try to refine the elixir. He Ziyuan, who is Yao Yerui's mother, also plans to join the team to become an immortal alchemist and fulfill the wish of all the alchemists in the Kunlun world for countless years. She doesn't have the cultivation level of an immortal like Yao Yerui, so she plans to improve herself from another aspect. Recently, I have been crazy about supplementing my medical knowledge to calm my mind. Naturally, he no longer cared about Yuwuk and casually handed it over to a few maids to take care of him. Xia Qian also realized that the woman Yuwuk was pursuing outside was actually Yarui's mother. He had decided that these people were really having fun. No wonder Yichen turned a blind eye to Yuwuk's neglect of Su Yowu, or even turned a blind eye. Now it seems that there is another reason why the target is He Ziyuan. Turn mother-in-law into real mother. It's operational. Xia Qian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, feeling happy. Su Yowu didn't know that Yuwuk had become a fool at first. She thought Yuwuk and He Ziyuan were enjoying themselves. After knowing it, he still couldn't be cruel. He often looked at Yuwuk and cried secretly. At this moment, Su Yowu felt that the most important things in her heart were Yichen and Yuwuk's father and son. Xia Qian. To be precise, Xia Qian's spirit body is almost a spare tire, at the level of boiling sheep. Xia Qian really didn't know about this. It was quite interesting to learn about it. The woman Su Yowu once again aroused his interest. Dare you think of him as a boiling sheep? What a courage! When had Xia Qian ever been so humble? But this time, Xia Qian didn't intend to hold Su Yowu responsible. But I really intend to experience what it feels like to be a boiling sheep, and at the same time increase my experience. What if Xia Qian meets some high-status fairies in the Qingxian immortal world in the future? Maybe he can put this boiling sheep's ability to use? Anyway, he is using his vest identity. Xiaochanga, this vest is a licking dog. What does it have to do with him? Xia Qian asked Duguyu to prepare to implement his plan first. I want to see this woman Su Yowu. He planned to use the strategy of attacking the heart first. Therefore, it is best to use Yichen's identity to meet Su Yowu first. It was just right for the son to comfort Su Yowu, the mother, and at the same time brainwash Su Yowu, so that she could forget the pain and return to a normal happy life. This was the first time Xia Qian met Su Yowu in the form of Yichen. When she saw her son, Su Yowu's inner instinct told her that her son was acting strange both inside and outside today. It's as if his son is not a son, but Su Youwu quickly shook his head and dismissed such ridiculous thoughts. How could his son not be his son? It must be an illusion caused by the fact that I have been too sad recently, resulting in physical and mental exhaustion. When Xia Qian killed Yi Chen before, Su Youwu had a bad feeling. Did he think that a huge disaster had happened to the people around him? But as the follow-up continued, Xia Qian replaced Yi Chen and continued to live. Du Guiyu also performed well as Yi Chen. Later, even Yarue also joined the ranks. The three of them became tigers, which made Su Youwu completely relieved. Chener, why do you want to see me today? Su Youwu was helped by Xia Qian to get ready on the tea table, and she looked at Xia Qian with a peaceful and caring expression. Since Xia Qian became the Realm Lord, the mother and son have not had much contact. Yi Chen is too busy, not only busy with matters in Kunlun Realm, but also with his confidant. It was not easy to get together today. Su Youwu also felt that such an opportunity was rare and cherished it very much. Xia Qian said sadly, Mom, I heard that you have been worried about your father recently. Please don't hurt yourself. Yi Chen's concern put a happy smile on Su Youwu's face, and she said with a smile, Chener, thank you for your concern. Mom is fine. After saying that, with a sigh, Su Youwu continued to explain the reason. He is my husband after all. Until he separates from me personally, I still can't worry about him. After Xia Qian heard this, he felt a sense of guilt. What happened to Yiwuk today was not his fault, but he was indeed an innocent created when he solved the obstacle of Yi Chen. In order to atone for his sin, Xia Qian could only take care of Su Youwu and said, Mom, the matter is over now. Don't worry too much. I will find a cure after I stabilize in the fairy world in a while. The focus should be on cultivation. Su Youwu nodded to show that she knew. Chener, don't worry. Mother is sensible. Sadness cannot be relieved in a short time, nor can it last forever. After a few years, Su Youwu naturally became more open-minded. In terms of practice, Su Youwu's treatment is also very good. She basically uses fairy stones to practice. Over the past 20 years, his cultivation has risen to the threshold of the tribulation realm. The distance to Mahayana is also fast. Xia Qian gave some comfort as Yi Chen and left. The front foot goes away and the back foot comes back. But this time he came back as his true self. Youwu, are you still feeling sad for fellow Taoist? After Xia Qian arrived, he walked straight to Su Youwu and spoke softly, with the utmost gentleness. Su Youwu adjusted her mentality and forced out a smile, but she was still a little sad. I'm sorry, Chang'e. During this time, I have focused on him. You must be very disappointed in me, right? Look at Su Youwu like this. While you can't forget your ex-husband, you also don't want to feel sorry for yourself, the latecomer. She is really a greedy woman. Xia Qian would let him know that he alone could satisfy Su Youwu's greedy body. The ultimate satisfaction. No, Youwu. If you knew that Yiwuk was suffering and ignored him, I would feel disappointed. You value love and justice. This is my favorite aspect. Don't worry. I support you and will always wait for you. With you. Xia Qian has now fully demonstrated his dog-licking nature. Thank you. Su Youwu felt at ease and satisfied at this moment and fell into Xia Qian's arms for the first time. Xia Qian just smiled and said nothing. Yiwuk. Xia Qian really has no way to cure him now. But if there is a chance, Xia Qian really doesn't mind rescuing him. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. After Yiwuk woke up, he knew who had never left him. In addition, Su Youwu's cultivation at that time may have reached the Mahayana realm, and may have even transcended the tribulation and become an immortal. According to the man's thoughts, Yiwuk will definitely think that Su Youwu has a hard time letting go of his old feelings for him, and plans to win back Su Youwu. But, boiling sheep exert force? It's the pleasant goat crying. After gaining the ability to do whatever he wanted, Xia Qian found that he had become evil. Looking back at that time, he was still a young man who worked hard and practiced diligently. Now, it's fallen, so fallen. But what Xia Qian can be sure of is that his original intention will not change. There are tens of millions of mansions in Andi, which can shelter all the fairies in the world with joy. Su Youwu's matter was solved so easily, and Xia Qian returned to his fairy bird terrace. The immortal soul escaped and hid in a jade pendant, and was delivered by Dugiyu to the demon emperor Yu Ruming, who was still in the Kunlun realm. Yu Ruming took the initiative to let go of all her guard and let Xia Qian merge into her fairy soul. I've met Lord Realm Lord. After Xia Qian came in, Yu Ruming's own fairy soul behaved respectfully in front of Xia Qian. Xia Qian also praised Yu Ruming. Yu Ruming, you did a good job, let's go. I will take you into the immortal gate right now. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Yu Ruming is very knowledgeable. Facing Xia Qian's praise, Yu Ruming's eyes sparkled with charm, and she said softly, Master Realm Lord, your immortal magic is infinite. In this small devil world, where is your opponent, Master Realm Master? If it were before, Yu Ruming would still be dismissive of Yi Chen. In her eyes, Yi Chen is just a lucky person. A realm master of average strength would not make her bend her knees. Demons are all arrogant from the bottom of their hearts. But the earth-shaking changes in the Kunlun world now made Yu Ruming know that the Yi Chen in front of her might become different. 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. Can make other people become immortals. The intuition in her heart told her that if she surrendered to Yi Chen, she would have better results. And if you don't surrender, maybe the end will not be good. Xia Qian likes this kind of obedient woman. Next, Yu Ruming handed over all control of her body to Xia Qian. She also only has the right to speak. After getting familiar with Yu Ruming's body, Xia Qian returned to the Abyss Demon Realm through the Two-Realm Passage. Because this time Xia Qian used Yu Ruming's body, the will of the Abyss Demon Realm showed no resistance to Xia Qian. This made Xia Qian completely relieved. In the Abyss Demon world, Xia Qian has been dormant for 3 years. The past 3 years have been the time Xia Qian studied the martial arts of the Abyss Demon Realm. 3 years later, the entire Abyss demonic world was disturbed by magic thunder. Yu Ruming has reached the threshold of overcoming the tribulation of immortality. Everyone in the demon world, including Mei Jiuyo, is watching this catastrophe. I thought that Yu Ruming would be struck to pieces by the magic thunder without the help of Xia Qian. Unexpectedly, Yu Ruming's demonic supernatural powers were so powerful that she could crush the ordeal of the catastrophe and successfully survive it. No matter how you say it, Xia Qian is still a 5th-level cultivator. It is not difficult to go through the process of transcending tribulations in the Mahayana realm again. The moment when Yu Ruming became an immortal, Yu Ruming's fairy soul inside her body could not help but tremble. This day was finally what she had been waiting for. There is nothing suspicious about Xia Qian's behavior of helping others overcome calamities and become immortals. This kind of operation is no different from Xia Qian's taking away Yu Ruming's body. After taking away the body, can't you also use someone else's body to practice? In the fairy world, this method is not applicable. After all, for the natives of the immortal world, becoming an immortal is not difficult at all. It is just a matter of a calamity pill. And in a small world like Kunlun world, most people who become immortals have a certain amount of luck. Letting them go through another catastrophe is very dangerous, and few people dare to do that. After becoming an immortal, Xia Qian went directly to the heart of the world in the Abyss Demon Realm. Great God, I know that the Abyss Demon world is facing a powerful enemy. I am confident enough to solve the demon world's problems for Tianqin after becoming the master of the world. At this moment, Xia Qian was completely hidden and left it to Yu Ruming to start the operation. According to the original plan, Yu Ruming began to coax the mother of the world, who gave birth to the entire Abyss Demon world. There followed a long silence. Such a reaction from the heart of the world made Yu Ruming take the initiative to develop her immortal soul and try to see if she could refine the heart of the world. Xia Qian could feel that there was almost no resistance from the heart of the world. In short, the world will of the Abyss Demon Realm is to do nothing and let Yu Ruming perform. Whether Yu Ruming can take off her coat and move her legs depends on Yu Ruming's ability. Xia Qian was also a little anxious. In this situation, I don't know if I should take action in advance. Yu Ruming's talent is good. After 4 months of hard work, the will of the world may have recognized Yu Ruming's identity as the world master and began to cooperate to let Yu Ruming go further. And it was at this moment that Xia Qian, who had been planning for a long time, officially took action. The original door hangs high above. release the endless power of absorption, and directly absorb the world will of the Abyss Demon world. The world will of the Abyss Demon realm cannot resist at all. More than half of the world origin of the demon realm has been absorbed, causing the entire Abyss Demon realm to instantly enter the age of ending law. This time, Xia Qian felt weird. There seemed to be two masters of the Abyss Demon realm at once. One is Yu Ruming. Xia Qian borrowed Yu Ruming's body to accomplish this, and Yu Ruming had already obtained part of the power of the heart of the world. However, in comparison, Xia Qian controls 90% of the remaining power in the Abyss Demon realm, while Yu Ruming only controls 10%. She can't even compare to the authority of an ordinary world leader. Under normal circumstances, the World Master has 20 to 30% control over his own small world. Yu Ruming is the one who has the least control over the power of the world among the thousands of World Masters. This is not surprising either, because she has not yet been completely recognized by the heart of the world. Xia Qian has already overturned the original way of heaven in the Abyss Demon realm. She's lucky to still have some rights. After seeing Xia Qian's unique methods, Yu Ruming knew that she might be in big trouble. He immediately knelt down in front of Xia Qian. The joy of becoming an immortal and becoming a realm master disappeared under the threat of death. Yu Ruming whispered softly, "Please, Lord Realm Master, take back this slightest bit of rights from your subordinates." Xia Qian looked at Yu Ruming. This woman is really obedient and aware of current affairs. Just in case, Xia Qian killed her, which was the most decisive thing. But after thinking about it, Xia Qian just stood in front of her. "Don't be nervous. Just be obedient and let me erase this part of your memory." Xia Qian could take away the authority of the Realm Master from Yu Ruming at any time. But Xia Qian didn't do that. Her parents. "I see. These ores are indeed good materials for refining weapons. Even though I am the 9th princess of the Divine Wind Fairy Kingdom, it is impossible for me to sell all these materials at once, lest I attract suspicion from my elders. I will give you 100,000 fairy stones first, and I will share them with you after I sell the things." After saying that, Feng Ruoxue took out a space ring and handed it to Xia Qian. Xia Qian smiled and replied, "Everything depends on you, Princess Ninth." The reason why he can deal with Feng Ruoxue on a slightly equal footing is also very simple. After knowing her abilities, Feng Ruoxue would either destroy herself or have no choice but to cooperate with Xia Qian. It is impossible to enslave Xia Qian for a lifetime. The fairy world is also a world where the weak eat the strong. Knowing that Xia Qian is a treasure hunter, Feng Ruoxue's parents can commandeer Xia Qian with just one word. It would be great if Feng Ruoxue can get some reward. That was nothing compared to the benefits brought by cooperation with Xia Qian. Therefore, Feng Ruoxue contacted Xia Qian like this just to get the best benefit for herself. "Master Xia, I suggest you hide fairy stones and the like. I'm worried that my vicious sister-in-law will take action against you next." Before leaving, Feng Ruoxue whispered suggestions to Xia Qian. If a large number of fairy stones were found on Xia Qian's body, nothing would be able to clear away his charges. Xia Qian is very confident about this. "Your Highness, 9th Princess, don't worry, the fairy stone on my body will be well hidden." He would just throw the fairy stone onto the floor of the fairy bird terrace in Kunlun realm as a decoration. "I won't carry a fairy stone with me except my wages. By the way, speaking of Wang Yanran, I have one more thing that I need your help with, 9th Princess." Feng Ruoxue took the initiative to mention Wang Yanran, and Xia Qian took the opportunity to answer the question. Feng Ruoxue was in a good mood now, so she motioned to Xia Qian to continue. Xia Qian seized the opportunity and said quickly, "An ascended person came to my mining area. I checked through the omniscient heavenly book. Her husband Xiao Ju is now a close disciple of Chu Nantian, the deputy master of the Black and White Academy. I heard that you have become a Taoist couple with Chu Nantian's daughter. Your Highness, 9th Princess, I wonder if you have any way to contact Xiao Ju?" Xia Qian definitely couldn't tell Feng Ruoxue to please help inform Wang Yanran and ask Wang Yanran to help spread the word and solve this matter. "You must speak with caution." Hiss. Xia Qian's words made Feng Ruoxue, who was still playing with a piece of rare ore in her hand, take a breath of cold air, and her voice was trembling. "Chu Nantian? I heard that this is a 9th level immortal king, even a powerful person at the level of a pseudo-emperor. He is just as strong as my father. Are you kidding me? Is there really such a woman who is the wife of Chu Nanshan's son-in-law? Feng Ruoxue is really unbelievable. I wonder where did this Xia Qian get his shitty luck to encounter such a thing? If that's really the case. With such an important favor, Xia Qian might be able to directly join the Black and White Academy? Wouldn't that take her out of her control? This made Feng Ruoxue a little hesitant. If Feng Ruoxue agreed happily, Xia Qian naturally didn't need to say anything. If Feng Ruoxue hesitated, Xia Qian knew what he should say and quickly added, "Don't worry, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, I'm used to being free and loose. I just want to guard my own 1/3 of an acre of land. There's nothing else. The idea is that we will continue to cooperate with a close friend like you, Princess Ninth, in the future." Feng Ruoxue smiled awkwardly and replied, "Master Xia misunderstood. The main reason is that I have no relationship with Chu Nantian and his daughter at all. Not to mention that I won't be able to go to the Black and White Academy in a short time. If I take over this matter, if you come down, you may encounter other troubles. She won't be able to come to this mining area easily in the future. If this matter is taken care of, there are indeed benefits, but there are also troubles." Xia Qian became wary and asked, "What do you mean, Your Highness the Ninth Princess?" Feng Ruoxue reassured Xia Qian, "About 5 years from now, my vicious sister-in-law and my coward brother will personally lead a master to explore how many fairy stones there are in this mining area. By then, you tell them? My evil sister-in-law is from the Black and White Academy. She should be able to do something about it." Xia Qian didn't answer. Feng Ruoxue was very happy. Doesn't this mean that she is the girl that Xia Qian trusts the most? As long as this cornucopia of Xia Qian can't escape, she said again, "Don't worry, that brother of mine is just a softie, and it is impossible for him to have any thoughts about other women. And Wang Yinran might also have doubts about you now. You can just use this matter to gain Wang Yinran's favor, trust." Xia Qian understood immediately, but he acted as if he didn't understand and whispered, "Your Highness the Ninth Princess, what do you mean?" Feng Ruoxue had a vowed expression on her face. "I want Master Xia to gain Wang Yinran's trust. Of course, I don't need to let Wang Yinran know your extraordinary abilities. After gaining her trust, Master Xia, your transaction with me will be more convenient." Xia Qian thought that was indeed the case. This little girl Feng Ruoxue's little plan is indeed of a low standard. But it was exactly what Xia Qian wanted. Xia Qian and Wang Yinran have a good relationship. In the future, Wang Yinran and Feng Xiaotian will mine this mining area to a large extent and prepare to sell it. Xia Qian may get more benefits, buy it at a low price. Peace. Everything depends on you, Your Highness, Ninth Princess. Xia Qian did not express his thoughts, but followed Feng Ruoxue's words, which greatly satisfied Feng Ruoxue's vanity. "Master Xia, please wait here for a moment. I will ask my servant to buy you 2 bottles of elixirs that contain immortal souls." Just when Xia Qian was about to leave, Feng Ruoxue stopped him. Xia Qian said shamelessly, "Your Highness, Ninth Princess, if that's the case, how about asking Your Highness, Ninth Princess, to ask your servant to buy me a recipe for a calamity elixir? My Taoist companion has nothing to do in the mining area, so he plans to take some time to refine elixirs. The most humble person is invincible. At this time, it is better to be more rogue. If Feng Ruoxue buys a prescription for herself, she can't accept Xia Gan's money, right?" He also brought a lot of income to Feng Ruoxue, so there was no problem in taking advantage. Feng Ruoxue was actually speechless for Xia Qian's behavior. He could only nod his head and agree. It's just a trivial matter. Only Xia Qian and Feng Ruoxue were left here. Feng Ruoxue was calculating in her mind how many immortal stones the precious or Xia Qian gave her would be worth if sold. Suddenly I felt an inexplicable skin trembling. She glanced away inadvertently and found that Xia Qian was looking at most of her exposed feet while she wasn't paying attention. This made Feng Ruoxue feel hot in her ears. She thought to herself, why hadn't she noticed this pervert before? "Master Xia, your Taoist companion is also a very beautiful fairy. Do you want to go back and take a closer look? Why? Do you have any ideas about me?" Feng Ruoxue was very courageous and started chatting with Xia Qian directly. Xia Qian was not a vegetarian and was not embarrassed by being exposed. Instead, he said with emotion, "Your Highness the Ninth Princess, I just saw you and thought of my Taoist companion in the lower world. She is the same as you, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, a youthful and beautiful girl." Xia Qian's use of metaphors made Feng Ruoxue blush. "I'm sure I've made a mistake. Xia Qian is not a serious person at all. How brave to come here to tease her, the princess." But Feng Ruoxue thought that she had Xia Qian's key. Does Xia Qian like women? In this case, can she use her own advantages too? Coming from a royal family, Feng Ruoxue was very familiar with the matter of sending girls to attract talents. As long as they are valuable people, the royal family will not be stingy about using people to win over people. Feng Ruoxue said bluntly, "Since Master Xia misses his beloved wife in the lower world, I will arrange for you, Master Xia, a fairy of the same type as me in a while, and place her in this underworld city. If Master Xia works in the mining area, when you are tired, you can come to her anytime and anywhere to relieve your worries. What do you think, Master Xia?" Xia Qian laughed loudly and said quickly, "No matter what, let's get the immortal stone first. If she is not a unique woman like Her Highness the Ninth Princess, I am not interested." Just when Feng Ruoxue felt her head grow heavy, Feng Ruoxue's servant came back. After all, he is a master in the realm of true immortals, and his travel speed is still very fast. Xia Qian didn't say much. After getting what he wanted, he took the initiative to leave. "Your Highness the Ninth Princess, I will go back first." Feng Ruoxue just waved her hand, signaling Xia Qian to go and get lost. Now she is a little angry, all because of Xia Qian's bad thoughts. Xia Qian left in a hurry, but did not leave Diamond City directly. He also wants to buy some more things. As soon as Xia Qian left, Feng Ruoxue, the guard who had been monitoring him outside the mining area, followed him mysteriously. Xia Qian didn't do anything important. After taking a look at the recipe for the Jieshengdan, Xia Qian went to buy the needed medicinal materials. The tribulation pill is indeed an elixir, but after all, it is only an elixir that serves monks in the Mahayana realm, and it is considered to be the lowest grade among the elixirs. Theoretically speaking, one who has the cultivation level of the third level of Tianxian can try to refine it. If the third level of Tianxian, Yao Yerui is not difficult to reach. Yao Yerui has been a celestial immortal for several years, and can reach the second level of celestial immortal in just a few years of practice. Then Xia Qian spends money to buy a realm-breaking elixir and gives it to Yerui. Xia Qian originally planned to buy an alchemy furnace at the level of a low-grade immortal weapon. But thinking about Yao Yerui's mother, she was also an alchemist. The corners of Xia Qian's mouth rose slightly, so he bought not only 2 alchemy furnaces, but also a calamity elixir used by Mahayana monks to overcome the tribulation of immortals. 4 realm-breaking pills that enhance the cultivation level of the celestial immortal monks by the first level, plus the raw materials and seeds for 20 pills of calamity. Xia Qian didn't say anything else, but his family's territory was huge. He holds the territory of 2 small worlds in his hands. Such a vast land in the Qingxian immortal realm cannot be occupied without the cultivation of a true immortal. Buy some seeds and plant them. Even if it takes 10,000 years to mature, Xia Qian can afford to wait. Sure, Yerui invested tens of thousands of immortal stones. Xia Qian is not worried about losing money either. Later, Yarui and her mother He Ziyuan. This pair of mother and daughter alchemists have been refining a lifetime of elixirs for Xia Qian in the Kunlun realm. It is impossible for Xia Qian to lose money no matter what. Just such a splurge. Of the 100,000 immortal stones that Feng Ruoxue gave him, only 19,000 were left. Spend money like water, leaving nothing behind. What Xia Qian did was reported verbatim to Feng Ruoxue by the female guard who monitored him after he returned to the mining area. After Feng Ruoxue found out, the pressure in her heart eased a lot. Fortunately, Xia Qian chose to spend almost all of the fairy stones on consumables. In this way, even if Wang Yanran is really checking her, there won't be any flaws. Xia Qian returned to his cave. This time, even though Xia Qian was practicing in seclusion, Xia Qian knocked on the door where she was. Xia Qian walked out of it with a smile on his face and said softly, "Brother, do you have anything to do with my little sister?" Xia Qian used his immortal thoughts to send a message, "Little sister, I just want to see Her Highness the Ninth Princess and told her about the incident between you and Xiaoju." As soon as these words came out, Xia Qian's face became completely bright, and he said in a trembling voice, "Brother, what's the result? She has been waiting here for 20 years. Has there finally been a result?" Xia Qian glanced at her and replied, "Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess does not have the right to manage the affairs of the mining area now, so she cannot help us." At this moment, it was like a basin of cold water poured on Xia Qian's body, making Xia Qian want to cry without tears for a while. There is no greater joy or sorrow in life than this. Don't be sad, little sister. Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess said that within 10 years, the fourth prince will bring his fiancée to the mining area to explore the immortal stone reserves. At that time, I will just go find the fourth prince and the princess. Wang Yinran is from the Black and White Academy. A top student, I will definitely be able to help you contact Xiaoju. Xia Qian knows what undulations are. First give Xixin hope, then give her disappointment, and finally give her greater hope. The feeling of ups and downs, and then ups and downs, is just like the effect of combining deep and shallow will be doubled. After Xia Qian heard this, he gave Xia Qian a resentful look, his eyes full of amorous feelings, and he seemed to be gritting his teeth a little bit. "Brother, can you finish the sentence at once in the future? Do you know that little sister, I snort?" Xia Qian can joke with Xia Qian, and even act a little coquettishly. This shows that the relationship between Xia Qian and her can be considered familiar no matter how you say it. This is good news. Xia Qian did not delve into Xia Qian's issue, but began to prepare a gift. "Xia Qian, I don't know if my wife and Linger have told you about the Breaking Realm pill. If you need it now, I'm here just right. There is also a realm-breaking pill. The Breaking Realm pill is most effective when taken at the 6th level of Heavenly Immortal. It can save a lot of practice time. However, for a person like Xia Qian who has ascended to the lower realms, it would be best if he used it early to gain an extra point of cultivation." Xia Qian just looked at Xia Qian like this. The meaning revealed in his eyes is also a kind of joy. Xia Qian started joking, "Don't worry, your eldest brother. I didn't go there just to ask your man to return me 100 realm-breaking pills. This realm-breaking pill was given to you by my eldest brother. Gift." Such words moved Xia Qian very much, and he just said seriously, "Thank you, brother." Xia Qian also wanted to have the cultivation of self-protection earlier. Moreover, Xia Qian had already said this, so if she didn't accept it, she would be outspoken and let down Xia Qian's good intentions. This realm-breaking pill. Xia Qian accepted it. She was thinking, what kind of gift would be better if she wanted to go back to Xiaogan? "Well, I won't disturb you anymore." After handing the Broken Realm pill to Xia Qian, Xia Qian took the initiative to leave. Xia Qian did not close the door immediately, but watched Xia Qian return to his room before opening the room ban. Mu Wanling and Yin Yi's recent practice has also been very dull. They had few friends in the mines. There is basically nothing to do except practice. Mu Wanling is okay. Xia Qian will find her. Yin Yi's words. Cultivation is not that simple. If you want to reach the 4th level from the 3rd level of Tianxian, there is no hope at all if you don't have 100 years. Brother God, Luaner doesn't have many friends in the mining area. He's too withdrawn. After Xia Qian had free time, Mu Wanling also began to tell Xia Qian about the troubles their family was encountering. In this regard, Xia Qian just glanced at Mu Wanling and said in a deep voice, "Isn't this the result of you not considering the situation and giving birth to the child secretly? Although it is ridiculous in the mining area, most people know that giving birth to a child is just a drag, so no one will give birth to it." Mu Wanling was so hot that she did these things without telling Xia Qian. "It would be strange if I didn't have contact with my peers since I was a child, so I wouldn't be lonely. Xia Qian doesn't have the ability to send him to live outside now. He is also responsible for this." Mu Wanling felt helpless and felt that she had indeed done something wrong. "Don't worry, this mining area can only exist for a few decades, and it will be too late to make repairs by then. There are many masters in the underworld city, which makes Xia Qian not sure whether he wants to settle down in the underworld city. But there are still some small towns nearby. The highest level of cultivation is no more than that of heavenly immortals, and there are not many in number. The majority of the residents living there are still those who are young and have not yet become immortals and have no background. It will be the same when Xia Qian throws Xiaoluan into those small towns to gain experience. Safe and effective. After calming down, Xia Qian did not go to other mining areas to look for resources. It's not that finding resources isn't important. On the contrary, when time was urgent, Xia Qian needed to go to other mining areas to get more things. After all, time was limited, and Xia Qian couldn't tell what unexpected surprises would happen after the mining area was almost fully mined. Now that there are conditions for stable mining, Xia Qian needs to take advantage of them. However, the matter of refining alchemy in the lower realm is also imminent, so it is necessary to spend a day or two to make arrangements first. In order to show off, Xia Qian stood high above the fairy bird terrace. Throw all the more than 10,000 immortal stones he has left. This made all the warblers and swallows living in the fairy bird terrace cheer enthusiastically. Just like a goldfish living in a pond, they rush to grab food when their master feeds them. Regardless of their noble status in the Kunlun world, they started to rob like a mortal woman when they found an advantage. There is no way. The immortal stone is too valuable. A piece of immortal stone can be said to easily train a chi refining realm monk to the divine transformation realm, regardless of whether some people plan to collect it and give it to the family or sect. It's better to use it for your own practice. The more fairy stones, the better. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, most of them would not have access to fairy stones at all. Now we finally encounter Xia Qian's moment of the Emperor's grace. Can we grasp it well? In the fairy bird terrace, except Dugiyu. Others, including Yao Yerui, were frantically snatching. They didn't use fairy power, but relied on the most primitive human strength to rob. There is no way. This is what Xia Qian asked for. In the fairy bird terrace, they could not even fly, and could only walk barefoot without Xia Qian's request. In Xianke terrace, Xia Qian is a debauched and unscrupulous tyrant. Yao Yerui wanted to reach the second level of Tianxian quickly without being overwhelmed by Dugiyu. Immortal stones are naturally indispensable. The sisters who used to be somewhat affectionate have now become enemies one by one. Seeing so many beauties rushing for them, Xia Qian sighed with emotion. This is the life he should be living. How hard are you working in the fairyland mining area? When will Xia Qian be able to play like this in the fairy world and have no regrets in life? This is what he pursues. Xia Qian insisted on dividing all of the more than 19,000 immortal stones. After all, the immortal bird tower was first established, so it was necessary to build momentum. And although these fairy stones are not in Xia Qian's hands, but Xia Qian can take back most of it at any time if he wants. Normally it makes no difference who is keeping it. After squandering the immortal stone, Xia Qian flashed back to the main seat of Wanla Palace and lay down. Dugiyu also came to Xia Qian immediately and personally poured wine and served Xia Qian. In the world of Kunlun, Xia Qian vividly displayed the enjoyment behaviors that only the playboys and unscrupulous tyrants in the novel can have. Other Yingying Yinyan who were outside also ran in and thanked Xia Qian. For a while, Yingying whispered, which was also a lot of enjoyment. Xia Qian waved his hand, and the recipe for the Jieshing Dan fell into Yao Yerui's hands. Yerui, are the medicinal materials in this elixir available in the Kunlun realm and the Abyss Demon realm? Shaoqian World will definitely be able to find some of the medicinal materials that Qingxian Immortal World has, but it should be very few. Xiaqian doesn't understand, but Yerui definitely knows. Xiaqian, who is strict about thrift, will definitely save money if he can save money. After all, he doesn't have too much money. Yao Yerui's hands were trembling after getting the prescription for the Jieshing Dan. This is what she has dreamed of most for the past 10 years. According to Xiaqian's request, Yerui immediately began to check the types of medicinal materials needed, and finally came to the conclusion. 5 of them are found in Kunlun realm, and 2 are found in the Abyss Demonic realm. Most of the medicinal materials recorded in the elixir were unknown to Yerui. If she doesn't know, it means that Kunlun realm has never appeared at least. Xiaqian was quite satisfied with this answer. Just have it. At least you can save some fairy stones. King Xiaqianwan began to order. You will be responsible for this matter. Collect all the medicinal materials in this elixir and transplant them to outside the fairy bird terrace for cultivation. In addition, I will also plant all the seeds. It is the medicinal material needed for the Jieshingdan. Whether your sisters and relatives can become immortals depends on you. After saying that, Xia Qian brought a space ring to Yao Yerui. After taking it in hand, Yao Yerui took a quick look and knew that it contained all the things needed to refine the tribulation pill. And there is also an immortal-level pill furnace. It can be said that this is the most precious gift Yarui has received in her life. There is no immortal-level alchemy furnace in the Kunlun world. Xia Qian had only been her repeat customer a few times, so he prepared such a precious gift for her. Compared to the 1,000 years she and Yi Chun had been together, the combined value of the gifts Yi Chun gave was countless times more precious. Yao Yerui now almost knows why Dugiyu fell so completely. Because Xia Qian not only conquered their bodies, but also conquered their hearts. At least now she has almost no power to resist. Under the ardent attention of Yi Chin's other confidants, Yao Yerui knelt on the ground at a loss. In fact, it's not kneeling, but limp. She was too nervous and answered truthfully, "Master, Brother Chin, my current cultivation level cannot be refined. There is a reminder on the Calamity Elixir that one must have at least the 3rd level of immortal power to refine the elixir." Yao Yerui noticed this. Xia Qian didn't seem to care very much. After handling these matters, you just need to cultivate to the 2nd level of heavenly immortality as soon as possible. Then I will have a way for you to quickly reach the 3rd level of heavenly immortality. When he said this, Yao Yerui felt relieved, but she still sat on the ground and did not get up. You practice well. If Yerui needs help, you can also help. Only when you reach the level of heavenly immortal can you be qualified to stay in the Fairy Bird Terrace. Xia Qian immediately dismissed the other people. Under the expectant looks of Dugiyu and Yao Yerui, Xia Qian left. Because he has more important things to deal with now. When Yao Yerui saw Xia Qian leave directly without calling her to sleep with her, she felt really uncomfortable for a while. At first, she was abducted and deceived, and then reluctantly, she gave in half-heartedly, and the experience she got was great. Today, she took the initiative on her own, but she was ignored by Xia Qian, which made Yao Yerui feel very uncomfortable. However, with the prescription for the Calamity Elixir in hand, she has now become Xia Qian's most important subordinate. She looked at Duguyu arrogantly and provoked her. This made Duguyu feel the pressure. If Yao Yerui really refines the tribulation pill, she may really lose Xia Qian's favor. Duguyu couldn't accept the fact that Yao Yerui, a woman, became his master's favorite. It was impossible for Duguyu to stop Yao Yerui from refining the elixir. Now she can only think of ways to make Xia Qian continue to love her the most. When Xia Qian left, he did not directly return to the Qingxian immortal world. In the vast universe, there is a light yellow square star outside. A small door no more than a foot long suddenly opened in this vast universe. Within the virtual purple domain gate, a stream of light flashed out. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qian's figure suddenly appeared. After years of hard work, Xia Qian has reached beyond his original goal. This is how his spirit body flew over step by step. The distance between the two realms is farther than Xia Tong thought. But it's not a big problem, just get there. Thanks for your hard work. After taking a look at this small world, Xia Qian said encouragement to his spirit body. You should also encourage yourself and reward yourself all the time. I hope the result won't disappoint me. In order not to alert the snake, it arouses the vigilance of the will of this small world. Xia Qian's true self will not enter this continent personally. A thought flashed across his mind, and Xia Qian's incarnation of immortal power escaped into this realm directly accompanied by an insignificant meteorite. However, the incarnation of immortal power with Jindan realm strength did not attract the attention of the sleeping will of heaven. After all, meteorites hit it every day. Furthermore, there are too many Jindan realm creatures in Jinwu continent. Xia Qian sat cross-legged outside the void and began to mobilize his immortal power incarnation to inquire about the information of this small world. Yuntian sect, Snake clan, Shao family, Shao Long. Ha 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 ha. One piece of information was fed back to Xia Qian's mind. Xia Qian couldn't help but laugh. These clues matched perfectly with the information Xian gave him. This place is Jinwu Continent, Xiaoju's hometown. The current ruler of Jinwu Continent is the Xiao family. Xiaolong is Xiaoju's eldest son and is now the head of the Xiao family. On the Jinwu Continent, although the Xiao family is said to be the #1 force, it does not dominate the continent. The other forces also each have their own territory, forming an alliance. After learning about the situation here, Xia Qian fell into thinking. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are times for taking possession of a body. After all, it is impossible for heaven to allow others to seize the body without limit. This has a huge impact on the order of the world. Even if it is an immortal, being able to seize the body 3 times is already the limit. If the body-seizing technique is used again after 3 times, the immortal soul will be defeated by the power of heaven and will never be reincarnated. The same goes for parasitizing other people's bodies. After all, parasitism is the forgiveness version of seizing one's body. If Xia Qian parasitizes the creatures of Jinwu Continent to deceive the will of heaven and refine Jinwu Continent, the number of times we can use this method in the future is limited, maybe only once. After knowing that he could plunder other worlds in this way, Xia Qian planned to refine his homeland of Lanyu world. After all, it is my homeland, and refining Lanyu's world is definitely more beneficial than refining other small thousand worlds. In other words, Xia Qian is very confused. That's all, there's no showdown with Xiaoju yet, so there's no need to do anything to Jinwu Continent. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Qian made a decision. The reason why Xia Qian aimed at Jinwu Continent. First of all, the Jinwu Continent was indeed the first one he came into contact with after occupying the Kunlun realm and the Abyss Demon realm, and it was also the nearest Xiaoqian world. The second reason is Xiaoju. Now if Xia Qian wants to have a chance with Xiaoju, it may take 10 years. Don't worry about doing anything to Jinwu Continent yet. Let's surround this small world first. Xia Qian wants to control Xiaoju's relatives in Jinwu Continent, so there is no problem if he doesn't refine the will of this world. According to his estimation, there are currently no immortal-level creatures in this small world. This world is shining with the light of light yellow. It has been a small world that has existed for a long time. It is gradually going downhill. It is slowly entering the age of ending Dharma. It will only become more and more difficult to become an immortal. Just let this incarnation of my immortal power hibernate properly. After giving the order for this weak incarnation of immortal power to join the Yuntian sect, Xia Qian arranged for his immortal-level spirit body to leave Jinwu Continent to explore other planets. Xia Qian in Jinwu Continent has already touched a bit. Through the original gate, Xia Qian can return here at any time. Therefore, Jinwu Continent has been designated as a colony by Xia Tu. Now we need spiritual bodies to explore new colonies. After making these arrangements, Xia Qian returned to the Qingxian immortal realm. Xia Qian was in a very good mood, always smiling. If Xia Qian gets involved with Xiaoju because of Xia Qian's incident, let Xiaoju repay him 100-fold. Then Xia Qian got the Jinwu Continent and sent Xiaoju's relatives one by one. If Xiaoju is not wiped out, it means he has a lot of money. It's another large source of income. Even if there is a middleman like Wang Yinran to do these things, there will be no shortage of summer stems. Xia Qian is not practicing now, but is wondering whether to take the realm-breaking pill that Xia Qian gave her now to sprint to the 3rd level of Tianxian, or to save it for later. After seeing Xia Qian with a smile on his face, Xia Qian couldn't help but feel relieved because of Xia Qian, and asked kindly, "Brother, is this a good thing? Are you so happy?" Naturally, it was impossible for Xia Qian to tell the truth to Xia Qian, so he just smiled and said, "It's not a good thing. I just don't know why, but my wife and I both have a kind of telepathy. Maybe my childhood sweetheart, my junior sister, will also ascend. That's why I'm happy." When he said this, Xia Qian also smiled. "Brother, your luck has really come. My 2 sisters, they had just reached the middle stage of the Mahayana realm when I ascended. I'm afraid they are still in trouble. For a while. After all, Xiaoju's time for ascension and cultivation was too short. No one in Xiaoqian world can keep up with him. But Xiaoju Feixing's choice was too impulsive. If he chooses to stay for a while longer, he might become a realm lord. It's just that the Jinwu world is relatively backward in civilization and does not have the concept of realm master. So I missed it. Xia Qian continued to inquire about information. Little sister, do you think brother Xiaoju is the one you like the most among the three sisters? Are you arrogant? This made Xen difficult to answer for a while, and whispered as softly as a mosquito. How is that possible? It's not me. This is not her modesty, but her truest thoughts. She has a special body and is of snake-human blood. The fluid produced on the body is extremely sticky. This leads to, it can be regarded as a little bit of inferiority in her heart. So she didn't think she could compete with the other two for status in Xiaodeji. Xia Qian felt incredible and quickly said, "How is this possible, little sister? You are not the most favored one. I don't believe the other two are better than you, little sister." These words made Xen really unbearable, and left in panic. "Brother, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back." Xia Qian was just teasing her to increase the brother-sister relationship between him and Xen. Xen couldn't bear it anymore, so Xia Qian stopped in time. "Get out of your cave. The next 10 years. If nothing else goes wrong, Xia Qian will have to carry out mining work in the mining area. 9 years. Xiaogan explored 15 mines. This is a rough exploration. If you look closely, 15 miners say it will take 20 years to start. The inventory of a mining area will only become less and less. From 15 mines, Xia Qian only got 21 precious ores. There is a source stone among them, and something is also wrapped inside. Although Xia Qian used the word talent to describe the harvest, he was actually very satisfied with the harvest. Xia Qian lost interest after knowing based on his telepathy that the thing inside this piece of source stone should be a piece of weapon refining material. Throwing them all into his Kunlun world, Xia Qian quickly returned to his cave. Just a little rest for one day. The mining area has ushered in a big change. It's not just guardian elders like Xia Qian. All miners were mobilized outside the mining area. Wang Yinran and the fourth Prince Feng Shaotian are here. The reason why everyone was called away was because the Feng Shui master, who came with them and practiced special immortal magic, wanted to cast a spell. By step from the bottom. If he lost Chu Fushuang, who among his previous friends would still recognize him, even your life cannot be saved. For his own good and Jixin's good, they had no choice but to break up. These words completely broke down Jixin's psychological defenses. But the next moment, Xien closed her eyes and concentrated. When she opened her eyes again, her originally weak appearance suddenly became extremely tough, and the tears in her eyes and on her cheeks disappeared. He stared at Xiaoju and asked, "Why? I haven't done anything to let you down. Why do you treat me like this?" She didn't do anything to let Xiaoju down, but ended up with such a result. How could Xien accept it? If she was unfaithful to Xiaoju, unfilial to Xiaoju's parents, and unkind to Xiaoju's heirs, Xien would have nothing to say in exchange for such a result. But she has clearly completed all her responsibilities. In fact, Xien understands everything in his heart. It was because she had no power in the fairy world and could not give Xiaoju any help. Compared to a powerful person in the fairy world like Chu Fushuang, she is nothing. What Xien couldn't reconcile was why Xiaoju had changed so much. Xiaoju was obviously not like this when he was in Jinwu continent. He is not afraid of power or rape. Master Xiaoju, after Xien ascended to the upper world, you have been treated politely and treated as a distinguished guest in the mining area. She has also been thinking about you. Xia Qian was very desperate and added at this time. Suddenly everyone was staring at him. Xien is grateful. Wang Yinran is admired. Xiaoju naturally glared. "Shut up." Those two words made Xia Qian feel the cold murderous intention. Damn, hard fists are awesome. Xiaoju is showing off in front of him, right? Okay, wait. Xia Qian will go to Jinwu world later and kill Xiaoju's whole family. Damn it, give him too much face. I can't beat you. A soft-boiled man with a rich woman on the list. Could it be that Xia Qian can't defeat his poor wives and daughters in the lower realm? Chu Fushuang looked at Xia Qian, then glanced at Xien again, with an even bigger smile on her face, as if something good was brewing in her heart. I know this is indeed a bit cruel to you. After thousands of years of separation, our relationship is only in name only. I will make it up to you. After saying that, Xiaoju took out 2 space rings, gave one to Xien, and threw the other to Xia Qian. Boy, I think you seem to like her like this. Today I will give you this opportunity to take good care of her. The resources here are enough for you to cultivate to a true immortal. Find a remote place, and it will last 200,000 years. A beautiful thing. Xia Qian was surprised. He thought it would be good for Xiaoju to give Xia Qian the breakup fee, but would he give it back to himself? Not only did he give himself money, but he also asked him to take care of Xia Qian. Pay yourself to be awesome to him? No matter how you look at it, this is pie in the sky. Xia Qian had an idea. He learned that some big bosses had special circumstances. In order to avoid being picked on by the tigress and his family, he married his beloved woman to his younger brother. But the little brother cannot touch that. Only the big brother can go over and play occasionally. Have you encountered such a situation? Hold. Xia Qian, did you see that? Brother Xiaoju doesn't love you anymore, so don't make yourself miserable. If you have any requests, just tell me. I can give you whatever you want. I just want you to never set foot in Weiyang Immortal Dynasty again. Regardless of whether Xiaoju's reaction was true or false, at least on the surface, it satisfied Chu Fushuang. Chu Fushuang now looks like a winner in front of Xia Qian. The condescending expression was also full of mockery. Zhixin's most primitive spirit of self-improvement was also aroused. His expression became exceptionally cold, but not reckless. I understand now. Okay, we'll be strangers from now on, and I don't need anything from you. Zhixin really has no confidence now. My own strength is not enough. This place is also someone else's territory. She was so proud that she didn't even have the courage to tell Xiaoju to get lost. Because the one who should leave. Maybe she is the one. She was so angry that she could only throw away the space ring that Xiaoju gave her to show her firm determination. Shu. Seeing Xia Qian's strong look, Chu Fushuang did not hide anything and laughed at her. Her only thought now was, a lowly person from the lower world also wants to change his fate? How ridiculous. What the Qingxian immortal world lacks the most is such fun-loving people. After all, I still haven't been tortured by the cruel reality of Qingxian immortal world. As a genius from the Black and White Academy, Chu Fushuang would naturally not argue with an ant like Xia Qian. She came directly to Xiaoju, took Xiaoju's arm and left, looking like a little bird clinging to someone. She turned her back to Xia Qian and left her last words, as long as you don't come to Weiyang Immortal Dynasty again, I won't care. A pariah like you. Cherish your current life. If you anger me, you will have nothing left. After saying that, the two figures disappeared directly. With the two of them gone, Xia Qian's pressure was relieved a lot. Wang Yinran just glanced at Xia Qian and finally turned and left. She had expected this to be the case. I just didn't expect this woman to be a bit brave. Only Xia Qian and Xia Qian are left here. Little sister, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't expect that this would be the case. Xia Qian took a few steps forward and comforted Xia Qian. Xia Qian shook his head. His firm momentum suddenly weakened, and he shook his head sadly. Brother, I can't blame you for this matter. Everything is because I am too weak. In the fairy world, the weak have no human rights. Xia Qian understood this very well. People without cultivation dare not speak loudly in the immortal world. Little sister, don't worry, big brother, I will never abandon you. If you practice seriously in the future, sooner or later, Xiaoju will regret what he did today. Xiaogan patted Xia Qian on the shoulder to comfort him. Because now he can't make any other actions except tapping on the shoulder to avoid crossing the line. Do you want Xiaoju to regret it? Xia Qian looked bitter and had no confidence. Before Xia Qian could encourage her, Xia Qian's words stunned Xia Qian. Brother, in fact, Xiaoju just secretly sent me a message, asking me to pretend to be with you for the time being and wait for him for tens of thousands of years. After becoming the immortal emperor, he will take me back. Xia Qian really didn't know how to answer this. It was exactly what he thought. It took a while before he said, Then, will you continue to wait for him? If Xia Qian says, wait, then there is no cure. Towards her, Xia Qian will also change his attitude. Xia Qian shook his head. I don't want to see him again in the future, so how can I still stay there and wait for him? This is just a man's deception. Xia Qian dismissed Xia Qian's answer. Women talk what they mean. If Xiaoju really becomes emperor later and comes to find her, maybe with just a few sweet words, Xia Qian surrendered honestly. After all, these two people have a negative distance relationship. Little sister, I'm going outside to buy some supplies. Please wait for me here for a moment. When Wang Yinran comes back, we'll see what her arrangements are. How can I put it? It's definitely not a loss to send Xia Qian here this time. 10 kilograms of fairy source is enough for Xia Qian to make this trip. What's more, Xia Qian still has the space ring given by Xiaoju. Due to Xia Qian's presence, Xia Qian didn't have time to take a look, but there should be a lot of goods. Moreover, the space ring that Xiaoju gave to Xia Qian was still on the ground, and Xiaoju did not take it with him when he left. This can be regarded as Xia Qian's bag. The money inside was entrusted by Xiaoju to Xia Qian to take care of his wife, and Xia Qian took it with peace of mind. After all, Xia Qian will put a lot of energy into this. After staying with Xia Qian for a while, Xia Qian took the initiative to open up the topic. After finally coming to the Black and White Academy, Xia Qian had to take advantage of the opportunity. Brother, wait a minute. Xia Qian absorbed the space ring that he had just thrown over, then grabbed Xia Qian's hand and placed it firmly in Xia Qian's hand. Little sister, what are you? Xia Qian didn't understand this move. Xia Qian explained, I also want to understand. This is indeed what he owes me. I still can't give up what I should take. My current cultivation level is not enough. Brother, you can help me keep it for now. Xia Qian was about to return the space ring to her, and at the same time comforted her. With me by your side, there is no danger for you to hold it. Xia Qian ignored Xia Qian's explanation and walked directly out. Xia Qian looked bitter, but he was smiling in his heart. Zishaman is under the nose of Black and White Academy. The city is safe. Even if a powerful person discovered Xia Qian's true form, he would not take any action. Xia Qian bought some Baiko Quanshu from the immortal world under the Black and White Academy. Although he said that if you encounter problems, you can go to the omniscient book and ask. But taking the time to memorize various herbs, minerals, etc. can also improve your own abilities. And it's not just Xia Qian who needs it. Yao Yerui, an alchemist who Xia Qian planned to reuse, also needed it. There are many kinds of herbs and minerals in Qingxian immortal world. Xiaogan spent 1.7 million immortal stones to buy these things. Xiao Ju's wife care fee for Xia Qian was gone by 2/3 in one go. What he bought was the most complete, and could only be purchased in a holy place like the Black and White Academy. In Wang Yinran's mansion, Xia Qian and Xia Qian waited for most of the day before Wang Yinran came back. Princess, I don't know what your arrangements are. If you don't have time, Princess, I can go back with Xia Qian myself. Xia Qian now has enough funds in his hand to take the teleportation array back. Wang Yinran glanced at Xia Qian. Chu Fushuang arranged a special task for her. If she completes it, she can get what she wants from Chu Fushuang. So Xia Qian is still of great use to her. Wang Yinran's tone was calm, and she said matter-of-factly, since I have brought you out, I will naturally take you back and rest for a night before setting off tomorrow. After Wang Yinran made the promise, Xia Qian and Xia Qian felt relieved. Especially Xia Qian. Although the Black and White Academy is said to be a good place, but Xia Qian felt that after all he couldn't compare to his hometown in the mining area. Although that place is not very good, it is better than being safe. After a night's rest, Wang Yinran took Xia Qian back the same way. They even escorted Xia Qian and Xia Qian to the mining area. This made Xia Qian a little flattered. Xia Qian, you go back first. Xia Qian, you stay. I have something to arrange for you. Returning to the area in charge of the mining area, Wang Yinran sat leisurely on the main chair, supporting her forehead with her right hand, looking very lazy and no longer as strong as before. After a long journey, she was also a little tired. Xia Qian glanced at Xia Qian and chose to retreat. Returning to this dirty mining area, Xia Qian actually felt at ease. Princess, do you know what the arrangements are? After Xia Qian left, Xia Qian asked Wang Yinran respectfully. Wang Yinran tapped her left index finger lightly on the armrest of the chair, closed her eyes and faced Xia Qian, and said slowly, Chu Fushuang has arranged a task for you, asking you to take down the Jixin and, also, give her the picture. This is what Chu Fushuang entrusted Wang Yinran to do. Although Xiao Ju said that he gave Jixin to Xia Qian in front of Chu Fushuang, but Chu Fushuang was still worried. Xiao Ju needs to be completely cut off from his thoughts. And if you want to achieve that goal, you will naturally have to do things to Xia Qian that men can't stand. After Xia Qian heard this, he thought to himself, what a vicious woman. Although he said that he would kill Xia Qian without turning around to avoid future troubles. But this is probably more uncomfortable than killing Xia Qian. In this regard, Xiagan argued, Xia Qian is my little sister. How could I do such a thing? He is not that kind of person. Wang Yinran did not argue with Xia Qian. She opened her beautiful eyes, glanced at Xia Qian meaningfully, then began to admire her own 5 fingers and said, if I didn't do that, I would make that young lady unhappy. The ending, I can't imagine it. You can't expect me to protect you, unless you are on the immortal emperor level. Otherwise, I suggest you sacrifice yourself, even if it's just a joke with Xia Qian. This sentence made Xia Qian silent. He is indeed fearless, but Xia Qian can't just take her back to the lower realm, right? As long as you do it, then I can make you the general manager of this mining area. When I sell this place in about 10 years, I can also arrange for you to take a job as a sinecure in the underworld city. How about it? Wang Yinran couldn't refuse the conditions offered by Chu Fushuang. You know, Chu Fushuang originally planned for me to find the most disgusting and ugly man to humiliate Xia Qian. In the end, I changed her mind and asked you, the eldest brother, to take action personally. This is a good thing for you. After all, your little sister seems to be much better than your fellow Taoist in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. Don't you like it? Xia Qian remained silent and finally chose to leave silently. In response, Wang Yinran just shook her head. That's how it is in the fairy world. The weak must surrender or die. She believed that Xia Qian would make the wisest choice. It's just a shame for this crazy person. Asking Xia Qian to do something that humiliates his little sister, he must feel uncomfortable, right? Xia Qian doesn't feel too uncomfortable now. The reason why he showed embarrassment was just an act. Back in the cave, Xia Qian looked solemn, making Yin Yi, Mu Wanling, and Xia Qian nervous. Could it be that something big happened? Yin Yi was mentally prepared for the fact that Xia Qian was rejected by Xiao Ju. After all, one person stood out, and it was a rich and powerful person on the list who stood out. Then the attitude towards the married wife will definitely change. Even if the man doesn't want to, the new Taoist monk and her relatives will definitely not agree. Aristocratic families have a strong sense of possessiveness and honor. There are not many mothers-in-law who are as open-minded as she is and allow her to bring in a son-in-law and open a harem. Now Xia Qian has become a thorn in the heart of that woman. Xia Qian's expression was also not good, which made Yin Yi worry about whether they would be implicated. Linger, master wife, you go back to your room first. I have something to talk to my little sister about alone. Xia Qian chose to send Yin Yi and Mu Wanling away first. Is this matter? It's better not to let the two of them know the cause and effect. Although Yin Yi and Mu Wanling were confused, they still returned to the room together according to Xia Qian's arrangement. After the two of them left, Xia Qian simply arranged an isolation restriction and then told Xia Qian what Wang Yinran had just arranged. After Xia Qian heard this, he looked at Xia Qian in disbelief. She naively thought that her relationship with Xiao Ju was completely over. Unexpectedly, this woman Chu Fushuang did not give up. He actually came up with such a way to humiliate her and her elder brother. Xia Qian also burst out in response to his anger. I didn't expect these people to look aloof and holy, but their minds are so dirty and vicious. His original intention was to comfort Xia Qian, but he didn't expect that Xia Qian would then start to help Xia Qian mentally. Brother, don't talk about them. In fact, in the small world we live in, isn't it the same? It's just that the person has changed. Yes, after she just listened to Xia Qian's story, she was really shocked for the first time. But after calming down a little, I felt that this was quite reasonable. The strong dominate the life and death of the weak. With no further trouble, Chu Fushuang's approach could be considered kind. When Xia Qian said this, Xia Qian didn't say anything else. Instead, he focused on Xia Qian and asked, Little sister, what are you going to do now? After Xia Qian was silent for a while, He laughed and said, "If someone else did this, I would rather die." For some reason, Xia Qian always felt that this sentence suited his taste. Xia Qian continued to explain, "I think this is Chu Fushuang's arrangement alone. Her purpose of doing this is to completely make it impossible for you and Xiaoju." Xia Qian looked very calm. "Even if she doesn't do this, there is no possibility between us. Brother, please help me this time. Only in this way, maybe we can find peace." It's not that Xia Qian never thought about seeking death, but she couldn't just die. She also has a daughter. When she ascended, her daughter's cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. It is not impossible to become an immortal within 100 or 200 years. If she died, what would her daughter do? Entrust it directly to your elder brother? And Xia Qian really had an idea in his heart that didn't know the heights of the sky. She wants Xiaoju to regret what he did today. Xia Qian acted extremely cautious and said tremblingly, "Little sister, how can this be? He is not that kind of person." Xia Qian knew that his eldest brother was quite infatuated and had some control over matters between men and women. "At least in the decades I've been with her, I've always been very measured and never crossed the line." She didn't hear any bad news about Xia Qian having other women outside. After all, Xia Qian's lace is actually in Xiaoqian world. Even the devil's claws have touched the Jinwu continent. Xia Qian can know that there is a ghost. I have to say, Xia Qian disguised himself very well. Don't say it in Xia Qian's eyes. Even a woman at the immortal emperor level came to contact Xia Qian. It's impossible to see Xia Qian's disguise on the surface. Who would have thought that Xia Qian, who had seemingly been devoted to Mu Wanling for decades, had actually built a fairy bird platform in the lower realm and raised hundreds of canaries? Having a scene with Xia Qian once, Xia Qian can accept it. She knew that if she didn't do this, Chu Fushuang would not give up. This woman, Xia Qian, must make her pay for this. Immortal king and immortal emperor, would you rather have the seed? In the Jinwu continent, she was able to climb step by step from the golden elixir little demon in a remote place to the Mahayana and heavenly being. Today, Xia Qian vowed that she would climb to the top of the fairy world by any means necessary. "Brother, is it because my little sister is so ugly that I can't stand your eyes?" Xia Qian looked at Xia Qian and asked why Xia Qian refused. "Is it really just because of her identity as Miss Xia Qian?" Xia Qian shook his head repeatedly. "No, little sister, in my heart, you are actually much better than Linger, but I am your eldest brother." This sentence, whether it was the first half or the second half, all spoke to Xia Qian's heart. "Then, big brother, are you planning to let other minors humiliate your little sister?" Xia Qian asked this question, which made Xia Qian's expression become even more nervous, and he seemed to react quickly and instinctively. "How is this possible? I will not allow anyone to humiliate you." All kinds of reactions were far from satisfactory in Xia Qian's heart. "Brother, little sister, I'm not trying to be your Taoist companion. It's just for fun. Brother, don't get me wrong." When it came to this point, Xia Qian was not as calm as before and was more or less worried. Little sister." Xia Qian seemed to have made a decision at this moment, with a hesitant expression, but their eyes met. Gradually, their eyes came closer to each other. Forget about love. Xia Qian had forgotten, perhaps because he had a desire for revenge. But Xia Qian is very clear-headed. He himself could not laugh, but the spirits and demons far away in the Jinwu continent and the Abyss demon realm were already laughing so wildly. Just when Xia Qian was actually defenseless, Xia Qian asked his wife to come out in time to save him. After being discovered, Xia Qian woke up instantly and quickly pushed Xia Qian away. Xia Qian also quickly deceived himself and pretended that nothing happened, and whispered to Xia Qian, "I think what Chu Fushuang wants is this little content, Xia Qian, that's it." Xia Qian also nodded in agreement, indicating that he understood. Xia Qian stood up and left a hand in the task. Xia Qian also had no face-to-face yin yi and returned to his cave room. With his back against the stone gate of the cave, Xia Qian was frightened and blushing. He couldn't help but utter 3 words, "You can really pretend?" She kept saying she couldn't, but the result was that she fell into the drama faster than she could. Xia Qian couldn't help but rub his chest. "It hurts a little." My eldest brother is really good at shaping shapes. He practices with Mu Wanling a lot, right? No wonder Bu Mu Wanling was taught obediently by her elder brother. It was not without reason. All of a sudden, both people were gone. Yinny looked at the two people separated and couldn't help but murmured, "Strange," to Xia Qian's conduct. The others were stunned for a moment after being deceived, but how could Yinny not understand? She had raised Xia Qian since he was 7 years old. In addition to not knowing that Xia Qian holds the primitive door and telepathy, Yin-Yi knew everything else about Xia Qian. She even remembered clearly the day Xia Qian lost his virginity. It was impossible for Xia Gan not to eat the meat that was brought to his mouth. Does he have any other purpose in doing this? In the end, Yinny didn't think much about it. Xia Qian's experience is indeed desolate, but she definitely supports Xia Qian unconditionally. The reason why Xia Qian didn't eat the meat on his lips was because although Xia Qian said he could let Xia Qian handle it this time, he was not willing to do so. Furthermore, if you really do that, it will be difficult for you to get along with Xia Qian in the future. This is not what Xia Qian wants to achieve. Besides, Xia Qian didn't want to be watched by others, even if that person is the heroine's previous owner. Xia Qian is not afraid of comparing with him, but he just doesn't want to fall into the hands of others. Just take your time. Xia Gan likes to eat hot tofu. It is almost 100% certain that Xia Qian and Xiaoju will run into each other in the future. These things that can affect Xia Qian must not be controlled by Xiaoju. In the Qingxian immortal world, there are very few people Xia Qian can trust. Now, with great difficulty, a Jixin was sent to her. Then people, hearts, and souls all need to be captured 100%. Xia Qian had no regrets after making his decision. He came directly to Wang Yanran and gave her what Wang Yanran needed. "Hey, you didn't take this opportunity to capture her?" Wang Yanran was very confused after reading it. In fact, she was very surprised at first, that is, Xia Qian was too fast. After all, he is an immortal. Without special encounters, his combat power will not be weak. Coming and going like the wind, this gentle breeze Xia Qian. After reading the content, she was even more surprised. Is there really a man who can stay pregnant? Xia Qian did not answer Wang Yanran's question, but expressed his own thoughts. What Chu Fushuang wants may be an attitude in action. This content is already unacceptable for a man. Does it count as a deal? Anyway, Xia Qian will never allow his woman to have any contact with other men. Not to mention kissing, and this is absolutely intolerable. Two-faced turtles, except boiling sheep. Wang Yanran was silent and finally accepted it. Okay, that's it. From now on, this mining area will be handed over to you. Although you won't be able to do it for long, Manager Xia, help me improve the atmosphere in the mining area. Wang Yanran now also takes a high look at Xia Qian. At least, the dirty order in the mining area made Xia Qian look like a white lotus. Xia Qian understood the meaning of Wang Yanran's words. When he followed Wang Yanran to the Black and White Academy, the incarnation of the immortal power left behind already understood everything clearly. According to the investigation by the old man Wang Yanran hired before, the remaining immortal stone reserves in this mining area are only over 10 million, and there is not much left. Wang Yanran has already asked Lu Feng to start layoffs. 2/3 of the original guards have been expelled. The rest is basically a mess. Only a few of Wang Yanran's confidants were left to supervise him. The general purpose is to produce as many fairy stones as possible within this period of time. Wang Yanran's main purpose was to let Xia Qian, an outsider, sort out the chaotic mining area. Wipe your butt clean as you wrap up this mine. At least it looks good. That is to make Xia Qian a villain and punish those supervisors who do whatever they want in the mining area. In response, Xia Qian said that this woman is really vicious. He is only at the 5th level of Heavenly Immortal. Some of the guards have reached the 7th level of immortality. Let Xia Qian punish those people? I really think highly of Xia Qian. But at this point, Xia Qian didn't mind taking this opportunity to recruit some of his own forces. A 7th level immortal opponent? Xia Qian? It's not impossible to defeat him. And Wang Yanran should be doing this to test his ability. If you do it, you should get better treatment in the future. I will not disappoint the princess. Xia Qian agreed. because he has a trump card in his hand that he has yet to use. The tasks entrusted by Chu Fushuang have been completed, and the follow-up management of the mining area has also been arranged. Wang Yinran had no reason to stay here anymore and left with a happy mood. After Wang Yinran left, Xia Qian sat in Wang Yinran's original seat. There seems to be a light fragrance in the air. Now, he is the person in charge of this area. Even if it was just someone who was finally pulled out as a decoration, it was of extraordinary significance to Xia Qian. He had been a warden elder before, but he had barely managed to escape from being a slave. Until now, Xia Qian stood up completely. It won't be long before you can search for him in the omniscient book. Isn't this a big improvement? Xia Qian returned to his cave and started planning. Now, he holds two incarnations outside his body. One is a demonic body that came from the demon realm of the abyss, and the other is a spiritual body condensed from the origin of the Kunlun realm and external power. Xia Qian planned to call the spirit body over and use it as his own puppet to frighten the outside world. Xia Qian's true self will continue to explore the mining area and take advantage of the madness in the last moments to get more benefits. But before that, Xia Qian summoned all the supervisory elders in the mining area. Xia Qian must call a meeting for new officials when they take office. Now, only 30 of the more than 100 mining areas remain. Among them, 8 have reached the 7th level of immortality, and the rest are all at the 6th level of immortality. When these people came to the meeting hall and saw Xia Qian sitting in the position of the manager, they were extremely envious. How could Xia Qian, the weakest supervisor elder, be promoted to general manager? It's a pity that this is the will of the divine wind immortal kingdom. No matter how unwilling these people are, they have to do a good job on the surface. Everyone, the mining area has reached the end of its mining period. I hope that in the last 10 years, everyone will stop humiliating those miners, especially those female fairies. This is what I mean above. I understand. Only those who are obedient can hope to be transferred to other places to continue to make money. If any of you make it difficult for me, I will not show mercy. Xia Qian can be regarded as borrowing Wang Yinran's momentum to draw cakes. The previous words were listened to by these guardian elders, but the threat that followed made several of them, who claimed to be stronger than Xia Qian, a little scornful. It was okay if Xia Qian didn't say anything, but once he said it, it actually inspired some resistance in them. After a brief meeting, Xia Qian asked them to summon all the miners. These miners are undoubtedly outstanding figures in the lower world. But due to bad luck, if ascension ends in a mining area, he will be unlucky for the rest of his life. Fellow Taoists, I can understand how you are feeling now. I came here the same way. I have mined mines for 10,000 years. Now that I am rich and have become the general manager of the mining area, I will never forget you. Brothers, Xia Qian began his long speech, summed it up in one sentence. In the follow-up time, whoever among you is oppressed can come and report to him. Xia Qian will make the decision for these people. The mining area will not be open for long. You will be free in just a few years. When the time comes, leave the mining area, settle down in nearby towns, and practice well. I believe that your talents will one day be able to repay the humiliation that those people have done to you 100 times. The meaning of Xia Qian is very simple. Anyway, no one knows anyone outside the mining area. Everyone can still start over. I won't say much about the male immortal. Apart from suffering a little oppression, there is no humiliation at all. After all, no matter what everyone says, they are all immortals. There are hundreds of guards, but it is not possible to produce a good one. Anyway, 10,000 years before Xia Qian, nothing happened. The words of the female fairy, even if they were mistreated in the mining area, it would still not affect them to find a good partner after they get out, forget the past, and start over. After all, the people here are all immortals. The power of the immortals is enough to allow them to easily shape and transform their physical bodies. After going through millions of hardships in the mining area, so what if there are hundreds of millions of filth? They can still maintain the same appearance as when they first had their virginity, as tender as they were young. As long as they leave the mining area, they can change their appearance. Maybe there are still people who can use their beauty in the small world to attract some powerful people to pursue them. They are forced to do nothing in the mining area, and there is no such thing as voluntariness and enjoyment. Once out of the mining area, she is still a high-quality fairy, and there will be no shortage of pursuers around her. To be honest, Xia Qian felt that some aspects of this world were no different from the world before he traveled through the world where he could not cultivate immortality. Watching and guarding these evil people can enjoy everything and be as happy as they want. The evil consequences sown are borne by those who preserve good deeds. Xia Qian had no choice about this. He only has so much power now, and what he can do is very limited. I just hope that these fairies will not fall into evil ways because of some experiences in the mining area. Xia Qian still has some brainwashing skills. Let these people who originally had no hope for the future and were almost equivalent to the walking dead suddenly feel the light. Yes, as long as they can be free. Everything is just as Xia Qian said. After leaving the mining area, they can start a new life. Men can easily find a new partner in the fairy world. Even if you can't find high-quality ones, you can still find those who have not become immortals. Xia Qian's sincerity that really impressed the guy in the dark. The identity of this guy who killed Xia Qian once was finally known to Xia Qian. Somewhat unexpectedly, it turned out to be a black dragon. It is normal for demonic dragons to exist in the demon world. Xia Qian just didn't expect that he would meet him so soon. Are you still a realm lord? I can spare your life, but if you want to survive, it depends on your performance. After the black dragon appeared, Xia Qian felt extremely terrible pressure. Before Xia Qian could say anything, the black dragon just blew out a breath of 10,000-year-old air, and Xia Qian was blown to the top of this deep mountain range. Here, Xia Qian saw 9 black eggs. It should be a dragon egg. And, if you want to survive, then sacrifice the 90 billion demons in your subordinate world to condense into demon blood pill, and use it as the incubation nourishment for my descendants. In this way, I can not only spare your life, but I can also accept you as my disciple and make you a demon king. At this time, Xia Qian knew what this evil beast wanted to do. He actually plans to squeeze his own little world. 90 billion living beings? Even if these 90 billion creatures are just demon cubs, it is still a very scary number. The number of human beings in Kunlun realm must easily exceed 90 billion. But the demonic realm of the abyss, cannibalism is too serious. After killing 90 billion, I'm afraid there won't be much left. What's more, it's impossible for Xia Qian to do that. Yes, I understand. I must do what you tell me, sir. Xia Qian immediately nodded and bowed, showing great respect. But in my heart, I began to worry about the order from this deity. Xia Qian himself informed. He wants to eat a dragon. Well, don't think about any tricks. I can kill you at any time. The magic dragon did not let Xia Qian go so easily. As soon as his dragon claw moved, a black energy directly eroded into Xia Qian's body. Xia Qian's demonic body suddenly felt the pain of being devoured by thousands of insects. Even the deity in the lower realm was frightened by this. These demons really don't care what the weak think. The black dragon enslaved Xia Qian. This spiritual body of yours, with the second-level cultivation of immortal, has cost you a lot of thought. If it is destroyed, your small world will be further weakened, and you will be in a more difficult situation by then. Be honest and obedient, my emperor. It will give you unexpected gains. After Black Dragon finished speaking, he left directly without paying any attention to Xia Qian's attitude. At this moment, Xia Qian was already filled with rage. Even if you lose this spirit body, the Abyss Demon Realm will become weak again. Xia Qian also wants to make this little insect pay the price. Xia Qian collected these 9 dragon eggs. There are billions of small worlds. This road doesn't work. Xia Qian just needs to take another road. Taking courage, Xia Qian came to this huge dragon egg. Xia Qian didn't study how big the demon dragon's true self was. Anyway, this egg is as tall as 7 adult humans put together. Xiagan touched it, and there seemed to be no protective restrictions on it. This is not difficult to guess. This is the lair of the demon dragon, and that guy wouldn't do anything to his own children. Xia Qian first tried to see if he could put the dragon egg into the space ring. After getting the response that he could do it, the corners of Xia Qian's mouth raised slightly. It would be great to be able to store the space ring. Xia Qian can be 100% sure. Even if you are like this big reptile said. He sacrificed 90 billion demons with blood and condensed 9 demon blood pills as the nutrients needed for the birth of his 9 evil species, but there was no way to survive. In this case, don't blame Xia Qian for being cruel. Not to mention that after he brought these devil dragon eggs into the small thousand world, this evil beast could sense that his children were abducted and sold to the small thousand world. So what if you know? What can he do to Xia Qian? Go to Xiaoqian world to fight Xia Qian? Does he have this ability? In Xiaoqian world, Xia Qian is now 100 times more powerful than the immortal emperor. Xia Qian did not take action immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energy of the devil world to support his spiritual body's cultivation. Although the Tianji demon realm and the Qingxian immortal realm are said to originate from the same world. But after the separation, some changes will definitely occur in Tianji demon world. The qi of cultivation in the demon world has also changed, and the immortal qi is mixed with other things. This is better for demon disciples to practice. If Xia Qian wants to improve the environment of the Abyss demon realm, he must also use the energy of the Tianji demon realm. Unfortunately, Xia Qian won't be able to do it in a short time. We can only see if using fairy stones can alleviate the decline of the Abyss demon realm, because this demon body has been manipulated by that evil beast. Xia Qian was no longer able to let the demon body return to the Abyss demon world, lest the Black Dragon's method of leaving on the spirit body would cause certain consequences. Reluctant that the child could not trap the wolf, he planned to blow up the demon body in the Tianji demon realm to eliminate the possibility of the Black Dragon finding his head. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. No matter what he says, he won't lose. 1 demon body in exchange for 9 powerful demon dragon eggs. It's so worth it. These 9 demon dragon eggs, with the strength of Xia Qian's demon body, cannot even break the eggshells. This is why the demon dragon is so relieved to keep Xia Qian here. He didn't think that a small ant from the lower world had any ability to harm his offspring. Even if Xia Qian really did something rash, the Black Dragon would be the first to arrive and kill him. Xia Qian's strength is so strong that even the shell of an egg is difficult to break. In addition, the Black Dragon was so powerful that Xia Qian had no power to resist. You can imagine how valuable this dragon egg is. If you fry one and eat it, I don't know how beneficial it will be to Xia Qian himself. I wonder if it is possible to tell whether the eggs are male or female. The male ones are fried, and the female ones are left. Entering the state of cultivation can be regarded as reducing the attention of the Black Dragon on himself. Xia Qian quickly put all 9 dragon eggs into the space ring, and then threw them into the primitive gate. Xia Qian completed this movement smoothly and took less than 1 second. Although the demon dragon said that he did not leave any protective restrictions on his children, but the moment these dragon eggs were removed, the demon dragon also felt it. The Black Dragon came to this place in a flash. After seeing that the place where he placed his offspring was empty, he said angrily, "Ant, do you know that you are looking for death?" There was only Xia Qian here, so the demon dragon naturally thought that everything was Xia Qian's fault. Xia Qian deserves to be damned for how dare he make fun of his child. You evil beast, you've gone too far to bully me. I won't play with you anymore. Xia Qian directly detonated his spiritual body and dissipated it completely, giving the Black Dragon no chance to control him. His death didn't bother Black Dragon. At this moment, his thoughts were focused on his 9 unborn children. My son. After Xia Qian's death, the demon dragon did not see Xia Qian's space ring nearby. This gave the demon dragon an uneasy feeling in his heart. He quickly released his extremely terrifying demonic thoughts, covering the nearby land for hundreds of millions of miles. It also activates its own blood and senses the location of the dragon egg. However, no matter how hard he tried his best to search, there was still no result. There is only a little weak feeling, which means that the dragon egg is still alive and well, but it is outside the endless void. Because the creature in the dragon egg has not yet fully formed, the Black Dragon cannot sense it too clearly. If it is a dragon cub that has taken shape, the Black Dragon can clearly sense it no matter where it is in the world. However, in just one breath, such earth-shattering changes occurred, which directly subverted the Black Dragon's cognition. Even the immortal emperor cannot use his great supernatural powers to teleport his descendants beyond the boundless void in one breath, to a place that even he cannot set foot on. Xia Qian's self-destruction made him suspect that this matter was closely related to Xia Qian. Black Dragon felt endless regret in his heart. He should not be greedy for the benefits brought by Xia Qian, the master of the small world, and should directly kill Xia Qian mercilessly. With a scream raised to the sky, all the creatures in the area were robbed one after another, and their immortal souls were shattered by the dragon's roar. No matter which realm you are in, I will definitely crush you to ashes. He can indeed cultivate the air again. It just takes a little more effort. But how can the Black Dragon, who is at the pseudo-emperor level, swallow this breath? A mere second-level immortal ant dared to humiliate him like this. The Black Dragon really can't go to the lower world to kill Xia, but he can make Xia Qian unable to get up in this life. Fortunately, no one else knew about it. Otherwise, the Black Dragon will completely lose its face in the Tianji demon realm. Trash. In the abyss of the demon world, a trace of blood once again spilled from the corner of Xia Qian's mouth. The destruction of the demon body affected the abyss demon world, and also affected Xia Qian, the master of this world. Feeling unhappy, he uttered these two words, taking them as an evaluation of the Black Dragon. He didn't know what level of power the Black Dragon was, but claiming to be the emperor, should he be at the immortal emperor level? Haha, immortal emperor? But that's it. If we continue to play like this in the abyss demon realm, I'm afraid it will be ruined. The fall of the demon body that contains the origin of the world is also a huge blow to the abyss demon world. If he condenses his demonic body again and dies, the abyss demon realm is afraid that it will become a world where the highest level of cultivation of living beings cannot reach the realm of divine transformation. Xia Qian is still a realm lord after all, so naturally he cannot act too willfully. Throw the 200,000 immortal stones in his hand into the heart of the world. The weak heart of the world began to frantically absorb the power of the immortal stone to restore blood. It's just that these 200,000 fairy stones are simply a drop in the bucket for the recovery of the abyss demon realm. I am afraid that this number would have to be multiplied 10 times to be able to barely repair the operating system of the abyss demon realm. Xia Qian does have a lot of immortal stones in his hands now, but it is impossible to take them all out and let the abyss demon realm absorb them. No matter what, I have to keep most of it for later use. Especially if Xia Qian wants to buy a mining area in Qingxian Immortal World to build his own power in a few years. If you buy land, you will probably get 1,000,000 immortal stones to start with. Then construction also costs money. There are so many places where fairy stones are needed. Xia Qian walked out of here and went outside to see Mei Jiuyo and Yu Ramen. Mei Jiuyo was okay. He was just an ordinary demon world immortal. The decline of the abyss demon realm had little impact on her. But Yu Ramen also holds the identity of the realm master of the abyss demon realm. The abyss demon realm was once again severely damaged, and Yu Ramen, the little realm master, was also traumatized. Mei Jiuyo is treating Yu Ramen wholeheartedly. After Xia Qian arrived, the two of them stood up and saluted. Xia Qian waved his hand and arranged. During this period, all creatures above the god transformation realm in the abyss demon realm will be transferred to the Kunlun realm to survive. I will make the will of heaven in the Kunlun realm no longer reject you, in order to reduce the external consumption of the abyss demon realm. Nowadays, Xia Qian, a creature whose cultivation exceeds the upper limit of the abyss demon realm, must be driven away. They can only be driven to the Kunlun realm. As the leader of the abyss demon realm, Xia Qian naturally knows the upper limit of the level of demon cultivators that the current abyss demon realm can bear. The water in the abyss demon realm has become much shallower, and some creatures must be driven away to maintain the normal operation of this pool. Yes. I don't know what Xia Qian's purpose was. The two succubi, Mei Jiuyo and Yu Ramen, could only arrange things honestly. In front of Xia Qian, the two of them had no strength left to resist. Xia Qian continued to arrange. In Kunlun realm, you can go to my fairy bird terrace to practice. There is abundant immortal energy there, which can help you practice to the 3rd level of heavenly immortal. Later, I will prepare elixirs for you to improve your cultivation. Stay in peace. I heard Xia Qian ask them to go to Xianke Terrace. Mei Jiuyo and Yu Ruming were both stunned. The body of the succubus physique began to respond to some pictures along with the fantasy. The cultivation environment of Xianke Terrace is truly unparalleled. They have long heard that it is a real fairyland, and is known as the Little Fairyland to the outside world. But similarly, they also know the meaning of other aspects of this fairy bird terrace. Xia Qian arranged it this way. Could it be that? That's all. If you can't resist, you can only let it go. They obviously misunderstood Xia Qian. The reason why Xia Qian arranged this was purely for their cultivation considerations. The earlier they reach the second level of immortal, the more helpful they will be to Xia Qian. Tianji Demon Realm will not be able to go to it in a short time. Xia Qian can only hope to find the second Xiaoqian world for cultivating demons nearby, and then use the ascension channel of that Xiaoqian world to go to Tianji Demon Realm to see the situation. Xia Qian didn't worry about this matter, and turned around and went to Xianke Terrace, ready to have a good chat with Du Guiyu and Yao Yerui. After working hard for so long, it's time to relax. Fairybird Terrace, inside Wanla Palace. Yao Yerui is sitting on Xia Qian's left hand, and Du Guiyu is waiting on her right. Other beauties were playing music and dancing below for Xia Gan's amusement. This is the life that men dream of, and it is also the life that Xia Qian dreams of. Yerui, have you finished reading the book on the Qingxian immortal realm I gave you? After drinking a few glasses of the most delicious wine in the Kunlun world, Xia Qian began to care about business. Xia Qian boasted that he could easily go to and from the world. So I didn't read the encyclopedia on my own to learn about the thousands of basic materials in the Qingxian immortal world. He gave this task to Yao Yerui. Anyway, Yao Yerui is an alchemist and needs to master a lot of content. Of course, Xia Qian will definitely study hard in the future. It wasn't that he was worried about not being able to react on the spot. Xia Qian's spirit body is in the lower world, and his deity is in the upper world. Information can be passed on to me at any time. He only studies to improve himself. As long as he has free time, Xia Qian is also willing to study. I've watched almost a tenth of it. Yao Yerui's attitude towards Xia Qian has already changed from passive to active, because she knew that she would never be able to escape Xia Qian's clutches in her life. Instead of looking for trouble for yourself unwillingly, might as well enjoy it. After all, the experience is really great. When Xia Qian asked, Yao Yerui answered truthfully. She is naturally full of interest in the knowledge of Qingxian immortal world. When Xia Qian handed over this task to her, Yao Yerui was filled with joy. In her daily life, apart from practicing qi refining, she also focuses on understanding all the records of the Qingxian immortal world. Of course, her answer also contains some elements of taking credit, because she now only understands 1/10 of the medicinal material knowledge in alchemy, not 1/10 of all the information given by Xia Qian. But in front of Xia Qian, Yao Yerui must say something nice to win Xia Qian's favor. Looking at the two people talking, Du Guiyu felt sour in her heart. Well, do you know what effects dragon eggs have? Xia Qian nodded with satisfaction and began to inspect Yerui. The 9 dragon eggs that Xia Qian just got will not be sold to outsiders. He was not worried that the black dragon would come to his door. The place where Xia Qian lives is the Qingxian immortal realm, not the Tianji demonic realm. It is not easy for the black dragon to run to the Qingxian immortal realm and control the wind and rain. The reason why Xia Qian didn't plan to sell this thing was that he was not strong enough. If he really used the black dragon egg to trade, he might be hacked. Secondly, Xia Qian's main purpose is to improve his own strength. The black dragon egg must have that function. Didn't Xia Qian invest so much resources just to improve his cultivation? This question directly asked Yao Yerui. For a moment, she was really ashamed, and Nono replied, I haven't seen this content yet. Xia Qian also felt a little regretful after saying this. If you put it this way, if you want to know the function of the black dragon egg, wouldn't you have to spend some money to consult the omniscient book? That's all. Just spend some money. My mother went to study this aspect. I believe she must know it. Just when Xia Qian was planning to stop being a director and just enjoy himself. For example, he pressed Yao Yerui, who had lied to show off, on his wine table, taught Yao Yerui a lesson in front of everyone, including those who were still playing music and dancing, and poured wine on her. Then, anyway, It is to punish them severely and teach them a lesson to serve as a warning to others. Yao Yerui added a sentence in time, which made Xia Qian give up such thoughts. Yao Yerui wanted to express herself well in front of Xia Qian, but he also took advantage of his own mother. For content that she couldn't master in a short time, she let her mother He Ziyuan browse the memory first. This can also be regarded as mother and daughter are united. At this time, Yao Yerui also spoke out about her mother. She remembered that what her mother first mastered was the content related to foreign races such as monsters and demons. She should have known information about powerful creatures like dragons, right? Yao Yerui's answer reminded Xia Qian of some of his original plans. I see. Then let He Ziyuan come over. Xia Qian put Yerui into his arms and began to wait. Xia Qian didn't have much respect for He Ziyuan. Why does a Mahayana monk gain the respect of Xia Qian? Just because she is Xia Qian's mother-in-law? I'm sorry, Xia Qian will not let go of His Majesty as the ruler of the Kunlun world just because of such an insignificant status. Yao Yerui felt particularly uneasy at this moment. When following Yi Chun, she never thought that she would be so ridiculous and lower the bottom line to this point. But the feeling in it made her unable to say no to Xia Qian righteously. He Ziyuan was staying near the Fairy Bird Terrace. After all, the cultivation environment here is really great. She couldn't go directly to the Fairy Bird Terrace to experience the best environment, so she finally chose to hang out outside Xia Qian's Fairy Bird Terrace. Just rubbing it, it was 10 times more powerful than the feeling brought to her by Yaoshan Valley. When she came, she saw this scene. As a righteous leader, she couldn't accept it for a while. Yi Chun is indeed not a gentleman. He Ziyuan knows this. But Yi Chun before was not so ridiculous. She really wanted to scold Xia Qian severely and ask him to restrain himself in the future. But after all, I still lacked some courage. He Ziyuan felt Xia Qian's eyes scanning her body and felt a little angry in her heart. Could it be that this evil beast has other ideas? Xia Qian had a high opinion of this Taishan Beidu, who was originally the alchemist of the Kunlun world. As a master of the generation, He Ziyuan's dress is naturally very simple and natural, without anything fancy. In the eyes of some people, such a woman is boring. But Xia Qian had a refreshing feeling. Of course, her figure and appearance were not diminished by her simple dress. Valley Master, you are well read. Do you know the specific effects of dragon eggs? There are also dragons in the Kunlun world, but they are just dragons. Moreover, the cultivation level is very low. Not even 2 people have reached the level of overcoming the tribulation. He Ziyuan naturally knew that Xia Qian was asking about the dragon of the fairy world. After all, my daughter must be aware of the effects of those little reptiles in Kunlun realm. In front of so many people, He Ziyuan did not want to save Xia Qian's face and answered truthfully. If those dragons of noble blood in the fairy world are used properly, they can cooperate with the secret method to condense the true dragon tyrant body. You can also improve your own strength. As a master of the generation, He Ziyuan is experienced and much more reliable than Yao Yerui. He actually knew the contents of this aspect and reported it completely to Xia Qian. This made Xia Qian so happy. The investment in He Ziyuan and Yao Yerui finally began to pay off. True dragon body? This made Xia Qian interested. He might really be able to condense the true dragon body and become a genius and figure in the Qingxian immortal world. With a flick of his finger, a Jiesheng Dan floated in front of He Ziyuan as a reward for He Ziyuan. Xia Qian was very satisfied with He Ziyuan's attitude towards studying. This, as an alchemist, He Ziyuan naturally knew that the quality of the pill in front of him was definitely not something that could be found in the Kunlun world. Could it be that this is the calamity elixir she dreams of? This is the elixir that can help you break through to the heavenly realm. Mother-in-law, go down and get ready for life, Xia Qian said lightly, highlighting himself as extremely enigmatic. Thank you, Chun'er. At this moment, He Ziyuan's bad opinion of Yi Chun was wiped away. Seeing He Ziyuan leaving, Yao Yerui felt uneasy. If the person next to her was Yi Chun, Yao Yerui wouldn't be afraid. Because no matter how defiant Yi Chun is, he can't compete with his father, right? But the person around him wasn't the real Yi Chun. It was difficult for Yao Yerui to figure out Xia Qian's thoughts. Seeing Xia Qian's unkind look, Yao Yerui didn't dare to imagine that scene. She and he Ziyuan were superimposed together by Xia Qian. Alas, even then, she didn't have the strength to resist, so she could only let it go. Come, you two beauties, I have some good things here to help you practice. After having fun, Xia Qian also started to do serious business. He took out 2 jade bottles, filled them with fairy source, and handed them to the 2 people around him. This fairy source is naturally used to help them practice. Xia Qian himself is also using Xianyuan to practice. He still has almost a kilogram of Xianyuan stored in his body. Slowly refining it every day can be regarded as a certain degree of automatic idle practice. Not only Xia Qian himself, but also another spirit body, and even Xia Qian's master wife Yan Yi, younger sisters Xia Qian and Mu Wanling are all using the immortal source to practice. Duguyu and Yao Yerui are Xia Qian's confidants, so they can't be treated badly. Anyone who gains Xia Qian's trust will enjoy Xia Qian's resources. Xia Qian now has plenty of money, so he naturally doesn't need to be stingy with such a small amount of cultivation resources. Just a little bit of energy to absorb this thing. Duguyu and Yao Yerui felt the changes in themselves. The thing Xiagan gave me for cultivation is too mysterious and can save a lot of cultivation energy. At first glance, it looks like a rare thing in the fairy world. Seeing Duguyu and Yao Yerui being favored again, who could not be envious of the other Yingying Yinyan who had worked so hard in Xiagan, but in front of Xia Qian, they couldn't show any dissatisfaction. Who made Yichen change? From the original compassionate person, he turned into a tyrant with the attribute of innocence. If he really shows off his petty attitude and jealousy of his sisters, Xia Qian will punish him severely. Don't worry, I won't miss you. People who have not reached the level of celestial immortal, even if they are in the Mahayana realm, cannot consume much immortal source. Just one bite can prevent them from completely refining for years. 20 people combined can't use a pound. After the rain and dew fell on Xia Qian, these people naturally gathered around Xia Qian to express their grateful thanks. Xia Qian didn't care about this at all, and asked Yao Yerui about another important matter. Jeshingdan, how confident are you that you can refine it now? Xia Qian gave Yao Yerui a lot of time to prepare. Now Yarui is already at the 2nd level of Heavenly Immortal. After giving her the Breaking Realm pill, she can quickly reach the 3rd level of the Celestial Immortal and have the qualifications to refine the Tribulation pill. The Tribulation pill is related to Xia Qian's servants in the lower world quickly becoming immortals, so naturally they cannot be careless. After Yao Yerui was anxious for a moment, she began to lie again. If I reach the 3rd level of the Celestial Immortal, I should be 30% sure of refining the Tribulation pill. In fact, she wasn't even 10% sure. After all, this was her first time coming into contact with immortal elixirs, and she had nothing to learn from. Just not wanting to be looked down upon by Xia Qian, Yao Yerui said some big words. Could the wily Xia Qian understand Yao Yerui's true thoughts? He didn't say much and took out a pill. It's the Breaking Realm pill. If you take this elixir and refine it, you can reach the 3rd level of immortality within a few months. After saying that, this realm-breaking pill fell into Yao Yerui's hands. Yao Yerui took the pill tremblingly, her heart beating at its peak. Thank you, Brother Chun. Now Yerui can't wait to swallow this pill directly to improve her cultivation. But with so many people watching, she was more reserved. In Yerui's heart, Xia Qian's status has naturally been further improved. She now completely believes that following Xiagan is the right thing to do. Yi Chun, let him become a thing of the past. Duguyu felt depressed when she saw that Xia Qian was only giving the elixir to Yerui, a woman, and showed no sign of preparing to reward her. It seems that I have fallen out of favor after all. One code equals another. I have promised to give you this pill before, but you lied to me and lied about the 30% chance of becoming a pill. Even in the Qingxian immortal world, if an alchemist wants to achieve a 30% success rate in refining the Tribulation pill, he needs to reach the level of a senior alchemist. The alchemists in Qingxian immortal world are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, true, mysterious, heaven, king, emperor, and ancestor levels from low to high. Yao Yerui was the only one who started to come into contact with elixir refining. In the lower realm, he may be considered a master of alchemy, but in the fairy world, he is not even considered a junior alchemist. How dare he claim that there is a 30% chance? Brother Chen, Yao Yarui didn't expect that Xia Qian would ruthlessly expose her. Before she could make up a lie to explain, Xia Qian has regarded her as a dish and placed it on a plate on the table. You all listen to me. If you dare to lie in front of me in the future, you will be killed and served with a powerful stick. Do you understand? Before Yao Yarui could think about what Xia Qian was going to do, Xia Qian's words completely changed Yao Yarui's expression. Could it be that? The sound of tearing and the feeling of tearing made Yao Yarui hum out habitually. How could Xia Qian? How could he punish himself in front of so many people? How can she meet people in the future? Yichen would never treat her like this before. He was very gentle. But the feeling of being watched by her sisters forced Yao Yarui to put her right arm against her eyes, deceiving herself and others in an attempt to blind her eyes. The left hand tightly held the Breaking Realm pill given by Xia Qian. This may be the only thing that can bring comfort to Yarui at this moment. Unintentionally, Yao Yarui saw Dugiyu's envious expression on her side. Her face turned cold with jealousy. Yao Yarui suddenly became proud again. So what if I am embarrassed? As long as it hits Dugiyu. At this moment, Yao Yarui also figured it out. Since all the shame has been lost, then let's not make any reservations. Yichen's other confidants were also stunned when they saw this scene. Thinking that Yichen had indeed been very unruly recently, they didn't find it so difficult to accept such behavior. But the killing stick scares them. Are the changes too big? But since Dugiyu and Yao Yarui didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't doubt it and would only think that it was because of the changes in Yichen after becoming an immortal. They also understood why Yichen no longer touched them. It's not that Yichen doesn't love him anymore. It's that he's not an immortal and really has no qualifications. At this time, Yarui put down her reserve and accepted the punishment voluntarily, which made these Yingying Yinyan have other ideas. You must become an immortal quickly. After Yarui's matter was resolved, Xia Qian still had some other unfinished matters in Kunlun realm. For example, rescuing Yuwak. Yuwak just hurt his soul. Previously, Feng Ruoxue bought the soul-replenishing pill for Xia Qian so that Xia Qian could work better, which could easily solve Yuwak's dilemma. The soul-replenishing pill is a true-level pill, and the price is already a bit expensive for Xia Qian now. The price of this thing on the market is 50,000 immortal stones. Feng Ruoxue prepared 4 pills for Xia Qian, which caused a wave of blood to flow out. Even if Feng Ruoxue buys this elixir, the price will be discounted. On average, if a fairy stone costs less than 40,000 yuan, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it. True-level elixirs are already related to the level of true immortals. It only takes half a soul-replenishing pill to easily turn Yuwak from a fool into a normal person. It can even increase Yuwak's soul by multiples and help him when he becomes an immortal. Of course, it is possible to use soul-replenishing pills to help others become immortals, but it is a bit too extravagant. Xia Qian will not consider letting people close to him use this thing now. After thinking carefully for a while, Xia Qian decided to postpone the treatment of Yuwak a little. At least wait until he Ziyuan becomes an immortal before curing Yuwak. Only in this way can Yuwak experience what a toad wants to eat swan meat means. Xia Qian will treat Yuwak, but it is absolutely impossible for Yuwak to continue to pursue his Ziyuan, and it is impossible for Yuwak to live the same free and wanton life in Kunlun realm. Before doing other things, Xia Qian had to comfort Dugiyu first, and then let Dugiyu travel alone with him. The feelings towards Dugiyu and Xia Qian were completely different from those towards Yichen and other women. After arriving at the stone pavilion on the cliffside of Xianke Terrace, where he and Dugiyu were alone together, Xia Qian said, "Yuer, what's the matter? Are you still worrying about what happened just now?" When she was alone with Xia Qian before, Dugiyu was almost glued to Xia Qian. Although we were very close this time, we were still a little bit behind. Yichen's confidant is so jealous. Xia Qian didn't feel unhappy because of Dugiyu's little mood. Because when she was with Yichen before, Dugiyu was not a jealous woman. She didn't even bother to contact Yichen's other women. At this time, it turned into a jealous jar, all because of Xia Qian. For a woman to change so much because of herself, Xia Qian could only feel happy. Xia Qian's words made Du Guiyu whisper, "I don't dare." She indeed didn't blame Xia Qian. She just lamented that she didn't do a good enough job. A woman like Du Guiyu who received extreme education since she was a child is considered a pervert. Once you are conquered physically and mentally by a man, you will naturally become that man completely and never change. In response to this, Xia Qian laughed loudly, took out a pill, flicked it in front of Du Guiyu, and explained, "This realm-breaking pill can help people below the 7th level of immortals to improve to a small realm, but one person's lifetime I can only use one. I gave it to Yarui because I needed her to reach the 3rd level of celestial immortal as soon as possible to refine the medicine for me. I didn't give it to you because I didn't want you to use it at the 2nd level of celestial immortal and delay your subsequent practice." Xia Qian's explanation made Du Guiyu understand Xia Qian's good intentions, and she felt deeply guilty for her behavior just now. "This is what I have prepared for you. I suggest you keep it for now, and use it when you reach the 6th level of celestial immortal. This will save you hundreds of years of hard work. Strength is the most important thing in any place. I hope you can practice wholeheartedly and become a Lianxian, the god of death who can kill." Xia Qian treated most of the others as if they were in a vase. Yarui is treated like a tool. Only for this Du Guiyu, Xia Qian paid some effort. A woman who is accustomed to living in the dark can achieve many benefits if used properly. Xia Qian has plenty of time to operate, so he chose to play it slow and slow. Du Guiyu had already fallen directly into Xia Qian's arms. "As for Yao Yarui, I have always regarded her as a tool for alchemy. As for you, I said that in the entire Kunlun world, you are the only one who can catch my eye. I want you to become my Taoist companion. This emperor's future, emperor's concubine." Xia Qian continues to perform at this moment, charming people. This long sentence of his is 40% true and 60% false. It can be regarded as a word from the bottom of my heart. Timph. Du Guiyu had no resistance at all to Xia Qian's sweet words. Her heart told herself that there was definitely something hypocritical in this. But with the indelible memory of Xia Qian on her body, she chose to believe it all. "You err. Why are you so cold when you are around Yichun? But why have you changed so much when you came to me?" Xia Qian put his hand on the back of Du Guiyu's head. By grabbing Du Guiyu's hair and using it as a saddle, he controlled the lifting of her head, making her look directly at him, and tortured her soul. This action was a bit rough and reckless, but Du Guiyu liked it. Her eyes were gleaming, she pursed her red lips and gasped, "It's not you who has revealed my evil side. You are so annoying." Ever since Xia Qian carved the lines, she felt that she had completely changed. Yes, that's the flavor. The reason why Xia Qian loves Du Guiyu so much is because of this. In front of Yi Qian and others, this cold and pure iceberg fairy appeared. But in front of Xia Qian, the previous iceberg image was completely subverted. Xia Qian likes this change in personality very much. Of course, Xia Qian also felt a strong sense of guilt, which made him sink into self-blame. He is indeed a beast with a human face and a beast's heart. After arranging for Du Guiyu to study the art of assassin, Xia Qian went to meet with Su Youwu. I haven't seen her in several years, and Xia Qian still misses her a little. Su Youwu has also been a little troubled recently. Since the last time Xia Qian used his identity as Yi Qian to enlighten Su Youwu has opened his heart and begun to accept Xia Chang'e, the person around him. But Xia Chang'e seemed like a lump on a tree. She ignored her many hints. This made Su Youwu feel like she was... Anyway, Su Youwu was happy and helpless at Xia Chang'e's move. After all, women are like this. When they want a man to appreciate them, they only think of a man who can be understanding. However, with the arrival of Xia Qian himself, it was time to break this situation. Su Youwu is still in the late stage of the Tribulation realm. There is still a long way to go to reach the Mahayana realm. Her cultivation speed is already very fast. In the Kunlun world, it is simply much faster than the speed of Yi Qian's practice records in the Kunlun world. The main purpose of Xia Qian coming here is to use the immortal source to improve Su Youwu's cultivation. By the way, talk about love and relax in life. At this moment, Xia Qian once again expressed comfort to Yi Qian. "I am so busy, but I have to take care of your relatives." "Don't worry. Xia Qian also came here to help Su Youwu reach heaven quickly. Because after reaching the heavenly immortal queen, Su Youwu can have a child of her own. This is not Xia Qian's selfishness, but for the sake of Su Youwu's future. Su Youwu is Yi Qin's only son and has no other heirs. Now Xia Qian said that he would borrow Yi Qin's identity and live on Yi Qin's place. But Su Youwu will eventually know about this matter. Xia Qian couldn't live as someone else for the rest of his life. Therefore, Xia Qian needs to predict as early as possible what kind of shock will happen after this showdown. In fact, Xia Qian also thought that after Su Youwu had a new child, she would learn that her eldest son was dead. Moreover, the murderer of her child was the person she slept with. What would be the reaction of the father of her youngest son, daughter? It should be very despairing and sad, right? While losing her beloved son, she was also hurt by the person she loved the most. But no matter what, under such circumstances, having one more child would give Su Youwu a little more concern and hope. When the time comes, Xia Qian will use his reasoning and emotion to draw a picture of how he can resurrect Yi Qin after becoming the immortal emperor. In addition, Du Guiyu and Yao Yerui came to reason with Su Youwu. This should allow Su Youwu to get out of the predicament and continue to maintain a stable life with Xia Qian, right? Xia Qian believed that he had the strength to do this. He is really a good person. When leaving Kunlun realm, Xia Qian took a good bath. This is to avoid exposing any flaws in the Qingxian immortal world. Xia Qian, who felt happy both physically and mentally, reluctantly walked out of the gentle village of Kunlun realm. The mining area is now very stable. Ever since Lin Wei and his thugs disappeared inexplicably, everyone else in the mining area knew that Xia Qian was a very difficult person to mess with. Under Xia Qian's hands, there may be real immortal-level thugs sent by Wang Yinran. If they are not honest, they are simply asking for death. This mining area began to flourish due to the management of Xia Qian, the Bright Master. After Xia Qian was busy for another year and 9 months in the mining area, Wang Yinran came here. This time there was Feng Xiaotian, the fourth prince, and the heads of small families in several towns near the mining area. Obviously, this mining area will be packaged and sold to other people at once by Feng Xiaotian. The people who followed Feng Xiaotian all had the first or second level of true immortal cultivation, a total of 13 people. After a tour of the mine, they finally sat down and organized an auction. As the supervisor, Xia Qian was lucky enough to participate in the auction of the small mining area. In front of outsiders, Wang Yinran actually gave Feng Xiaotian some face and asked Feng Xiaotian to host the mining area real estate auction. Everyone, without further ado, the starting price for a mining area is 150,000 immortal stones. Feng Xiaotian had a rough idea of how many fairy stones were in stock in the mining area. Starting at 150,000 immortal stones, just based on the fairy stones in stock in the mining area, Feng Xiaotian basically made a fortune. There are 163 mining areas here. If Feng Xiaotian sells them all at once, he has no idea how much income he will get. The price Feng Xiaotian offered was quite fair. After all, Feng Xiaotian sold the land, not just the fairy stones. As long as you pay for it, you can do whatever you want on the land. 15,000 immortal stones is just the starting price, and the transaction price is definitely more than just 15,000 in the number 1 mining area. Your Highness, the fourth prince, I will offer 200,000 immortal stones per mine to purchase 10 nearby mines, including the number 99 mine. Before the real fairy from the nearby small family could bid, Xia Qian spoke first. Xia Qian has limited funds and limited strength, so just buying 10 mining areas is enough. His trade route in the Tianji Demon Realm has not been opened. Otherwise, Xia Qian's financial resources are enough to easily buy the entire mining area. Of course, even if Xia Qian had money, he couldn't book the venue. That would be just asking for death. Xia Qian offered this price, and the financial resources he showed were controllable in Wang Yinran's eyes. Wang Yinran knew that she had received sponsorship from Chu Fushuang and Xiaoju, and had some money in her hands. Wang Yinran was a little surprised when Xia Qian made a bid. Is this guy planning to give me the commission money that Xiaoju and Chu Fushuang gave him in this way? Women are all creatures with wandering thoughts. Wang Yinran didn't know how she could think of this for the first time. Feng Xiaotian frowned slightly. Feng Xiaotian didn't like Xia Qian very much. But what matters in buying and selling is fairness and openness. Xia Qian made a bid. Feng Xiaotian naturally wouldn't turn him away. He looked at the true fairy realm experts participating in the auction and said again, Manager Xia of our mining area bids 200,000 yuan. What do you family heads think? 200,000 fairy stones per mining area. Feng Xiaotian is not too satisfied with this price. In the eyes of these dozen old foxes, Feng Xiaotian and Xia Qian were simply acting for them to see. There must be a pit near mine number 99, and whoever buys it will bleed. If the bidders are of other identities, these people will also call for bidding competition as appropriate. But the bidders were Feng Xiaotian's subordinates, so these people would not move. There are still so many mining areas, just take your time. Seeing that everyone else was unmoved, although Feng Xiaotian was a little dissatisfied, he still signed a sales agreement with Xia Qian. From this moment on, Xia Qian truly owned the first piece of land in the Qingxian immortal world. The next step is for Xia Qian to build this place up properly. After taking the space ring handed over by Xia Qian and making sure that there were enough immortal stones in it, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, Manager Xia, you earned such a hard-earned immortal stone. Why did you spend most of it to buy such a piece? Land? Wouldn't it be better to get supplies for cultivation? He also knew how Xia Qian had so much savings. There aren't many opportunities like that, so you should save some money and use it. To this, Xia Qian also responded sincerely. The main reason is that mining area number 99 is the landing place for my relatives to ascend. I must take the initiative here to prevent my relatives from suffering after they ascend. This is indeed one of the core reasons why Xia Qian chose to settle here. Of course, another important reason is that there should be some precious things in Xiagan that have not been completely mined. It's not just the mining areas that Xia Qian purchased himself. Xia Qian will also acquire other mining areas bit by bit in the future. I see. I didn't expect that you, Director Xia, are also a family man. This reason can be said to be very appropriate. Feng Xiaotian stopped asking about this topic. Instead, he took out 50,000 immortal stones from Xia Qian and gave him 50,000, and explained, this is a reward for Manager Xia who has worked hard to manage the mining area over the years. Accept it. Xia Qian was not polite and accepted it directly. When it comes to immortal stones, Xia Qian always welcomes them. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, then I'm going to go down and take over the affairs of the mining area? Xia Qian has no interest in buying and selling other mining areas now. Let's do a simple statistics of our territory first. Wang Yinran also followed Xia Qian outside. This was something neither Xia Qian nor Feng Xiaotian expected. Feng Xiaotian did not stop him and continued to start the mining area auction as acquiescence. Xia Qian saluted Wang Yinran after walking out of the meeting hall. Princess. After saying that, Xia Qian waited for Wang Yinran to perform. Wang Yinran did not hesitate and immediately said, Xia Qian, you are currently weak, and it is not easy to earn millions of immortal stones. Why do you use so many immortal stones to buy several almost abandoned mining areas? This you should know that there are immortal stones buried in several mining areas, but they are not worth 2 million, right? Other people bought the vast land in the mining area because they could use the land for other purposes after mining almost all the spiritual stones in it. For example, growing elixirs and raising fairy beasts. Immortals live longer. In the short term, those buyers will definitely suffer losses, but in the long run, they will make a lot of money. But Xia Qian was weak and could not do that. Even if forces develop in the future, how long will it take? Xia Qian thought to himself, does Wang Yinran care about him so much? No. Maybe you want to control him? In order to be sure, Xia Qian still lied, feeling very helpless. Princess, my wife, I can't help it. I can't help myself. This is all for Miss Chu to guard the door. Mr. Xiaoju and his wife are still down there. Come up. What he said was a bit unpredictable. Xia Qian mainly wanted to direct his target towards Chu Fushuang. Wang Yinran frowned slightly and then said, then do you want me to arrange for you to have a casual job in Daiming City? Xia Qian thought about it for a while and finally refused. Thank you, Princess, for your kindness. I think it's okay to stay in this mining area and be a small landowner. It is not objectionable to work a part-time job with a salary during the summer. It's just that Xia Qian now wants to focus more on running Kunlun Realm in his own manner, and doesn't want to be distracted and delayed. Because Chu Fushuang suddenly had something to do with Xia Qian, Wang Yinran couldn't just come and go with Xia Qian as before. After Xia Qian refused, Wang Yinran didn't force it. This made Xia Qian push forward a little bit and remonstrated. Princess, the mining area has been traded away, so the miners in it, can all the miners be dismissed and given their freedom? As an ascendant, Xia Qian also wanted to win a little future for these poor guys. This request made Wang Yinran a little embarrassed. In the past, when trading in mining areas, the miners were packaged and sold to the next owner. You have a kind heart, so that's okay. It's just a small matter, and I can promise it to you. Thinking that because of Xia Qian, she also received huge benefits in the Black and White Academy. Furthermore, the relationship between Xia Qian, Chu Fushuang, and Xiaoju has not been completely resolved. Chu Fushuang had other arrangements for the woman Xia Qian that Xia Qian needed to make. Later, there will be a time when the summer stems can be squeezed to provide her with benefits. Small favors given appropriately are not a big deal. Anyway, Xia Qian's request was just a small matter that could be solved with just one sentence to her. The princess is wise. In this regard, Xia Qian could only express his gratitude to Wang Yinran without appearing humble or arrogant. Having been the emperor in the Kunlun world for so long, Xia Qian felt that he wanted to appear humble in front of others, and he would feel some rejection from the bottom of his heart. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The ancients honestly did not deceive me. How is your relationship with that Jixin now? Wang Yinran took the initiative to walk to the ancient tree aside and casually began to ask Xia Qian some other things. During this time, Xia Qian was practicing crazily because of Xiaoju's encouragement. Xia Qian estimated that Xia Qian would be able to reach the third level of the heavenly immortal realm in just a few years. Xia Qian has not yet refined the realm-breaking pill that Xia Qian gave her, and it is obvious that she has big plans for her future. Now that Wang Yinran asked, Xia Qian felt that this might be the will of that vicious woman Chu Fushuang. Princess, what do you mean? He had an estimate in his mind, but Xia Qian still planned to pretend to understand until the end. Wang Yinran did not answer directly, but touched her belly with her own hands. The meaning was self-evident. Xia Qian took a breath of air. So scary? There was another picture in his mind. That is, he returned to his manor and said to Xia Qian, "Little sister, that vicious woman will not let us go until you are pregnant with my child. What will happen next? What to do?" Xia Qian nodded with a look of humiliation and humiliation. "Brother, you come in. If it's you, eldest brother, little sister can do it too. After all, Xia Qian tolerated it last time. Wouldn't it be normal to tolerate it again this time? In this case, wouldn't Xia Qian be able to let his little sister suffer and give him another heir with foreign blood? This is a real punishment. Princess, this is not good. Wouldn't that make me too much of a beast?" Xia Qian was a little tempted and planned to violate his own principles a little and lower his bottom line. After all, in the Kunlun world, Xia Qian didn't have much of a bottom line. What's wrong with coming to the Qingxian immortal realm and lowering it a little? "'Cause Xiagan is so proud. I can't help but look like this." It is Xia Qian who is talking about it again and again. Seeing Xia Qian's look of disbelief, Wang Yinran couldn't help but laugh and said, "If you hadn't been innocent for these 10,000 years, I would have suspected that you are a hypocrite with a human face and a beastly heart. It is difficult for a person to pretend for 10,000 years." This sentence made Xia Qian's heart beat twice as fast. Oh my God, this woman almost saw it. What a risk. It seems that in the Qingxian immortal world, Xia Qian will continue to maintain his infatuated persona of having only one Taoist companion. The side with a human face and an animal heart must never be exposed in the fairy world. Wang Yinran did not pursue Xia Qian's moral character too much, but said something that made Xia Qian feel puzzled. "I arranged this for your own good. If you are happy to serve Chu Fushuang, the benefits you will get are unimaginable. Manager Xia, you don't want your child to be mediocre all his life, right? Do your best so that he can join the Black and White Academy." Xia Qian was puzzled by this sentence for a short time. He had made Chu Fushuang happy, But wasn't he even more hated by Xiao Ju and determined to kill him? Although it is almost a fight to the death with Xiao Ju now, Xia Qian never dared to send his son to the Black and White Academy. It was too dangerous. If Xiao Ju moved his finger, his child would die without a body. Fortunately, the next moment, Wang Yinran gave an explanation. Chu Fushuang has arranged for the child Yu and Xia Qian give birth to. As long as he is born, no matter how talented he is, he will be able to join the Immortal King's sect and enjoy the treatment of a prefecture-level student of the Black and White Academy. He may even be hired by her. Being adopted as an adopted son and adopted daughter, her future prospects are limitless, and she is expected to become an immortal king. Isn't that good? When Wang Yinran said these words, Xiagan people are all confused. This woman, can her mind be so terrifying? Can you really be so fierce for a man? Is this the legendary love? This is a little too crazy. Xia Qian pretended to be an honest man who was completely shocked, and there was some trembling in his voice when he answered Wang Yinran. He originally thought that what he did in the Kunlun realm was already outrageous. But I never expected that there would be such a crazy woman in Qingxian immortal world. There is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. This statement is true. Xia Qian asked himself, if he were to put himself in someone else's shoes, he would never be able to do this. Manager Xia, Ascensioners like you are able to gain a foothold in the Qingxian immortal realm. Only 1 out of 10 of them is due to absolute talent, 1 is due to absolute luck, and the remaining 8 are seizing everything they can to improve themselves. If you take advantage of the opportunity, you still have a chance to dominate. After patting Xia Qian's shoulder, Wang Yinran said these words and left. Xia Qian also quickly returned to his manor, called out his master's wife and Mu Wanling who were practicing, and arranged, Master's wife, in the future, the 10 mining areas near the number 99 mining area will be our territory, and I plan to take advantage of this opportunity. I have the opportunity to recruit 30 trustworthy people from the miners as subordinates. You too will come with me? 10 mining areas and 30 subordinates are enough. Most of the miners are at the 2nd level of Celestial Immortal. Xia Qian has enough strength to manage. In the following period, Mu Wanling became more responsible for matters in the mining area. She should have good suggestions on who is more reliable in the mining area. If it can reduce trouble, Xia Qian will naturally try to reduce it as much as possible. Okay, let's go together. Yin Yi was very interested in helping Xia Qian deal with things. Mu Wanling was even more excited. In this way, she will be completely free in the future and will not have to be restrained in this mining area. The 3 of them were just about to leave when Xia Qian also walked out of the training room. Brother, let me go over and have a look too. When Xia Qian was still the supervisor of mine number 99, Xia Qian also has some friendship with 1 or 2 people in the mining area. It's also good to take advantage of this opportunity to help. Xia Qian smiled and nodded. He was still worried about how to tell Xia Qian about that matter. Now that Xia Qian is out, there is a chance. On the way, Xia Qian, Yin Yi, and Mu Wanling were all asking Xia Qian about the details of the matter. Xia Qian didn't hide it, he explained truthfully, and joked with Xia Qian. I can spend 2 million fairy stones to buy this number 10 mining area, and it's because of the financial resources provided by my little sister. There is a little girl in this mining area, of half. The cash he gave Feng Xiaotian was indeed obtained through Xia Qian. This half made the 3 women present have different thoughts. Yin Yi probably understood what Xia Qian meant. She had no problem with this. She had long been used to it. Xia Qian was ashamed of why his elder brother spoke with so much ambiguity. What half of her? This made the 2 of them seem like a couple. But at this time, Xia Qian also recalled the moment when he kissed Xia Qian 10 years ago. Obviously, the kiss didn't feel that big at the time. But after so many years, I feel like I still remember that taste. The slight pain of being rubbed by Xiagan seems to be immersive when I think of it. Mu Wanling felt her failure. Hey, why can't she help Xiagan with nothing? She has no special skills. Could it be that she can only be one? During this period, Yin Yi did a lot of ideological communication for Mu Wanling. Mu Wanling is a woman who can accept men's 3 wives and 4 concubines nature. After all, her predecessor Yi Chun was a group of confidant. At that time, I had to wait in line for 2 full months and still not get to the 2nd round. So Mu Wanling is already very open-minded about certain things in Xia Qian's future. Being able to monopolize an outstanding man like Xia Qian for half a hundred years is already a very impressive achievement for Mu Wanling. Mu Wanling also felt satisfied and made up her mind to focus on improving herself in the future. Xia Qian's reputation as a human being lies here. He wanted to recruit subordinates, and the miners responded very well and signed up enthusiastically, although these miners said they would be free soon. But he is not familiar with the place of Qingxian Immortal World. It would also be good to stay with Xia Qian, a trustworthy veteran, to get familiar with him for a while, save some money, and improve his cultivation before leaving. After completing the task of recruiting workers, Xia Qian began to dismiss the people in the tin mining areas under him. Each person was given 6 fairy stones as compensation for these people. There is no more Xia Qian, and there are not many immortal stones left in him. Now it is already the limit for Xia Qian to come up with more than 100,000 immortal stones at once. In this regard, he could only do his best. Not long after, thousands of miners and about a dozen guards in Shagan mining area were sent away. The 10 nearby mining areas seemed a bit empty. Walking out of the mining area, Xia Qian could see the relief and excitement on the faces of those people. After being tortured for so long, these people finally got free, sighed and left. Xiagan gave them a rough map of the nearby area. No matter where they live in the future, it has nothing to do with Xia Qian. People in other mining areas looked at those who left with envy. They also longed for freedom. Now that Wang Yinran didn't speak, Xia Qian didn't dare to let these people go without authorization. Return to your own manor. Yin Yi and Mu Wanling went to arrange matters related to the duty of the 30 guards. Xia Qian and Xia Qian were left alone at home. Brother, my little sister seems to have something on your mind. Are you in trouble again? Xia Qian sat next to Xia Qian, looking at his face with sharp eyes, trying to find out something from Xia Qian. Her intuition told her that her elder brother definitely had some secrets that he was hiding from her. Xia Qian is an old fox, and he showed a smile. Little sister, what trouble can I get into? I'm just sighing. Now we have worked so hard at the bottom and finally have a good start. I feel something good should happen to us in a while, and maybe we can add a family member to our team. Jinwu Continent. After so long delay, Xia Qian can indeed take action against Jinwu Continent. Just take down the Jinwu Continent. Then you can arrange for other people to come to Qingxian Immortal Realm. Oh, could it be that brother, your Taoist companion, is coming up? Xia Qian was changed by Xia Qian's words. She really wanted to see what the Taoist monk Xia Qian looked like in his hometown. She saw Mu Wanling. With Mu Wanling, Xia Qian felt that she had no pressure. No, how can she compare with her elder brother's Taoist companion? Xia Qian glanced at Xia Qian and said truthfully, why don't you think this is your relative? If his Taoist companion wants to ascend, it may take decades. Xia Qian still doesn't know where Lan Yu's world is. But Xia Qian can move freely in the fairy world. He can also use some things in the fairy world to increase his search for Lan Yu's world. I think it won't be long before I can find out the whereabouts of Lan Yu's world. Xia Qian's words made Xia Qian fall into deep thought. After a while, he sighed and said, now that those people are coming up, is it really a good thing for us? If it were the original, Xia Qian would also hate his 2 sisters. She still has selfish motives in her heart. She hoped that the 2 sisters could not come up so that she could dominate Xiaoju by herself. Why share it with others when you can have it all to yourself? Of course, Xia Qian hopes that his daughter Xiaoying can ascend. But in this current situation, Xia Qian's thoughts have also changed. She really didn't want people from Jinwu Continent to come and suffer at this moment, including her daughter. A tiger's poison cannot eat its seeds. I don't believe that Xiaoju would be so cruel that he would be unkind to his own children. Xia Qian took the initiative to reach out and hold Xia Qian's soft, boneless, cold little hand to show comfort. Xia Qian didn't pay attention to these details and truthfully stated his inner thoughts. Brother, you don't know how terrible it is for a woman to be vicious. It is true that few men are cruel enough to attack their own children. But women, especially the children of their ex-partners. Xia Qian is not stupid. He knows how cruel some women can be. Especially a jealous woman like Chu Fushuang, who looks like a white lotus on the surface. but he has a very vicious heart. Does Xia Qian really not understand this? Impossible. Words such as the most poisonous woman's heart and the heart of a snake are not too familiar to Xia Qian. It's just that he didn't show it in front of Xia Qian. He comforted Xia Qian. If my niece really ascends, little sister, you can temporarily deny her and treat her as an ordinary ascended person. Chu Fushuang will not be able to recognize her in Xiaoju. I should also cover it for you, right? Xia Qian's words made Xia Qian start thinking. Xiaoju should not be so cruel as to leave the safety of his own flesh and blood to a woman like Chu Fushuang. Xiaoying flew up. Xiaoju should indeed have covered Xiaoying and pretended not to see it. But Xia Qian thought of how much his daughter admired and liked Xiaoju as a father. How sad would she be if she were to ascend and find out that Xiaoju abandoned his wife and son, mother and daughter, for a woman? In order to solve this problem, Xia Qian had a bold plan in mind, but at this time, she didn't think so much and changed the topic with a smile. It's too early for you to say this. It's not easy for Inger to ascend. I don't think Inger will be the next one to ascend. I still thought the next one is my eldest brother's sister-in-law. Xia Qian felt weird when he said the word sister-in-law. She didn't really want to call her sister-in-law, but she wanted to call Xia Qian's fellow Taoist sister her sister. Xia Qian felt like he was going crazy. What would you say if it's your niece who comes up? Xia Qian seemed very confident. When Xia Qian saw Xia Qian like this, he knew that his elder brother wanted to play with him. She also planned to take over the guess with Xia Qian and make a small bet. After all, gambling is fun. But before Xia Qian could say anything, the smile on Xia Qian's face suddenly disappeared. He hurriedly said to Xia Qian, "Little sister, I have an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with, so I have to postpone it for a while." An unexpected thing happened in the Kunlun world. The level of urgency is not low, and Xia Qian must go in person to resolve it. "Oh, okay, brother, go ahead." Seeing Xia Qian's nervous look, Xia Qian didn't say anything and was very considerate and understanding. After Xia Qian left, Xia Qian just whispered, "Brother, what are you hiding from me?" She could feel that Xia Qian was definitely hiding something from her. But Xia Qian didn't say anything, so Xia Qian had no idea. Is it because of that woman? In the fairy world, Xia Qian believed that there were only two people related to him. The only one who can make Xia Qian feel embarrassed is Chu Fushuang. Chu Fushuang must have asked her eldest brother to do something that went against his true intentions. I want to see how vicious this woman is. Xia Qian now also knows that Wang Yinran is in the mining area. Last time, it was Wang Yinran who was the one who pulled the strings. So this time, the woman Wang Yinran must also know the mystery behind this. Xia Qian didn't say anything, so she went to ask Wang Yinran. She didn't believe that Wang Yinran didn't know the secret. Xia Qian returned to Kunlun realm. At this moment, the fairy bird terrace entered a strange situation. All the people fell asleep, including Yao Yerui and Du Guiyu, who have become immortals. Both of them suddenly lost their self-awareness during practice and fell into a deep sleep. Thanks to Xia Qian's spirit body, he was practicing in the immortal bird platform and started to sprint to the third level of the celestial immortal. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have discovered this situation in the first place. Xia Qian knew what caused this phenomenon. He went straight to the side hall of Wanla Palace. Sure enough, the body of Ming's silkworm baby, who was still sleeping soundly on Xia Qian's desk, changed, became alive. The layer of silk wrapped around her body for protection was also cut open. Xia Qian induced the strange treasure in his body to leave the dream and enter the dreamland of the dream silkworm. At this moment, Mengsan's dream was very lively. Those familiar people from Xia Qian are all here. After working hard to collect the mulberry leaves in Dream Silkworm Baby's dream, feed them to Dream Silkworm Baby's mouth. After Xia Qian arrived, Du Guiyu, Yao Yerui, and the others had hope on their faces. They were inexplicably dragged into this world and subjected to the oppression of a silkworm. They wanted to cry without tears. "Hey, are you daddy?" Mencken saw Xia Qian coming in on his own initiative. After sensing a familiar aura on Xia Qian's body, she asked innocently. Xia Qian thought for a while and finally said, "Menger, I am your mother's good friend. Your mother entrusted me to take care of you. These people are all my friends." Can you let them return to your life? Yes, Xia Qian felt that maybe he could do it if he lied and deceived. After all, Meng's silkworm baby is still just a baby. But in the end, Xia Qian still didn't deceive the child. After hearing this, Dream's silkworm baby murmured in a low voice, "Are you my mother's friend? I am very hungry now. I can only eat the dream food left by my mother to barely sustain my own strength. I don't even want to move now." "Move?" Xia Qian said quickly. "Menger, I will rearrange some people to serve you, and I will prepare enough food for you soon. You will never go hungry. Don't worry." He said this. In addition, Xia Qian has an aura that is familiar to Mengcan. In a daze, she felt that Xia Qian seemed to have been with her for a period of time during her pregnancy. It's someone close to you. Mengcan also expelled Dugiyu and Yao Yerui from her dream world according to Xia Qian's request. Xia Qian spent a lot of time in Mengcan's dream to comfort this little ancestor, asking her to be more honest and peaceful in the future, and not to drag people into dreams casually. After he came out of the dream, he immediately arranged for Dugiyu. Go to the outside world to summon dozens of female cultivators who are above the realm of gods, and let them serve Mengcan. When a monk reaches the state of transformation, he does not need to eat or drink on a daily basis. It is enough to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, for monks in the realm of gods, their lives will not be in danger even if they are pulled into the dream by dream silkworms and troubled for decades. It was impossible for Xia Qian to let his confidants serve Mengcan. They can only recruit some outside female cultivators. I see. Dugiyu was very emotional. The pet that Xia Qian kept was really scary and mysterious. Even though she was about to reach the third level of heavenly immortal, she still had no power to resist in front of Mengcan. Xia Qian's order was not difficult to complete. As the ruler of the Kunlun realm, it is very simple to recruit dozens of female cultivators in the god transformation realm. After all, I don't know how many people are still eager to enter the fairy bird terrace. Xia Qian did not stay in Kunlun realm for long. After arranging servants for Mengcan, he left. Now he has a new mission. Prepare the food Mengcan needs for her growth early. He even wants to build a small world and transform it into the dream silkworm's paradise. Fortunately, Xia Qian's life in the mining area is now stable. There is nothing wrong with trying to achieve this. Wang Yanran hasn't left the mining area yet, so Xia Qian can't spend a few months solving the problems in Jinwu continent, lest Wang Yanran find something wrong with him before leaving. After Xia Qian returned to the Kunlun realm, he quickly headed to the underworld city. He had already learned from the omniscient book what elixirs Mengcan liked to take. Fortunately, Mengcan is only in its infancy now. You can just use a slightly lower-end elixir. When Mengcan reaches the girl stage, that will be the real hemorrhage. It's not that easy to raise this kind of ancient exotic beast. You don't have enough financial resources to afford it. After wandering around Diamond City and spending 3 kilograms of fairy sources, Xia Qian bought 37 kinds of fairy medicines that dream silkworms can eat. Xia Qian could only use the immortal source and could not barter. After all, until now, he had a tail following behind him, monitoring his every move. At this moment, all the savings in Xia Qian's hands were spent. There are no fairy stones or fairy sources. There are only some rare ores left that have not been sold. Xia Qian expected Feng Ruoxue to come quickly and give him money to alleviate his urgent need. After getting everything, Xia Qian quickly returned to his mining area without staying too long. I came to Kunlun Realm and placed all the elixirs I purchased in front of Mengcan. This time, Dream Silkworm Baby no longer lives in his own dream. Instead, return to your true nature and enjoy yourself in the real world. Yao Yerui saw these supreme treasures in the immortal world. Any one of them is a rare thing that cannot be cultivated in the small world for hundreds of millions of years. But he was wasted by the silkworm baby in front of him. An alchemist like her is really jealous. Menger, just go ahead and eat. Your mother is my life and death friend. I will do my best to take good care of you. Is Xia Qian heartbroken? No heartache. This is Xia Qian's true thought deep in his heart. It's just that the exotic treasure that Meng Kambeobo has Xia Qian take charge of now is not comparable to this mere kilogram of fairy source. Mencken had no name, so Xia Qian called her Menger. Now Xia Qian can be regarded as understanding why before the Dream Master soul dissipated, he was asked to conquer a small thousand-world and plant demon world immortal plants in the small thousand world. Because if Xia Qian didn't do that, it would be difficult to feed the dream silkworm baby. The dream silkworm is now in the image of a silkworm, able to speak human words. If you have milk, you are a mother. Now Xia Qian not only made her feel close to her, but also prepared food for her. Mingqian was naturally satisfied. Well, thank you, Uncle Xia. These real elixirs are much better than the painting cakes to satisfy her hunger in her dream. The power intake of newly born noble beasts is very terrifying. The demon dragon Xia Qian met before even wanted tens of billions of creatures from the lower world as supplements for her heirs. Mingqian was sealed by her mother just after she was born. There is a period of starvation, so Mingqian now has a higher demand for strength. The few things Xia Qian prepared for her were not enough. It's a drop in the bucket. Let Ming'er have enough food and clothing first. Uncle, I will go first and prepare other food for Ming'er. If Ming'er wants to go for a walk outside the world, you can ask her to take you there. Xia Qian made arrangements. Arrange Yarui to take care of Mingqian. Because Yao Yarui is also an alchemist after all, and has much more experience than others. As for letting Yao Yarui refine the elixir, we can only postpone it for a while. When her mother reaches the heavenly immortal empress, let He Ziyuan take care of Mingqian instead of Yao Yarui. Yao Yarui didn't have any objections either. Xia Qian's pet is so unbelievable that it can help him get closer to Mingqian and increase his status. Dugiyu was brainwashed by Xia Qian and had already spent all her thoughts on improving her own strength. So facing Xia Qian's arrangement, Dugiyu had no objection at all. After discussing it with Ming'er, Xia Qian breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is finally over. If we can't do it in the demon world, we can only look at the demon world. From Xian's mouth, Xia Qian learned that there were demon beasts in Jinwu continent that became immortals and ascended to the 100 Demons immortal realm. After Xia Qian takes over the Jinwu continent, he can pass through the passage of the Jinwu continent to have a glimpse of the 100 Demons immortal realm. I just hope that the ascension point where Jinwu continent connects to the 100 Demons immortal realm is relatively free and can give Xia Qian room to operate. After Xia Qian initially settled the matter of Mingqian, the auction of the entire mining area has also come to an end. In addition to Xia Qian, there are 6 other forces that have taken part of the property rights in this mining area. The financial resources of these people now appear to be much stronger than Xia Qian's, and each of them has purchased more than 20 mining areas. Of course, the mining areas under Feng Xiaoyan's jurisdiction have not been auctioned off. There are about 10 mining areas scattered in the middle that have not been auctioned. Because after several forces cut off the mining area, the remaining mining area is not a good place. For example, the 4 mining areas next to Xiaogan are vacant. These unsold mining areas naturally belong to the Shinfeng Fairy Kingdom in name and are the buffer zone for the major forces. Wang Yinran also abided by the agreement with Xia Qian and released all the miners in the mining area. It's just that these miners are not as lucky as the original miners who were let go by Xiaogan. They were freed, but not compensated with fairy stones. Even so, they were very satisfied. Before Wang Yinran left, she gave Xia Qian an intriguing expression. This made Xia Qian feel a little emotional. He felt as if he had become an ugly duckling, being manipulated by wealthy women like Chu Fushuang and Wang Yinran on stage, acting for them. What a bumpy fate you have. After Wang Yinran left, this mining area was completely free of high-level suppression and entered a state of autonomy. Xia Qian also took his people back home. He will not mine the remaining ores in the 10 mining areas in his hands. When he comes down, he will seal the entrance directly. What Xia Qian wants to do is to absorb the spiritual energy from the mining area into the Kunlun realm and transform the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, mining requires the manpower of hundreds of miners. Xia Qian can't afford to support so many people now. Moreover, there are not many fairy stones left, so Xia Qian will not have to worry about it. As for the other neighbors around Xia Qian, he is fearless. Those forces are all average, and there are at most a few true immortals in the clan. Their industry in the mining area is not big, and it would only be a big deal if they usually have a few high-level immortals sitting around. Xia Qian, the people below the true immortal realm, didn't even look down on them. With Li Ming, a hypnotic treasure, Xia Qian had nothing to fear. This is Xia Qian's confidence. The most important thing is that Wang Yanran is still holding Xia Qian's head. Those people would not dare to attack Xia Qian until they were absolutely sure. Xia Qian is on his way back. The whole team was in a cheerful mood. Yin Yi and Mu Wanling were all smiling, celebrating the rebirth of their future. Only Xia Qian looked sad. It seems he probably hasn't thought about it yet after knowing something. Xia Qian thought about it and took the initiative to ask, "Little sister, do you know everything?" Xia Qian didn't answer Xia Qian's question and walked forward silently. Yin Yi, a master's wife, understood Xia Qian's thoughts very well. Pulling Mu Wanling, she transformed into Liu Guang and returned to the manor, leaving the space here for Xia Qian and Xia Qian. After there were no outsiders, Xia Qian directly grabbed Xia Qian's arm, pulled her in front of him, and looked directly into her eyes. "Brother, what are you doing?" Xia Qian was not as shameless as Xia Qian, so he turned his face away from Xia Qian. After learning what Chu Fushuang asked Xia to do, Jixin people were dumbfounded. She cursed Chu Fushuang countless times in her heart for being a beast. How could she even do such a thing? At the same time, Xia Qian also understood why Xia Qian looked embarrassed. Chu Fushuang's request is really too much. "Little sister, don't worry. Big brother will never do such an animal thing. I will find a way to change the predicament we are facing now." Xia Qian's eyes were bright and his face was sincere and determined. Xia Qian now reminds Xia Qian of Xiao Ju when he was young. Xiao Ju at that time was the same as Xia Qian at this time. He has no power, but he has a firm and upward heart that is not afraid of power. It's just that people change. What Xia Qian is struggling with now is, she had already made the mistake of looking at Xiao Ju once. Now I don't want to make a mistake a second time. The big brother in front of her. "Brother, you come with me." Xia Qian mustered up his courage and glanced at Xia Qian. The response I got was my inner anxiety and nervousness, not only because of their identities, but also the heart-pounding feeling of meeting each other for the first time. This made Xia Qian make a choice and take the initiative to drag Xia Qian back to her room. It was also the first time for Xia Qian to come to Xia Qian's fairy residence. Although the property rights here are said to belong to Xia Gan. But after the training room was assigned to Xia Qian, Xia Qian respected Xia Qian extremely and never came in rashly. There is nothing unique about the training room. It is very simple. Xia Qian is not very particular about this aspect. Maybe it's because she doesn't have enough strength to ask for too much now. "Brother, I hope you can promise me something." After letting Xia Qian sit down, Xia Qian took the initiative to pour tea for Xia Qian. Xia Qian was shocked. Could it be that Xia Qian really wants to compromise with reality and let Xia Qian complete Chu Fushuang's mission ruthlessly? If Xia Qian brought it up on his own initiative, Xia Qian felt that he wouldn't be able to refuse it. "Little sister, tell me, if Big Brother can help you, he will definitely not refuse." Xia Qian was silent for a short while, and then took the initiative to take responsibility. Xia Qian stared at Xia Qian and finally said, I hope that if someone close to me in Jinwu continent ascends, brother, you can disguise yourself as Xiao Ju and take care of them." This sentence made Xia Qian stand up immediately. Once again, he admired the woman's whimsy. How can you think of such an operation? This is a road that Xia Qian has never seen before. Although he said that he borrowed Yi Qin's identity to live. But that was a last resort to ensure that certain secrets were not known to outsiders. And Yi Qin is dead. The requirements for Jixin are different. Even if Xiao Ju is still alive, he is doing better than Xia Qian. Let Xia Qian borrow Xiao Ju's identity to survive? Xia Qian was at a loss for a moment. He sorted out his thoughts and finally said calmly, "Little sister, why do you ask for it like this?" Xia Qian wanted to know why Xia Qian asked him to do this. Xia Qian truthfully stated his thoughts. Especially my daughter ascended and learned that her father was such a person. It's hard for me to imagine how sad Inger would be. So, I can only pray to you, brother, for help. When Xia Qian heard this, everyone was dumbfounded. Just because of this? Is this Jixin doting on his daughter a little too much? How could her daughter be hundreds or thousands of years old? She couldn't bear this? To be honest, Xia Qian was very embarrassed and told the hidden dangers involved. Little sister, you can't let me hide this for the rest of my life, right? And what should I do if the person who ascends is Xiao Ju's Taoist companion? Is it possible? Yes, this is important. After hearing Xia Qian's words, Xia Qian said with anger in his eyes, Xiao Ju doesn't want it anyway, brother. Just help take care of it. My two sisters are not better than me. No, no worse than Mu Wanling. Rather than letting those people feel sad secretly, it is better to live well in a muddle-headed way. In a word, Xia Qian was not just unable to hold the teacup in his hand. I just took a sip of tea and spit it out. He looked at Xia Qian in disbelief. Originally, Xia Qian thought that Chu Fushuang was already a top performer. But now it seems, Xia Qian is not much better. It's just that I haven't encountered the triggering conditions before and haven't shown it yet. This is not unreasonable. Both Chu Fushuang and Xia Qian fell in love with Xiao Ju. So it's not surprising that there are some similarities between the two. It's not that one family doesn't enter the same house. If Xiao Ju knew about it, wouldn't he want to cut me into pieces? Xia Qian did not directly answer whether Xia Qian would do this. Instead, express your concerns. I really want to say this like Xia Qian. I'm afraid Xiao Ju will know about it soon. I borrowed Xiao Ju's name to take care of his wife and daughter. Wouldn't that guy want to kill him on the spot? Is it possible that eldest brother thinks that even if you don't do that, Xiao Ju will let you go? Xia Qian seemed very mature and enlightened Xia Qian. Not only Xiao Ju, but that woman Chu Fushuang just treats us as puppets on strings. When she gets tired of playing with us, we will be in danger. Xia Qian saw things so openly that Xia Qian also took off part of his disguise and said, Little sister, I actually know all of this. Seeing the change in Xia Qian's attitude, Xia Qian continued to speak with strong encouragement. Brother, you are also a dragon among people in the lower world. Your current cultivation level is only a few steps behind Xiao Ju. You must know that he has many more years of stable cultivation time than you. I believe that, now that you have regained your free body, your cultivation speed will not be slower than Xiao Ju. When the time comes, we will not be afraid of them. Xia Qian had never been afraid of Xiao Ju, but I was really a little timid before. At this moment, I was encouraged by the beauty. Xia Qian's face was also full of confidence, and he said firmly, Little sister, you are right. I will never be worse than Xiao Ju. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Within 3 years, I will reach Heavenly Immortal Level 6. Catch up with Xiao Ju and surpass him. Xia Qian remembered that he would be able to refine Jinwu continent soon. By then he will have 3 spiritual bodies. The speed of cultivation is thousands of miles per day. Xiao Ju, why should you fight with him? Brother, what are you doing? Xia Qian has high-spirited arrogance, and Xia Qian is also happy for him. Before Xia Qian could say anything, Xia Qian had already pulled him to sit on his lap. Just after saying this sentence, Xia Qian was speechless. The feeling from more than 10 years ago swept over me again. Xia Qian, who deceived himself and others, closed his eyes and blocked his external perception. As long as she couldn't see, nothing happened. In the mining areas, there are too many cases of falling into submission. Living in a place like this, it's hard not to be affected. In addition, he was betrayed by his closest relative, Xiao Ju. Xia Qian, who had only Xia Qian to rely on, was no longer as strong as before and had changed. Xia Qian originally thought that she would be gently held by Xia Qian and put on the futon where she meditated, and then take off all her protective gear. Unexpectedly, Xia Qian separated from her after just revisiting the old relationship for a while. Little sister, there is another question. I can pretend to be Xiao Ju to comfort your relatives for you, but what should I do if my fellow Taoists ascend later? Good wine needs to be savored carefully to be mellow. Xia Qian now has a complete plan and is slowly starting to execute it. Xia Qian didn't consider this, but she still said directly, It's better. Before she could finish speaking, Xia Qian severely stopped her. No, I will never do that. Xia Qian's intention is nothing more than to let Xia Qian use Xiao Ju's identity to carry it out to the end, and use Xiao Ju's identity to get along with his original Taoist companion. Xia Gan would never be able to do this kind of thing, which is to find fault for himself. just like Xia Qian. Xia Qian was happy to steal Xiao Ju's luck. But if Xia Qian was to take advantage of Xiao Ju's luck to attack his true self, Xia Qian would never be able to do it. Xia Qian also guessed that this was the man's self-esteem and could not accept this happening. Xia Qian used the identity of Xiao Ju to conquer his original Taoist companion. Regardless of success or failure, Xia Qian is always a loser. As the creator of this strategy, Xia Qian's thinking was more flexible than Xia Gan's, and he quickly came up with a way. Let's do this, brother. After a while, you will allocate 2 mining areas to Xiao Ju. Management creates the illusion that Xiao Ju has always been in the mining area, while you yourself continue to maintain your original identity beside you. Even if our relatives come up by then, you will become Xiao Ju, and then use your time to practice. How about changing your identity? It takes months, even years, for Tianxian to practice. Every once in a while, Xia Qian excuses himself to practice in seclusion, but actually becomes another identity. This is indeed a way. Xia Qian himself also had the energy to shuttle back and forth between the 2 families. And for some reason, this gave Xia Qian an indescribable stimulating feeling. This is okay. I promise you. It's just a matter of spending more energy in the future. Xia Qian agreed. Thank you, brother. After the 2 of them coordinated their plans, Xia Qian was completely relieved. In her eyes, this was Xia Qian's effort to cooperate with her in weaving an unfulfillable dream for her relatives. Xia Qian is the one who suffers. Xia Qian was deeply moved by his efforts to help his eldest brother so wholeheartedly. After solving a big trouble in his heart, coupled with Xia Qian's pitiful appearance, Xia Qian couldn't care so much anymore, and the superficial disguise gradually fell apart. Anyway, the prey is already trapped. He stared straight at Xia Qian, with a fierce look in his eyes that no longer concealed his true nature, and said in a deep voice, "Little sister, how are you going to thank me?" Xia Qian has already been grabbed by Xia Qian's hands. Their fingers were already connected. I can't run away even if I want to. Xia Qian had been prepared for such a scene before. She didn't do it voluntarily. The main reason was to deal with Chu Fushuang and delay more time for himself to practice. I don't know. Anyway, I don't have anything. It's up to you to decide. Xia Qian choked out these words intermittently. Xia Qian is a person with high emotional intelligence. At this time, he will not stupidly say that I want to eat fish. Xia Qian looked very elegant. Xia Qian, actually there is still one link in our plan that has not been solved. That is, Xiao Ju and I are different. Although I said I can imitate his appearance, what about other aspects? This point, I still need you to point me out. The main reason why Xia Qian said this was that he had experience in the lower world. I have the experience of being torn apart by Yarue. In the Kunlun world, Xia Qian is the master and can do whatever he wants, so he doesn't care about this detail. But in the Qingxian immortal realm, since Xia Qian was promised to continue performing this scene for a long time, he even wanted to confuse the fake with the real one and let his fake Xiao Ju deprive the real Xiao Ju of everything. Then you can't ignore this big detail. Brother, you are so thoughtful. Xia Qian himself really doesn't have much idea in this regard. She only thought of this when Xia Qian mentioned it. It is indeed very important. It's better to miss the day than to hit it. We all have time today, so you can tell me the details so that I can be prepared in advance and be able to handle it perfectly when the plan starts. What do you think, little sister? Xia Qian's words had a strong meaning of guidance, and he looked like he would not let go of the eagle when he saw the rabbit. Xia Qian's mind was in a daze, and he said as softly as a mosquito, I can't remember the specifics. I can only tell you roughly, brother. I hope it won't happen by then. What's the problem? Xia Qian's brain really couldn't remember it. After all, it was too long ago. But her body still remembered. After all, she is an alien, not a human. She remembered where Xiao Ju was. Xia Qian only needs to come once, and the specific data can basically be determined. Strange, why didn't I see them too? After having arranged where the guards will guard daily and what needs to be done, Mu Wanling returned to her fairy home. But Xia Qian was not seen. Xia Qian's training room also showed an unoccupied state. This made her startled. Yin Yi's words, there is already a picture in my mind. She felt that Xia Qian's actions were so fast, but she also felt that they were a little too slow. Facing Mu Wanling's question, she said calmly, "We don't need to worry about Goner's affairs. Now we can also go outside the mining area to have a look. Would you like to go and see Luiner?" This kind of cover-up thing. In other words, it was to wipe Xia Qian's, but something Yin Yi had done many times. Take it for granted. Faced with it again today, Yin Yi will still do that. In Yin Yi's eyes, Xia Qian is like her son. She doesn't really support her man having a harem. But my own child, that's how happy children are. It varies from person to person, double standards. As long as Xia Qian didn't do anything heinous and unforgivable, it would be fine. Obviously, Xia Qian's behavior is far from that level. Her reaction was quick, and she had the reason straight away. Now that the mining area has no external restrictions, they can go out and have a look. In addition, it had been 10 years since Sharon left home, so she was really worried about her grandson. For several reasons combined, Yin Yi really wanted to see how he was doing outside. After all, Xiaoluan is still a child who has not yet become an immortal. In Xiaoqian world, Yin Yi doesn't need to worry. The Tribulation Realm is already an ancestor-level figure in Xiaoqian world. But in the Qingxian immortal world, Xiaoluan is just a child. That's right, master wife. Let's go together. Mu Wanling also thought of this at this time. Taking the initiative to hold Yin Yi's arm, she seemed particularly close and filial. The place where Sharon lives is not that far away for them. It can be reached in less than a stick of incense. The level of combat power nearby is not high either. They are all a group of people at the immortal level. Yin Yi and Mu Wanling are both third-level immortals, and they have self-defense weapons given by Xia Qian. As long as you don't show off too much, you won't encounter any danger. Through Xia Qian's face-to-face guidance, and even his example, Xia Qian was able to perfectly copy Xiao Ju's appearance. He was in a happy mood. After all, his 100 beautiful pictures of Emperor Xia outlines a unique and beautiful picture. Xia Qian really felt amazing. Snakes usually move in an S shape or coil up. But when it comes to a barbecue grill, it can still be directly supported by a pole from bottom to top. Xia Qian is not that outrageous. Although Xia Qian said she was a snake, Xia Qian couldn't possibly treat his little sister like that. But I can't say too much about the specifics. Xia Qian was very grateful to his little sister. Because Xia Qian helped Xia Qian improve his resistance to poison, Xia Qian felt that as time went by, he might become immune to all poisons. Xiagan did not complete Chu Fushuang's new mission. That is to say, let the younger sister conceive a second child, which Xia Qian failed to do. Because completing the task so actively is just accelerating the pace of one's own death. He wanted to wait until Chu Fushuang's patience was almost worn out before he could complete the task, maximizing the time delay. During this period, Xia Qian's own trump card can also be improved a lot. Xia Qian entered the number 99 mining area under his control. The reason why he chose this place was naturally because Xia Qian was most familiar with the environment inside. No one is allowed to enter the 10 mining areas in Xia Qian's hands. After laying down layers of restrictions, Xia Qian placed the contact point of the primordial gate to the immortal realm here. From today on, Xia Qian can continue to absorb the energy of the immortal realm to feed the Kunlun realm. There is no need to be as secretive and intermittent as before. Xia Qian told Xia Qian in advance that he would practice in seclusion for several months, or even several years. Xia Qian naturally strongly supports Xia Qian, who is so diligent. In Jimwu continent, Xia Qian's cultivation preceded Xiao Ju's by 200 years. But in the end, Xiao Ju was still a big step behind. Now in the Qingxian immortal realm, Xia Qian is far behind Xiao Ju at the starting point. Although Xia Qian is said to be arrogant, he is also self-aware. She is no match for Xiao Ju. Since you can't beat him yourself, then help a trustworthy person to surpass Xiao Ju. Standing outside the Jinwu continent, Xia Qian was thinking about his plan. He had already allowed a weak spirit body of his to blend into the Jinwu continent, and he has joined Yuntian sect and become its inner disciple. I also learned about Xiao Ju's two beauties, Xiao Lianxi and Qing Baiwei. What Xia Qian can contact now is King Baiwei. According to Xia Qian's previous plan, that is, He found one of Xiao Lianxi and Qing Baiwei to parasitize in their bodies and use their hands to become the master of Jinwu continent. But Xia Qian calmed down and realized that this plan had serious flaws. The reason why he used Yu Ruming's body to achieve his goals in the Abyss Demon realm. That's because the will of heaven in the Abyss Demon world knows that there is a man next door who threatens her. That's why he was not wary of the female creatures he gave birth to and could take on important responsibilities. Yu Ruming also knew Xia Qian's strength, and she also cooperated with Xia Qian because she was ambitious. But Xia Qian asked Xiao Lianxi and Qing Baiwei to lend their bodies to him for a short time. How could they be willing? Not to mention whether they believed Xia Qian's words or not. Just let a man enter their body inexplicably, even if it's just into the soul, not the body in that sense. There's no way they can agree. They are both very loyal. In this case, Xia Qian must change his target. Then it can only be yours, my fake one. In the end, Xia Qian gave up the idea of randomly finding a late-stage Mahayana monk to fool him. Instead, he targeted Xiao Ju's children. It's not Xia Qian's daughter Xiaoying, but Xiao Ju's and childhood sweetheart's child Xiaolong. His cultivation level is also in the late stage of Mahayana realm. After all, 60 to 70% of the entire Jinwu continent's resources serve Xiaolong. If after thousands of years Xiaolong still cannot reach the late stage of Mahayana realm, then he is really a pig. Xiaolong. How should I put it? Xia Qian also had something to do with him. Xia Qian is the Taoist companion of Xiaolong's aunt, so he can be regarded as Xiao Ju's pseudo-father and adoptive father, right? Moreover, if Xiao Lianxi, Xiaolong's biological mother, ascends to the Qingxian immortal realm later, the identity title of Xia Qian's fake father will have to be removed from the word false. After some proportional transformation, Xia Qian became Xiaolong's father. So Xia Qian can't harm him. Xiaolong is the son of Qiyunzi in Jinwu continent, and he is considered a privileged household. The will of heaven in Jinwu continent should be lenient to Xiaolong. As long as Xiaolong can become an immortal, Xia Qian feels that it will be much easier for him to become the master of the Jinwu continent than for others. This was Xia Qian's intuition, but it was almost the truth. His instincts were always spot on. Xia Qian can achieve his goal more easily by borrowing Xiaolong's identity. Xiaolong is a famous person in Jinwu continent, with a distinguished status. It is not easy for ordinary people, even if they have the cultivation level to transcend the tribulation realm, to meet Xiaolong. If Xia Qian's incarnation of immortal power had not befriended one of Xiaolong's sons in the Yuntian sect before, it would have been difficult for him to meet Xiaolong without revealing his true strength. Through the identity of Xiaolong's son, Xia Qian struggled for 13 days before meeting this character. Maybe it's because Xiaolong's mother has good blood genes, and Xiaolong, the son, is slightly more handsome than Xiao Ju, the father. My little friend, do you have any rare treasures you want to show me? After Xia Qian arrived, Xiaolong seemed kind. After all, Xia Qian's excuse to the outside world was that he had a treasure to offer to Xiaolong. Xiaogan is older than Xiaolong's father, Xiao Ju. But because he showed that he was just a monk in the personalized god realm, and he was also his son's friend. In Xiaolong's eyes, Xia Qian was actually 2 generations lower in seniority because of this, becoming Xiaolong's junior. Xia Qian did not directly answer Xiaolong's words, but indicated with his eyes. Although Xiaolong said he was a little confused, he still let his son go out. As a monk in the late Mahayana realm, he would naturally not be afraid of Xia Qian. What Xia Qian did made him even more interested. Could it be that there really is a top-notch treasure? After Xiaolong's son left, he and Xia Qian were the only 2 people here. Xia Qian stopped talking nonsense and took out the jade slip. Seeing the picture in the jade slip, Xiaolong was surprised and said, "Xia Yang, how come you have this?" Xia Qian signaled Xiaolong to calm down and said, "Xiaolong, nephew, don't be nervous. Your father, Xiao Ju, and your mother, Xia Qian, and I are good friends in the Qingxian immortal realm. I am the master of the Kunlun realm next door to the Jinwu continent. I am here to help. You become an immortal and then become the master of Jinwu continent." Xiaolong naturally couldn't believe Xia Qian's remarks. But with Xia Qian's explanation, "Xiaolong, you have to believe it if you don't believe it. Your father wants you to become the realm master of the Jinwu continent. Not only will your safety be guaranteed, but your relatives will also benefit from it. Xia Qian explained the specific situation of the Realm Master well. This made Xiaolong take a deep breath. I never thought there was such an operation. With excitement, he whispered, Senior, I wonder how I can become a world master? Xia Qian also showed his fangs. Let me parasitize in your body and control your body to overcome the tribulation and become an immortal. I am a powerful immortal king in the Qingxian immortal realm. It is easy for me to overcome the tribulation. As soon as he said this, Xiaolong's mood became heavy. Xiaolong was really worried about letting him hand over his autonomy to Xia Qian. Xian nephew Xiaolong, do you think I have any different intentions? If you don't want to, I won't force you. Brother Xiaoju said, Anyway, I will choose one between you and Xiaoying. I have the photos of little girl Xia Qian here. I'm telling you, Miss Xia Qian's daughter will definitely cooperate with me. After saying that, Xia Qian was ready to leave. Xiaolong's heart suddenly became confused. Under the instructions of Xia Qian, Xiaoying will definitely cooperate with what Xia Qian does. Xiaolong just couldn't stand the temptation after hearing some of the privileges of becoming the lord of a realm. Don't miss this opportunity, it won't come back again. This made Xiaolong quickly say to Xia Qian, Senior, please stay. I agree to your request, Senior. You don't need to look for my sister anymore. Xiaolong agreed, which was expected by Xia Qian. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Xia Qian did not delay too much and went straight to the point. Then please, nephew Xiaolong, let go of your guard and let me take over your soul, even if there is still a little bit of unwillingness. Xiaolong did as he was told. As Xia Qian's huge soul entered Xiaolong's soul sea, only then did Xiaolong realize how powerful Xia Qian was. Their souls are not on the same level at all. Xiaolong is scared. If Xia Qian wants to do something to him, for example, if you want to seize his body, Xiaolong has no power to resist at all. Fortunately, after Xia Qian came in, he only got familiar with Xiaolong's body and his martial arts, and planned to start overcoming the tribulation in 3 to 5 months, and did nothing else. Such behavior made Xiaolong feel at ease. 2 months later, thunder suddenly exploded in the clear sky of Jinwu continent. Then there were thunderclouds, as if the sky was about to burst. When many giants who were practicing saw this scene, they immediately understood that someone was going through a tribulation. They all released their spiritual consciousness to see who had overcome the tribulation. After confirming his identity, Xiao Lianqi had the biggest reaction and immediately went to the place where Xiaolong transcended the tribulation. After all, Xiaolong is her son. In addition, several people including Qing Baiwei and Xiaoying also rushed over quickly. Longer, how can you be so anxious? Xiao Lianqi was worried when she saw Xiaolong starting to overcome the calamity without any warning. Because once he fails, Xiaolong will be in a desperate situation. Xiaolong, answer your mother. At this time, Xia Qian himself could be considered as witnessing his 2 wives in person. No, they are the true faces of the 2 Taoist companions Xiao Ju. He was still very satisfied. But to answer Xiao Lianqi's words, let's leave it to Xiaolong. Xiaolong is also very excited now. After all, there is only one step away from becoming an immortal. With a top powerhouse like Xia Qian taking him flying, he definitely wouldn't worry about the dangers of crossing the tribulation. Taking over the right to speak, Xiaolong comforted him. Mom, don't worry, I'm fully prepared. Just wait and see how my child will overcome the calamity and become an immortal. Only giving Xiaolong a chance to say such a sentence, Xia Qian started his performance. This, when did Longer become so proficient in controlling flames? He is so much better than my husband back then. Xiao Lianqi did not let go of her anxiety at first because of Xiaolong's words. But when Xiaolong started performing, Xiao Lianqi was completely shocked. My son has made great progress. No wonder he has the confidence to become an immortal. This made Xiao Lianqi feel a lot more relaxed and began to feel proud of her son. The strength shown by his son now is even more powerful than when Xiao Ju overcame the tribulation and became an immortal. Xiao Lianqi naturally didn't have much to worry about. I hope my son can become an immortal in peace. Xia Qian. This is the 3rd time Xia Qian has passed through the heavenly tribulation. Being experienced, He helped Xiaolong take this final step without spending much effort. It's done. Seeing the energy of heaven and earth from Zhenwu continent being crazily absorbed into Xia Qian's body, everyone watching the battle knew that Xiaolong had successfully overcome the tribulation and became the new immortal of Zhenwu continent. These people are all envious. Xiao Lianxi, a mother, was truly excited and proud of her son. After Xiaolong became an immortal, he did not go to announce the good news to Xiao Lianxi and others, but went directly to the heart of the world. After all, it was Xia Qian who controlled Xiaolong's body. Although Xiaolong said he had some regrets, he still acted according to Xia Qian's plan and prepared to become the world master in one go. Zhenwu continent is already considered a relatively weak continent. There are very few Mahayana monks in this world, only 9. Compared with Kunlun realm, it is simply less than 2/3. It's not because the people in Zhenwu continent are not talented enough, but this small world has begun to decline, and the difficulty of breakthroughs in practice has increased. The heart of the world in Zhenwu continent is very weak at this time and is hidden very deep, almost in the core of Zhenwu continent. Ordinary people simply can't find it. This is also the main reason why no one knows the information about the heart of the world and the world lord in Zhenwu continent for millions of years. Fortunately, Xia Qian was experienced, and no matter how hidden the heart of the world was, Xia Qian found it. Great God, my father Xiao Ju has developed steadily in the immortal world. If I go up there, I will be able to practice to a very high level. I can lead you to prosperity. Accept me. These words were agreed upon by Xia Qian and Xiaolong from the beginning. At this time, it was also Xiaolong who spoke. Xia Qian was tightly hidden inside Xiaolong's body, not showing the slightest breath. Xiaolong didn't know if what he did was effective, but he still did it according to Xia Qian's plan. After expressing his attitude, Xiaolong began to calm down, began to sense the heart of the world, and prepared to conclude a contract with her. Xia Qian couldn't help Xiaolong in this process. The entry step must be taken by Xiaolong himself. Perhaps Xiaolong himself is extremely talented. It may also be because Xiaolong's previous words were recognized by the will of heaven. After more than 4 months of hard work, Tiandao will let go of its defenses and accepted Xiaolong in, preparing to merge with Xiaolong and make Xiaolong the master of Zhenwu continent. By doing this, she undoubtedly lured the wolf into the house and let in the evil thief Xia Qian. The primordial gate began to operate crazily, and in an instant, the will of heaven in the Zhenwu continent was absorbed. During this process, the world will of Zhenwu continent showed no resistance at all. The primordial gate seems to have become a cage, specially designed to imprison the will of heaven in this small world. I don't know what the result will be after the will of heaven is absorbed. Xia Qian also added a new colony because of the help of the primordial gate. Delicious. After annexing Zhenwu continent, Xia Qian escaped from Xiaolong's body. His original body was also sent in by the spirit body through the primitive gate, so that Xia Qian's immortal soul could return to his body. At this moment in Zhenwu continent, the world's cultivation system suddenly collapsed and was cut off. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is also becoming increasingly thinner. There is no way. The original power of refining the Xiaoqian world is split 50-50 between Xia Qian and Yuan Men. The origin of the half of the world that Xia Qian left is to continue to maintain the operation of the life system of this world. The half of the world origin taken away by the primordial gate is a permanent loss to Zhenwu continent. After absorbing half of the world origin of Zhenwu continent, the primordial gate once again grew an inch in size. Xia Qian felt that the power in his body was getting stronger. It seems that we are really not far away from the 6th level of heavenly immortal. Just one breath away. Senior, am I becoming the realm lord? The arrival of Xia Qian himself made Xiaolong admire him very much. Xindao Xia Qian deserves to be the king in the immortal world, and his bearing and appearance are indeed extraordinary, which makes him feel inferior. Fortunately, Xia Qian and his father Xiao Ju are good brothers, which allows Xiaolong to communicate head-on with Xia Qian. Yes, nephew Xiaolong, do you now have the feeling that you can travel anywhere in Zhenwu continent with just a thought? Xiaolong is indeed a small world master in Zhenwu continent now, just like Yu Ruming is the little world master of the Abyss Demon world. Xia Qian does not intend to deprive Xiaolong of his status as realm master in the short term, because Xiaolong can still help him a lot. Xia Qian's words made Xiaolong start to experience it. Within a moment, he smiled with surprise and said in surprise, "Yes, uncle. I really feel like I can reach any corner of Zhenwu continent anytime, anywhere." Xiaogan patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "This is part of the rights of the realm lord. You are invincible in your own small world. From now on, you will be the master of Zhenwu continent." Even in the Qingxian immortal realm, many big forces will also warmly invite you, and you, my dear nephew, will have the foundation to compete in the world. Xia Qian could be said to be making the pie bigger and bigger, which made Xiaolong swell more and more. "But senior, I feel that Zhenwu continent is particularly weak now. Why is this?" After swelling, Xiaolong also calmed down and began to express the problems he encountered. Xia Qian comforted him, "Don't worry, it's okay. When your cultivation level improves later, Zhenwu continent will return to its original state and even become stronger." Now Xia Qian can also place a node of the original gate in Zhenwu continent and then transport the spirit of the fairy world in. Therefore, Zhenwu continent will soon be on the right track. Xia Qian has 10 mines under his hands. The fairy energy produced by any mine is enough to maintain the fairy energy of a small world for dozens or hundreds of years. "I see, then I can rest assured. Uncle, I will go and tell my mother the good news first." After the hidden dangers are also clearly understood, Xiaolong, the filial son, still plans to report to his mother, Xiaolianqi, on his huge gains in the recent period and at the same time, to reassure his mother. As everyone knows, at this moment, Xia Qian laughed, "My dear nephew, please stay here. I don't need to bother you, my dear nephew, for this little matter. Let me, uncle, do it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolong was confused and didn't remember to ask Xia Qian what he meant by his words. The exotic treasure lemming held in Xia Qian's hand made Xiaolong, who was unprepared for Xia Qian, turn his head and fall directly into a boundless dream. Xia Qian directly shrank his body and transformed into a space ring for Xiaolong to wear, using this method to control Xiaolong's body. During this period of contact, Xia Qian understood some of Xiaolong's behavioral habits and living habits. He was confident that his use of Xiaolong's identity would not expose any flaws. Now he is the master of Zhenwu continent. It is not difficult to directly control Xiaolong's body and play Xiaolong as a puppet. The reason why Xia Qian did not allow Xiaolong himself to meet those people was also to avoid alerting the enemy. Xia Qian did not intend to tell others about some core contents. After all, Xia Qian in Zhenwu continent wants to use most of the land to transform it into a survival paradise for his dream silkworm babies. It is best and more efficient for Xia Qian to implement these measures himself. After sorting everything out and making sure that there were no omissions, Xia Qian returned to the Xiao family in just one thought. Several of Xiao Ju's close relatives are waiting here. Zhenwu continent suddenly ran out of spiritual energy. Xiaolong, who became an immortal, disappeared mysteriously. 2 major changes have made these strong men worried. Xiaolianqi was even more restless. If Xiaolong's life soul lamp was not still on, indicating that Xiaolong's life was not in danger now, she would have been unable to resist. Fortunately, all these worries and panics were naturally broken when Xiaolong himself returned. "Longer, are you okay?" Xiaolianqi came to Xia Qian's side, her face full of concern. Xia Qian spoke in Xiaolong's tone, "Mom, I'm fine. Now I'm not just a heavenly immortal. I've also become the realm lord of the Zhenwu continent." This time, Xia Qian was the first to suffer a loss, giving this woman an advantage. "Today, call me mother." The next day, Xia Qian asked her to call him by Shengdaddy as compensation. After speaking, Xia Qian also explained what a realm lord is and why the Zhenwu continent suddenly ran out of spiritual energy. The excuse Xia Qian gave was naturally the result of the change of ownership of the heavenly way, and he comforted these people that the cultivation environment of Zhenwu continent would recover after a while. "Longer, you are really outstanding. Mother is very proud of you." Although Xiaolianqi said that she had not heard anything about the Realm Lord, but she definitely believed in her son unconditionally. Xiaoying and Qing Baiwei were also shocked when they heard this. But at the same time, I'm also happy for Xiaolong's achievements today. After all, we are a family. Xia Qian continued to make arrangements in Xiaolong's tone. Mom, Aunt Bai, and sister, Dad has established a firm foothold in the Qingxian immortal world. You can also make preparations first. After a while, I will get a father to be here. The elixir assistance from friends in the upper world can help you cultivate to the realm of immortals, and then we can meet in the Qingxian immortal realm. This news should not be too explosive for King Beiwei, Xiao Yanxi, and Xiaoying. They have also longed to become immortals for a long time. Xiao Yanxi still didn't believe it, and said in a trembling voice, "Longer, how can your father's friends in the upper world help us with the elixir? If Xiao Ju himself can't come down, just the friends he met in the Qingxian immortal world?" Xia Qian naturally wanted his true identity to be slightly leaked at this time.